All right. Let's do it then.
What's that drill tweet about not being owned?
Mobile games are going big. Clash of Clans.
Honestly.
I'm gonna be honest, Sneeko, he owns you. Just take your L. Listen, not in a bit. Sneeko, he owns you. Listen, just listen. He brought out a whole gun, bro.
Then why is he not here?
I like the fact that Aiden's like just telling him that he got destroyed, and Sneeko's like, no, I didn't get owned. I'm not owned. What's that drill tweet about not being owned? Yeah, this one. This is literally Sneeko right now. I'm not owned. I continue to insist as I slowly shrink and transform into a corn cob. Why can't I speak? That's true. I'm illiterate. Can't read though.
Why is he not here?
Maybe he just doesn't want to give it attention. Maybe I don't know. Listen, it's his own thing. Bro, Moist Critical brought out an AK-47, bro, with like 6-round mag, clip, extended mag, with camos and whatever, bro. Like, come on, bro. He did, and he said mags, dumbass. It was just funny. I don't know. I laughed.
Yeah,
Mags,
I don't
clips
know.
and mags. Well, actually, it's a mag. That's what. Let's go and talk about cuties. Let's talk about what you stand for. What I wanted to go and talk to him about is what exactly do you stand for? Aiden, maybe you can
Cuties,
answer this
baby.
question too.
That's a little
because I've
fucked.
been
And this is where he goes into a diatribe about how all these content creators stand for nothing and they have no values. And it's like, believe it or not, not every content creator is a political like YouTuber. Not everyone's a Spurg who thinks that the way to save the world is by tweeting and YouTubing and Twitch streaming. Like, some people just want to make entertaining content, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I thought the whole argument from these guys was like everything is becoming unnecessarily political. Now the argument is, well, everything should be political. Everything should push my personal agenda, what I believe. Can you just enjoy things, dude? Can you just enjoy things without it needing to be like made by Andrew Tate, or like can you enjoy something without it personally validating your feelings in the world, you know?
watching a lot of these people. KSI has been talking about me. L3, a lot. All these people.
You know, he almost said H3. He just like had to correct himself to say L3.
People that I watched like back in the day before I was even a YouTuber are now talking about me. But if there's one simple question that they can never answer.
I like
L3,
KSI. Go ahead.
L3,
I like him a
baby.
lot. He's cool.
Fine.
Fucking
What do they stand for?
should.
They just do their content.
Moist critical, but right. This is the
L3.
point. Nowadays, it's getting harder and harder for
L3,
men to
L3,
succeed.
baby.
The gap is getting bigger. There's more programming than ever. More people are believing in garbage. So you cannot invest time. Listen, you cannot invest time watching people who do not stand for anything. The reason I like you is because you have a direction for the future now. Your audience is going to grow and evolve with you, just like my audience is going to grow and evolve with me. I've made mistakes, and now I'm going to become the best person I can be. I'm traveling the world. I'm training. I am trying to become the best person. I'm doing push-ups every single day. I'm telling my audience how
Oh,
to
he's
make
doing
money.
push-ups?
I'm telling them to follow God. They don't talk about that, but these people that hate on me and you, what do they stand for?
I like his very effeminate motions, by the way. What do they stand for? Well, frankly, I just don't think they need to stand for anything. Like, obviously, if you agree with what I think about freedom of speech and this and that, and, you know, this is based, that's based, obviously, I think that's cool. But, like, I don't require that everyone validates my personal opinions on things for me to enjoy their content, you know? I think that's retarded. And the idea that, like, there's not enough time in the world to not be consuming things that are not political, right? That's so stupid. I would argue that you're less productive by watching someone like Sneeko than watching someone like, let's say, Moist Critical. Because with Moist Critical, you can turn off your brain and just like enjoy something for a few minutes and then off. Versus if you're watching Sneeko content, you're going to be like an insufferable Spurg. You know what's important for the world, Sneeko? You know what's genuinely an important skill to have? Coming across as likable. No matter what your opinions are, coming across as likable. If you take Critical's advice, if you follow his model, you're probably going to be a laid-back person who's not annoying hard, and you're going to be easy to get along with at work, right? When you go into work, what would you rather hear? Someone just like casually having conversation, or someone who's a complete political Spurg who's constantly talking about Andrew Tate and is like obsessed with like the fall of the West and stuff like that? You're going to be fucking annoying, dude. There's this quote I heard once that's so true. It's so true. And the quote is basically like, nobody gives a how good you are at your job. They care that you're enjoyable to be around while you do it. And that's so true. And the kind of people that watch Sneeko are going to be like hearted fucking dorks. People who are constantly talking about how much they go to the gym, despite the fact that they fucking look like you, Sneeko. You look like Eugenia Cooney, you know? People who are constantly talking about like, oh, this is going down the hole, this is going down the hole. Like, dude, most people are just concerned with like making money and getting by and like having a good time. Not everyone's gonna waste their time fucking trying to be some gay influencer on Rumble, okay? No one cares. And if you want to be political, that's cool. You know, you can be political, but the whole world does not need to be politics. You can just enjoy things, man. Obviously, you know, when he says stuff like this, I think it's kind of like marketing for his own platform because he thinks that the more he talks about this, the more people he'll get to his side. People who are feeling disenfranchised with Moist Critical, you know, that's the point of the whole Soy Boy collage tweets, to pull people away. Because if you don't like them and you see him saying he doesn't like them, you're automatically going to be like, oh, I'll watch him, right? And unfortunately, I don't think Sneeko stands for that much. I think he's just kind of the, you know, at this point, he's kind of just become like 4 talking points. And he just kind of represents like the anti, you know, normal person, the anti-normal YouTuber. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of content there behind it. People need to have a little bit of spurg in them to be entertaining. That's true, they do, but not this kind of like spurg where you're just like annoying and insufferable to be around and like constantly saying the same 5 things, you know? Sneeko feels like he's stuck in a loop.
Nothing. They have no point of view. They have no political agenda. They have no view of the world. They do not add any value. They spit drama and they talk about reaction videos and they say clip instead of mag. Retarded shit. And then people go, he owned you.
He did own
What
you.
Exactly.
Yeah, Aiden's right, he did own him.
What do you have to your audience?
I'm not saying that maybe he doesn't have to preach the you preach to your audience, or I have to preach whatever. That's up to. Hold on, but that's for him to decide. You understand? Like, listen, just because you have a platform doesn't mean you have to preach certain. You have to accept that, bro. Like, you have to accept that. Like, if KSI listen, if KSI wants to make content where people can get away from it and like as a fix and like people can laugh at KSI, let KSI go do that. Not everyone's gonna be like you, or like I'll say some. Like, you gotta just respect that. But what I will say is this: what I meant by that Moist Critical owning you, it was in that clip. He owned you, bro.
Why does Aiden actually sound like like a normal person here? Aiden's so right for what he just said. Damn, he stole the words out of my fucking mouth.
Listen, it was a funny clip, bro.
My point is, it's not about them. Of course, they can decide to do that. They can decide to get hold up and never get canceled.
All right.
I'm canceled.
Links in the
off of most
chat.
platforms. I got my Twitter back. Thank you to Elon. But the audience should decide, why am I investing time watching garbage that adds no value to my life? My life is difficult.
Sneeko.
They try to keep me depressed.
Sneeko.
They are trying to program these movies. Wait, listen. So why would I listen to a content creator that doesn't add any value? Why would I listen to a content creator that believes in garbage like Greta Thunberg doxed the pizza box and that's why Andrew Tate's locked up? Why should I give credibility to these people? Why?
I would argue that there's value in just killing time. It's kind of therapeutic sometimes, you know? You shouldn't be spending all day watching YouTube videos about YouTube drama, but like it's just leisure time, you know? It's entertainment. You turn your brain off for a little bit. You can't spend every second of every fucking, you know, day trying to improve everything about your life. You should be working out, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. But not every moment are you going to be trying to, I don't know, be Andrew Tate, you know what I mean?
And this is the reason that I brought up Moist Critical's girlfriend in the first place. She's a 2. All respect. If you want to be monogamous, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not trying to say that. Look, that's the life he wants to live. Fresh, for example, he started roasting Fresh and Fit, saying Fresh is a virgin. Fresh is known in Miami for being a playboy. Fresh is really like that, and he doesn't understand that. So the first video I saw of Fresh and Fit,
Hail to the no.
saying, "Oh, he's a virgin. Oh, he's a virgin." You don't understand real life.
Okay, I learned something. Let me just tell you one thing. Let me just say one thing. Here's what I learned. Whenever I was going back over the H3, once a year ago, I said something about his wife. I feel like when you go at someone's significant other, it's low. Who knows why he's with that person? He's attracted to that person. Let him be with that person. You understand? Oh, let me finish. So I feel like when you go at someone's significant other, it can be extremely low. And I feel like that's the wrong message you're putting out there for your people, because they're like, oh, that means that we should attack his significant other. Bro,
Here you go.
Sneeko, I'm just saying, keep it between you and him, don't include his significant other, you understand?
I agree with you. I'm talking about his life because he repeatedly talks about mine. You're gonna go and obsess over my past and what I did in the past. Okay, let's talk about your present. You're still monogamous with the 2. The first time I heard about...
Okay, but the reason why people on your life is that you specifically call out other people. You call them cocks, you call them soy, you give like relationship advice. Meanwhile, you posted this publicly. Critical's girlfriend, I think she's rarely in videos. She doesn't do any drama content with him. She's just like on his Instagram. And you tried to do this to me too. Like, you went to my Instagram and you scrolled through pictures of me. And I remember specifically you scrolled across a picture of me and my girlfriend. But when you realized that she was like, you know, attractive, you were like disappointed and just scrolled away. You were looking to be like, oh, she's a 2. But like Critical's girlfriend is not a 2. She's perfectly fine. But you know, obviously, to Sneeko, she's a 2 unless you're dating the Village Bicycle. You know, the one that everyone just gets to hop on and take a ride on once in a while. Sneeko likes the girl where it's just your turn.
Fresh and Fit was him calling him the Virgin, talking about fresh as life. If you want to invest time and criticize people for their life, then we should analyze yours too. Why should I listen to you if you're with an unattractive girl that you're monogamous to? I don't want to listen to that. He talks about it first. Fresh and Fit with
Critical's girlfriend, I think she's rarely in videos. She doesn't do any drama content with him. She's just like on his Instagram. And you tried to do this to me too. Like you went to my Instagram and you scrolled through pictures of me. And I remember specifically you scrolled across a picture of me and my girlfriend. But when you realized that she was like, you know, attractive, you were like disappointed and just scrolled away. You were looking to be like, oh, she's a 2. But like Critical's girlfriend is not a 2. She's perfectly fine. But you know, obviously to Sneeko, she's a 2 unless you're dating the Village Bicycle. You know, the one that everyone just gets to hop on and take a ride on once in a while. Sneeko likes the girl where it's just your turn.
Fresh and Fit was him calling him a virgin, talking about fresh as life. If you want to invest time and criticize people for their life, then we should analyze yours too. Why should I listen to you if you're with an unattractive girl that you're monogamous to? I don't want to listen to that. He talks about it first. These soy boys, we never go at them first. They always criticize us, and then when I fire back with the same thing, it's like, well, don't talk about it. All right, then stop talking about my personal life. Let me grow. Let's look at the present.
I get what you're saying. I actually see your argument there. I see it. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I could see you both talk. I really want to see like both sides. You know,
Well, he's ducking. You're saying they owe me, but he's ducking right now. We can admit that.
I think part of the reason it could be also that I'm banned on Twitch and you're banned on Twitch. So he's streaming on Twitch. If he were to stream our stream or my stream, he'd get banned. So I think that might be a reason why.
Stream on rumble.com/Sneeko. I'm not streaming right now. I'm talking on Kick, a gambling platform.
Yes, not just a gambling platform, okay? Kick is blowing Rumble out the water. Sorry, it is.
No, it's
yes.
not.
Hey, we just signed 3 big people. Huge. And guess what, Sneeko? We'll get you next, bro. We'll get you next, okay? You come over here. Listen.
Dion's gonna come over to
No,
Rumble
he's
and
not.
take it
No,
over.
he's not. Listen.
Kick is blowing Rumble out of the water, by the way. Rumble has some serious competition.
We'll get you over here. We'll get Tate over here. We'll get everyone over here. Listen, point is this. Fuck that shit. Point is Twitch. Okay, anyways. Listen. Real shit. Respect Rumble Zone. You gotta respect Kingston. Cool. Whatever. Listen. I want to add Destiny here because I really want to see you know I want to see some disagreements and I want to see some.
He's gonna represent the sword mentality. He's gonna step in for Moist because Moist doesn't want to come in.
No, have you ever met Trainwreck?
Briefly one time in a Destiny. He seems like a cool guy.
I love Train. He's honestly one of the best people. I swear to God, he is. Yo, yeah, thanks for the sub. But yeah. All right, let's see if I can get Destiny. What said it? It's like I said, bro. The thing is, I have no problem with you, and I don't. Get Destiny here. Chad, is this gonna hit? Yes or no? Oh God, Train's the best. I swear to God, he is. Train is actually the GOAT. Hey, Destiny.
Oh my God, the circle.
I love Trainwrecks too. You know, despite everything, I love Trainwrecks. Trainwrecks and Tyler 1, two of the basest boys.
Trick in here. Your guys' room must be up to your knees in cum right now. How you doing?
I find it ironic that Destiny always says that when you are actually openly bisexual and like penis. It seems weird to use the homophobic insult when you actually. Don't disrespect.
Wait, can we actually talk about that? Why do Destiny? Why do people insult me? No, real. They call me homophobic. No, Destiny. In general, your people, like you know, like the blue hair, blue fingernails, like the he, him, or whatever on Twitter.
The pronouns thing, they're going off about the pronouns lately. Listen, I only painted my nails black, so I'm not unbased. Aiden would love me.
You guys always will basically call me homophobic, but you guys will insult me for being gay with Andrew. It makes no sense to me. Why is it so No, I want to understand. Yeah, Sneeko, like, you know what I'm saying? Chad, you know what I'm talking about? Y'all always do that. Why?
Because it's not about an ideology, it's about bringing down the essence of masculinity. They don't actually believe in this stuff. They just think they're taught and brainwashed to think that alpha male, toxic masculinity is a bad thing.
Do you guys ever take a step back and act like humans? What kind of answer is that?
Destiny, address the pedophile allegations.
And that's the thing, I agree with Destiny because every time someone tries to say something, Sneeko is like giving a prepared speech, like dialogue tree. Like, okay, this happens, give a speech about this. He says this, give a speech about this. It's like a dialogue tree of like politician speak. Anytime this comes up, you can be sure he's gonna talk about the red pill. Anytime this comes up, you can be sure he's gonna give a speech about wokeness. Someone says Andrew Tate this, he has a response, right? It's the same thing.
Address the allegations. You file. No, I'm kidding.
Hold on.
Is crazy. That's it. For a lot of the clips that are coming out being that disrespectful towards Muhammad is a wild thing to be talking about incessantly on Twitter.
Sneeko, can you give me one verse from the Quran you like?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
No.
By the way, I'm 1000% positive that Sneeko has never opened the Quran in his life. Okay? He doesn't know anything. And I don't either, but I'm not claiming to be Muslim. You know, Sneeko's the kind of dude that will just claim to be Muslim for clout. This is what I'm saying. For any Sneeko lovers out there, for any Sneeko fans in chat, your idol is hard, dude. He's an idiot. And the worst part about it is that like he has the capacity and like potential to be like something cool, whereas Aiden Ross is just perfect. Sneeko has like the capacity to be something cool, and instead he's just like a I'm at.
Okay, that's what I thought. Don't target
Because I'm
me.
gonna just
Don't target
because you
me.
know
Sneeko.
Let me answer. Wait, let me answer.
Yo,
Aiden's
is he
question.
fake?
Let me
Yo.
answer- Can I answer
I
this
misquoted
question?
and you're gonna get a clip.
Aiden's question from earlier. He said,
Yes.
"Why do people make fun of you for being gay?" Obviously, people just try to hit people where it hurts. That's all people go for. So if people
Thanks.
think you're homophobic, they're gonna make gay jokes at you. It's that
Oh,
simple.
okay.
It's not about like tearing down masculinity and using the Matrix to destroy all of it. It's just a simple thing. That's usually what people do. They
Okay.
think you're insecure about something, they'll make fun of you for it.
Fair enough. Now look, Destiny, I'm not 100% saying you're by the way, I want to make that clear, but there are some clips where I saw and I was like, all right, what the is this guy talking about? Basically, you said a clip, quote me if I'm wrong or quote me if I'm not wrong. I don't really know how that expression works, you know what I mean? Listen,
Yeah.
you basically said something where like, you said, if a man watches child, he is less likely to be a child or something like that. First of all, that shouldn't even be, yeah. Why did you even, can you explain?
Yeah, if you really want to go down that road, there is a clip from a debate where a guy asked me, an actual called Amosi, who's arrested, by the way, I think now for either f***ing a minor or trying to f*** a minor.
By the way, there's a good video about that guy. If you go to the Turkey Tom channel, you look up Turkey Tom, Amos Yee. There's a great documentary about Amos Yee from 1 year ago with 1.5 million views. Definitely check it out if you're looking for some lore.
He asked me, is there ever a case where child might be okay? And I said, I don't know. I guess maybe if you watch it instead of f***ing a kid, it might be okay. That was the only thing. I don't even know if that's true, though. I don't know if watching child porn makes you less likely to f*** children. I don't know if there's research on that.
What did you say in that clip though?
I don't know. Go find it. This debate's like 8 years old.
Oh, that was years ago?
What about you said that molesting somebody doesn't count, molesting a child doesn't count as pedophilia?
No, geez, you guys always clip from these big conversations. There is a crime stat where when it comes to people that abuse underage children, everybody thinks these people are pedophiles, which isn't necessarily true. What happens is people abuse people.
What?
Here's a quote. Misperceptions about child sex offenders. Misperception 1. All child sex offenders are pedophiles. In terms of pedophile and child sex offender are often used interchangeably. It's important to understand, however, that the two terms have different meanings. Not all child sex offenders are pedophiles, and conversely, not all pedophiles are child sex offenders. Okay, we don't need to read the rest, but you get the point of what they're saying, basically.
If you touch a kid, you're a pedophile. That's it.
Yeah.
What speed you need to bring up to go and justify molesting a kid? That's what?
I don't know where you got justifying molesting a kid. Molesting children is wrong. So what I was going to say is that a lot of the people that abuse children are people that are just in positions of power over them. So like babysitters, teachers, priests. These are people that I think the Australian crime stats show that like 10% of them have a history of like good tendencies, but the other 90% are just in a position of power over the kid and they end up molesting them. But it's not like only pedophiles molest their kids. But it's important to keep in mind because it's not like only pedophiles can abuse children. You might get babysitters, teachers, clergymen, or whatever, other weird people that'll just do it because they're in that position and they take advantage of it.
So if you molest a kid, you're not.
It depends on the age. I don't know. If you're 21 and you molest a 17-year-old, are you a pedophile?
When we watched this clip earlier, obviously it's an easy gotcha against Destiny to say that he's wrong. I mean, technically he is right, but at the same time, it's just like a lot of people feel the argument isn't important to make. And as that guy said, the comedian said, like it makes you look like a pedophile to say that. A lot of people get that impression because the distinction is not very important to a lot of people.
Bro, hold on a second, dude. What do you mean depends? No, it doesn't. It doesn't depend.
Wokeness is
Here's the question.
degeneracy.
There's
Wokeness is just
This is where Sneeko starts going on the rant about wokeness in the middle. Like he can't even have a genuine conversation about any idea without it going into a diatribe about wokeness and the red pill. So fucking annoying, dude. I'm so sick of this guy.
He's
He's just a bad content creator. He's just bad.
There's no.
Oragel's leading formula helps you fight pain and immediately hit pause on that throbbing tooth.
Justification for ever molesting a kid, ever.
No justice. So you don't think you should ever as like a 15 or 16-year-old ever?
I know what you're gonna do. Yes, you should never. No, never.
Okay. So then what do you guys think about the Tates DMing like Romanian women that are like 15 years old to try to get them on their campsite? Those DMs were leaked. Those DMs were confirmed. They came from a Instagram verified account. So what do you think about the Tates, Tristan Tate, DMing? One of them was the daughter of a Romanian politician, DMing 15, 16-year-old girls to get them on their website. Let's hear the quote. Go ahead.
This is where they don't say anything. Is that real? Hold on. I should probably look this up. Tate brothers, 16-year-old girl. See how this is gonna be great to look up. Daria Gusa was 16 and still at school when she says she received a private message on Instagram from Andrew Tate, a high-profile influencer almost 20 years older than her. It just read Romanian girl, and he put some flirty emoji, Daria told me. Internet influencer Andrew Tate gets exposed for an old clip that suggests him dating and having a 16-year-old girl. Yo. We have a quote. He said, so I messaged her. She's like, but I'm only 16. And I was like, I don't give a you know about me. I'm 21. I don't care. So I pick up April Baker in my Mazda RX-8. April Baker was the original Catfish before Catfish was a thing. I was banging her, like looking at her Facebook. Cases like this are not rare, as there's another incident where a Romanian politician's daughter claimed that Tate tried to contact several of her friends who were underage. I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was 16. Twitter users mixed reactions to Andrew Tate's viral clip of him having. There's a video of him having with a 16-year-old. Isn't that child? Surely this is a misleading headline. Oh, here we go. Okay. What would Sneeko say about this?
There was once a girl named April Baker.
Little sexy, little fat. And I was like, you're hot. So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a know about me. 21, I don't care. So I pick up April Baker in my Mazda RX.
That's no good, buddy. Listen, Mazda RX-8, that's cool, but 16-year-old, not cool, buddy. No good. No good.
Who knows about them cars? Jesus. So I pick up April Baker, and I was so disappointed. April Baker was the original Catfish. Before Catfish was a thing, April Baker was a thing. She went from a 10 to a 5. I don't know if she did it. Bro, I was banging her, like looking at her Facebook on the phone, like just staring at a different face. So from there on out, girls became Aprils. And we still use this to this day.
That's not good, Sneeko. What would you say? Has he ever acknowledged this in any way?
Go ahead, Sneeko.
Is there proof that they know the age?
I don't know. I thought you guys said.
I'd say there's proof they know the age at this point. Maybe not in this particular case, but in another case, definitely, dude. Jeez, that's bad. That's bad, man.
15, 16 years always kill you,
But if they find out, yeah.
What if what? Let's hear the code.
And like when you ask him a question that he thinks he knows the answer, he'll just laugh at the ceiling instead of answering. Did he know the age? I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, I'm laughing because Aiden Ross, because I saw your stream like 2 weeks ago when you were laughing at me where I said in a clip, some 15 and 16-year-old girls look like they're 20, 21 years old. And you're like, oh my God, that's so... But now you're saying like, well, I don't know, maybe 15, 16, maybe they look kind of older because daddy...
No, you said some... No, you said crazier than that. You said crazier than that, bro. Nah. All right, I'm gonna get these clips. Yo, Prismel, send me the clips.
You just said that molesting a kid doesn't mean you're a pedophile, and how he shifts it to this age thing that has nothing to do with what he... See, this is his debate, his snaky debate tactics, where he'll get cornered for saying some wild like molesting a kid doesn't make you a pedophile, and then make it about Tate.
If you want to walk through the conversation, we could do it. What do you think a pedophile is?
Somebody who's attracted to kids.
Yes. Somebody who's attracted to prepubescent children. That's what a pedophile is, technically.
That's what you said to them for your way.
If a 29-year-old to 16-year-old, that's not technically pedophilia. They're not a child. It's just somebody who's abusing a minor.
Bro, okay, this is like a gross conversation that like infects a lot of people's mind with garbage. Instead of doing this debate, instead of gaming for 10 hours a day, Destiny, why do we all get on 20 push-ups right now? We can debate about and justify molesting kids all day long.
Wait, Sneeko, stop. Destiny. What the fuck did you just say?
This is so you think you're special because you can do 20 push-ups, you dork? You think you're special? Bare minimum, people should be able to do 20 push-ups. You're like bragging about that? It's weak, bro.
Repeat that statement.
And also, why bring that up as soon as you get cornered in a debate when he brings up the Andrew Tate stuff? Like automatically now it's the time to do push-ups?
What is he talking about? Can we do some push-ups? Bro,
No, wait.
to this getting filled up with these weird ideas from racists. It's destroying the youth. I'm sick of blue hair mentality. Now, 20 push-ups right now, chat.
Oh wait, I
20
want
push-ups.
to say one thing. Hold up, Sneaker, hold up. We're gonna do that, but hold on. Destiny, what do you think about the woke left artists like Lil Nas X, Cardi B, young girls promoting their agenda on kids? Isn't that technically worse than like what Tate's doing in your eyes, or no? Be honest.
Is it? I don't know how I compare it. I mean, sexualizing young children is probably never a good thing. I don't think.
Well, that's what I want to ask you. So I'm asking you, what do you think about Lil Nas X, Cardi B? You know those.
Listen, I don't want to comment on them particularly because I haven't watched this. I don't know what they do. Like, if you're telling me this is children, I'm against children, but I don't know if this is children. If they are, then obviously I'm opposed to that.
They're playing sexual music videos for a child audience on TikTok. That's showing images to kids.
Well, what does that mean? Like, are they like saying like, hey, we want children to watch this? Or are you just saying they're putting out like
twerking
videos on TikTok and some children watch it on TikTok?
Twerking.
Sex twerking on the devil goes #1 trending on YouTube. This is what these are marketed towards children. They make TikTok songs for satanic music.
I don't know where Satan came from. Holy shit.
It's really interesting how that whole argument has flipped in the past few years, like the Satanism thing. Because in the 90s, it was like, you know, it was like the right wing making that argument that, you know, Satanism isn't everything. And then it kind of became like a left-wing thing to be super, like, media literacy, super important, criticize everything, ban this, ban that, right? And now it's coming back. It started with, like, Satanic Panic, which was from the right wing, you know, initially. And they were, like, anti-free speech because they were like, Marilyn Manson is polluting people's minds, Slayers polluting people's minds, you know, stuff like that. You know, name the rock band, Judas Priest, right? Motley Crue. And then it kind of went away for a while. Right? And now it's come back with, like, Sneeko, Andrew Tate, stuff like that, you know. And all these people claimed, like, you know, you need to have good values, you need to be consistent, but they're all complete hypocrites as well in all of their life, you know. It's just annoying. And these things just go back and forth, right? It always flips.
Satanic
In
Panic
another few
was
years,
wild,
we'll be back
dude.
to the left wing.
You
being the
couldn't,
most anti-free
yeah.
speech. And they still are anti-free
You
speech.
couldn't
I mean,
wear
the kind of
fucking
thing that
dark
we've
eye
rolled out to
makeup
now, actually, is like
and
the left
fucking
wants them to be banned, and they want the left to be banned. Which
be
sucks.
quote
Guys, why
unquote
can't we all
goth,
just
have
get along,
spiky
you know?
hair,
Sex twerk
without
devil
like
went #1 trending. What do you mean?
somebody's
That's
mom
literally
being
satanic
like,
music.
"You need
whatever the
Jesus."
gay dude, the they them, went on Grammys and started doing a satanic song with the horns. He had a whole devil audience around him. The whole song is about something
Devil
unholy. You're
audience.
laughing, but it's true. Look at the video, and then.
I think when you're young, you just haven't been exposed to a lot of ideas. You can believe a lot of stupid stuff. The average Andrew Tate fan is probably like 13. They've just never been exposed to these ideas before. They're new, so they seem right because it's the first alternative they've had to like mainstream, you know, libtard stuff. The same applies to you know, Sneeko, people like Aiden Ross even. You know, Aiden Ross though is less of like a political person. He's not really spreading that message. I mean, he is now, but he was really just like a GTA kind of person for a long time. I mean, that's why when you hear the ideas for the first time, it's really compelling to hear. If I was 14 or 13 growing up now, I probably would be a fan of these guys because all they've heard are like leftist bread tubers who are like annoying and like cringy. So they come across these guys who are like, you know, it's obviously all fake, it's all a front, but it's like they promote masculinity and they like want to give, you know, young men a voice. It's enticing. And it's the first time you've heard, you know, opposition to the average, like, you know, let's say anti-free speech stuff that the left does, or the average, you know, anti-humor stuff, pro-cancel culture, that kind of thing. When it's the first time you've heard that kind of stuff, it's really compelling and really interesting. In a few years, you realize how shallow a lot of them really are, but, you know, we're going through a phase where a lot of younger people are kind of being interested.
After it's sponsored by the that's something that you can't even talk about YouTube. You might get a strike for saying that. But right after they show and a video, it's sponsored by the. It's all part of the same thing. Something that you can't talk about. You talk about for 30 minutes straight. You won't talk about the real issues. These people are getting blood clots on the.
Right. The only thing I can't talk about right now is anything because you guys are screaming incessantly. If you want to talk about one particular thing, that's fine. But I can't deal with the bot programming of 52 different. You just went like look at the path we just went. We went from pedophilia to Little Nas to Satanism to the in like 2 breaths. If you want to talk about, if you want to
that's all your beliefs.
You want to talk about a particular thing, we can talk about a particular thing, but you're just like, you're going through like your entire programming, all of your code in like 52 seconds, okay? Like we're doing a code review right now.
You talk about how pedophiles don't molest children anymore. That's affecting all the Aiden's kid, the stream is watching, and you're filling them up with these weird ideas, man. It's not okay to molest kids.
No one in
touch a kid,
do you think it's okay to molest kids?
You said that you're not a pedophile if you molest kids.
What part of that says it's okay to molest kids?
Bro, justifying that to any extent is gross.
What did I justify?
You said that if you molest a kid, it doesn't necessarily mean you're a pedophile. These
Does that
people,
make it okay? Hold on, is it really as bad in everything that's not is, oh, if I say like murdering somebody doesn't make you, does it mean I justify murder? If you can't handle the conversation, that's fine, but then just don't talk about it. Don't virtue signal to me like every blue-haired fuck on the internet would to show how good they are about protecting women, because that's what you're doing right now. You're virtue signaling. I don't hear virtue signaling. I don't want to hear virtue signaling. If you want to talk about the issue or crime stats or what makes somebody, we can talk about that. Don't virtue signal me. Do that in front of Aiden, okay?
All right. Ninja, shut the f up.
He gets mad about yelling and then goes and yells and goes on a rant for 5 minutes. You see how it'd be like, stop yelling, and then I'm gonna start yelling.
Aiden's kind of
And then
funny.
I'm gonna
He's
start
a little
yelling.
funny,
Bro,
okay?
in Dubai, in the Middle East, there's no conversation, bro. They just get stoned. They just get excommunicated from society.
That's how it should be.
That's how it should be. We shouldn't say that, oh, we're watching child. It's okay if it makes you feel better. No. Stones. Get the rocks.
Bro,
Done.
in a country like Dubai, if the world was ran that way, people like us wouldn't exist. Thank you,
Dubai's
UAE.
the city.
Yeah,
Let's do
UAE. I got
push-ups.
you. Thank you.
Let's do
If
push-ups. No more of this
you want to deal with it, if everybody,
I got you.
Everybody
Hold
around the
on.
world, like the Gulf states, us three wouldn't exist. You realize that, right? We would be murdered. Art and entertainment would be. I didn't agree with the fucking.
We're doing some push-ups. You want to do some push-ups? You go first. I'll go second.
It's Michael's holiday gift haul. Make the most of your budget with up to half off hundreds of creative gifts.
Destiny, stop game and do it too.
You want to do some
push-ups and grunting in front of each other?
Oh. You know, knowing that
There's this one clip I want to play, and then we're gonna get into the Sneako stuff.
and this can kind of get personal. I'm not gonna let it get personal. You don't have to answer it.
Personal as you want, go for it.
How old is your kid?
11 years old.
So if your 11-year-old child is being exposed to certain TV and movies which are promoting an agenda, you know what I'm saying? How do you feel about, that? How do you feel about, them watching commercials, TV shows, movies? And
The only thing you can do as a parent in today's age, it's different for you guys. When I was a kid, you could keep your kids away from that. Today, you can't. It's on their iPads, it's on their phones, it's on their computers, it's on TV. If you lock everything down your house, they're going to learn about it from their friends at school. The best thing you can do is talk to your kid enough so that if they see something that's weird or strange that they don't understand, that they'll come to you and talk to you about it. But if you don't, then you can try to shield them all you want, but they're just going to get it from their friends at school, basically, next.
Yeah, I'm not letting my kid use TikTok. Hell no. My kid's not going on TikTok, not on Instagram.
Isn't TikTok getting banned in this year?
They're trying to in the U.S., but we'll see.
Oh, Destiny, what do you think about how Kanye predicted about how he didn't want North having a TikTok because it was basically...
Okay. Now that we're done with the debate between Aiden Ross, Destiny, and Sneako, I guess we can just get to the rest of the Sneako drama, because a lot of stuff has happened. We got Keemstar's take here. This is one that I pretty much agree with, and I just thought I'd share with you guys. Now and then Keemstar just hits it out of the park with a tweet. Homie at Sneako, how are you getting bullied for days and calling it I'm getting canceled? People calling you a cuck and then picking on you is that's all? I haven't seen one big YouTuber you've been fighting with him saying ban him, freeze his account, cancels gym membership. Be real. I remember back in the day, KSI was supportive of his ban, but he was the only one I saw. And obviously I don't support that. I don't think Sneako should have been banned. I maintain that in the video I made about him. I don't think he should have been banned. I'm pro freedom of speech. I'm pro his ability to speak. I just think he's getting destroyed. And Sneako has been getting absolutely destroyed on Twitter lately. I don't know if you guys know this. I think he was trending as of let me just look up Sneako. He was trending like an hour and a half ago when I started stream. People are just constantly talking about him. And if you look up my name, actually, if you look up Turkey Tom, his replies are getting spammed. Why are you ducking Turkey Tom? Let me see here. Sneako should debate Turkey Tom. Maybe debate Turkey Tom. Funny how you ducked Brandon Buckingham in a fight and ducked Turkey Tom to debate. Sneako actually challenged Turkey Tom to a debate. Turkey Tom accepted. Ever since then, Sneako's been ducking him, which is true. He did do that. Sneako trying to debate gimmick accounts while he runs and hides from Turkey Tom. Lol. Here we have this guy saying nice nails. Sneako says ratio. Your rage says you kinky as hell. Sneako says debate me, low bro. Your rage says the f you want to debate on that I actually give a single f about. Little N slur. And it's just I don't think most of these people even know who I am. I think they just see that the drama is happening and they're using it as an opportunity to dunk on Sneako, which don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly fine being used in this way, guys. I'm perfectly fine being an object of drama in this context. And then there's all these accounts, like all the right-wing hater accounts are absolutely going after Sneako right now. We've got this account called Right Wing Cope, which this account's a little cringe, but Sneako said Cuties is his favorite movie, and now he's really mad over women having body hair. He definitely has something to hide. Obviously, they're calling him a file. We got this article of Sneeko going, when this person says Gen Z gals aren't growing out their body hair, it's sexy and empowering. Now, guys, I want to be honest. Maybe this account will call me a for this take, but I'm in agreement with Sneeko. I don't think the body hair thing is attractive. I think girls gotta shave, buddy. Girls gotta shave. I mean, you can do what they want. You can do what you want, you know. But for me personally, we got to be clean shaven there, buddy. But that's just one. There's a bunch of let's see here. Sneeko slander. This quote says, "The Sneeko slander on TikTok is amazing." Here we have this video. It says, "They are hitting your girl underwater. Come wash." Obviously, you know, your girl underwater. Come wash. Sneeko.
The short bus, but I'm a dumb nigga. The AR got breast cancer.
And there's so much of this too. Like I said this in videos before, but at this point, like Sneeko has transcended being a content creator. Most people just see him as a meme now. Most people don't even like really watch Sneeko. Are you clean shaved, Tom? No, but I'm a guy. It's based to not be clean shaven. You're a guy, okay? But when you're a girl, And obviously, I showed this tweet thread already, but people like Nick Diorio are tweeting out about how he ran from the debate. If he wants to debate, I'm still down. Like I'd still talk to Sneeko. You know, I would still do it to this day. Once again, I don't think he would because I just don't have I'm not clouded up enough for him to care. As you guys may have seen, Brandon Buckingham also put out a video talking about the Sneeko stuff, and it got 1 million views in like just a few days. This is how big the Sneeko drama's got at this point. It's a pretty short video. I thought we'd just give it a little watch. He actually included a little clip that was in my video, like a little bit of an edit that was in the beginning of my video about Sneeko on the second channel. But the video has crazy views. It has a really high like ratio as well, 80,000 likes. And Brandon got a bunch of subs from it too, which is good to see. For those of you guys who don't know, we're big Brandon Buckingham fans on this channel. Okay, I'm a big supporter of Brandon. He's a good friend of mine, and you know, all bias aside, the video is good. But you know, obviously there is some bias because Brandon's been telling me about how much he hates Sneeko for months, obviously. And now seeing this all come to fruition, we're like Sneeko's the most hated person online is like, it's a little vindicating, you know.
Sneekos, you just gotta reverse your whole swag. Just undo everything you've ever said.
Sneeko be moving like Bad Bunny. Tell your fans I got bad money. Nigga run around thinking Andrew Tate. Here booty bandit, that nigga gay. What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
Howdy, it's Brandon with the Neighborhood Cut Control. Now, some of you at home may be wondering why.
What was that picture? What's that picture right there?
Cut control.
What the is? Who made this? Who made this, man? He did. This is not a real picture, right? This is an edit. He didn't wear a dildo on his head, man.
Now, some of you at home may be wondering why Sneeko has been getting hit with 12-gauge cuckshot blast all week. And why KSI and Moist Critical are publicly lambasting the fool for
12-gauge cuck shot.
Boxing fight. So I thought I'd make a quick synopsis.
Double lot cuck shot.
Oh man! It all started when I challenged the internet's least favorite alpha male to a boxing match. He declined. I clarified that I didn't mean to be disrespectful with the call-out. He responded, "Why you on my?" I called him a fake alpha male cuck. He cried on stream about it. Insisted he wanted.
I like that Brandon manages to communicate all of this while like around in public, like going for a drive, filling up his Prius. It's very well done. Very, you know, compared to my stuff, it's very visually interesting. All I do is like gameplay or like these little, you know, stills or whatever. He goes like all out for this one little video, 9 minutes long, just drama video, but he like does all this artsy. It's very nice.
To be cool, and even gave some reasons as to why he doesn't want to box me.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, you know, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, you know.
Well, good clip, bro. You look so good in that. You idiot.
If I lose the fight.
And nothing else was said up until 6 weeks later, when out of the depths of his cuckold dreams, he makes up this lie, live on stream, that I word for word threatened to R-word his girlfriend. But he didn't just say it once. He didn't say it twice. He said it 9 times.
He literally threatened to R-word my girlfriend. Bro, literally said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Literally said that. And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro.
This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend.
Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Saying you're gonna R-word my girlfriend?
He said that?
Yes. Word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
Okay, talking by threatening R-word.
Now, Cucko said himself that people that falsely accuse others of sexual assault should be put in jail.
For all the guys who are falsely accused of they didn't do by who are lying like you, go to jail right now. Think about all the women who actually got SA'd. She should go to jail. She should be fined
And I agree. That's why I'm suing him for defamation of character. So in response to the false allegations, I made a probably too long 2.5-hour video addressing them head on. The cuck responded by saying this.
I don't want to talk to this dude because me talking to him is him being up right now. The guy's irrelevant and he wants to be relevant by talking to Fred and bigger consumers. That's all he cares about.
Well, his last video just got 1 million views.
Alright. Okay.
Then, about a week later,
This guy kind of destroyed right there. He was just like, he's irrelevant. Well, his last video got 1 million views. Oh. Okay. It's so crazy watching this beef. When did Brandon's video come out about the original one? Or when he was making this video, I was talking about it. 5 months ago. 5 months in the making this beef has been, and now like Brandon just gets to see the guy who's just like destroyed. Cathartic, you know. I think he's probably losing his audience as well, just because he's kind of a boring guy. I already went over my not serious allegation, but I went over my questioning of Rumble's views and why his engagement is relatively high. So, you know, something might be going on there. But
here he gets both his YouTube channels terminated off the website. Fast forward to November, when I beat Icecide in a boxing match, and in my post-fight interview, I call out Tuck to face me in the ring.
Nico, Andrew Callahan, Danny Mullen, come fight me, you pussy!
How do you think you'll do against Nico in MMA?
I would absolutely ravage him.
To which he responded by saying this.
Brandon Buckingham won his boxing match against Poseidon of KSI Misfit cards. Brandon called you out at the end. You'll take the fight, Chico?
I don't get my time to clown chasing.
Oh, okay.
With his cup shield in hand, he bravely deflects my call out once more, saying I'm a clout chaser. Despite the fact that I have nearly 300,000 subscribers, he has 0.
Jeez. I mean, the thing about that as well is that tends to be Sneako's excuse for everything that people are clout chasing, but like, everyone's clout chasing.
Remember when we first met? It was at recess. I was just sitting there all alone. Then you came over and shared those.
Someone a clout chaser is the weakest response you could possibly give, right? Because at the end of the day, every content creator is clout chasing. We all want to get bigger, you know? We all want to get bigger. I think Brandon would fight Sneako in a private setting if he could, even if he got nothing out of it, just because he hates him and wants to beat the shit out of him. But he's offering to do it, you know, in a sanctioned way where he can get paid for it, and Sneako can get something out of it. He can get paid. It can be televised and stuff because you know, that's the legal way to do it, right? But I think that Brandon like hates him and would probably beat the shit out of him if he could.
So after shaking off my call out, our brave and valiant cuck sets his sight on a more formidable opponent. Enter Penguin Zero, aka Charlie. Now, let's do a size comparison. I'm 6'3", 175 pounds, and have trained boxing for about 4 months. Sneako is 6'2", 170 pounds, and has been posting clips of him training boxing since 2018. Our new challenger is Charlie. He's 5'6", 155 pounds, has 0 fighting experience, and 0 desire. Like a true alpha male, the cuck attacks Charlie.
I'm talking to you right now. Tell me. Tell me. I'm not watching your fucking clips. Tell that to your chat. Let's pull up. Were you in Tampa? Say that to my face. I ain't watching no.
Now, let's do a size comparison. I'm 6'3", 175 pounds, and have trained boxing for about 4 months. Sneako is 6'2", 170 pounds.
6'3", 175, 6'2", 170. Bro, that's pretty tiny.
Is Charlie. He's
like,
5'6", 155
I'm 5'9",
has 0 fighting
160.
experience, and 0 desire. Like a true alpha male, the cuck attacks Charlie.
I'm talking to you right now. Tell me. Tell me. I'm not watching your fucking clips. Tell that to your chat. Let's pull up. Were you in Tampa? Say that to my face. I ain't watching no clips on Twitch on a bot platform. I know you listening to me right now. You in Tampa? Tell that to my face. Nerds have more power than men who could beat them in a fight. I could beat the shit out of Penguin Zero, and he knows it.
Charlie then says this about the fight.
With every cuck cult member of Sneako, I agree. He would beat me in a fight. But he won't beat Brandon Buckingham in a fight, which is why he keeps dodging him. Brandon's my champion. Tell him to stop ducking Brandon and I'll take him seriously.
Then our good-spirited cuck picks up a gun and begins waving it around in his...
And this is it. Like, I've made this point like 7 times, but just to reiterate, like, the most frustrating part is that Sneako pretends to be an alpha male, and he's like, oh, I'll fight someone who's 5'6", who's 8 inches shorter than me. But when it comes to someone who's like genuinely at his level, who could fight him, who by the way has a legitimate personal beef with him and has met him in person, Brandon, he's a coward, dude. It's embarrassing.
His bedroom, presumably to threaten Charlie.
So he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, "Oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you," waving his gun around and dancing.
The following 2 weeks, the cuck is prancing around social media, continually posting this photo of content creators' faces that he says are soy boys and made hit pieces about him. And who do you think our wonderful cuck left off his hit list? Could it be me? The only person that's actually challenged him to a fight? You guessed it. I respond to the tweet by saying, "You're missing one, coward. Sign the contract." Charlie responds to the cuck by saying, "Holy sh*, you pathetic, sensitive soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck." The cuck squeals back, "You know in your soul you would never say that to my face." So all of a sudden we got a tough guy. To which Charlie replies, "You literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my fight, it still doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child." For those out of the loop, Charlie is continually referencing Sneako's love for the movie Cutie that he made an entire video adamantly defending and praising. The cuck whimpers in response, "You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it." Ooh, big words from such a little man. Charlie then makes another video in response to all this where he says,
"So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that for some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him?"
"Hey Charlie, that's a great point." That same evening, KSI tweeted this, "Sneako, stop ducking Brandon Buckingham. He's down to fight. Don't tell me Sneako the cuck is scared." And then
and this is it, like KSI, one of the biggest YouTubers in the world, is calling Sneako a cuck. Like that video of Sneako talking about his open relationship or whatever will haunt him forever. Forever. Like everyone basically just sees him as a cuck. I've seen memes blow up and get like hundreds of thousands of likes, calling him a cuck, making memes about his girlfriend. Like he got destroyed.
He posted a follow-up photo of Sneako's head photoshopped onto a chicken.
Thank you,
My
Mr.
next
Rasper.
bitch name gonna be Maria. Cook my chicken.
I like this picture a lot. Him as a chicken. Like the memes that have come out of this have been so good, man. Like why? I know why they made him a chicken, but like why? They literally just like morphed his head into the neck of the bird. It's so crazy, man.
Chicken right, Maria.
Promptly, our favorite neighborhood cuck responds, "I'm not scared. I'm actually being sued by him right now for emotional distress. It's a frivolous lawsuit, but I got a good lawyer taking care of it. But that's all I can say about it for now." To be clear about this, the lawsuit is a defamation case pertaining to fake sexual assault allegations that were made about me publicly. There isn't a restraining order or a no contact order in place. It's a simple defamation lawsuit. So it's clear the cuck is scared. First, he doesn't want to risk his manhood. Then, he's hiding behind clout. Now, he has the perfect out and is using the lawsuit to hide himself from an ass kicking. But don't let him fool you. The lawsuit has no impact on his ability to accept the fight or compete in the event. It's all just a thinly veiled excuse to keep ducking. Mind you, I'm not even good at boxing. I don't like boxing, and to be fair, I don't really ever want to box again. But there's genuine bad blood here, and I'm pretty tired of this wannabe tough guy parading around the internet like he's some kind of bad. Moist Critical, D'Angelo Wallace, Ethan Klein, and even Chad. What do they all have in common? Sneako wants to fight them. One is a girl, 2 of them like men, and all 4 of them have no interest in fighting anyone. So that's why I made this video, to call Sneako a coward, and tell him to sign the contract, stop being a fake tough guy, let's step in the ring and settle this once and for all.
Bro, he ate dinner with my girl, bro. Sneako's favorite condiments made.
So yeah, pretty good video from Brandon. I liked it. If you guys want to see a great content creator, then be sure to check out Brandon Buckingham. I'll link the video in chat for those of you who aren't already subscribed. I assume most of my audience is, but if you're not into him, go check it out. That about wraps up the Sneako drama. I was going to do another video about it on this channel, but I think what I did today pretty much covers the majority of it. Unless he says anything super wild, I'm probably done for a little while. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I might do a main channel video for people who haven't seen it, this stuff over there, because obviously I had a pretty decently big video, you know, 1 million views talking about him on that channel. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of at a point right now where there's not a lot of interesting stuff going on, so making a new video would be bad, I think. Like, there wouldn't be a lot to talk about if I were to do a whole video. But I might do a video on the main channel just like recapping everything, being like, this is the future of him and stuff like that. Wokelification E says, Tom, when you gonna box Sneeko? I'm not gonna box Sneeko. It's not gonna happen. Meow for us. Meow. Twitch has officially hit a new low. They opened up a new policy allowing artistic lewd content, which led to their site being flooded with disgusting furry art, streamers with their bazookas just straight on out, and then Twitch banned them all and pretended like it never happened. Multi-million-dollar company, oopsie, we flubbed it, guys. Uh-oh, didn't mean to do that. At this point, Twitch is basically made of paper mache and held together with toothpicks and gum. The fact that this site is even still around anymore at all is baffling to me. Twitch truly has hit a new low. Sexual content has been a big point of conversation on Twitch for years now. 2017 was the year marked by the camgirl invasion of the site. A new trend began of a number of attractive girls hopping on stream, wearing revealing clothing, making sexually suggestive motions, and overall, really just trying to appeal to a very horny male audience. People were making hundreds of compilations around this time of these girls acting as suggestive as possible. It was obvious what they were doing. They weren't really even hiding it at the time.
Oh, what up? Gotta cover that. Kind of. Whatever. Oops.
This was major camel toe. Camel toe. I can't fix it.
Gonna roll the dice. Both senses. Actually, let's switch on the board first. Hey. Sin says 33 because he's wonderful.
But the pre-existing audience of streamers who had known Twitch as a gaming site were not cool with the Switch up. So they voiced their collective angst through Trainwrecks, someone who was very successful on Twitch at the time. He went on a 10-minute long rant with his chat cheering him on, criticizing these women and their viewers.
JOBD, jerk off before donating. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all the bullshit happening in this community. This used to be a goddamn community of gamers, nerds, kids that got bullied, kids that got with, kids that resorted to the gaming world because the real world was too hard, too lonely, too sad and depressing. Now it's ran by the goddamn same that rejected us, the same that chose the goddamn cool kids over us, the same that are coming into our community, taking the money, taking the subs, the same way they did back in the day. That I am the goddamn reality check.
Immediately, the mainstream media picked up that Train was saying these things and wrote articles calling him a misogynist, but they also included that he was calling for clearer rules. Train's issue was not just that these women existed. His problem was inconsistent enforcement of the rules by Twitch staff. Female streamers who violated policies would receive a very short temporary ban, while male streamers who arguably didn't clearly break the rules at all would receive a month or even more suspension from their Twitch streams. After that rant, Trainwrecks was banned for 5 days, at which point a female streamer who pretended to play with herself on stream received a 1-day ban. There was a clear double standard with male and female creators. For some reason, Twitch was hesitant to ban any female streamer for almost any transgression. Many speculated this was because Twitch staff were sleeping with some of these girls, and in exchange, the girls would get protection. Anything's possible, but there's never been any proof of that. In reality, Twitch has always been a very socially conscious site who wants to appease journalists. When they see articles written about Trainwrecks being a misogynist, they know their site could be next. So they always bow to the powers that be. But even Polygon, who was critical of Train, clearly understood the issue at hand. Since Twitch doesn't comment on individual cases, it's impossible to tell why one user might get a warning while another is banned, which fosters mistrust and suspicion. In this case, it's exacerbated animosity toward the target of Trainwrecks' speech. Female Twitch users who emphasize sex appeal rather than gaming prowess. Although Trainwrecks issued an apology, Twitch users who emphasize sex appeal rather than gaming prowess. Although Trainwrecks issued an apology, female Twitch users who emphasize sex appeal rather than gaming prowess. Although Trainwrecks issued an apology, Reddit commenters jumped in to support him, claiming Twitch singled him out while letting self-proclaimed cam whores break its rules. These claims only intensify intensified when Twitch issued a much shorter 24-hour ban to a streamer over an explicit video, something that clearer guidelines and more transparent moderation could have stymied. So something needed to be done, and many thought maybe Twitch would turn around and at least have more consistent enforcement of their rules. It never happened, ever. Instead, half of Twitch would turn into Chatterbait. While the degree of how bad it was would vary, it eventually got to the point where a girl had intercourse on stream and didn't even receive a permanent ban. I'm not kidding. A streamer named Kamika was caught replying to chat while getting back shots at the same time. And it's obvious that's what was happening. So she received a ban, only to be unbanned 1 week later. And while before the initial ban she was not popular, afterwards she gained 30,000 followers and kept on streaming. So really this incident only helped her in the long run. The kind of precedent Twitch has set is that if you produce hardcore on your stream, they'll ban you for a week, for show, and then bring you back just in time to get even more famous. Meanwhile, they banned Jadeon permanently for being mean to Pokimane. They banned Destiny because Keffals wants them to. The website's moderation is a complete joke, and it has been for years, which is why streamers are leaving en masse. Ludwig, Valkyrae, Laserbeam, Tim the Tatman, all of these big streamers who were successful on Twitch left for other sites. Not because they were banned, not because they were forced to, but because they know that they were a part of a sinking ship. People are sick of Twitch's shit. And now, Twitch is trying anything, literally anything, to try and get people to stick around. They started by allowing streamers to simulcast instead of only being able to stream to Twitch, which was a ridiculous rule in the first place that no other site has had ever. And the most recent development is that Twitch is now allowing artistic sexual content, which means furries and all kinds of degeneracy.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
This man right here, you see this man? This dog-like creature is on the run for devouring 7 children inside of a KFC in St. Louis. He also looks like Rags' persona, which is arguably worse. If you see this man, do not engage. Call animal control immediately.
Number 15. Could I get the number 15?
So people started posting screenshots of Twitch with all of this fresh new content. Here we have a girl with her knockers just hanging out and her nipples barely even out of frame. Here we have a girl drawing hentai. Here we have a VTuber drawing some more hentai of this pink creature. Here we have Pay Money Wubby with some sort of lewd elf on screen. Here we have a wolf VTuber drawing a dragon with a deformed penis. Tags are LGBTQIA+, furry, gay, digital, and English. And we've got more hentai. Congrats, Twitch. You're now on the same level as Roblox, the actual bottom of the barrel.
Roblox Sushi Baka compilation.
We have 2 different policies that impact sexualized content on the platform. Twitch says it is now allowing certain forms of content as long as they are accurately labeled. This change means that artistic nudity is now allowed on Twitch if labeled properly, although any nudity that relates to sexual acts would still be prohibited. Twitch now says it is making twerking, grinding, and pole dancing available to be viewed without any required labels. Guys, Twitch loves sex workers. I love 2023.
Oh, these? My boobies? My massive titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My hunger bonger doinky boinkies? My fabric stretching, wind clapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn mother...
Content that deliberately highlights breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region, even when fully clothed. Twitch said of what's allowed on the streaming site now, streamers found it difficult to determine what was prohibited and what was allowed, and often evaluating whether or not a stream violated this portion of the policy was subjective. In addition, the former sexually suggestive content policy was out of line with industry standards. Oh, it's out of line with industry standards, yeah. And resulted in female presenting.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Being disproportionately penalized. Oh, they found it difficult to determine? Well, I wonder why that was, Twitch. I wonder what website had inconsistent ban policies for 10 years on their site. I wonder who could have caused that confusion and frustration. It boggles the mind, truly. Now, one of the people who seemingly catalyzed this update, or was just at the right place at the right time, is Morgpie. You guys may remember Morgpie from the Super Mega drama, where she leaked Matt Watson's private relationship details and supported him getting canceled because she slept with him and then he didn't want to date her.
Basically, what happened with me and Matt was he led me on a whole lot. I'm so nervous. I'm gonna like get rid of chat for a second. He led me on severely, and he basically used me for my body and then ghosted me. I mean, you know, really with me, his only crimes were being, like, leading me on and, you know, being a cheater. He's just a cheater.
She then supported Lex Updog and Nick Is Not Green in exposing Super Mega, which went really well for them. Keep in mind her grievance was that Matt supposedly led her on, which according to text messages he exchanged with her 1 month before she exposed him on livestream was not even true.
I'm not really a hookup person, especially since I'm in a relationship now. Sorry for my awkwardness. Glad we're all good. Morgan replies with, yeah, I felt a bit sour about it, TBH, because I'm not really a hookup person either. Loki caught me with some feels and I felt pretty used afterwards, but shit happens and that's on me, so I don't harbor any ill will towards you. I mean, I didn't expect a relationship or anything, but yeah, LOL. I responded with, I feel ya, and I'm sorry for acting in any way that made you feel used. That was never my intention, and I'm just kind of awkward with this stuff. I could tell a little that you were catching feels, and I didn't want to lead you on and hurt you. Morgan said, I really appreciate that. I'm just a big baby, and when I open myself up like that to someone, it's because I'm really into them, contrary to what my profession may lead you to think. But I'm glad we could talk about this. I appreciate you talking about this with me, even though you aren't obligated to at all. I said, of course, I'm really glad we're talking about it too, because I didn't like feeling awkward or having a loose end, and she said, yeah, same. W. I respond with a cool sunglasses smiley face, and that was the last time we talked.
I mean, she basically just lied about this dude to jump on the Super Mega hate bandwagon. Keep in mind, she was under the impression that Lex was S-Hade, and her contribution to that was to say that she got stood up, basically, and that's why she needs to be involved. And beyond that, I mean, guys, look at what a mistake Matt made. Who wouldn't want to date this girl?
You know what I mean? Titan, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you, thank you. I just want to relax today, so I don't really have any, like, sub goals or anything like that. I'm just chilling today.
She's talented, interesting, she's a content genius. Look at what he's missing out on. Well, after this stream happened, Morgan commented saying she was now a fan of the new topless meta on Twitch. Morgpie says she's taking every precaution she possibly can, but she and other streamers are going to chase what brings them success. Every possible precaution, guys. She's following TOS to a T. I mean, she wasn't before the new rules, but after this stream came out, Twitch updated the rules, and apparently, now she is actually, I can't even say it sarcastically, apparently she was following the rules for like 24 hours. And so all hell broke loose. The just chatting section looked less like Mizkif clones and more like a Nux Taku video. And obviously, I do find a lot of this stuff kind of gross, foul, stinky even.
Uh-oh. Stinky poop. Poopies, funny poopies, la 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 la.
But personally, if that's what Twitch wants to do, they can. But right from the start of this new policy being implemented, there were problems. Apart from the abundance of furries coming out to proclaim their love for muscular wolf people, a bunch of streamers got banned for drawing lewd stuff on stream. Which makes no sense because, I mean, Twitch just said they're allowing this stuff, right? Well, according to Devin Nash, who has a connection on the inside. Ooh, insider trading. Shh, guys. Listen, this is just between me and you, okay? You in particular. Don't tell anyone this. Top secret Twitch information. Apparently, Twitch's departments were basically playing a game of telephone where one department wanted this new rule in place and the others were completely against it because they knew turning their site into a camgirl/Rule 34 page would not bode well with the website's advertisers.
So apparently, the Trust and Safety team has not heard the message that this is now allowed, and there's some internal conflict within Twitch that's going on about this. But the short of it is that
how could that
Twitch
even be a thing?
Twitch has basically tripled down on their sexual content policy, and they've said there's several different types of not safe for work stuff that's allowed as long as it is labeled correctly. But that's led to a problem of a lot of these streams are not labeled
Fucking
correctly.
Twitch, baby.
And now I can get specific about the sexual content that's been updated if people want. And I could also like give our own take.
Get into it. Cause it's
okay, yeah.
I feel like I don't know, just as a real quick, I feel like Twitch got lost in
up,
that
Blueberry?
we like I don't know how long anybody here has been aware of like sexual content on Twitch. 7 or 8 years ago, the big like issue was
How long
girls
ago
playing
did you
League of
say
Legends
hi?
having webcams that were too big and then wearing sweaters or tops.
The vertical ones.
Yeah, that was like That was.
Thank you for the sub.
That was everything that we fought about. Now it's like, is it girls that are looking like they're basically naked and doing softcore porn? Is this okay? We've moved the goalposts so much because Twitch has like lost sight of like the regulation should have never been around. Like, what are the exact outfits or whatever? It should be like, what is like the intention of the particular thing you're doing? Yeah.
Destiny.
The problem here.
Sorry, cut you off. Yeah, because he said something important. He said intention. Well, intention is one of the hard. He said intention. Then it's very difficult to prove. But it's kind of hard.
No.
Hold on.
We're gonna get off into a thing. I want to like clarify what Twitch's position is. Okay.
Sure.
So Twitch and for context for people that are listening, I'm in the advertiser space and I have been for the last year. I used to do talent management, and now I when you talk about who's running ads on Twitch, that's me. That's my budget that I run on ads on behalf of clients, and I might pull that budget now as a result of this change. So I'm coming from that context, and I talk to Twitch directly about these things. So what Twitch is trying to do is they're towing the line between enabling female streamers. Their belief is that if they restrict these rules, then and I'm just saying what Twitch is saying, okay? If they restrict these rules, they are taking power away from female streamers to do their job, which is already, in their mind, more difficult than it is for males to succeed. Okay, so every time you introduce a rule that's like you can't do sexual contact, they view that as penalizing female streamers, right? So that's this side. Then the other side of Twitch says that that's one side. Okay, then the other side of Twitch says that okay, as advertisers like me, we spend millions of dollars on Twitch. We don't want to see sexual content on our feed. If a VP of advertising at one of my brands calls up and says, "Hey, my 13-year-old saw this or a giant horse cock on Twitch," I'm out. Pull my budget. That's minus whatever 1.5 million, whatever it is for Twitch. So these two sides warring together.
So somehow, some department managed to get into their website and basically determine it would be a furry utopia for the foreseeable future. But once the big dogs got in control again, no pun intended, they just wanted to shut it down. Twitch immediately rescinds its artistic nudity policy. And so simultaneously, 1 million Coomers cried out into the night at once, "No, not my gooning! No!" But not everyone got the memo, apparently, which is what led this girl to stream herself nude in her car. And she then gets stream sniped by a guy, because I guess she really needed her McDonald's really badly at that moment, who he puts his head right in there, takes a peek.
What's up? Guys, I have company. I have a stream sniper, chat.
It happened.
He brought me things, but I can't show you.
He takes a real gander, honestly. He's getting in there. Good for him. Twitch just keeps falling into a deep, dark black hole. Probably into the depths of hell for being such a shitty website. If you ask me, the people running this show deserve to be in a maximum security prison with cartel hitmen and people who steal from the gas station. Kick and Rumble are just better sites in terms of being more relaxed in every way. They have never set a standard of unfair moderation, so what is fair over there is basically no moderation at all. Meanwhile, Twitch has backed itself into a corner where they have to constantly trip over themselves just to keep their head above water. I honestly think this site has less than 5 years before it gets permanently shut down. Maybe we'll get a few more controversies like this that drive traffic and a little bit of news from Kotaku or Polygon or whatever, great news site wants to report on it. But realistically, people are already leaving en masse. The people that went there just to get their lewd content just got stomped on as soon as they had their moment in the spotlight. Why even use the site? Literally ever. Why would you even use Twitch? The answer is that there is no reason. In other news, Morgpie gets the most eligible bachelorette. This perfect virginal Speedy is looking for a weak, cracked out man to make her life complete. I know one of you guys has a chance. I believe in you all. I personally believe in all of you. Okay, 07 soldiers. I love you all. Good luck in the trenches. Okay, this girl, Hulk Hogan. I mean Morgpie is definitely gonna be a tough one to wrangle. But if you can do it, your life will truly be complete. True love. It's true love. That's what we're all about here. Bye. And be sure to become a member for $5 a month. They get the members only podcast and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support. Okay, without further ado, no more dilly-dally.
So much to explore at Total Wine and More.
Everybody knows who's that one guy that involved with K from Andrew Tate's stream. That's literally the only thing about it.
You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden,
You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden, chill. Guys.
You gotta play both sides here, bro. I know you're trying to break me off, but he's starting.
Yeah, I said guys killing, and you went
I'm not gonna say you're a shit from a 40-year-old. I'm not gonna do it.
Bro, you gotta.
I'm not gonna do it.
Guys, this is not. Listen, the last thing I want. Listen,
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be really careful when I walk by a daycare because I don't want any Aiden Ross fans to come out and beat me. So I'll be really
funny, dude. Oh, shit, dude. Oh.
So Aiden called Destiny the F slur probably 10 times in a row here. He really went off.
You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden,
You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden, chill. Now, personally, it's probably not surprising to you guys to hear that I thought this was pretty funny. I'm sorry. I just have to admit it. I found it epic, build, Kanye-style, gummy bear maximized. Aiden's cells were winning when he did that. Realistically, there's no reason I can't find this funny. So, yeah, I thought it was funny. Even though I like Destiny, even though I don't like Aiden that much, I still thought it was pretty funny. I don't know. The way the conversation started is that the panel was talking about firearms, and Destiny referred to some California law about having to add a weird attachment to guns as having to add fuck attachments to them. Now, Aiden's ears perked up when he heard that. The Metal Gear Solid alert sound went off in his head, so he felt the need to really go after Destiny here at that moment.
Hey, Destiny's more dangerous. Destiny, did you say fuck attachments?
Yeah, it's like they just like they do like nothing for the gun. It's like retarded.
Why would you use that word cuck?
Whoa. Because it's a fun word to use. Why, of all the things I've said tonight, why is that like the one thing that your mind goes to? Is there something you want to watch right now, like my girlfriend or what? It is on my mind, you know. I just recently got into a cock relationship. You know, I like sitting in the corner watching people plow. You know, all the way that I date.
Yes, do you think that's normal? Do you think that's normal to watch?
I think it's normal to.
This is not a Raw Royale, okay? This is a.
I like it. I'm getting really excited. Yeah, turn it up.
Puts his mouth, bro. You gotta like Eric him. Let him go, man.
I want to feel attacked. Yeah, let's do it. Yes.
I don't know why Trainwreck is trying to avoid conflict desperately here, because from my perspective, it's called the Scuffed Podcast. It's supposed to be scuffed, you know, like kind of shit. You brought 7 people other than yourself on to have a conversation, and obviously you were hoping there would be some kind of conflict between the people who were on. I feel like he's almost faking this opposition to the argument here, because obviously this is what people want to see from a show like this, especially with someone like Aiden Ross, who's known to be controversial and say out of pocket, and especially with Destiny, who debates for a living and is one of the most outspoken political streamers on the internet and is willing to fight with anyone, and also has a lot of enemies, particularly people like Aiden Ross, people like Steve. Right? This is obviously the best possible outcome for this stream, and now here I am talking about it, and if this fight hadn't happened, I wouldn't be talking about it, and because it did happen, everyone on the internet is talking about it and how funny or controversial or how ridiculous it is, talking about how they hate Aiden or hate Destiny. Obviously, this is what you wanted, so there you go, Trainwrecks. Don't front, don't bait here, okay? Don't lie like this isn't what you wanted. It is. So it's obvious here that Aiden is just trying to push buttons as much as possible. So he asks Destiny if it's normal for him to watch his wife get pounded. Now, to be clear, as far as I know, Destiny does not sit in the room while Melina was hooking up with other dudes. I guess they're not together anymore, but they are married, but, you know, whatever that situation is. But there is that distinction, okay? Destiny was not watching, as far as I know. But obviously, Aiden finds it funny. He wants to poke fun at Destiny and just see what kind of controversy he can create. I don't really blame him, I guess. The question of if it's normal or not is meaningless anyway, because it's obviously not normal. It's completely abnormal. Almost no one has an open relationship. I mean, statistically speaking, I guess.
I just want to know, do you think it's normal to have sex and watch your wife get... That's all I'm asking you. How
Well,
is
you
that...
asked me, is it normal? That sounds like a question of like, yeah, that's a statistical question. It's probably not very normal. That's my guess.
Literally not.
Do you get
What are we,
pleasure
Adam
out of-
22? Come on, bro.
No, Destiny, do you get pleasure out of watching your wife, like, bounce around? That's all I'm asking, bro. I'm not
I don't think
coming
I
at
would necessarily get pleasure watching my partner get. Oh.
So what is it? Like, I'm curious.
Somebody loop me in. What the going on right now?
So
My
basically,
last
Destiny,
relationship was an open relationship, but people like Aiden, who are borderline virgins, have no concept of anything outside of like monogamous sex or like sex with the lights turned off. So anything outside of a non-standard relationship to him must be cuckoldry, because it's the only thing he talks about 95% of the time on his stream. That's my
You're
guess.
in an open relationship. Got it.
Last time I talked about you on my stream was months ago when you came on. I'm just curiously asking, because I do the same sneak. I'm like, what goes through your brain to like allow your partner to bounce around? I just want to know that. I'm not coming at you, bro. I'm just really directly asking you a question.
The direct answer would be people that want to do open relationships probably don't care if their partner's on that much, and they want to around, so it's like a mutual thing. That's probably the.
Sounds like a handshake of. Wow, you know what I mean?
Straight up.
You're not actually in the room when they're having sex either, right?
Not, to my knowledge, unless there's some secret shit going on.
At this point, the conversation moves elsewhere. People just kind of drop the subject for a bit, but Aiden and Destiny were not done. They brought it back around during a conversation about religion, and Aiden once again wanted to direct the conversation to how he hates Destiny, and he basically just called him a cuck again.
No. Destiny? You're talking about actual Destiny? Not this cuck Destiny, the real Destiny?
I don't even know anything about. All I know about you is that your ex does OnlyFans, and you're like living in Andrew Tate's shadow. So I don't even know how to insult you. I don't even know what to say.
All I know about you is that you're a full-blown.
No, that's great. You know? Just like I would say that all your fans are too, but I'm pretty sure like 80% of your fans are botted, so I can't even really make fun of them. Like Jesus, like I don't even know what to say about it.
No, you say that, but I go. Happened when I left? I go into your chat.
Yo, that's a good topic. You go into my chat and you don't see. You can't see my chat because
your chat doesn't move.
You can't see my chat because it's not all pictures and you can't read.
But why does your chat move? Why does your chat move?
My offline chat probably moves faster than your online chat when you get your bots turned off. Like, come on, dude, seriously?
Fair enough. Hey, I'm not gonna go into that, but all I will say is this, Destiny.
So here Aiden says, I'm not gonna go into that with the bot thing. I mean, is this him like soft admitting that he bots his streams or that someone does? It almost seems like an admission. Like, if he didn't bot his streams, he would just deny it immediately, right? I feel like if somebody accused me of botting live viewers or views on YouTube, I would be mad about that because I earned my viewers, and that number there is a direct representation of interest expressed in my content. But Aiden doesn't seem to care at all that he got called a botter, and he just tried to steer the conversation away from that by saying that Destiny is going to go to hell. So it kind of makes me think that maybe there is botting going on Kick. I mean, I've always thought that, but what Aiden said here seems to be a little bit more revealing than maybe than he intended, you know?
You're going to hell. You don't believe in God, so.
Thanks. I'll see you there, buddy.
Yeah. I'm probably going to hell right now too. I'm not gonna lie. I'll see you there, buddy. I gotta get my relationship with God better. I'm not gonna lie, but
you can't be taking breaks, brother. What happened? Like, well, listen, like I don't.
Nothing. This grown 40-year-old virgin.
That's what are you talking about?
You always gotta tell me if there's beef, so I don't bring you on together.
It's hard for me to tell how much conviction Aiden actually has with the religion stuff, because on one hand, I could believe he thinks that he believes in God, but on the other hand, it's not like he really does anything religious. He doesn't pray, he doesn't go to church, he doesn't like live by, you know, the 7 deadly sins or whatever. He doesn't live by scripture at all. He's just a person. And the same applies to Sneeko, who's one of Aiden's buddies. It seems like these guys either are technically religious, Sneeko's Muslim, he's not Christian, but are just bad at practicing, or they're just putting it on as like a costume because they know there's a portion of viewers that want them to be religious and will reward them just for saying they believe in God. And if you want to talk about who's going to hell, well, I covered Aiden's MILFcoin rug pull he did on his audience years ago, but in case we all forgot, MILFcoin was a crypto project he pushed to his audience a few years ago, and he himself said on stream after he promoted it that he had just done it for the money and that it was a rug and that he hopes none of his audience actually bought it because he did it for a bag. His words, not mine. Look at what he says right here. Check it out.
Kieran's shop. Should come in useful.
Chat, by the way, that MILF token shit did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a... How many of you guys actually bought it?
This dude claims to like love and care about his fans, by the way, and then he rug pulls them. Probably the worst thing you can do to your audience as a whole. And Aiden's entire life has run this way around greed. For example, he famously moved over to the site Kick, which is owned by Stake and online casinos. Now, whatever you think about gambling, I think it's fair to say that this would not exactly approve of rug pulling your audience, basically scamming them. And you also would not approve of encouraging your young audience to gamble on crypto casinos. I assume he wouldn't approve of that anyway. The Bible also, of course, warns against the love of money in Timothy 6:10 and Hebrews 13:5. Scripture encourages people to avoid attempts to get rich quick. Instead, it's better to work hard to earn an honest living. Well, if God is real, then Aiden has a lot of repenting to do and a lot of money to give away, because this dude is going to burn in the deepest, darkest pits of hell for that MILFcoin thing. And who knows what else he's done behind the scenes that's been scummy to basically over his audience. He's going to burn for like 10,000 years, just burning alive.
Or having his balls crushed by an industrial steel factory.
And that's what he deserves, honestly, if he's going to LARP as a Christian and then do this. I don't know if you know what Christians believe, Aiden. They literally believe that if you sin, you are going to go to hell. So, unless you repent soon, you're going. Now, I know it seems like I'm going super hard on Aiden. The thing is, I kind of want to like him. I think as a friend, he'd probably be fun to get along with. I like his dumbass sense of humor. I have that in common with him, but he's just not a good person. He's not even trying to be. And so when he wants to posture as a good person on these streams, I think he needs to be called out. He needs to be check. So Destiny decides to press Aiden a little bit by asking him when the last time he was in a religious building was, being a church or a mosque or something like that.
What religion does Aiden even ascribe?
Yeah, exactly.
What religion do you ascribe to?
I went to
his hair, dude.
I went to a mosque recently out of respect for my friend.
Out of respect for what friend? What, was he a suicide bomber? What do you mean you went to a mod?
That's crazy, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You deserve to die, bro.
Oh,
yeah.
And obviously, this is a pretty controversial thing to say, but given the fact that Aiden came out swinging and he implied this person died or something, which he had a respect for my friend line, I really see no issue with it. Aiden himself is a guy who will joke about everything under the sun. He loves to make edgy jokes, but as soon as someone jokes about a Muslim, apparently it's like a big moral quandary. You can't joke about that. After he was joking about, you know, LGBT people having pronouns being kill/them a while ago, after making jokes about, I mean, literally every topic, literally anything. Nothing's off limits to him, except apparently the like 3 things that he pretends to care about, one of them being the Muslim faith.
Hello, sir. You best believe it. Very funny, Prince, you've been... I made it out of... Well, you're right.
I mean, hey, if you want to make jokes about sensitive subjects, be my guest. I think that's based and epic. But in the words of the Grandmaster iDubbbz, either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. Okay, that's kind of dumb, but in this case, that actually does apply. You can't call someone the F-slur 100 times and call them a cuck, and then get upset when someone makes a joke about a religion that you don't even belong to or really care about.
Everyone's used foul
No, it's
language
not
here.
that.
Let's
It's
be
not that.
consistent.
It's just when you disrespect people's religion, it's really, really ignorant, you know?
Why the? You're not even religious, bro. That's the biggest LARP I've ever heard of my life.
I respect my friend's religion. I said I went to a mosque to respect my friend.
I don't even know your friend. Why would I respect his religion?
But you just said something about a suicide bombing joke. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, was he a suicide bomber? If it was, I'm sorry. I take it back. My bad.
It's not that at all.
I hope it was a nice vest at least. Okay, jeez.
I'm just
where
saying.
Where are we at? What's the what's the next topic?
I can see why your relationships don't work out.
Oh yeah, like your relationship with God or your relationship with a gym?
You're 40 years old with a child. I pray for your child, but you're a horrible father.
That's great. Hey, listen, at least I'm self-made. I didn't have to beg Andrew Tate for every single part of my career.
I mean, I was rich before Tate.
I'm sure you were rich, but it wasn't because of you did. I don't even take credit for your dad's business, dude.
Brody, we go anywhere in public. No one knows who you are. Everyone knows who I am. So that's all I'm saying on that.
Yes, nobody knows who I am. Everybody knows who's that one guy that involved with K from Andrew Tate's stream. That's literally the only thing talk about.
The conversation devolves again from this point when we get back to what makes this stream so special, which is Aiden repeating himself over and over, calling Destiny mean names or whatever.
It's not about AFK. This guy has no teeth, no morals. He has nothing. He has nothing to do with nothing at all. You're not a good person. I can tell.
Absolutely no morals at all.
You're making suicidal jokes about mosques and shit. That's weird.
Call me a time, Aiden. Try to high road me while you call me a talking about my divorce, please. Yes, keep doing it.
You are.
High road me more,
don't
please.
Say it in a homophobic way. I mean, you are.
You don't say it in a homophobic way?
I've been saying 15 years. Yeah,
hold on. Okay, well, hey, I wasn't saying super bomber in a disrespectful way. He's got a lot of conviction for his beliefs.
Guys,
all right?
shut the Once again, listening to Aiden at all on this issue is completely ridiculous. He himself is completely immoral. He does not actually care about anything. He claims to care about his fans and love them. He tells everyone full message, and he owes it all to his viewers, which is why he felt the need to rug pull that, because he loves them so much. I mean, at this point, an Aiden Ross viewer is less of a fan and more of an abused girlfriend. She knows she should leave, but she just can't stop coming back. Aiden is a scumbag, and that's all there is to it. I think he's funny. I like his personality, but he's objectively a less morally righteous person than Destiny even, or really almost anyone else even in the streaming world. So as the stream ends, things are not really resolved between Destiny and Aiden. They don't meet in any middle ground. There's no like silver lining here, which I mean, what did you expect? I mean, if you have like the neoliberal, you know, probably the most popular lib streamer in the world, Destiny, who obviously is outspoken in favor of like gay rights and stuff like that. And then the other hand, you have Aiden Ross, who doesn't seem to really care about almost any political message or any belief system really, apart from whatever seems convenient that week to him to basically steal from Andrew Tate and parrot. I mean, realistically, these people are not going to get along that well, especially when Destiny is someone who I would say, and you can hold me to this if I'm proven wrong at some point in time, I think Destiny is an exceedingly honest person for all of his, for whatever flaws he may have. I think Aiden is a dishonest person in general. I think he's a dishonest, conniving person, rubbing his hands together, thinking about how he can basically scam the internet next. And it doesn't have to be a literal scam. It doesn't have to be a literal rug pull. I just think he's a very conniving individual who is basically looking to do the least work possible to get the most return, and he'll basically be willing to do anything for that. I don't think he really cares about anything outside of that, really, outside of his own little personal gain. And I think he's probably a pretty miserable person as well, if I had to guess. I don't know that he gets a lot of happiness from interpersonal connections. He seems to be really a shallow, empty, vapid person from everything I've seen, and that's pretty sad to see. But considering that's the kind of person he is, I think it's unlikely that him and Destiny would get along. And Destiny, before he leaves, he tells Aiden to game end himself, and also reveals that apparently during the stream, Aiden's chat was talking about how they should dox Destiny and his family the entire time.
Wait, can I apologize to Aiden first, though, so that we're cool? Because I don't want to leave
apologize, because you said about the Moscow, it was kind of...
It was. I'll apologize for that. I don't know if you can hear me. You might have me muted right now. I'm not sure.
Aiden, you have him muted? I don't know if this is going to be a real one.
Oh, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Listen, Aiden, we had a conversation, okay, before. I think the best thing we can do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to yourself. Love you. Bye.
See, I sniffed it out from that. I sniffed it out from the rat. No, there's no shot.
Aiden, send the goons. Send the goons after him, Aiden. I don't know what you were expecting.
Come on, man.
And then Myth calls him a rat. I'm not sure why Myth is doing that, considering Aiden said stuff on the same level on that stream, and Aiden has also told people to end their lives before. But if you want my opinion, which I guess if you're watching this, you might, Myth is just a sucker. His career fell off a few years ago because Fortnite died, and he had to realize that people didn't like him, they like Fortnite. And now he clout sucks off of bigger streamers who have some vague idea of him being a legend in their mind. But really, this guy is just a little cornball who is pretending to be a streamer, when in reality, he's really just nothing now, okay? This guy sucks. Sorry. And then Aiden says he can finally talk now that Destiny is gone, but Nick Merckx calls him out, calling him a little bitch, which is real, very real.
Hey, can I actually talk now?
Yeah.
You could have talked the whole time, but you were being a little about it.
No, I actually got text, Nick. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't talk.
No way. Okay, my bad.
Him and Destiny were subtweeting each other.
No,
were they really? You guys are going at it?
Really?
He was trying to get my Twitter community deleted. He's trying to tell people to spam report it, but nobody did.
Actually?
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah, it's all good.
Man, we right here in the call, and all that bitch shit's going on, huh?
Literally.
Crazy. That's
all good.
wild, bro.
This is what I'm saying.
Is that wild?
As for whoever texted Aiden saying not to talk to Destiny, I don't even know who that would be. Aiden isn't beholden to like brand deals or anything like that. He's not exactly worried about being canceled, considering he uses words on that stream that would get a lot of people canceled. And also, like, Aiden, I thought the whole bit behind him was like, I don't give a I'm going to say whatever I want. You can't stop me. I'm off Twitch. I'm banned on Twitch, and now I'm going to Kick, where I can say anything I want. I'm a controversial guy. I thought that was the whole point of Aiden Ross now. I thought he was supposed to be like the based guy, the based and red-pilled guy. And now apparently he's afraid to get in an argument with like the blue-haired guy, the blue-haired lip who, you know, his wife has sex with other people. Like, this is the person Aiden's afraid of, apparently. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me. Maybe he got a text from Kick staff telling him to stop calling Destiny a I mean, that could be it. I don't really know. Overall, though, I just see Aiden Ross as kind of a worm. There's no way around it. It's not shocking to me, though, that his chat was apparently trying to dox Destiny, or at least contemplating and talking about it. That is the kind of audience Aiden has accumulated over the past few years. The ones that aren't bots, anyway, do seem to be some pretty crazy, toxic people. I mean, it's just completely degenerate on all fronts. And that's to be expected from Aiden Ross. I'm sorry. It is. I was actually curious about how Destiny felt about this whole thing, so I decided to give him a call on stream and just ask him. All right, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
It was fun. I always like to knock people down a couple pegs who are arrogant as and aren't used to having people shit on them, so I enjoyed it.
So my big question about Aiden is how famous actually is he? Because I see his numbers, like for example, I go to his Kick. According to Kick stats, his peak viewers in the past 30 days are 120,000 live, which I think would make him the biggest streamer in the world, would it? I mean, that is a lot, right? Close to it, at least.
On Kick, yeah.
Yeah. But I go to his YouTube channel, and he's getting like 100 to 200,000 views a video. So there seems to be a big sort of disparity there between the amount of people that are watching him live and the amount of people that watch him after the fact. And I feel like that's probably... I mean, Aiden kind of alluded to this on stream as well, but is there some sort of bot thing going on Kick to this day that's like persistent?
Okay. Here's a lot of issues, okay? Ready? You can figure out how to weigh these appropriately. I don't know how to weigh these all appropriately, okay? Here's a lot of things to keep in mind, okay? Number one, right off the top, there is a lot of people that bot everything. It's ubiquitous in some of these communities, especially in communities with men with no honor or integrity who are desperately looking for clout and attention. So people like Sneeko, when you go on their Instagrams and you see that they've got like 3 million followers, but like 8 pictures, it's probably because they deleted every other picture and they're paying to boost the engagement on every single one so that it matches their follower count. But the followers aren't generally real. They're not really that popular. right? You're gonna tell me that these people are like hitting like A-list celebrity penetration.
Is that not a form of like fraud? Because if they're getting advertisers and stuff, like let's say they do a sponsorship and the advertisers under the impression they're gonna hit that many people, and it's all bots. I mean, shouldn't these people be held legally liable if they're like just inflating their numbers?
No, because once the advertisers do 1 or 2 deals, they'll realize that it's all bullshit. Also, you can never prove that they actually botted it. They could just say, well, somebody else botted it, right?
Once again, I just don't understand the botting from like a long-term, sort of perspective. I mean, these people, Aiden Ross wants to have like a long career on YouTube or Kick, whatever.
Does he?
I assume. I mean, I think. No.
Not to sound like mean or derogatory towards young people, because I know you're a fellow young person. But for a lot of these people, right, they only see like in like 3 to 4 year horizons, right? The idea of having a career spanning 10 plus years is kind of out of reach of most people. They're not even thinking about that.
Well, then what the f would the plan be? Like, what is he gonna do with himself?
Well, when you bot, you've got bigger numbers. It looks good, right? I don't want to be some loser on Twitter with like 200,000 followers. I want to have 1 million followers. So you bottom up, you look good, and then you tweet, and then more people see you with 1 million followers, and then you create like a. Do you know what busking is?
No.
Sometimes you go out and play for money with a horn. You go out to the street, you play, you open your case, you throw in like $30 on your own because when people see money in there, they want to donate more money. Yeah. And then they do, and I think streamers are the same. It's why they fake donos. It's why they bot engagement, because if you've got, one guy with 1,000 viewers and another guy with 10, you're going to watch the guy with 1,000 viewers, even if his real viewership is only 5. But like now he gets another real viewer because he's got the numbers. So a lot of people do that, I think. I know a lot of OnlyFans girls that do it, a lot of streamers that do it, yeah.
But eventually their real viewers are just going to run out within just a few years, and they're only going to be left with the bots. They're going to be, just at the bottom. I mean, even Aiden Ross, someone who, I'd say probably a year ago, he probably peaked. He seems to be kind of
Check.
Maybe, but that's one aspect, was the botting part. A second aspect is viewership can be hyper-specific to certain types of platforms, and it's worth noting that as well. You could have somebody that legitimately has 5 million real followers on TikTok that have enjoyed TikTok things in the past, and either one, they've stopped watching because TikTok fans are very transient, they come and go, or two, they like watching the short form content on TikTok, but when this person posts YouTube videos, they get 5,000 views. And it might just be the fact that that audience doesn't translate very well from TikTok over to YouTube.
Well, TikTok is so fleeting, so obviously that's one example. TikTok is, like 1 million views on TikTok may as well be like one person in a room watching you. Like most of those people probably just swipe past and clicked on your shit on accident. But if you look at the translation from, let's say, like a streaming site to YouTube, let's take someone like Asmongold, who is a pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, right? Yeah, someone like XQC, pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, and he's certainly doing way better than Aiden is. And that's across the board for all these guys. And then you have Aiden Ross, who supposedly is getting an average of 50,000 viewers live, which I think is higher than both the people I just named. And he's peaking at 120, 130,000 live, which is astronomical numbers. Like, I don't know if most of the top streamers in the world ever hit that number. Like, he is so up there.
Yeah.
And yet you go to his YouTube and it's just dead. His Twitter is popping whenever he tweets once in a blue moon. His Instagram gets a bunch of likes, but he doesn't really post there much either. But then you go to his YouTube channel and you'd think like even just the name Aiden Ross in the title should be getting like an unreal amount of views in my mind. At least 1 million a video, right?
Yeah, possibly. But then again, there's two questions. One is we don't know how much of his other platforms are botted, number one, and then number two.
supposedly is getting an average of 50,000.
Are botted, number one, and then number two, it's still hard to tell how much of a carryover there is from his audience from one platform to the next, right?
I know it's hard to tell, but I know it should be more. I know it
It's
should be
possible. I wouldn't bank on that being incredibly obvious. I would say that. There were a lot of streamers that had 30, 40, 50,000 viewers that put almost no effort into their YouTubes. So you'd have people with 30, 40,000 concurrent viewers, and you check their YouTubes. I just checked Mizkivs. He's pulling like 3 million views a month. That's not much.
That's
at all.
fair, but
Yeah.
I mean, Aiden's team clearly. I mean, they're putting out like a half-hour to 40-minute video once or twice a week on his YouTube channel, so it's pretty consistent uploads. And it's every single one is with like a popular person. So it'll be like Aiden Ross goes on with iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed is super famous. You'd think that would do better. Only 300,000 views in 2 weeks. Another one with iShowSpeed, 250K in 2 weeks. Aiden Ross and Tfue. That one has 120K views. Aiden Ross visits Drake's mega mansion. Okay, Drake's house, 160K. Like it just doesn't seem to add up in my mind that these are the numbers these people are getting, and so I can only assume that Aiden Ross's name actually means way less to the average person than I initially thought, or maybe just than it did a year ago. Because even a year ago, I mean, his channel was doing way better. He was, averaging close to 1 million.
Sure, all possible things, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he's just completely fallen off, but I was also under the impression that he was popular kind of not because of the red pill thing. I mean, he did come up with that, but I mean, he was popular before that for like LeBron James' sons or whatever, playing with him on GTA and all that stuff, hanging out with rappers, celebrities, I don't know, maybe Ice Spice twerked on him a little bit. So that kind of stuff probably, I mean, in my mind, he had more longevity than someone like Sneeko, who only blew up on streaming from this red pill kind of stuff.
Maybe.
And
Again,
Sneeko
all
is
different,
like just completely shallow.
Yeah, but no. I think Sneeko has a way stronger long-term audience than Aiden Ross ever will. 100%. There's another thing that happens with Aiden Ross. All of these are factors, by the way. I'm not telling you what percentage weighs into any of them. They're just all factors in that can influence things. Another thing with Aiden Ross you have to consider is Aiden Ross has very, 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 very high recognition because of how much time he spends like participating in other communities or like bouncing off of kind of like pop culture stuff. So whether it's with rappers or I think athletes or like that. So that gets him like really high name recognition, but that might not drive a lot of viewership. Another really good example of this recently might be like Nick Fuentes, seeing like Donald Trump and all of that. Lots of name recognition doesn't always translate to high viewership because people recognize the name and see you when you're like participating with their celebs, but they're not going to ever go seek you out on their own. Another really good example of this is Pokemon. If you look at Pokemon's analytics right now, she's not really... she's kind of an okay-ish size streamer, I think, like decently big. She might still pull 5-figure viewership. I'm not sure. YouTube channel's pretty dead. Socials don't get as much engagement. I think her Instagram does okay. But when you're trying to figure out like, well, what happened to Pokemon? Why does it seem like she's like so insanely popular? It's because the name recognition is really, 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 really high, but that doesn't always translate to viewership across platforms.
Yeah, well, you're right. I thought she was like way bigger than she is. She's averaging like 9,000.
Yep, less than 10,000 viewers now, basically. Yeah.
There's a big difference between views and engagement.
What do you mean by that?
I learned about this after I switched into my advertising role, that like we would go after influencers with millions of followers and even millions of views, and then we would look at the actual conversions on the back end, and there would be no sales. So one thing you could kind of look at to check, Destiny mentioned this a little bit before, was how many brand deals has Aiden had in the last 6 months? I think the number is 0.
Yeah.
Well, apart from Steak, I guess.
That doesn't count. Because essentially
wait real quick, does he even have a deal with Steak?
I mean, doesn't he gamble?
I don't know.
Him gambling?
Wait, yes, yeah, he does. He does, yeah.
Now, I do want to say, Devin, though, just to add to that, though, I mean, wouldn't you expect a streamer to have relatively high engagement relative to other people? Because
you would think so.
I mean, the audience is like the audience is like more loyal. They're all there, especially like Aiden, who's known to have like a super toxic, rabid fan base. I mean,
Let me tell you a tale. So we used to believe that the conversion from Twitch calls to action would be like, it makes sense, right? Like if Destiny right now shouts out my website, you would think like some people would hit it. So that's true. That'll happen, right? Like, for example, like we shouted out the website of the Scuff podcast. I think there was something like 90,000 viewers. I take issue with Kick's quotation marks view, so we could talk about that. But let's say there was 90,000. The website at that moment got 450 hits, right? So there is this initial push, and then that's what causes us to like psychologically say, oh, like we're getting way more audience on things like Twitch and things like that. But if you actually look at the distributed stats across like YouTube, Instagram, calls to action there, YouTube is on average about 18 times more effective. So if I tell you to do something in a video, like, go here, buy this thing, this is the affiliate code, you're 18 times more likely to engage with that than you are on a live stream.
That's extremely surprising to me.
I know. I was blown away. I would not have believed that if I had not.
I would think it would be completely the
deals,
inverse, because in my mind, in my mind, like the amount of streamers I watch is so low that if I am watching them, I'm probably an actual fan of them, and I'm going to be more engaged with what they're doing, and it's more likely I'll buy one of their products. For YouTube, like I watch a lot more YouTube, and it's also more passive, so I'll watch it in the background. I'm not necessarily a fan of that person. It's just like, oh, I'll throw this on, and I thought that's how literally everyone viewed it.
Well, I think one of the things that Destiny was just saying too was the idea of a person in someone's head is different than like having a fan and being a fan of that person. So if you look at if you think of like an explosion, like the ground zero would be like your core base of fans, and then everything that goes out from that might be people that are like, oh, I've heard of that person, or I have like what we call impressions. Like I have an impression of that person, meaning like they're in my headspace, but I don't really know what they do. And so I think Aiden has been attached to a lot of big activations and big people, but he himself isn't like part of that core explosion. Like he does have a dedicated fan base, but like to your point and to Destiny's, I think it's not nearly as large as people think, which is the case for most influencers. Yeah.
Also keep in mind that the way that people engage on certain products is a lot different too. If I were to do an ad and I were to try to sell my audience like a backpack or something, like maybe I'll get like 100 sales or something. It depends, I guess, on what kind of backpack specifically we're talking about. But even if I don't do a call to action, and even if I don't advertise a single fucking thing, if I play like a new little indie game on my stream, I might have 500 plus fans that pick that indie game up because they see me playing it. So like the ways that audiences engage with like versus like somebody that does like a call to action on a YouTube channel about like history might say, go play Lords Mobile. I think their conversion on that might be lower than if the products are more relevant to their audience as well. But.
Right. Another question that I have, just as a follow-up to something you said, is you said you think Sneako has a lot more long-term potential than someone like Aiden Ross. Could you elaborate on that?
Sneako has done a really good job at building a really strong brand in terms of who he is. So he's put in the work for the past 10 years. And Sneako, generally, from what I've seen, I haven't followed as much recently because he's a piece of shit. But it seems like Sneako does a really good job at building relationships with other influencers or talent and then engaging with them in a very Sneako-like way. Whereas, and again, this is all on very, very little viewership, okay? It looks like when Aiden Ross, like here's the difference. If I'm a huge fan of Sneako, okay, I want to see Sneako talk to somebody who I'm also a fan. I want to see Sneako and Drake engage with each other because I think they're gonna have like a back and forth. I think Sneako's gonna kind of ask questions. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. If I'm a fan of Aiden Ross and he interacts with a celeb, I think he's just gonna kind of fanboy and like say nothing and be kind of retarded, and that's it. Like I don't think he's gonna grow any fan base or like drive like real engagement or interest in the interaction. That's just the feeling I get from the outside. You can tell me if you've seen difference and you feel differently. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So to me, when you say something like Sneako's built a brand over the past 10 years, in my opinion, he built like a brand for 8 years and then completely just like dropped that to do this new sort of Aiden Ross impression he's been doing over the past 2, where he reacts to shit in like a retarded way, has no critical thinking skills, has no introspection, self-reflection, and that's like what he's done basically since he started streaming. And before that, he was building a brand that was actually cool and special, and now it just kind of sucks. And in my opinion, that brand has way less longevity because it's inherently tied, I mean, at least right now, to a political, cultural movement, whatever you want to call the red pill thing, that's dying. I mean, it is dying, and there's no doubt that his viewership is probably suffering.
I don't think Sneako's tied to the red pill stuff anymore. I think he's pretty out of it now.
Okay, so then what is the appeal of him, if not that?
Because he's Sneako. He's an interesting, unique character, even if he's.
Is he interesting? Right? He just seems so two-dimensional now. He was interesting.
Sneako has a very whether you like him or hate him, bro. I hate him more than you do. I don't know how much you hate him, but I promise you, I hate Sneako more than you.
I don't hate him that much.
Oh, okay. I hate him a lot. Okay, but he's an interesting person to listen to. Like, how many other people in the red pill space, regardless of how dumb their thoughts are, how many of them would have a 2-hour conversation with Dr. K, right? But like not many.
True, but I feel like when I listen to that conversation, I feel like he's going down a dialogue tree.
A little bit, but Dr. K did a good job at breaking him open. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm not going to sit here and say he doesn't go down dialogue trees and shit like that. I agree with you. But he still, like, is exploring other collabs. Watching a Sneako X whoever collab is infinitely more interesting than watching Aiden pretend to be gay around another celebrity. Like, it's just boring as fuck. I don't know why. Like, here's the thing. I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you would agree with me here. I can watch Sneako and go, I get why people watch this guy. Makes sense. When I watch Aiden, I have no idea. I truly don't understand. Unless the fan base is significantly younger than what I'm
I mean, I would say that I get both of them, probably.
Really? Okay, I can't, unless you're 14, I don't understand the Aiden Ross thing at all. I don't know what you're watching for.
I mean, when he sniffed Andrew Tate's chair, that was epic. That was hilarious.
Okay, well, also, to be fair, you're 20 years old, aren't you? So you might be.
Okay, with the ages.
So maybe you're closer. You're closer, okay? Because you're 5 years, okay, from like being 15. I'm 20 years from being, I think, 15. Yeah. So I can't.
Turkey, relax. Turkey, relax. Thank you for acknowledging my presence, though.
You're welcome. What's up, buddy? What'd you come in here for?
I don't know. I heard a certain guy talking, you know, one of the greatest streamers of all time, at least in the modern age, Aiden Ross. I don't know why you do that.
Oh, well, here we have a fan in the flesh. What do you think? What are like the main draws when you're watching Aiden Ross? Like, what are you watching for?
Okay, first of all, I'm not a fan. Second of all, just because I'm not a fan, I don't also ignore the shit that they've done. First of all, prior to what they're doing recently, which to be honest, every streamer that has made a lot of money has become content pretty much. But prior to all this, that guy was very much one of the best streamers on Twitch. The content that he did with all the Aiden Ross, absolutely. Back in the pandemic when he was fucking pulling 100K streams, bringing on rappers, like generally.
He's bringing on famous rappers, talking to celebrities, reacting to talking about what's going on the internet, getting swatted all the time, so there's drama. Like, it was crazy.
No, it's not even about the drama. It's not even about the drama. It's about the interaction. It's about how easy it was. It was even his fucking GTA server, the SSB. Like, that guy did so much, and not only that, he also, I'd say, he laid the groundwork for guys like Speed, guys like Kai. Like, he put on a lot of.
So here's like a question, okay? 100%. Do you think that, like, because when I look at Kai Cenat, okay, I would never watch Kai's content, okay? It's just not for me. But I totally understand why he's at the level of fame he is, why people like his I get it 1,000,000%.
That's fair.
I don't understand, like, comparing Aiden Ross and Kai just seems so weird to me. Because for Kai Cenat, when he brings on, like, celebs and it's going to be like a funny time. It's going to be a funny experience. He's got, like, Kai, love him or hate him. You know, I said the screaming he does, but he's, like, got a very boisterous, bombastic personality. It's fun to, like, watch him do shit. Aiden is like a charisma black hole. He legitimately looks like the kid that was 16 years old who would pretend to take pictures of other boys' asses in the showers to pretend that he was gay, but then later on you would find out that he actually was gay and was getting off to it the whole time, but was too shy. Like that, I'm not serious. Like, that's what Aiden Ross's whole personality to me seems like. He just doesn't seem like funny or interesting at all. He's just like this little giggly weird kid in the background. Whereas Kai, I totally get. I know why people watch him, even if I wouldn't watch it personally. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what are like the like what are some iconic streams he did, or like what are some things? Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm legitimately asking.
The Keemstar moment. The Keemstar moment. Have you seen that? It's epic.
What Keemstar moment?
When Keemstar goes on a stream and he asks Aiden Ross about his crypto scam, and the entire room goes silent. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't actually.
Destiny, have you not seen that? I need to send you this.
Well, I gotta say this. With Kai pretty much took it to the next level. Like, he does the shit that Aiden did, but he does it way more consistently, and he doesn't do it in a way that's like distasteful to some. Because I'd say with Aiden, like, he did a lot of gay
creators of all time. Yeah.
100%.
Wait, who?
And I actually put Speed there. Kai, you said Kai.
Oh, okay.
I put Speed there as well. I put Speed there as well. Oh, even though, like, some people don't like Speed, I think those two guys, I don't watch them, but I also recognize the amount of work that they put in, especially Kai. This is awesome. And Aiden did that. It's just that he did the gay jokes, which I think maybe you didn't like. That's why you didn't tune in. Like, he does what Kai's doing today.
He's homophobic.
No, it's not. No. When I say gay jokes, I don't necessarily mean that, like, he's like, listen, I love a good gay joke, okay? But I'm saying it just seemed like his whole thing was just like sitting there making like really juvenile whatever jokes in the background, but he wasn't like adding much. Like, if I'm a big fan of Aiden, am I really excited to see Aiden collab with somebody else? Like, is there gonna be some cool, interesting, unique things that come out of that?
Prior to Aiden, there wasn't a single streamer that was able to pull in these A-list celebrities, these rappers that were seen as like completely, because, you know, Twitch really blew up during the pandemic. So prior to then, people viewed these social media creators, especially streamers, and these like rappers, actors, whatever, like two complete different groups of people that there was no fucking connection whatsoever. And then Aiden started bringing these people on, and he was so fucking comfortable with them, and he took them out of their element. You gotta realize, these people are rappers. These people, like, when it comes to, you know, homophobic, whatever the this gay, that gay, and he took them to that place constantly, and he did it in a way that was humorous. He did it in a way that, like, made them engage, and he opened the door to people like Kai to have Nikki on, to have 21 on, to have all these guys on, because now they realize.
The murder of Arasaka Corporation CEO Saburo Arasaka. The longtime head of the Japanese megacorporation was reported slain on the premises of the Konpeki Plaza corporate hotel while attending a family gathering. Saburo Arasaka's son, Yorinobu Arasaka, has cast blame for his father's murder on the company's rivals, although he has not yet provided evidence supporting this claim. According to market analysts, the CEO's death may have been a desperate attempt to divert attention away from the company's ongoing internal issues. After the break, we ask experts how they see Arasaka rebounding from the crisis.
In-person primary care, 24/7 virtual care, longer appointments.
Make like mom would make. It's gonna be great with McCormick.
He or she says, your podcast makes my ting go skra, pop, pop, ka, ka, ka.
Are you any better at that, Carson? Can you do that?
Tingo Scra. Pa pa pa. You like that?
Just a few short years ago, Call Me Carson was one of the biggest up-and-coming creators on YouTube. But due to some serious allegations made about him, his career was cut short, and he ended up leaving the internet for over a year.
Today we are going to be talking about one of the most beloved Minecraft YouTubers known as Carson, who there's been rumors circulating, I've heard this from other YouTubers, that he was basically with his underage fans, you know, sending eggplant emojis, they were sending back peach emojis, you know what we're talking about.
Today, he's returned to YouTube, and he's doing pretty well for himself, but it's unlikely he'll ever be able to
Asshole.
return to the amazing heights he was at just
Fucking
a
run
few
me
years
over,
ago.
bro.
I mean, this guy was literally at the top of YouTube. He was collaborating with PewDiePie, and while he's not completely rock bottom now, he probably will never reach the absolute peak he was at just a few years ago, being in the cultural zeitgeist of the internet at large, and being one of the most culturally important people on YouTube for a few years. So what happened? If you actually go to his YouTube channel, you can see that he's been posting on YouTube for over 10 years at this point. As early as 2013, he was making Minecraft videos, showing off little moments he found memorable. But these videos were not really notable in any way at the time. They were just run-of-the-mill Minecraft videos made by a middle schooler with no real vision for success on YouTube. It wouldn't be until years later when he was in college that he started to actually take it a lot more seriously. Around the time that Overwatch was popular, Carson attempted to hop on the bandwagon by recording himself over gameplay while coming up with various puns related to the names of the characters.
I wanted you to keep going with like the Overwatch puns, dude, but
no, it was
it's all
those
gone now.
videos were so they were so unbelievably bad.
Dude, what were those videos? That's why I think I liked them.
I sat in front of my microphone for like 5 minutes and then just like spitballed puns for Overwatch characters and then spammed it on Reddit.
Yeah, he would.
Wait, it was literally just you sitting there making puns.
Yeah,
so it's like
really
good.
It's what Schlatt's content is now.
But these videos didn't really gather any major traction for his channel. It was mostly him screaming into the void and attempting to get any amount of traction he could. But then in 2018, two trends emerged on YouTube. One being Reddit reaction videos, and the other being the resurgence of Minecraft. These Reddit videos were basically a very simple format. A few friends would sit around and react to posts from subreddits like r/niceguys or r/midapple and just laugh at them and give their own commentary. The appeal of these videos is that it felt like a group of friends just sitting around on a couch and laughing at some funny posts, which is exactly what it was, except they were, calling on Discord. Audiences were able to develop very strong parasocial bonds with these creators and felt like they were a part of their friend group. If you were lonely at like 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, who else would you watch other than Carson to see that, a bunch of people were hanging out, having fun, reacting to stuff, and you felt like you were in on the fun. At the same time, Minecraft, a game that had previously left the YouTube meta and was forgotten, returned to the zeitgeist. People remembered how classic the game was and just how much fun could be had. The possibilities were literally endless. And so Carson used both of these trends to his advantage to grow his channel.
I have so many questions. Now that I have eaten my family, I will never be grounded. Let us out. Is that Caillou?
Yeah. Who else would it be?
Jesus Christ, there's so much shit
These
for this
reaction
game.
videos often get upwards of 5 million views, with them being posted on a regular basis. So Carson was really raking in some major cash and growing his audience. At the same time, over on the Call Me Carson live channel, he was posting Minecraft content. But not just any Minecraft content.
We're doing an SMP where everyone streams. You can't play without streaming. And also, there's hits. So you can pay money to any of these streamers, and they will, with their indicated price that they'll give you, and they will have a hit on another streamer that you can go have them kill, and they will really face off. It'll be awesome.
This would be a new horizon for Minecraft creators, and it would birth a lot of new people like Dream, Technoblade, and a lot of people that really came up and became some of the biggest creators of their generation. This brings us to SMP Live. SMP Live was a survival multiplayer event that began on March 1st, 2019. The premise was simple. Carson had made a private server that was invite only, specifically for creators. Whenever a creator was on, they were supposed to be streaming their experience to their audience. This meant that all of Carson's peers would be sharing their audience with him, as well as him sharing his audience with them, directing traffic between their channels and vice versa. It really was a community event where both old and new creators would attempt to be as entertaining as possible to a live audience. And the ability for viewers to pay a streamer to go assassinate another creator allowed for a new level of audience interaction that hadn't really been seen before. SMP Live was a breakout success, with every video Carson posted of him playing on it getting millions of views.
It's a great, fantastic, beautiful server.
But yeah, everyone's gone. It's been collecting dust.
as we have been collecting dust around here.
To understand Carson's rise to success, it's important to understand two main factors. Firstly, his humor. People found his constant irony and kind of random XD type stuff very funny, to the point where his Twitter account was regularly getting an unreal amount of likes. He was getting Donald Trump numbers at his peak. Okay, not quite that many, but he was getting a lot of likes of saying basically nothing. I do not do my taxes because I do not like them. End of story. 55,000 likes. 10,000 8-ball wins and no girlfriend. 64,000 likes. For a period of time there, Carson was actually Himothy. He was at the top of the YouTube game. He was really killing it, and people thought he was hilarious. He also kind of played up this like sort of loser, virgin, computer programmer, you know, Scott the Woz type persona a little bit, and that definitely played to his strengths, right? Because he kind of has a certain look to him that people thought was funny. But the important thing to remember as well is that he couldn't have done it alone. The second thing you have to understand about Carson is he never could have succeeded in a vacuum. The very appeal of
none of this makes sense. How the fuck is this dude getting that kind of fucking engagement? With like
Pants, Josh, and well over 100 other people were working together to create this giant shared viewership of people who were all watching all of these dudes. That also meant, though, that if Carson did not have the direct support of all of these people, his own channel would suffer greatly. At the peak of his success, Carson decided to go on a show called The Bachelor. Sorry, not The Bachelor, The Rajshler. The idea was basically to have a game show on Twitch where 10 contestants, either male or female, compete to be with one YouTube celebrity. Over the course of this episode, there were a lot of funny moments, but ultimately it was clear that there was a bit of a chemistry between Carson and one of the contestants named Katerina. Now, the premise of the show is that each contestant will pick love or host, meaning if they win, they will either 1, go on a date, I guess, with the star of the show, or number 2, get hosted on Raj's Twitch channel and get all of his viewers for a night. So it's like, do you want to go on a date with the person? Do you actually like them? Or are you just using the event for views? That's the question. And at the end of it, Katerina ended up choosing love, and it seemed like she actually maybe did like Carson a little bit. She said he was cool. Such a beautiful, romantic story, okay? Autistic YouTuber meets his perfect trad sweetie. Truly a story for the ages. We can never hope for something better or more inspiring, boys. The incel arc is over. We're actually all going to make it for real, and it's just amazing, okay? Their kids are going to be great looking. So they go off stream, they go make out, kiss, make babies, I guess. They ended up meeting up in real life, actually, and they made a bunch of content together, and people really loved it. It was like sort of a cute couple content moment. People thought it was funny. It really warmed people's hearts.
Why do guys only want bimbos who walk all over them?
Why are you locked in the bathroom? You talking to me? Maybe you should try getting a job.
what's going on with YouTube right now, man?
above her host, meaning if they win, they will either 1, go on a date, I guess, with the star of the show, or number 2, get hosted on Raj's Twitch channel and get all of his viewers for a night. So it's like, do you want to go on a date with the person? Do you actually like them? Or are you just using the event for views? That's the question. And at the end of it, Caterino ended up choosing love, and it seemed like she actually maybe did like Carson a little bit. She said he was cool. Such a beautiful romantic story, okay? Autistic YouTuber meets his perfect trad sweetie. Truly a story for the ages. We can never hope for something better or more inspiring, boys. The incel arc is over. We're actually all going to make it for real, and it's just amazing, okay? Their kids are going to be great looking. So they go off stream, they go make out, kiss, make babies, I guess. They ended up meeting up in real life, actually, and they made a bunch of content together, and people really loved it. It was like sort of a cute couple content moment. People thought it was funny. It really warmed people's hearts.
Why do guys only want bimbos who walk all over them?
Why are you locked in the bathroom? You talking to me? Maybe you should try getting a job.
What was that?
But as you may notice, the entire comment section is filled with people calling Caterino here a cheater. So at some point, some people were speculating on what was up with Carson. He didn't seem to be posting as much, and a few people speculated that it had something to do with Caterino. Carson then ended up confirming this on Reddit. I can't find this now, but I promise I'm not schizo. I know this happened. That basically Caterino had cheated on him in some regard. Immediately, the entire internet blew up, calling her a thought, calling her a hoe, calling her nasty, ran through, etc., all that kind of stuff. And it got even worse when people found out that I guess the person she did this with, like either cheated with or was running around behind his back in some regard with, was one of Carson's friends, Fitz. So now Fitz and her look like assholes, and Carson is just this innocent sweetie pie who did nothing wrong. Poor fella. Let's get him some Pedialyte and a foot rub before bed. This got even more intense as the number of men roped into this situation climbed higher and higher. Some people claimed it was as high as 8 different guys that were involved. I don't think that was true at all. I think that's just kind of how the rumor mill online works. Things spiral out of control. In reality, the real number was 5 men.
Poor guy.
And I believe, which is still a lot, but it is less than, you know, people were saying.
Speaking about Kate, we talked about how she had these 3 boyfriends, right? Then there was a 4th, like right after the drama alert, this streamer came out and said this.
Roland, I found out about the situation today. If you guys don't know about the Caterino situation, she made a video where she admitted that she had a boyfriend, and while she had a boyfriend, she was leading on Carson. She had like some type of relationship with Carson as well as a relationship with Fitz. During this time, she also had some sort of emotional / physical relationship with me. I did not know about any of this stuff. Obviously, going into it, like, I just take people's word at face value, and people that know me, know my channel, like, I don't really like talk about girls I've been with, etc. On my channel, you know, it's not really relevant. I don't feel like it's your guys' business. If I have like a long-term girlfriend or something, I'll introduce you guys to her, but I don't really want to talk about it. Jesus Christ, this is so weird. I don't really want to talk about it too in depth. Anyways, yeah, like around September of last year, yeah, I'm not gonna upload this to YouTube or anything.
Wow. Okay, and now apparently there's a 5th. I mean, there's a rumor of a 5th.
Meanwhile, Carson ended up posting a statement saying he regretted ever making the information public and that he wishes he had kept it all behind the scenes. And I agree, honestly, there was no need to make this public as of a story as it was, as Kate was, I guess, to him. It just really didn't need to be made public. That being said, given these are all public figures and they're all making dating couple content, it's not shocking to me that it did get out eventually. And especially Carson, he doesn't strike me as someone with a ton of dating experience, and so as a result, when he gets his feelings hurt, he probably doesn't know exactly how to handle that, and obviously he is kind of new to being a public figure at this point in time, so he just didn't handle it the best. He ended up confirming it on Reddit, and he got a lot of hate on Kate. He didn't really need to, but he did. It's been very difficult for me to watch everything unfold after I came out with the information I did on Reddit. It's my personal belief that I should have never made any of the information that's out now public. It was a private matter that should have stayed private, and I want to admit I'm at complete fault for being in the public eye. I put it out there in hopes that I could finally move past it, and every day I woke up feeling resentful, immature, and petty. It hurt me to think that 2 people could do something like this to me and get away with it, so in an emotionally impulsive response, I put it in front of the world. That was the wrong decision because at the end of the day, no one is entitled to this information besides the parties involved. It's actually true, and that's a very mature response with this kind of relationship type stuff. Ultimately, while they were making couple content, regardless of that, I don't think the public was entitled to any of the private details that may have gone on with their relationship, and so as a result, I think it probably would have been for the best if people just like were not really privy to that instead of Carson putting it out there, but as he himself said, he was in an emotionally vulnerable state and he made a bad decision. Just like Kate and just like Fitz, I'm an entertainer that creates content for people, and what I do in my personal life, even if it's wrong, isn't information that I think should be shared. As someone who has been dealing with imposter syndrome and the inability to go out in public without being recognized, even to my hometown grocery store, I should have realized the hypocritical nature of putting this situation on display for all of you. You all have no idea how much I appreciate the support you've given me recently, and it's helped me immensely to know that I have all of you to fall back on. That being said, I think it's important to say this. I'm as just as flawed as a human as Kate. I'm as flawed of a human as Fitz. I'm also just as flawed of a human as Keemstar. I am flawed. It was pretty funny to see that. I think Keemstar responded to this tweet longer being like, I'm not flawed. Seeing everyone's support is awesome, but knowing that next week it could all be flipped on me is terrifying. I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. What Kate did and Fitz did was wrong, and I think we can all acknowledge that, but seeing myself paraded around in such a manner feels misplaced. So here he seems to even be alluding to the fact that there may be something behind the scenes that if the public knew, they wouldn't like him just as much as they don't like Kate, but he's sort of reflecting on that and saying, like, I'm not sort of someone to be paraded, I'm not like a huge victim, I'm just someone who is involved in like an interpersonal interaction. This is actually a very mature take that I feel like not a lot of people talked about this kind of perspective, which is like, well, what Kate did was wrong, it just didn't need to be made public at all, you know? I mean, regardless of how you feel about her, it didn't need to be made public whatsoever. Next week, it could hypothetically be me in front of the public eye having done something wrong in my private life because I'm just as susceptible to making poor decisions as anyone. Whoa. Foreshadowing. This guy knew. This guy knew, dude. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life that I'm not proud of, and to think of myself in Kate and Fitz's shoes makes me feel sorry for them. Moving forward, please respect Kate and Fitz's time to process this, as well as respect their break or whatever they choose to do. To Kate and Fitz, I'm sorry for all the pain I've caused you, and I'm sorry for putting your private lives on display for the world. It was the wrong decision, and I apologize. You did wrong, but you didn't deserve to have your careers jeopardized. I hope you both can become the people I want to see you be. Anyways, that's about it. I'm gonna go back to playing 8-ball now. I think it's safe to assume that Carson acted very irrationally. I mean, not even assume, we know he acted irrationally, and he definitely regretted making this a big public thing at the time. Probably also safe to say that Fitz and him were no longer friends at this point, given what happened. Probably for the best, and honestly, regardless of what Fitz did, it was kind of shaky as to whether Carson and Kate were dating or not. Later on, Kate would claim that Carson and her were never ever dating, and she made it clear to him she never wanted to, and his feelings just kind of got wrapped up in that regardless, even though all she wanted to do was make content. And so, was it really cheating if she slept with Fitz? I mean, that's the real question. She did cheat on her actual boyfriend, though, I believe, who was completely out of this situation, was just like a normal guy out of the public eye. Regardless of that, it's probably for the best that all these people just go their separate ways. But the internet was not done with Kate Areno, who was getting absolutely pounded in comment sections harder than any of her 5 boyfriends ever could. She ended up making an apology video in which she stated that she was depersonalizing as a mental health explanation for what she did, and that became like the meme of the month.
Hey guys, I'm sorry this took so long to come out. I was processing things and thinking things through, and this is my first time going through something like this, and I wanted to go about it as best as I possibly could. And I want to be honest. My relationship with Carson was very complicated. I had a boyfriend at the time, and neither Carson nor my boyfriend at the time knew about each other. And while I was clear with Carson that Carson and I were not in a relationship, I still led him on, and ended up hurting Carson and my boyfriend at the time very badly in the process. I am now seeing a therapist, and although I didn't realize it at the time, I was dealing a lot with depersonalization, and I felt like I was 2 different people living 2 different lives. I felt like a passenger in my own body. I ignored very conflicting feelings and thoughts, and I was very lost and confused.
What, yo?
I didn't know what I wanted or what was important to me. And
fuck is depersonalization?
This was when I got involved with Fitz, and I handled it very similarly to how I handled previous things.
And why is your hair so fucked up, yo?
I was very lost and confused and didn't know what I wanted, and made a lot of bad decisions because of that.
She showed that slyness.
And I hurt both him and Carson, and their friendship as well.
I too possess this slime.
Carson and I streamed together, and
got tossed
his
out lung to the
community
outcasts
very much
easily.
saw us as a couple, which we encouraged, and it felt really good to have such a positive impact on so many people. And I'm sorry for all those people that I let down and disappointed. There are so many things I could have done better.
I seek revenge. Much more feasible.
And I was lost and confused, and I ended up hurting people that I cared about.
Why does it say
In
blacked?
the future, I want to be
Isn't
better. I wanna focus on
black.com?
myself, which is why I'm taking
Isn't that a
further time
porn
off.
site for fucking
I'm working through my
Mandingo
depersonalization,
shit?
I'm still seeing my therapist. And I want to live my life more
Which is
openly and
racist
honestly.
for the record.
More than
Disavow,
anything,
but
I want to be honest with myself, which is something that I've struggled with a lot. And I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to...
There's no time to waste, B.
what the fuck is going on with my YouTube right now, dude?
Be honest with myself, which is something that I've struggled with a lot. And I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to my community and anyone that I've disappointed or
The
let down.
actual fuck is going on right
I'm
now?
sorry to Carson's community.
There's no time to
I'm
waste,
sorry to
B.
Fitz's community and anyone else's community who's affected by
So
this.
what, we stroll into
Anyone
Arasaka
who had to deal with
HQ
this
and
drama
announce
in
that
their chat.
Yorinobu's a kin killer?
I'm
That he
sorry
murdered
to
Saburo?
Tempo,
We'll get the
I'm
hearing
sorry
for reasonable people
to
in a neutral location.
Fitz for
Certain
hurting his image
procedures will be
and
used
his
to
friendship with
establish
Carson.
the truth.
I'm sorry
lie
to my
detector?
ex-boyfriend
Forget it.
for handling our relationship so
In that
poorly.
case, another
He's very
option.
much a victim in this.
You
and
are done.
Carson, who
You do not
was
know how
also
to
a
save
victim in
yourself.
this and deserved a lot better.
Achi, the relic is a
I don't
culprit.
expect anyone to forgive me, but I hope
Technology
that
made
this
by
at least
Arasaka.
can provide some understanding.
Technology they alone know. This corporation can
Carson?
save you as easily
Are you
as
okay?
it can make you disappear. It is merely about getting the right people on your side.
What a lot of people may not realize is that Caterino, I mean, she wasn't a complete nobody before she went on the Rostular with Carson, but getting on that show with him and then making content with him absolutely like made her career almost overnight. She got way bigger from that, and as a result, when she had this drama, all of that got ripped away from her because all of her new fans had come from Call Me Carson, and they were also the most loyal parasocial fans who like loved Carson and wanted to see him do well and cared about his well-being as a person.
Andrew, here's a poem. I was thinking Besides, Anders Helma escaped.
Rather than just liking his content. And so as a result, when this drama happened, she lost literally everything. I think maybe the lesson here is don't do couple content if one person is more emotionally invested than the other. Maybe there's some other lesson in here, but yeah, just was a bad situation overall. Oh, the other lesson is don't make a private situation public unless you absolutely have to. Like if there's like some predation going on, which in this case there was not. It was just like, you know, Twitch people hoeing around and around, getting lubed up, you know, that kind of thing. Just didn't need to be made public, really. After a short break from being live, Carson comes back after a week and a half and makes content again to a huge applause from the audience. I mean, he gets 50,000 viewers live on his first stream back. Friendship with Fitz and the Misfits at large in the Caterito community is now ended, but the friendship with Jay Schlatt, Josh, and other people is strengthened. Schlatt even called into Carson's first stream back to have a chat with him, and it seemed like a merry old time. Everybody's getting along. Carson's back on top. The career's not really hurt in any way. I remember watching this and being like, damn, this is like kind of a nice little positive outcome for this drama. Obviously not for Caterino. But Carson, I mean, he's back on top.
Hey Carson, how are all these pity viewers?
Hey, calm down, dude. You don't have to do your crazy.
It's all right. I'm eating a panini. Oh, much? No. Oh, that's just not funny.
With the drama behind him, Carson was at the top of his game again. He was gaming with his friends. He was collaborating with Pokimane. He was reacting to his viewers' videos that they sent through donations. It was a good time. He was back on top where he should have been, and he could just continue his career as usual. His fans were still there for him. And honestly, the parasocial bond was a little stronger now because they watched him go through something that was tough to deal with. He felt like he was cheated on. They got that impression too. So they went through that with him. They felt bad for him. They had a common enemy being Caterino to destroy. And now they could, follow him for the rest of his career, hopefully.
What do you mean I'm not allowed in the Walmart?
Ask is that you do not leave the city.
Leave.
That made me laugh.
Unfortunately, in the same way that private details about him, Caterino, and Fitz would destroy Kate's career entirely. Keep in mind she blew up because of Carson and then was destroyed when that drama happened. Carson's career would be greatly harmed when people found out about his private relationship details and decided to leak it to the public. It actually cost him pretty much everything. And I'm not saying this is like karmic justice or this is like what he deserved, but this is kind of what happened, and I'm curious how self-aware he is of that, or like if he's really considered how his previous interpersonal toxic drama with Kate kind of was mirrored on the opposite side though with him later on, but obviously in a much bigger way because his career was way bigger than hers. Once again, I'm not saying he deserved this. I mean, I like Carson. I think he made mistakes. I don't think he should have deserved to have his career ruined, but I mean, it's kind of just an interesting parallel to see looking back that I didn't even realize until very recently. So on January 4th, 2021, an episode of Drama Alert was posted detailing allegations against Carson. Noah, Hugbox, and Travis, two members of Carson's group called the Lunch Club, which was like his little collective. They were doing content together, podcasts. Some other members you may recognize as like Jay Schlatt, Ted Nevison. These guys were all collabing a lot. And these two members, Travis and Noah, appeared on the show to talk about what they believed happened with Carson behind the scenes. Noah Hugbox says that Carson called him to say that he had sexted underage girls who were fans at some point in time to like warn him that this was real. Carson also told Travis soon after that, and I guess told everyone else in the Lunch Club, and I guess the purpose was because they had a business relationship with him, so Carson felt that they should be made aware of that.
I saw some of the hints that you were putting out on social media about the people that you look up to aren't really that good guys, and I've seen that type of stuff. And again, other YouTubers not involved with Lunch Club at all. I mean, this is like so many people know about this behind the scenes. Many big YouTubers know about this. But it's like one of this case, like, well, I don't have 100% proof.
I'm chilling, Blueberry. How's it going? I don't know why my fucking YouTube keeps, like, I have it down to goddamn 720p and it's like buffering. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
There's no time to waste, B.
I mean, this is like so many people know about this behind the scenes. Many big YouTubers know about this, but it's like one of this case, like, well, I don't have 100% proof. How do I even come out? How do I even, like, you know, people are going to think that I'm just mad at Carson or whatever. I understand the situation that everyone has been put into, but at the end of the day, you guys do kind of have proof, right?
She wished to have nothing to do with
I mean, yeah, that he told all of us at the same time. I mean, I'm sure that when this is posted, none of them are going to deny that this is the truth because, I mean, they were there. I don't think they have any real reason to lie.
So everybody in Lunch Club was told firsthand from Carson.
Yep.
Now, in this video, there was no proof of anything that happened apart from the word of mouth of the Lunch Club, and it was also unknown how old these girls were or anything like that. Meanwhile, Keemstar just sort of talks about allegations of this nature broadly, but there are not a lot of specifics in this video.
It seems like you're dealing with, like, a very anti-social, kind of nerdy individual that all of a sudden is rich, famous, gets all this love, all this attention. But their fans are children, and they're getting that love and attention from children, and it's like, what is happening here? Do you think that he's attracted to literally underage girls, or is that just who, you know, is sending him love and affection?
This was later elaborated on when a Twitter user named Minnie Borb, is their name actually Minnie Borb, came out on Twitter and claimed she was groomed by Carson. She was 17 years old and he was 19 years old, so no, she was not gooned or zoomed or groomed at all. That's just not what happened. They sexted. So while some people claimed he was a creep because, you know, whatever, I think there's a lot of misinformation and rumors are going around. A 2-year age gap does not matter. I don't care. Meanwhile, another side of the audience seemed disappointed in the fact that Carson had let his friends down by risking business opportunities to sext fans, which is a more valid thing, I think, to probably be upset about, at least if he was being dishonest to them. Jay Schlatt, someone who was good pals with Carson and had arguably had his career really helped out by Carson's channel from SMP Live through all of the content they would do together, uploaded a 6-minute video talking about the situation on his Daily Slap channel. The story he details is that in early 2020, Carson was very depressed, and the Caterino situation made things things far worse. Schlatt was there to help him out with these issues he was dealing with at that time. They were often on long Discord calls late into the night talking about Carson's problems, and Schlatt said that they became pretty tight friends. He and Josh and some of their friends tried to be like a close-knit friend group to help Carson out through these issues, but after some months of trying, it didn't really work. And now Schlatt claims that when he saw the messages that Carson had sent to these young girls, it really disgusted him.
You know, there are always stories I'd hear from his roommates about how he treated them, and how he generally just acted, that I glossed over, and I shouldn't have. Also, seeing the DMs he exchanged with some of the girls that have come forward absolutely fucking disgusted me.
I mean, sexting is cringy, but from my understanding, these girls were within a realistic age that he could have dated them, and like it wouldn't have been taboo even. Like a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old talking or dating, is that really a problem? Am I really supposed to think that's disgusting at all? But I also have a more woke stance on this. Like, I don't really care about YouTubers sexting fans as long as the fans are of age, like at all. I don't give a I couldn't care less, and I don't think you should care either. I think it's dumb, it's parasocial nonsense, and garbage to care. The problem with YouTubers, you know, getting down and dirty with the fans and DMs is if that fan is like aggressively too young, like if there's like a power imbalance that leads to someone being abused. And in my eyes, a 19-year-old can't really have that over a 17-year-old unless they're like financially blackmailing or otherwise.
There is no us, Keanu. Chill the fuck out.
You know, if that wasn't happening, which it was not, then it's not that bad. Another problem people seem to have is that like Carson was like sexting this girl, and she would want to watch a movie, and he'd be like, "Well, can we just like sext instead?" And people were like, "Oh, he's a bad person." Like, I don't care. I don't care. But the problem to some people seemed to be less about him messaging random girls and seemed to be more about the fact that Carson had lied to all of his friends and was treating his roommates rather poorly and was just kind of a friend behind the scenes. But at the same time, Schlatt says that Carson used his power to take advantage of vulnerable people.
I feel for all the victims here, and to know that that more people could have been hurt this year while Carson and I were friends, and while I continued to associate with him, and while I believe that he was on the right path, that fucking kills me.
I'm sorry, but is
I hope
Jay
all of
Schlatt
them
not
have
just an
gotten and
entirely
continue to get the help they need
ridiculous
to get
piece of
through this.
shit? Or
Because this is a recurring problem now of content creators who take complete advantage
I feel like
of
he just
and,
sounds like a piece
manipulate
of
the
shit.
people that care about them the most. I don't think Carson's a file, but that's what he did. He used his power to repeatedly take advantage of vulnerable people.
I mean, is a 17-year-old more vulnerable than a 19 or 20-year-old inherently? Like, what did he really do that's that evil is my question. There are plenty of other people, even people like
yeah,
Schlatt,
you're
like
fucking
Nose
virtue
and Gonzalez,
signaling.
who sexted way more people than Carson did, even people younger, and he still hangs out with them. And I'm not trying to comfort the guy here because this is like 3 years ago. This is like long dead drama. I don't hate the dude, but it just seems like Carson got more than really needed to. To me, it seems like a bigger problem was just that Carson was a friend to a lot of people and he lied to them, rather than the fact that he really was sexting anyone that was like a real child. Like, if he was sexting like a 13-year-old, I mean, obviously that's a completely different ball game. But if he's 19 and he's texting, you know, a 17-year-old, like, I don't care, you know, I don't care. But I feel like people shouldn't have cared either. With Carson's friends disavowing him, he didn't really have anyone to make content with anymore, and his audience, which was shared with all of them, were not really inclined to watch his stuff anymore, given the fact that his content was entirely reliant on his friendship with these other creators, you know? Part of the problem with Carson that kind of ruined his whole is like it was baked into the cake that he had this community of people around him, and so when he didn't, like, what was really the point to watching Carson anymore, you know? It's not like he was making content that it was just like him on his own. The appeal was like him interacting with all these guys. When they left, he had nothing. Call Me Carson was all alone, and so Carson just left. He left the internet entirely. He left people to speculate on his friendships and scrutinize his drama. He let his channels completely die. He just dipped for a while. In August of 2021, Carson would return to YouTube. Rather than make an explanation of what went down and really let everyone know his side, he opted to not. Instead, he just made a video saying he would be donating 100% of his next year's profits from streaming to charity. He said he didn't want to drag out the drama anymore. He just wanted to turn a negative situation into something that could help some people out.
Now, before you start thinking of this as an excuse to sweep things under the rug, that's not what this is. I'm doing this because I want to turn a negative situation with a lot of eyes on it into something positive that can help a lot of people.
Today, he's posting to YouTube, including some of his classic content that made him popular in the first place. But his
Opera GX. Trying to play a game while you're watching your favorite YouTuber on the side, and then boom, your game starts lagging because your soy boy web browser is hogging all your resources. I mean, look at this fatty. Everybody point and laugh. Opera GX.
As you can imagine, the people he used to collaborate with, like Jay Schlatt and Josh, are no longer on board.
You look really good, man. Hey, Matt. Matt, I see you,
His channel is doing well. He's definitely making enough money to live off of, and I'm sure all the money he donated to charity was much appreciated by those that received it. But it's unlikely that Carson will ever return to the heights he was at back in the day. Most of the people he was collaborating with back in the day are not doing much better than him, but that's to be expected given the sheer volume of people he was collaborating with. But meanwhile, Jay Schlatt is killing it. Ted Nevison is doing very well. Everyone just kind of went their separate ways, and that's how life is sometimes. And it's kind of silly to beg these people to do content together, but it is nice to reminisce on, you know, that period of time sometimes. I wasn't really into their content back then. I knew a lot of people who were, though, and they were like absolutely in love with what was going on with Carson and SMP Earth and SMP Live and all this stuff that was going on. And you know, looking back at this content, it's not hard to see why it appealed to so many people. Carson, I think, regardless of the sexting itself, you know, and that not really being a problem to me, he clearly got famous super young. He didn't really know how to handle these unaddressed problems in his life, like his anxiety, his imposter syndrome. Apparently he was quite depressed for a while, so that too. Meanwhile, the fact that his friends dropped him so quickly means that he probably was not the best friend to them beforehand, and that's why they kind of were willing to, you know, publicly it seemed like they dropped him quickly, but behind the scenes, I think these friendships had been fracturing a lot over time, and, you know, we just found out all at the same time. And because Carson's entire career was tied to all these dudes, the second they cut their own ties to him, he sank right to the bottom. Maybe if he had tried to debunk the allegations when they came out, sort of like White or Slazo, then things could have been different. You know, if he had made the classic 20-minute video where he sits down on Facecam and is like, this happened, you know, this is when this happened, this screenshot proves that this didn't happen, I'm not a groomer, I'm just a gooner.
Not a groomer. Just a loser.
You know, if he had just done that, maybe it could have been a lot different, but he just kind of ran away. He didn't want to deal with it. He ran, hiding like he's Ant. And at the end of the day, I think even if he had made a video like that, probably he would have lost his viewership in large anyway, and he'd be where he is now, because once again, those friendships, those connections, the collaborations are really what made his channel appealing. And without that, I mean, he just kind of sank to the bottom, you know? He ran, hiding like he's Ant. Thanks for watching this video all the way to the end. Hopefully you guys liked hearing me talk about Carson a few years later. If you guys liked it, be sure to leave a like. If you disliked it, leave a dislike, and leave a comment down below letting me know what you guys think. Do you agree with my assessment of things? Do you disagree? Let me know. And I'll catch you all in tomorrow's video, which will be coming out tomorrow. Bye. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
We need to fucking talk about something, man. You've gone too far. And I mean too fucking far. It's one thing to attack me. It's one thing to troll me. It's one thing to make a, you know, a ha-ha joke, very fucking funny. Oh, we had to share blah, blah, funny shit. This isn't a game, Marty. You're fucking with people's lives here, you sick fuck.
Some people get the short end of the stick when it comes to genetics, and not all of them deal with it gracefully. Sure, congenital issues can account for some shortcomings, but how many? When does someone cross the line, and despite their defects, when can they be held accountable for their actions? A case study of this gray area is Ohio's very own Cyrax, often referred to as the dollar store Chris Chan, or Asmongold's long-lost twin. Over the course of a decade, Cyrax has gone from an aspiring musician to trying to stay out of jail for things like abusing his grandmother, and sending some very unfortunate messages to people who definitely shouldn't have received them. So in today's video, I aim to answer the question, who the hell is Cyrax?
I don't know what that means. All right, go.
Like many other lolcows, Cyrax didn't just come about in a vacuum. If anything, he is the closest we've ever come to a purebred lolcow. Born Patrick Smith on September 20th, 1990, Cyrax claims he was born at just 26 weeks, weighing only 1 pound and 12 ounces, with only 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs, and with 1 blind lazy eye. At least in part, this is because his mother, Connie Lobdell, was herself challenged to some extent. Cyrax's grandmother, Sally, claimed she was fully disabled, although it's unclear what that means, while his father described her as someone with ADHD, and another unnamed condition. He specified that it took him 3 years to teach her how to drive a car, which suggests some degree of intellectual limitation. Many speculate he suffers from fetal alcohol syndrome, though due to Connie's potentially impaired condition, there's hardly any way to hold her accountable for that. His father, on the other hand, is a very different story. In 1994, Rupal Mark Smith, the original legal name of Cyrax Sr., was arrested. While accounts on this vary, with Cyrax himself saying his father went to jail the day he was born, the records available put his arrest at when Cyrax would have been 3 or 4 years old. On July 26, a 14-year-old girl was raped by an unknown man who chased her off a bike path for around 50 feet. According to a person who identified as the unnamed victim, he'd already been stalking her prior to the assault, which meant it was premeditated and suggestive that he'd probably done something like this before. She gave a detailed description of her attacker and his blue 10-speed bike to the police, who prepared a composite sketch. When presented with photo lineups, the victim picked Rupal out of both of them. The sketch was then published in the local newspaper and ended up being seen by Rupal himself just 2 days after the attack. Fortunately, the intellectual acumen of the Smith lineage was already being exhibited, as Rupal decided to call the police himself and identify himself as extremely similar to the man depicted, only to say he wasn't responsible and had an alibi. Regardless, this was enough for the person taking his call to report him to their supervisor, leading an officer to be sent to where Rupal was residing. Upon arriving at the residence, the blue 10-speed bike was seen, an exact match for the one that was at the crime scene. Once the officer became more accusatory toward Rupal, his responses were incriminating. Apparently, while he didn't outright confess to the assault, he said something tantamount to an admission of kidnapping, dragging the victim across the road against her will. After that, Rupal asked for an attorney, but what he said at that point was enough for an arrest and trial, during which a jury convicted him of kidnapping, sexual assault, and sexual abuse of a minor. He attempted to appeal his convictions, but ultimately failed and had to serve a total of 20 years in prison. This is relevant because it meant that, with Rupal out of the picture due to his arrest, and Connie being unfit to care for a child due to her disability, someone else would have to raise Cyrax. That someone ended up being his grandmother, Sally, who moved Patrick out of Alaska and into her humble home in Akron, Ohio. Oddly enough, Sally had been in
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. Good, real food is simple. It looks like food.
a strangely similar situation to that of Rupal's, only on the receiving end. As we can learn from an article in a local Alaskan newspaper, Rupal's father, and Sally's first husband, is a man named William Bill Smith, born in 1941. According to public records, Sally was born in 1952, and Rupal was born in 1969, meaning she was 17 when she had him and just 14 when she got married to Bill, who was 25 years old, the exact same age Rupal had been when he committed his crime. What's worse is that Rupal had older siblings, though records on how many are difficult to find. We know that at least one of them was also named Bill, who ended up simultaneously suffering from AIDS and cancer until he passed away in 2015. Just so you know, when I say Cyrax is a purebred lolcow, I mean generations of extremely unfortunate circumstances have
AIDS
coalesced
and
to bring him
cancer.
forth. Via newspaper clippings of one of Sally's brother's obituary, we can determine her maiden name is Arnson, but when she took Cyrax in to raise him, she was married to another man named Gordon Wilkins and took his last name, so she decided to rename Cyrax accordingly, calling him by the name he went on to use for the entirety of his life.
This is Chance Finley Wilkins talking to Nicholas Beagler. What you fail to realize, Nick, is that I made you.
From Patrick Smith to Chance Wilkins, from Alaska to Ohio, Cyrax wasn't even 5 and was already undergoing some radical transformations. In his recollection, he had a very rough time at school, with people bullying him and giving him swirlies due to his appearance.
I was supposed to die the day that I was born. And when I was born with 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs. And, you know, growing up through school, you know, I did get picked on. I got bullied way more than most. I got judged, you know, I got beat up every day. I was that kid that was an outcast in high school.
But, as we will learn in full detail, Chance isn't an entirely reliable narrator, since contrary to his claims, it seems he did indeed have friends during his school years. In an interview with Elspeth, a friend of Cyrax's from high school, she said,
"We met quite literally in high school. We had a mutual friend in common, and that's how we met."
According to Elspeth, Chance and his group of friends bonded over their interest in dancing, so much so that she herself is a trained ballet dancer. She recalls an instance where they both performed a piece called The Dueling Dancers at the school's talent show, but unfortunately there's no footage of this event. When they weren't at school, they usually met up and hung out at the house of their aforementioned friend, Billy Seiler. Billy was a short, legally blind African-American student, and Cyrax described him as a closer friend than the rest of the group. After all, Billy was the one who introduced him to Linkin Park, one of Cyrax's favorite bands. Months before any of his followers investigated Cyrax's story with Billy, Cyrax spontaneously brought it up, saying,
"Unfortunately, when I was 16 to 17 years old around that time period, I was actually by one of my best friends from high school. Now, at the time, I didn't know that he was gay. I had actually met this kid. His name was Billy Seiler. We had gone to the same high school together, and me and him grew really, really close. We were super cool with each other.
This is quite a claim to make, especially to bring it up as lightly as Cyrax did. This was enough to rouse suspicion, but as time went on, the situation only worsened. In another retelling, Cyrax mentioned that his family spoke to the school about what Billy supposedly did to him, and the school responded by kicking Cyrax out so it wouldn't happen again.
They know what Billy did. That's why they removed me from that school, so it didn't happen to me again.
Though this isn't impossible, it sounds unlikely that the victim of such a circumstance could be the one getting kicked out of the school. Worse yet was the fact that Cyrax originally claimed to have been 16 or 17 when this took place, but he only changed high schools after 2009, when he would have been 19, meaning the time frame doesn't really add up. This discrepancy was confirmed by Cyrax himself, who later changed it and said that, while Billy was underage, he himself was not.
Cyrax, how are you not so pissed though at that school? Like, I think it's insane. You should have never been expelled.
We tried, and that's the thing. That's the thing. We tried to fight it, but due to the fact that he was underage and I was overage.
Oh my god, dude. I don't understand that. That's ridiculous.
People became suspicious, and since Cyrax had already given this person's name out, they decided to look further into it. The information was enough to find Billy's Facebook and contact him, informing him of what Cyrax claimed happened during high school. Once contact was established, what Cyrax allegedly did to Billy became a matter of public knowledge.
You know, so we were up in my room, it was late at night, probably 12, 1 o'clock on a weekday. When it gets hot, guys tend to take off their shirts and everything. I was either on my belly on the floor, or I think I was searching for something, and the next thing I already know is and at this point, I had never given any type of consent whatsoever.
This all but confirmed in the eyes of many that at the ripe age of either 18 or 19 years old, Cyrax had assaulted a disabled minor. What a great way to start the story. We have little to no information on what else Chance was up to during the 2000s, but we do know what his family was up to. His mother, Connie, remarried in 2002 and was living with a man named Michael. But just a few years later, in 2007, she tragically passed away while using a wood stove that didn't have proper piping, and because of this, it resulted in a house fire. Perhaps adding to the tragedy was the fact that she passed away on Cyrax's 17th birthday. A little over a year later, the house Sally was living in with Chance was broken into, so there's no way to know if the perpetrator was ever found. In late 2009 to early 2010, Cyrax created his first ever YouTube channel, but it was nothing to write home about besides a few AMVs he made with freeware, and definitely stole from other people's content while doing so. The years of 2010 and 2011 were mostly uneventful, though Cyrax made a few Facebook posts that contributed to the notion that he wasn't as bullied as he said he was, since he had multiple girlfriends during this period. He also shows his funnier side with jokes such as, Santa, ho ho ho, me. Damn, Santa has 3 hoes? What a man. One at a time, and they better get paid extra. You so fat and old, nasty. It's only in 2012 that things get intense with Cyrax abusing his grandmother, Sally. In a document retrieved via the Freedom of Information Act, because, yes, his followers are that dedicated, we have information on every time the police have been called in relation to Cyrax's house. And on the 14th of February, a domestic fight was reported by Sally's brother, William Arnson. Chance is described as out of control and fighting with his mom before leaving the house and walking toward the freeway. It appears he attempted to choke or strangle his grandmother, but fortunately, the report cites no injuries and no weapons. To this day, we don't know what exactly this was about or what happened, but we do have this mugshot to make up for it. In 2012, we have the first significant bouts of online activity from Cyrax, who at this time went under the name of DJ Shadowblade, which he misspelled a variety of ways. One of these early manifestations was his war cry. Supposedly, this was him beating Chester Bennington's record of longest scream, though what Chance did here hardly qualifies as a scream, more of I don't know. Sounds like me when the drive-thru takes longer than 3 minutes. A year later, despite being a whopping 23 years old and still in high school, we have a couple of videos from this time period, wherein he's doing basic parkour moves like handstands and wall jumps. Cyrax claimed he had a GPA that was just a couple of points short of 4.0, and was at the top of his class, but they didn't allow him to graduate because he didn't have a perfect 4.0 GPA, and was too ugly to graduate, so he eventually got kicked out of the school altogether. Another claim of his was that in this school, he was also severely bullied to the point where a bunch of students pushed him from a balcony. This, too, appears to be a lie, as explained by his aunt, who gave an interview explaining what had happened.
It was lunchtime, and these kids dared him that he couldn't jump something from the balcony.
The backflip. Okay, hold on. I had a question about this. After certain head injuries, like, people fucking have dramatic personality changes at times. Do you feel like after the fucking head injury, like...
What head injury? He didn't hit his head.
He smacked his head off a. He was like on the second floor when he did the backflip. It was like off the second floor.
He didn't hit his head. He landed on his side and broke his arm.
You see, in order to cover up from having taken a dare and stupidly jumping off of a balcony, he made up a fake story about the other kids having pushed him off of it. He went as far as lying to the police and actually accusing the other students of having done it, but when it turned out that he was lying, he was promptly expelled from the school, and his GPA being below 1 probably didn't help. In his later videos, he enjoyed telling this story as the source of his inexplicable talent, as if hitting his head on the concrete, which he didn't do since he landed on his side, made him into a musician. As is proven by his very own early uploads, this is a lie since he was already in the music grind, and particularly in the Juggalo scene as early as 2012. One of his earliest uploads still up on the internet has him long-windedly complaining about how strict and rule-oriented the Juggalo community was. This is most likely due to the fact that Cyrax only feigned to be a Juggalo in order to be a part of the community and find friends, but had no idea what being a Juggalo was about, didn't listen to ICP or any artists related to them, and this was eventually proven by Juggalos who decided to quiz him on his ICP knowledge.
So I was just curious, what what was your first album that you got into the clowns?
Believe it or not, dude, it was probably, I want to say either Jeffrey Brothers or Riddlebox.
So what did the cover look like?
Really, dude, you know how many years it's been since I've listened to that shit.
Still, it didn't prevent him from claiming he was in the family in the past decade. How dysfunctional do you have to be in order to struggle to meet the criteria for a Juggalo? The only community with lower standards than theirs is probably furries. No offense, just saying. While very little has been archived from this era due to how frequently Cyrax deletes everything he has online, only to make a new account with a different name the following day, judging from his very old and empty LinkedIn page, he claims to be a part of a Juggalo record label called Killa Clown Sounds ever since May of 2009. As we can learn from his Facebook, his only prior occupations were abstract artist and painter at C. Wilkins Art and, soldier's son. Given RuPaul's state of affairs, it's clear this is talking about Sally's husband at the time, Gordon Wilkins, who gave Chance his last name. Once again, deferring to his Facebook posts, he claimed to have dropped his first album, Blood on My Hands, in 2010, under the name of Kid Darkness. It looks like his sister was responsible for getting him into contact with the owner of the label, Eric Scrubolo, who signed Cyrax out of pity. A little later on, it seems Chance also did a brief stint as a Christian rock artist, and if this poster is anything resembling genuine, he performed somewhere. I really wish we had footage of this stuff, but in compensation, we have Cyrax expressing his religious fervor in his very unique fashion. I swear, man, I wish I could give that no-good Satan and his demons a piece of my fist and foot in their mouths and shut them up for good. In a comment he left under this post, he also seems to believe that God killed the devil at some point. I'm not sure if that's in the Bible or if it's in his headcanon, but for a man as devoted to Cyrax, I won't be the one to cast doubt on his theological knowledge. In another post from this time, he lamented his lack of success in the music industry, saying, "My name is Chance Wilkins, I'm 21 years old, with my mom working 2 days a week waiting tables in a little restaurant, and it's still not being enough to fully get by on bills, and me going through many hardships in life, I decided to do something to help all that. So I decided to get into music, and many people have judged me because I auto-tune my real voice to make it sound better, but I don't care, I still keep going, and I always will. I don't ask for much, I just ask for my dream to come true so I can help my family." Kind of a sweet message, actually. It must have been really stressful to carry his family on his back, since it's during this period that he begins developing his infamous skullet. He was convinced he was going to get paid up to $5 grand and that he'd be in every music magazine, but unfortunately this never happened. Even before people were actively trolling him with fake promises of fame and fortune for his music, Cyrax proves to truly be one of a kind, as he tricks himself into these delusions for no reason without any outside interference. Another of his uploads from 2012 is a video called Inside the Shadows, which has Cyrax giving an unrequested tour of his house to his non-existent audience. It's very aptly named since the lighting is horrid and you can barely make out what he's trying to show you. While the majority of content this early is completely lost and most likely rotting in the cursed confines of Cyrax's hard drive, we do have an archive song he worked on. Given his slurring drawl is nowhere to be heard during the track, and the beat sounds like if you converted a brain hemorrhage into an MP3, we can presume he was the producer. Check it out for yourself.
Party, 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 party.
The smell of it is In August, he claimed he was working on an album with fellow Juggalo rapper Spitfire the Twisted Killer, who doesn't seem to actually exist. In early 2012, it appears he either was or wanted to be involved with a girl named Hannah, as we can see in a post of his where he apologizes to her for some unspecified wrongdoings of his, and performatively says she's the reason he didn't do something drastic the night prior. This appeal deal wouldn't stick though, and a while later, he not only starts dating, but supposedly gets engaged to a new girl named Heather, who appears to also be very into Juggalo culture and works on music with Cyrax under the name of Shadowcat Hashlet. The names are so fire. In another music-related post, Cyrax posted what he calls lyrics, but given it was decently formatted and didn't have a typo in every other word, it's obviously a ripped poem from a guy called Mark Slaughter, which we know because he forgot to take out the copyright notice at the bottom. It's clear he was very invested in his Juggalo phase, but didn't know exactly how to express it. For example, in one post where he shared a picture of a little girl with progeria, his way of being nice to her was saying he considers her a juggalette. But music wasn't the only artistic venue of Cyrax, as in late 2012, he announced he was working on a manga series called Spectworps, which was going to release in early to mid-2013, which did not happen. As time progresses, Chance becomes increasingly erratic. Perhaps because he learned the absolute basics of how to make music, they gave him an unrequited ego boost he had no idea how to handle. But early signs of the behavior he eventually became very well known for also started to show. We have this early 2013 clip of him addressing someone who apparently insulted one of his friends.
Talking all this crap and shit. This guy seems to think I'm hiding behind words, but I'm not. You hear that, Aaron? I'm not hiding behind anything, little man. You want a little man? Look at you.
God damn it, man. No fucking way.
Hiding behind his own damn words, just too afraid to stand up to me like a real man.
Anyone with decent online experience knows there's no greater waste of time than engaging in keyboard warriorism, not to mention the fact that people who are belligerent online tend to be trolls that you stand nothing to gain from interacting with. But obviously this is hard to explain to Cyrax. However, where a typical person sees a waste of time, Chance sees an opportunity to act like he's a WWE wrestler whose gimmick is talking like he just came out of a sludge puddle in the middle of a trailer park. From the get-go, it's very clear he gets a kick out of making threats of violence and pretending he can beat up people or kill them. Still, no matter how unlikable he gets, he keeps finding his way into new girlfriends, and by 2013, we finally get to see the face of Heather.
God damn it, man. It's fucking impossible.
2013, where he announces he's abandoning the Juggalo lifestyle, but emphasizes he's still a part of the family.
Like, we're not gonna stop being friends with any of the Juggalos and that. If you guys still wanna be our friends, that's cool. But we just dropped the lifestyle.
Exactly. We didn't drop the family itself. It's the lifestyle itself that we dropped.
Chance is very keen on giving himself an air of sophistication and seems to very consciously imitate the kind of statements and manner of speech that actual artists exhibit during interviews, as if mimicking the way they talk is an effective way to become famous himself. Anthropologically speaking, it's fascinating to see a guy act out what is tantamount to a cargo cult of these celebrities he follows in real time. A little while later, Chance publishes another video, this time apologizing for having thrown the dog tags from his record label, Kill a Clown Sounds, into a lake.
When we did the whole thing with the dog tags, it's because we were pissed off. We didn't know what the hell to do. We were only doing like what Mom wanted us to do. She came up with the idea to throw them into the lake, and at the time it seemed like a good idea. And honestly, we regret it now.
Once again, I have to give some special attention to the cinematography. First off, if you pay close attention, the sad song from the ending of early Naruto episodes is playing in the background to accentuate the emotion of Cyrax's apology. Secondly, he also has Heather ominously hovering around in the background to back him up, probably because he thinks having his girlfriend present makes him look cooler and legitimizes the things he says. He also subtly blames Sally for giving him the idea of throwing the dog tags into the lake, as if he had no choice but to follow her advice. Not only does he neglect to mention why exactly they threw it in the first place, but he claims he's family with Eric and that he's the only reason
Oh
they
my
made
God,
it this
why
far,
does he
despite the fact
fucking,
that Cyrax has not made it anywhere, let alone somewhere far from his starting point of literally living in his grandmother's basement. Chance nonchalantly moved on from the situation and resumed his typical posting, with gems such as his live stream wherein he schizophrenically plays the piano and calls it classical composition. Mwah. Beautiful. However, much later down the timeline, people decided to look further into Cyrax's departure from Scrubbalo's label, only to discover what he was actually dropped for.
I've known him for close to maybe 10 years. And to be honest with you, in the beginning I felt bad for the guy. And he was trying to be a DJ, and I'm like, okay, man, I mean, I gotta do that for you. If you listen to my songs, you'd hear me shout out to Wade. Yeah, that was stolen from me. I was gonna release an album called The Cyrax Complex. He used to go by Virus, which was also stolen from me. I don't know, man, he stole like 10 of my songs.
Jesus Christ. He steals everything, right?
Yeah.
Besides these events, 2013 was a remarkably vacant year for Cyrax, especially in regard to his social media activity. His Facebook has just a after his departure from Killa Clown Sounds, he was then a member of another music group called Redcon 1. The last honorable mention of 2013 is another police report of a fight which Sally called in, though it took place much later in the year.
Jesus
No way of
fuck,
discovering
man.
what it was
I'm
about.
dead.
In 2014,
Aren't
he
you
had
supposed to
relatively
stop
few actual
attacking?
posts on his Facebook, but
Like-
plenty of changes to his profile and background pictures, with doozies such as this Second Life character with some kind of lyrics to the side, and what seems to be a superhero character created by chance called Red Phoenix. He also uses one of those free Yu-Gi-Oh card making websites to make cards for a bunch of new metal and emo bands. And while he continued to be associated with Redcon, he now titled himself as an anime illustrator and author for a series called Rinmaru Highlander, which doesn't exist. In one of his few archived posts from this time period, he claims to be an American soldier, which is something he adopted on account of his adoptive father, Gordon, as he was retired from being in the military. In May of that year, he began a new video series called Gamer Madness Monthly, which he never continues. In his first episode, he announces he will be working on a horror game called Possessions that will somehow simultaneously play like Resident Evil, Call of Duty, and Halo. In the same time frame, he posts another video complaining about the zero tolerance laws on fighting. I'm actually not sure what he's talking about here, but the gist of it is he's lecturing the then President Barack Obama on why the law needs to be changed so that people can defend themselves. I think this is a case of Cyrax trying to chime in on a political topic, but misinterpreting what he was trying to talk about. This is very rich, since were it not for the fact that he was so visibly challenged, Sally could have charged him with assault for trying to choke her out a couple of years prior. A few months of silence go by, and finally, we get to hear what Cyrax sounds like when he's rapping. As you can see from the cover, this was a song done in collaboration with an unnamed third party in a group called Underground Assassins, and I'm guessing this other guy is responsible for the new metal screaming that shows up for a few seconds in the middle of the track. What's also noticeable is the creative liberties Cyrax takes, such as saying the gamer word every other line, sometimes more than once in a single line. Not that we should have a problem with that, considering Cyrax is from the hood and he does represent. His vocals seem sped up to fit in the track, which is strange because they still aren't anywhere in the vicinity of being on time. And it should also be noted that once again, this is all done over a Linkin Park beat. On the same day the track went up, Cyrax also uploaded the first episode of a new series called Underground Show, and surprising absolutely no one, it's the same as all of his other shows where he just kind of films himself with a handheld camera in a dark basement. Besides showing the art pieces he had made out of what looks like plastic beads, he explains that his intention with this series in particular is to review things from the 90s or even before, from TV shows to video games. A few days later, he dropped a cover of the Linkin Park song Burn It Down, except he does grindcore type vocals instead of actually singing it. A Juggalo song was uploaded as well, but the vocals don't sound like Chance and the beat sounds too normal to be one of his, but it is mysteriously pitched up, so maybe that's his contribution to the track. 2015 rolls around, and the first half of the year is pretty much silent on his end, perhaps because in April of that year, Chance got involved in a physical altercation that resulted in him being slammed against a stop sign and allegedly hurting his back so bad he required emergency services to pick him up. It's unknown whether he ended up spending time in a hospital due to his injuries, but getting beat up definitely deflated his ego, as during this period, there are no talks about beating people up coming from Chance. In a Facebook post made months after, he resented the police for not catching and arresting the man who beat him, as well as claiming the incident misaligned his spine and caused him to live in a continuous state of pain, despite the doctors who checked him out saying nothing was broken. By October, he had once again taken up the mantle of professional music producer, selling beats he had made for $1 a pop. Quite the steal. However, probably because none of the beats sold, he became quite upset and considered giving up on music altogether, saying, "I hate to say this, but my work as a music artist is done. I know I'm gonna upset and piss a lot of you off, but the music world is not where I belong anymore. I don't have the talent I used to have, and I'm sorry for those of you who I'm going to upset with this post, but my future lies in doing my artwork. As of this moment, I am done with music for good. Again, I'm truly sorry for those of you I'm going to make mad and upset, but please try to understand my point." His grandmother chimed in to say that the reason he was upset was that he got judged for his music, but a much more likely explanation is that Chance has a very low attention span and doesn't seem capable of committing himself to something over a super long period of time. Proof of this is that he doesn't even commit to giving up, as just a few months later, he was publicly considering remaking a previous album of his, which, by the way, doesn't seem like it was ever properly made in the first place. In November, he attempted to play League of Legends, only to discover that going AFK during a match gets you suspended. Fortunately for him, his interest in League of Legends was still not enough to prevent him from somehow getting yet another girlfriend, a girl named May, though judging from her Facebook URL, that was probably just an avatar name. Onlookers are continually amazed by the fact that Cyrax is able to pull these girls, and honestly, I don't really know how he does it. I guess he just has Riz like that. After all, if we acknowledge his home state... Never mind. In November, Sally made 2 calls to the police to report a suspicious black vehicle parked outside their home, but there's no way of knowing what this was about. Meanwhile, Chance is up to his usual shenanigans as a little while later, a tragedy takes place in the city of Akron. A man named Zach Hussein is shot in a pizza parlor, prompting Chance to make a plethora of posts calling the man his brother and good friend, although there's no evidence he even knew this guy. Most likely, Cyrax was trying to ride the coattails of the news, so much so that his way of mourning Mr. Hussein was to start making custom car designs in what looks like Second Life, with the guy's face and name plastered all over them, no less. He went as far as to open a Facebook page called ZNC Customs, with the ZNC standing for Zach and Chance, and it's very likely there was no approval whatsoever for this to be done. And with this wonderful image as his profile picture, we closed 2015 off as the calm before the storm. In January of 2016, he announced the creation of an anime-style punk metal band, and just a day later, he said he would be developing a video game for mobile devices. On the exact same day, he took it back in another post saying, "I have some saddening news. I know many of you were looking forward to me bringing back a few games, but due to the stress level of the programs, I am making them into a manga, which will be released within the next few months. I am deeply and terribly sorry for the upset this may cause for some of you, but I feel as if making them into mangas will be much easier for me to do and less stressful. It's becoming needless to say, but neither the mobile games nor the mangas were ever made." Also on the same day, he puts up a post for the sale of a thumb drive for $50 via PayPal, containing 40 custom art pieces, 10 custom 3D car designs, and 10 unreleased instrumentals of his. And if you want an idea of what these art pieces are, when they aren't stolen from other people, they are the product of presets and automated designs, such as these lovely vases he was showcasing a little while later. Likewise, the instrumentals he makes are all using software that automatically structures a beat. A few days later, he began selling custom anime art for $5. Presumably, when this manic period of hyper-productivity died down, Cyrax settled back into a melancholic, depressive state, as on February 7th, he mourns his absence of a girlfriend. A locale classic. "Why can't I be happy with a wonderful girl who loves me for me, and won't hurt me or use me, and throw me away? All I want is to be happy. Is that too much to ask for? To be happy with a girl who doesn't drink, smoke, or do any drugs, and will stand by my side no matter what? Is that really too much to ask for?" The no drinking, no drugs caveat is truly reminiscent of the GOAT Chris Chan's attraction sign, but the comments reveal that Cyrax is indeed a fake cell, as a girl named Michelle Nicole Kingsbury says, "You are not single. I'm yours, ain't I? I thought I've been yours since like October." Cyrax thought it wise not to respond to these fake cell allegations though. Seriously now, it's almost as if he has a child's idea of what having a girlfriend means, and is sufficiently pleased by just calling someone that and being done with it, so much so that he's even forgotten someone had actually agreed to be his girlfriend already. His businessman persona takes the wheel again, this time advertising his pottery pieces with what looks to be poorly rendered 3D Celtic rune patterns. Once again, he didn't sell a single one, and I doubt that he could actually even get one of these vases made if someone was goofy enough to buy one from him. His mania dies down, and after complaining about not making any money with his art, blaming it on companies not giving him a chance, he decides to go after the people who are stealing his art and claiming it as their own. Well, this is
Just
ironic,
non-stop
considering he's
attacks,
done this
bro.
hundreds of times at
It's
this
so
point. There's no
annoying.
evidence that anyone's stolen any of Cyrax's original artwork at all. If I were to guess, he saw
I wanna
someone
see if I can
complaining
beat
about being
Owl
stolen
on
from
fucking
and decided to
Joyless
just do the
Demon
same
Bell.
thing. Obviously, if this was a real concern about a real piece of artwork, he could just get it copyrighted. If Chris Chan managed to copyright Sonichu, there's no way Cyrax couldn't do the same thing with his art. In April, he opened a new record label called Metal Militia, which hosted his band Black Fire Lighthouse. The only problem is his band was just a screen capture from the Flash game Punk-O-Matic. Didn't stop him from advertising for it using IMVU models though, and unfortunately, we are unable to hear any of their work at this moment. Lost media. A couple of weeks later, he once again starts talking about making a video game, but it turns out he just learned how to use Mugen, a fighting game template that allows you to easily add playable characters by downloading pre-made files and placing them in a folder in the program's directory. On his Facebook, he showed a computer-generated fight between the protagonist of Fatal Fury, Joe Higashi, and movie star Bruce Lee. Unfortunately, his primitive programming skills weren't impressing anybody, so he once again became melancholic, sharing his negative experience with relationships. Everyone wonders why people like me have trust issues when in a relationship, it's because when you're hurt, abused, and lied to so much, you don't know what to do, and half the time you want to end it, but don't want to be the bad guy in the end. It's not as simple as most think, especially when you truly love someone and they treat you really bad, yet you still give them everything in the hopes of them changing. Those who have hurt me may be the way I am today in relationships, and that is in no way my fault. And if you have trust issues in a relationship and are getting treated badly, you are in no way at fault, and nor are you alone. A peer of Cyrax's commented, saying, "Same, I have 3 dads." It's unknown if Chance is referring to a specific ex-girlfriend of his says in this post, but as we'll learn later on, if anyone's abusive in his relationships, it's probably him. After getting over this slump, he's back to using online software meant for kids to make what he calls artwork. This time, he generates cards for other artists, but also one for his fans, so that they can get early access to all of his music and art. In May,
This I
he
can
lost
do.
a friendship with a girl due to the machinations of an online hacker by the name of Chuck Stiegel, someone who he alleges has been harassing and hacking him for years. In a way, Chuck was Cyrax's first troll and first A-log at the same time, and since he will reappear later on, it's good to get his introduction out of the way. For those who don't know, an A-log is a troll who is ultimately more ridiculous than the person they're going after. But how can someone be more ridiculous than Cyrax, you may ask? Well, how about a self-proclaimed vampire who says things like this and claims to be a conservative Christian while publicly cross-dressing online? Oh, and if that's insufficient, he's also the author of the cult classic Retarded Goth Drinking Off While Crying. His relationship with Cyrax began in 2013 when, according to the archivists, they, along with a third friend called Billy Thayer, tried their hand at being a band, but it instantly fell apart, as all of Cyrax's creative endeavors do. We know this not because of Chance's troll following, because at the time, he was unknown. It was Chuck's troll following, which preceded Cyrax's by a very long time, that preserved these pieces of info. While they were much smaller in comparison to what Cyrax eventually amassed, they were enough to, through the word of mouth, tell the tale of how Chuck tried to set Cyrax up with another girl while he was engaged to Heather to try and break them up. When this failed, Chuck sent Heather nude photos of himself to try and seduce her, and when Cyrax found out, they had a falling out, and Chuck continued to harass Cyrax by hacking into his accounts. This retelling, which happens to be the earliest one online, places the breakdown of their friendship at 2013. A later retelling, which Chuck himself corroborates, places it at 2015 and claims that Chuck decided to cut ties with Chance after discovering that he'd been exchanging inappropriate messages with a 16-year-old. The thing is, how could this be possible if Chuck hadn't already been hacking into Cyrax's accounts? Chuck is from Florida, while Cyrax is from Ohio, so there's no chance Chuck was using one of Chance's devices and randomly stumbled on the messages. The most likely story, especially since hindsight is 2020, and we later discover that Chance does indeed have proclivities toward inappropriate interactions, is that discovering Cyrax's messages just gave Chuck pretext for what he was already doing. Before we get back into the main story, it's noteworthy to point out that their aforementioned mutual friend, Billy Thayer, met Chuck in a residential mental health program before they left to live on the streets. Eventually, Chuck managed to pay for a room in a boarding house, which they shared. Upon discovering his existence and immediately noticing he was an odd fellow who bore somewhat of a resemblance to Daniel Larson, the trolls took an interest. At the point this happened, Billy had fallen out with Chuck due to the latter having accused him of possessing CP, so the method of getting Billy to talk was creating a Discord server and pretending to be a secret government agency created with the sole purpose of investigating Chuck Stiegel. This yielded a lot of results, certainly much more than initially expected, the most significant of which are archived in one of the main hubs for Cyrax trolling, Masshole Mafia. It seems that Billy not only believed he was a Crip, a martial artist, and an experienced military man who went on multiple tours in the Middle East in the early 2000s, being decorated with a Purple Heart, among other medals. Though it's unknown if any of Billy's spiel has any truth to it, what is known for a fact is that his social media is full of posts like this one. As the trolls discovered that Chuck's accusations had some weight to them, they decided to catfish Billy pretending to be a single mom with a 4-year-old daughter. By doing this, they successfully convinced Billy to concede remote access to his accounts, and what was found was shocking. The extent of what I can show from their findings is very limited, but rest assured you're not missing out on anything worth seeing. Let's just say Billy Thayer should move to Florida. The FBI and LAPD were informed of Billy's online dealings, and the trolls had a field day by having Billy do things like dunk his head into a toilet and flush. While he seemed intent on killing Chuck for having exposed him, he eventually defaulted into just trying to get a single mom to move into the boarding house he was living in.
This video is for my little princess. Just so you know, Daddy loves you.
Eventually, this sting operation culminated in a phone call with Billy in which he incriminated himself.
The truth is that we found you because of your association with Chuck. And we checked your Facebook page and we saw a picture of a woman and a young girl kissing, and you said that it turned you on. And it was a very young girl, Billy, very, very young. So we hypothesized that you were probably a pedophile, which you are because I posed as a single mother with a 4-year-old daughter that is not real, and you messaged me. Telling me that you wanted to stay home with this made-up child to monitor her all day. So I got your personal information, I called Kissimmee Police, I turned you in, and I'm going to make a video and put it on YouTube exposing you for the 41-year-old creep that you are that wants to fuck 4-year-olds.
I'm not what you think I
I was testing you.
You were testing me. You were testing me to see if I'm okay with files like you or not, because I'm not.
I'm not like that. I was testing you. That's not a lie, because I even looked into it in the notes for me.
Right, because it was actually a 40-year-old woman pretending to be a child to bait you, and you tried to have sex with what you thought was a child. And then, even worse, you tried to make a plan to have a single mom move down to Florida, buy you a house, because you're unemployable, Billy. You can't hold a job or support yourself.
I'm not unemployed. I work at SeaWorld.
No, you said that you left SeaWorld, and you're not going to work at SeaWorld for very much longer, because we called them too and let them know that you're a pedophile and you shouldn't be around children because you have fantasies about molesting 4-year-old girls.
Well, I got news for you. I'm going to go into work tomorrow.
All right, well, I'm sure your manager is going to have a lot to say to you tomorrow.
The fact Billy was working at SeaWorld is horrifying to say the least. All this goes to show what kind of company Cyrax was attracting. Honestly, with this in mind, dating juggalettes isn't half bad. Unfortunately, both Chuck and Cyrax were eventually faced with similar accusations with differing degrees of severity, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Back to the man of the hour, Chance Wilkins. He apparently dropped a book called Soul Census, but unfortunately we don't have access to its contents. After designing a few more cars, Cyrax decided to move on to bigger and better, high-powered war mechs. It's interesting how he goes into detail about the kind of weapons and defense mechanisms it has, as if it were or possibly could be real, much like a kid would. He then designed some of the most revolutionary looking footwear of all time. That being said, critics found his revolutionary design somewhat controversial, to which he said, "To all my haters, sticks and stones could never shake my tone, so I'm thinking your words haven't got a hope." Based. He announces his new music project, Urban Warfare, but quickly devolves back into his lonely persona as he makes a post featuring an image of Rurouni Kenshin hugging his girl with the caption, "This is what I want, a beautiful girl who treats me right and won't abuse or hurt me. Is that too much to ask for? Is it too much for me to ask to be happy for once in my life? So what if I don't look the best? That shouldn't matter. What should matter is how the other one is treated." He then specifies 25 CD pre-orders will constitute Urban Warfare's rollout, and I'm not sure why that's the number he picked, but that is it. After showing his brand spanking new IMVU avatar for Shadowblade, he drops a rant on how the music industry and record labels are exploitative and unfair, despite never having actually been signed to a record label. He then reposted said rant 3 times, I guess because he was unhappy with the little traction the first post got. Overall, 2016 was a positive year for Cyrax, perhaps the last one of them. Apparently, not only did he once again enter a relationship, he started a job at a new place called Miracle Riders, though this might be just yet another iteration of his fake Second Life car business. Most importantly, 2016 was a year with no police reports from the Cyrax household. The same cannot be said for 2017. January is kicked off with a plethora of new livestream VODs going up on his Facebook account, most of which contain the usual we've come to expect from Cyrax. At this point, he's also convinced himself he knows how to play the guitar. And his superb production skills also make a reappearance. After thinking about life, Chance begins to work on a music documentary and enters another relationship while his live streams are forced to go on a brief hiatus due to someone reporting him. His banning and subsequent return are the primers that kick off what his trolls have come to call the Living Room Saga, where he was frequently recording himself doing his routine not in his bedroom, but in the middle of Sally's living room. On the first day of February, he released a new dubstep track. It's really a testament to his intellect and awareness that he's dropping dubstep tracks in 2017. Or maybe he's just got swag. For some unexplainable reason, in a lot of these live streams, he wears these motorcycle glasses on his head. I guess because he thinks it's cool and cybergoth. Which, make no mistake, it is. He then made a new band with his friend called Hallow Injection, with some wonderful cover art to go with it. He drops another song, this one with a feature from a friend of his, though it appears he misplaced his friend's verse on the beat, then moves on to working on his new EP called Nut House. Since his music endeavors weren't working out, he offered his services as a dog sitter or babysitter before going back to selling beats, this time for 50 cents each. He also started a radio show and even hosted a concert to fight racism, all while working on a video game style movie and his first ever all-rap album. Unlike many of his other albums and songs, this album is still up and very accessible. This is the cover for it, and this is how it sounds. But Cyrax's disappointments with the music industry resurfaced. First, he alleged that someone stole a car design from him and submitted it to the Power Rangers film from 2017. It got accepted, and they took credit for it. It doesn't seem like he ever names the person who supposedly did this, so we can probably chalk it up as just another instance of Chance completely hallucinating life events that didn't happen. Next, he claimed a record label wouldn't sign him because he was too ugly, and pretended he'd been crying for hours about it before dropping a song called F the Industry, targeted at said record label, which he does not name at any point in time. It's also in February that he drops possibly one of the best pieces of avant-garde comedy ever witnessed by man.
Hey, what the hell? Wait, what? Dude, who are you? Who are you? I asked you first. Oh, let's fight. Come on.
In March, he gives up on releasing one of his albums because doing so officially would cost $20. He then opens a store for Shadowblade merch and fakes a newsletter from the mobile game Vainglory, where he's described as one of the top 2 players in North America. In a video posted to his Facebook, he claims he made it and announces he'll be doing a concert in Chicago, and then 2 days later, he goes on a hiatus. It seems he joined another label in the meantime, Outcast Records, to release his long-awaited return to the rap game, Rebirth, after a couple of weeks or so of not posting any tracks and just busying himself with online drifting games. Oh, and he got another girlfriend named Tiny, who was obviously a catfish. Eventually, he did do a concert, if we can call it that, which consisted of him performing his songs in his usual living room setting. His next creative pivot is to make a series for YouTube about zombies called Dead Adventures, and after many instances of Chance comparing his relationship with Miss Tiny to Naruto and Hinata, they break up, supposedly because of Tiffany, which is Tiny's real name, saying something to her special needs aunt that Cyrax wasn't okay with.
But what she said to her aunt is beyond up. She told her aunt to shut the fuck up, stop asking questions, and to quit playing with the curtains before she smacks the living shit out of her.
Due to his history of twisting the truth to make himself look better, there's no telling if there's any truth to the statement here. It didn't seem like the breakup shook him too badly, considering just a while later, he was dropping more banger Facebook posts such as, "My team knows
Bro, it
about
would
this.
fuck
When
me
you're
up
a
so
boss,
bad
you
to
grab
wake
that
up in
last
that
can of
fucking
Nos and
body
store
every
as in
day.
stock.
Like,
Soon after, he got
Jesus.
together with yet
Like,
another
he's
girl who
got so
according to
much
Cyrax was his
resilience
high school
just from
sweetheart.
having
Moving
fucking,
increasingly farther away from music,
like,
he
pushed
returned to his
through
knack
his
for game
goddamn
programming,
life.
apparently to make a game called Fantasia Order of the Moon. And I can only assume he's going to use RPG Maker to do so. Later on, he announces he'll be taking a voice acting role in a game, as opposed to taking on the role of the programmer. But neither of these things ever materialize. He returns to music instead to tease his new album, OCR Princess Farewell Tink Tank, which is probably the most deranged title so far. At some point, he either broke up with his high school sweetheart, or she has more than one name, as on June 6th, he claims that unnamed people are trying to break him up with his girlfriend, Betty. He seems to become increasingly upset and frustrated in general, which leads to his efforts towards music noticeably decreasing. After re-releasing his old album, Darkness to Light, he considers quitting music altogether, saying, "To be honest, these last couple of days, I've been contemplating quitting music because record labels don't know how to shut their mouths about me and refuse to stop bashing on me all because of my physical appearances. Do I want to quit? No, but how can I make a living if they won't stop bashing on me and give me a fair chance to show them what I can do?" Many others believe I should be signed, but it's hard to get signed when record labels constantly tear you down and bash on you. He makes yet another live stream complaining about how the only reason he doesn't get signed and make it in the music industry is because of his looks. He follows it up by retiring the name Shadowblade so that he can start anew. Right around this time, Linkin Park vocalist Chester Bennington tragically passes away, and despite knowing very little about what actually happened, he didn't hesitate to chime in and act as if his death had something to do with bullying. His way of paying tribute to Chester was to release a Linkin Park mashup dubstep album. It doesn't seem like this project ever came to fruition, and his frustration and rage kept building up until it hit a fever pitch. On the 24th of July, he made another rant on labels, and an ego-driven psychosis was replacing the usual self-victimizing tone in his rants. It read, "To every label out there talking shit, I want you to know, yes, I may lose these battles, but in the end, this war I will win, and I won't stop or back down. You guys think you can touch me? Well, guess what? You were wrong. There's a reason they call me demigod. I can't be touched by your negativity or your bullshit. So just know know this. In the end, I will win this war and make it in the music industry and shut you all up for good. What's shocking is that this was actually prior to him being discovered by trolls whatsoever. Even without any opposition, Cyrax was deadlocked in a war with no one but himself, and it somehow looked like he was losing. A day later, he publicly pondered retiring from music altogether, but he proceeded to delve into his lonely state after breaking up once again. In his post about it, he complains that no girl is cool with him living in his mom's house to take care of her. After disappointment after disappointment in his music career, his new dream is to be a professional drift racer, and the only thing stopping him from doing so is his lack of a driver's license. You see, this is how life kept things fair. Chris Chan couldn't get a girlfriend, but had a driver's license.
Making a better vodka soda ain't rocket science. You start with a better vodka. White Claw vodka soda.
While Cyrax was the exact opposite. The reason he gave for losing his passion for making music was Chester's passing, and his new interest for making art books and calendars. August starts out in an interesting way, with Cyrax telling a story about how his good friend Jason David Frank, the Green Power Ranger, was almost killed by someone who went to Comic-Con with 4 pistols intending to assassinate him. There are many, many far-fetched stories in Cyrax's history, but this one is possibly the most difficult to understand. There's no telling if he ever met Jason David Frank in his life, nor is there an apparent reason for him to lie about this. Of all the people to claim you're friends with, why the Green Power Ranger? While the story about the guy with 4 guns at Comic-Con is verifiably true since many third parties have reported it, I can't make out why Cyrax is particularly interested. Chance's behavior patterns were becoming increasingly explicit with every mood swing and episode. He repeatedly told his life story to make people feel sorry for him, while cyclically announcing new albums and new retirements to try and get people to ask him not to retire. Another recurrent theme is him accusing people of hacking him whenever he was caught doing something unseemly. For example, on August 16th, he accuses Tiffany of hacking him and making it look like he was cheating on his then girlfriend, Abby, even making a video to bring the point home. All of this while starting livestream after livestream, wherein he rubbed his head and picked things off of his lips. On the 20th of August, a strange police report is made when one of Chance's neighbors decides to call for a welfare check after Chance's ex-boyfriend apparently threatened Sally over the phone. I'm not sure what to make of this or what it's supposed to mean, but it sure looks like what I said. Besides his extensive use of what appears to be a rap battle app, which he claims is where he now releases his songs through, not much happens during the following period. Besides complaining about the lookism of record labels, he now lumps in promoters as being to blame for his lack of success. While not mentioning having broken up with Abby, he starts posting things as if he was now single and looking for someone. What might have been happening is that on Facebook, there's this feature that allows you to select people whom you don't want seeing your posts, and Chance was using this as a way to cheat in plain sight, I guess. He then holds a meet and greet in Akron for his fan base to congregate and meet up with him so he can give them autographs. Funnily enough, it looks like he didn't show up for his own event. After looking for metal bands in Akron to be the vocalist of and failing, he tries his hand at selling digitally traced and filtered stock images as if they were original artwork. More and more, I'm thinking that his incessant complaints about people stealing his art are as a result of people pointing out that his art is identical to all of these already existing stock images. So he resorts to claiming they're the ones copying his stuff. He grew increasingly shameless about what kind of art he claimed was his own. For example, this one. I'm pretty sure this is some kind of foot-fetish fan art. Meanwhile, this is just a famous picture of Audrey Hepburn he was convinced he could pawn off for $40. He even made up some lore to go with his lies, talking about how rich brats were removing his watermarks with Photoshop and making money off of it. Never, not even once, does he actually even name anyone that's supposedly doing this. On September 12th, he decided to hold a memorial for not 9/11, but 9/11, which I guess is September 1st, 2001. Never forget. The Facebook post he made about it had attached to it images of the car he designed in his drifting game, emblazoned with an American flag and 911 on the hood. I'm pretty sure the 911 logo in-game is supposed to designate a police car, but what matters is the intent. A day later, he drops a heavier cover of Evanescence's song Going Under. From the middle to the end of the month, he begins to tease potentially retiring again due to his computer being broken, rendering him unable to produce any artwork. As October starts, we can assume he's been kicked off one of the hundreds of bands he's joined, despite having no discernible skills as a music artist, because he makes a post complaining about people not being serious about their music and wanting to be like other bands instead of being original. I personally take this to mean that his offbeat Benadryl flows weren't his bandmate's cup of tea. In order to give himself an air of importance, he follows it up with another post blatantly lying. Sitting here in tears and I'm on the verge of quitting music for good because I just got told in an email by the head A&R for Warner Brothers Records that if I were a pro in music, no one would want to remember me or my music because I don't look like all the others who are successful, and because I don't follow trends or anything like the huge successful ones do. This is what I face every f***ing day of my life like this. A day later, in order to get some engagement his way, he dedicates another car design to the LGBTQ community in the wake of then President Trump's ban on transgenders being in the military. For some odd reason, Cyrax thought that a Roman Empire-looking flag on the hood matched the rainbow flag design that it had on its side. In a stunning turn of events, he found himself a new girlfriend, Maria, before he even broke up with Abby, which seems to have taken place 2 days later. In his post about the breakup, he mentions that he has no idea why her parents disapproved of him as a boyfriend for her daughter, though I think it may have been him publicly posting about his relationship with other girls, assuming this girl is even real to begin with. In a post in which he asked for help related to Social Security, it's revealed in the comments that a female acquaintance of his, potentially Abby since we know her to be disabled to some extent, is under threat of having her supplemental security income taken away, and it's a possibility that she might get kicked out of her home and have all of her contact with the outside world cut off. Because of his experience with Abby, Chance grew more comfortable with the concept of being special needs himself. As we can see, near the end of October, he started to call himself a special needs artist and was considering making a YouTube docuseries about what it's like. Ultimately, this didn't pan out, and he gave up on music to pursue a career as a digital artist and painter. A little while after, on Halloween, he posts a poem about PTSD, which seems to be written by him since there's a lot of odd syntax going on, and the rhymes are something straight out of Dr. Seuss. But it seems this time, Chance made the effort of putting the thing through a basic grammar check. Somehow, after retiring from music to pursue a career as a visual artist, he became successful as an author, as the post of his laments the lack of someone to celebrate his success with. Despite no longer being a musician, he dedicates a song of his to the military.
You guys talking about respect, not only as your own breath.
He then publishes more poems about samurais and other things that look a lot like they're not his, and proceeds to become a professional photographer. As he grows stir-crazy and mad from not having a computer to play around on all day, quietly returns to making pottery, though I should specify that it is micro-pottery. That's right, vases that are just 5 to 10 centimeters tall. I don't really know what led to this development, but I think he must have found some vase designing app on his phone that allowed him to simulate how much it would cost to make them. He claims to have sculpted and painted them by hand when they are visibly in a 3D program. He then makes a post complaining about how other people have it easy and he doesn't, despite being unemployed and living for free, making 216.mp3 tier music all day. Poetically, his next post is about how good he is at playing GameCube. Finally, his fury scabs over, and he decides to quit his artistic aspirations to become an assassin. One man by the name of Hunter makes the terrible mistake of commenting under Cyrax's post, saying this: "I don't mean to be the asshole here in this situation, but your whole argument could be used against you. Besides that, I could be a bigger asshole and say you're bitching about others bitching. My point here is listen to yourself and people you care about and block out the annoyances, otherwise they'll drag you down and make you one of them." Little did Hunter know, Chance was not the one to take constructive criticism lying down, and his immediate response was to express himself via his music.
I seen your little comment, dude. And you know what? I got something to figure out. Yeah. I see you looking like a little mother. Acting like you got a mother.
Eventually, he came around to address what Hunter, along with many other people, told him, which was that he should just let go of being mad and move on. This was Cyrax's brilliant response.
See, I get what you're saying, that I don't need to listen to people. And I'll admit, you're right about that to a certain extent. But what you fail to realize is what I deal with every day. You see, I'm not like, I can't just up and walk away from it all, whatever the I feel. I can't do that. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Because unlike you, I'll go through a lot more than you could ever imagine. Unlike you, I was born with 1 kidney, 1.5 functioning lung. I was born 1 pound 12 ounces, was not supposed to live. Every fucking day, I faced death in the face and say,
Initially, you could almost feel sorry for a guy being this screwed up from the get-go, but seeing how much he uses this for an excuse for his poor behavior and to self-aggrandize, the pity wears off pretty quickly. If that minute or so was enough to be slightly annoying, let me tell you that the original live stream that clip came from is 40 minutes long, and Cyrax just repeats himself for the entirety of it. To make things worse, he releases multiple nearly hour-long streams right after about the same guy. This just shows how easily trollable Chance was. All it took was a few meager comments and he was bent out of shape and responding for days on end. After finally getting over Hunter, he goes back to blatantly lying for no reason. I am officially pissed at myself. I was playing World Series Poker Tournament on my Kindle for real cash, and I fucked up on the last round on my last move and lost a shot at the prize of $125 million. I'd be officially pissed at myself too. Nearing the end of November, he finally gets a new computer to do his streams on and changes his name to Virus. Very cool. His comeback to making music included becoming the co-founder of a record label called Bloodshot Records, of which he was one of the main artists. Years after it happened, he revisits the old drama regarding Eric Scrubolo and Killa Clown Sounds, only to claim that people were stealing from him and that Scrubolo was underpaying him and mismanaging all of his artists. According to Cyrax, Eric was stuck in the past, unlike himself, who was always ahead of the curve. He also says that he thinks he's owed money due to the Killa Clown Sounds Facebook page having 1,000 fans, all the while conveniently glossing over the fact that he was kicked out of the label from stealing from Eric. But failing to understand how business works is not a talent that Cyrax reserves for the music industry. He also raves at book publishing companies for asking $1,000 from him to publish this garbage, as if publishers should promote his work for free. The man of the hour closes the year off with a picture of him next to a gigantic Reese's cup. Very tasteful. While he spent the beginning of the next year trying to grow his label and add as many artists to it as possible, because he thought that's what it meant to run a label, he apparently was reacquainted with a man named Tanner, who'd approached him 2 years prior, claiming he worked for Tech Nine's label, Strange Music, and offered him a $1.1 million contract for his beats. After warning everyone not to fall for his tricks, he made this endearing post. When you're awake at 4 a.m. and can't sleep, so you hop onto Adventure Quest 3D with your best friends, who you've known since 08, gets real. Awkward and funny in seconds. Lol. As much as he does extremely unlikable things, I'm almost beginning to empathize with him in the same way one would empathize with a screwed up rescue dog. Except this rescue dog is like kind of a heinous, horrible human being. Not satisfied with every skill he's already mastered, Cyrax enters the website game and claims he's now working on a social network like Facebook and MySpace combined. It's inspiring to me how courageous he is for posting this on Mark Zuckerberg's platform with no fear of having his cutting-edge code stolen from him, especially given Mark's track record. He quickly grows tired of the web dev hustle and gets into professional gaming, saying he should be getting paid for being as good as he is on Call of Duty Black Ops. Almost as if divine punishment for his misdeeds, Cyrax goes to the doctor and discovers he has shrunken an inch from 5'3" to 5'2". Soon after, a similar situation to that of Hunter happens, with someone making the following criticism of Cyrax's music in a comment section. People are going nuts for no explainable reason. I'm afraid it's just not decent. The rhythm of the lyrics is dreadful. The auto-tune actually hurts to hear, and the vocal mixing is terrible. Can barely hear you. And there's been no decent mixing done on the vocals at all. It's flat and dry other than the auto-tune, which, as I said, is terrible. Too many people lie to you to make you feel good. I refuse to do so. Upset that someone was honest with him as opposed to just complimenting his stuff, Cyrax decided to make a live stream responding, but not before he wiped his dirty teeth with his tank top right at the beginning of it. For once, it seems Cyrax is actually upset instead of miming what he thinks a rapper or WWE wrestler would say when challenged. Once he begins his routine of belittling those who criticize him by saying he's gone through more, his critic says that he works full-time to support a family, and on top of that, is part of a metal band that has more fans than Cyrax, which he visibly struggles to respond to meaningfully. For once, our champion is shaken, taken aback by the words of his naysayers. But like all things, Cyrax forgot about it soon after due to his goldfish-like attention span and returned to playing his racing game while pretending on Facebook that he was an actual racer in real life. Once again, trying his hand at selling the custom cars he made in-game, he tried contacting an actual art publishing company over email and got immediately dismissed for how ridiculous and worthless his customs were. While there was never and continues to be no chance for Chance to become famous for his music, his incessant Facebook posting, along with his responses to anyone who dared to criticize him, we're seeing an increase in engagement. His fame as a lol cow was taking his baby steps. He proceeded to join DeviantArt to sell his art pieces for $1 each and posted these nice images to showcase his ability to use photo filters. On the 23rd, he dropped another album called Blackout with a hue-shifted picture of Master Chief from Halo as the cover. Eventually, his ability to stream on Facebook was taken away, thankfully, supposedly due to a cover he made of a Linkin Park song on the harmonica. He then invents the deranged headcanon that record labels and studios from the 50s used to help artists for no pay, and it's unfair that the current ones won't do the same for him. He applies the same logic to book publishers and announces a search for a company that will publish his works for free. Works which apparently now include a high school manga based around his life, with yet another step being taken towards becoming Christian. March was void of any interesting activity besides the fact that, judging from Cyrax's posts and Eric's comments on them, the two were back on good terms with each other. His ability to live stream was reinstated, much to the displeasure of his haters, and the extreme pleasure of his trolls. Being the man he is, he makes a post complaining about having lost an ex-girlfriend of his to a supposed friend. By the way, said ex-girlfriend has a cat that appears to have Cyrax syndrome in the eyes. His account is once again placed under threat of suspension or ban due to his continued covering of songs, and I'm pretty sure it's because he plays the actual songs during his streams, and you can intermittently hear them unedited in the stream's audio. Cyrax claims his videos were getting almost 4,000 views, which is an absolute lie. Due to him reconnecting with Eric Scrubbelow, he's given the opportunity to perform at a live venue on the 21st of June, though it would be free admission. Still, that's better than performing Metal Evanescence covers for 5 viewers on a Facebook Live. However, just a month later, it starts looking like his relationship with Eric is once again on the fast track to self-destruction, since Cyrax continues not to understand that his music needs to profit anything in order for Eric to pay him. In the middle of May, it looks like Cyrax got the hang of using cheap online publishers to release his music digitally. Meanwhile, we see one of the first signs of what would eventually come to be Cyrax's downfall. It appears he had been catfished by someone by the name of Lewis, who accomplished the probably not extremely difficult task of tricking Cyrax into showing his member to him by pretending to be a girl who was fallen for his irresistible riz. Then, Lewis proceeded to use the intimate image of Cyrax to blackmail him into doing something that we're unaware of. However, when Cyrax took to Facebook to warn people of this, he pretended he was hacked, and that's how Lewis got those pictures of him in the first place. And it would happen many other times in the future, but we'll get to that eventually. June starts out on the wrong foot, or rather, the infected foot, as Cyrax finds himself in a fight for his life against an infection on his toe. It doesn't break his stride, however, as on the very next day, he makes a post humble bragging about how a bunch of girls want to be with him now just because he's rich and famous, despite the fact that he's neither of those things. A few days later, we hear the bad news that Cyrax's live concert has been canceled, supposedly due to people not getting the dates right. That's a very weird reason for him not to do the concert, so I'm presuming he's leaving out some part of the story here, or the concert was never going to happen in the first place. He channels this anger into making a diss track on Donald Trump and creating a new YouTube channel called Gamerzone, for which at least one of the logos was stolen directly from a rap battle channel called GZ Battles. Somehow, despite having his concert canceled and making rigorously no money from his music, he makes a post to his Facebook saying the following: "Producers and companies might hate me, but later today I will be revealing and exposing live on Facebook how to avoid producers who want $50+ for one beat, and how to become self-successful in music on your own.
Traumaless Demon Bell, first try.
Showing you how most artists these days can make it with zero money and not have to spend a single dime to just do it how I did it." His great tips are a list of free music making apps, and he never gets to the point about how exactly to make money
that's
out
a
of
tough
using
one.
them. On the 22nd, due to whatever caused the concert to fall apart, Eric and Cyrax were back at odds as the latter dropped a video attacking him.
And you might think I suck? Well, dude, if I suck so bad, why is my music up on Spotify? Why have I been Reverb Nation's #1 artist from 2010 up to this year? So, I guess that ends that relationship. But you know what? At least I'm out here making money. That's the issue with you. You're not fucking business smart.
Apparently, Chance has been rated the best musician in the entire nation for the entire decade and is making money. Again, anything is sufficient to make Cyrax's ego inflate, and learning how to simply publish his music on platforms has got him convinced that there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people buying his music. During the video, there's a moment in which he acts like he's going to show his money before giving up on it.
You know what? Nah. I ain't gonna waste that on you.
Very obviously, he relented because there's probably not any money to speak of. A couple of days later, he shows his chiseled abs and pecs underneath what looks to be a discount Sonichu necklace. I think these things must be like voodoo totems and invoke the same demon that possesses these guys to do the stuff they do. Despite now being a successful superstar in music, Cyrax once again started pursuing another endeavor, filmmaking. On the 26th of June, he posted an unofficial trailer for a movie called Lady in White. Another wonderful film production from Mr. Rax is this monstrosity.
He's scared.
You better run.
After this, he posted an image of a Google Hangouts Chester Bennington had participated in and edited his own face in the corner in a hilariously bad fashion to make it look like they were like hanging out. Come July 4th, and Cyrax celebrates it by getting into another relationship, and right after, releases a new track called Please Notice Me that somehow manages to be a #1 hit before it was even published. It's not enough to lie about his success in one venue, he has to do it in all of them. He claims he's in tears because he had to turn down a deal with Hoonigan, a well-known racing channel, because he didn't have 100,000 subs on YouTube YouTube, and that Hoonigan was willing to send him a full setup. Later on, he admits that he has no license and thus wouldn't be allowed to drive anything, let alone a race car. After a while of not getting anything done, Cyrax decides to attention seek by trying to get people to pity him, and telling a fake story about how the doctors told him he'd have to stop making music or he was going to lose his voice. His pity-baiting posts intensify as he retells his life story for the umpteenth time, this time subtracting 2 ounces from his birth weight to make it even more extreme. In order to stick to his "I'm going to lose my voice" story, he pivots to being a photographer again, until on the 17th, he announces again that he's entered a relationship. On the same day, he reveals he's gotten back together with Abby, but the good times only lasted so long. His song, Please Notice Me, was attracting some attention on YouTube, and consequently, negative attention as well. People were pointing out how horrible it sounded, and Cyrax was responding in a very Cyrax fashion. August is a relatively quiet month, with him mourning his bandmates from high school who allegedly overdosed on heroin and meth at the same time. A little while later, he starts flipping out on people who steal art right before his own artwork suffers copyright takedown due to the fact that a lot of it is just downloaded from Google Images and re-uploaded as his own. Eventually, the 6 weeks waiting period that he claims he has to undergo in order to claim royalties for his music is up, and now he gets to lay his hands on the total lump sum of $14, though he struggles to do so and starts berating a platform that supposedly owes him money on Facebook. Later on, early signs of troll activity begin, with people doing the old CWC routine of taking his name and pretending to be the real him online, and immediately this tactic shows some success at getting a reaction out of Cyrax. The lack of music in September is justified by the other things Cyrax is up to during the month. Namely, he drops a trailer for his first short horror movie, The Darkness. As you can see, all characters are played by him in an Eddie Murphy Norbit type of vibe. It's also in September that he drops one of his most absolute classic videos, the dance battle response to an old rival. I really don't know how to put into words how I feel about this, other than amazing, excellent, divine, beautiful. Later on in the month, he does a rehash of his tutorial on how to become a successful artist without spending any money, this time under the moniker of Dark Star Films, his fantasy production company for The Darkness. In early October, which is fittingly the spooky month, The Darkness is dropped in its entirety, and is absolutely incomprehensible. It begins with a sped-up shot of Cyrax walking into his own house, before a hard cut to a flashback wherein you can see him with a PewDiePie face cam looking dumbfounded as he frantically switches between some kind of virtual radio stations, but all you can hear is static. Cut to the present, he wakes up on the couch and starts mumbling nonsense to himself for a few minutes. He walks around his house until he randomly starts hearing voice acting lines from the baby character at a Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, which I believe are copyrighted by the way, so we're not going to play that. He ignores this and continues to wander aimlessly until he leaves his house to look for his friends. In doing so, he becomes hypnotized by how beautiful the forest looks and finds himself compelled to walk into it like an ancient Greek tale. He hears more lines from the baby character, and this time it freaks him out, prompting him to start running around. Eventually, he identifies whatever is haunting him as the force of darkness before going home and calling his friends again. He hears more baby lines and goes back to wigging out, but eventually just goes back to sleep. Once he falls asleep, the movie cuts to Cyrax in the darkness with a blinking light illuminating his face with a nightmare sequence. He wakes up again and starts talking to himself until the baby lines start up again, and I guess he starts choking to death. After that, he just plays someone else's creepy horror video, and then there's a few minutes of darkness. Quite conceptual. Due to how unintentionally funny The Darkness was, it garnered more views than Cyrax as usual, and eventually, it piques the attention of the man who would make Cyrax famous, but not for the reasons you would expect. The official Cyrax timeline, because yes, he has an official timeline, marks October the 19th as the day Cyrax's nemesis, Music Biz Marty, discovered his existence due to someone called the Boy Blue introducing him to Chance's content while he harassed one of his ex-girlfriends, Candle. There's no linked source to back this particular time frame, but by closely studying his Facebook activity, we can deduce that Cyrax entered into a relationship with Candle on the 11th of October, and they, I guess, continue to stay together until the end of November, when Cyrax posts about his prospects of marrying her, even picking out who would be the godparents of the children he was planning to have with her. Thankfully, it never got that far, though, considering we're soon to discover Cyrax's proclivity toward frequently whipping out his private parts whenever given the opportunity, or not given the opportunity. We can assume that having a girlfriend kept Rax nicely wrangled up for the month of November, because no occurrences took place whatsoever. However, the month of December kicks off with an already very strange note. Cyrax makes a live stream asking for people to financially help him move Candle in with him, all the way from Mississippi to Akron. According to Chance, this is necessary because her parents are allegedly abusive and have kicked her out, rendering her homeless. He further establishes that she's disabled and half blind, much like himself, and that her parents have been stealing her disability money away from her, going as far as shredding Candle's debit card when it came in the mail to prevent her from making her own purchases and taking her car keys away from her to keep her from taking it with her. What is particularly strange about this whole ordeal is that just a day later, Candle herself makes a comment saying, "Why would I come to you after the way you did me?" This makes it sound a lot like they were no longer together by the time Chance made this stream, despite him referring to her as his girlfriend multiple times in it. He proceeds to block her and make a post about her, saying, "How the fuck do I always end up with all these girls who are not right in the head? Is it too much to ask for a normal, healthy relationship?" Not to reaffirm the idea that there's something wrong with Candle, but it's hardly a mystery why Cyrax can't get into a normal, healthy relationship. In any event, while we don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes with Candle and him, he tries his best to play it cool for the rest of the month, telling the usual lies about having fans and being a professional drift racer in real life. Ultimately, his strategy of just letting the Candle situation burn itself out didn't work, because she made some kind of video about him called Chance Wilkins is Insane, which is unfortunately private and there's no way of accessing it. We only know of his existence because Cyrax made a post about it on Facebook saying, "I'm sitting here in tears because of this girl. She has done nothing but harass me, bully me, and spread rumors about me that are not true, and refuses to stop, and the police refuse to help." Well, there's no telling what she truly said. A comment left on the post by Eric Scrubbelow suggests that Candle has given out Chance's address and recommended people harass him in some fashion. The year 2019 starts out with an immediate welfare check, as reported by the police, though its details have been redacted and we don't know what's in them. However, they might be, and probably are, related to the havoc that was recently wreaked in Cyrax's life by Candle. On his Facebook, he initially expresses some relief, saying, "I want to say thank you to everyone. Because of all of you, Candle has been stopped and her posts and videos removed." Unbeknownst to his Facebook friends at the time, what was actually responsible for taking Candle's videos down about him was a deal he struck with her, in which neither would mention each other's name anymore online. Chance, thinking himself clever, did his usual routine of posting about a person while setting it up so that they wouldn't be able to see it. However, Candle had an alternate Facebook account she used specifically to check up on Cyrax's, and upon discovering he was still mentioning her and hadn't taken his post down about her, she nonchalantly said, "Haha, still here, not all the posts are taken down, he broke the deal." The same day, he makes another post about her, attaching a video she had just made accusing him of being obsessed with her, saying, "I give everyone full permission to go all out on this. I held my end of our deal up and removed all videos and posts about her, and she pulls this crap?" The comment section in this post is riddled with Candle making fun of Cyrax and offering to show anyone interested the threatening voicemail he left for her. We actually have a recording of Candle listening to the voicemails.
So if you want to keep playing that game, I can will have you arrested for harassment. So guess what?
God damn it, man. Oh, Everett. This is definitely not Cyberpunk. Sorry. Yeah, Cyberpunk got a little bit tedious. My bad. This is Sekiro.
We do have access to the video, which is still up on YouTube.
Yo, this is your girl Rebecca. This is a video to prove how bad of a stalker Chance is. He sat there and found out where I live. Not creepy at all. Not a stalker vibe at all.
You ever watch Turkey Tom?
Kid. Leave me alone.
This is Turkey
I don't
Tom.
like you.
But
Never
I didn't
liked
promise
you.
Turkey Tom,
I was
did
nice
I?
to you because I felt bad for you, and then I found out you're a liar. You just butthurt because I won't date you. Stop fucking harassing me, you nutcase.
Her speech patterns are odd and sometimes even similar to that of Chance's, which has led some to speculate she herself is and always has been a troll. However, judging from the nature of her online activity during this period, it seems she's quite serious about what she's saying. On the 11th, she makes another video deriding Chance and all his threats, with the added bonus that she gets her friend to say,
"I want you to leave my girl alone. You are not a player. You is a dirty stalker. You is not a gangster just over here running your mouth and saying all kind of crazy ass. You just leave her alone and give her up. You ain't gonna have that nothing."
Chance's response was to make a post explaining how to block her and that none of his friends should answer whatever she sends them. Regardless, she keeps on making uploads, claiming that Cyrax has tried to blackmail her and that he's on psychiatric medications for various different issues, though these claims have not been verified, but it wouldn't be surprising. Breaking his own promise to no longer talk about her, he answers again, saying, "Y'all want to know why I've been making such a big deal about Candle and her BS? It's because she could end up costing me a very real shot with the major non-profit label Reborn Records, who has been liking my work for some time now, and that's why I've been telling people to report her channel and her videos. This label could change everything for me, and I've worked harder than anyone to get, so yeah, this isn't just a little issue. This is huge, and she needs to be stopped ASAP." Given how obsessively Cyrax has answered to every single person who has ever gone after him, this was just a convenient excuse for him to do what he would have done anyway. Case in point, one of the people in the music business he'd emailed with his garbage decided to take the time out of their day and explain to him why his music was unlistenable to any sort of record label. The issue is that your demos all use loops. I know you don't have a full setup right now, but I know loads of producers producers who can use all the music making software, and even if they don't have one, they use a Casio keyboard or a phone. You can create custom music on anything. But the problem with loops is it's not your music, it's just choosing music. We need to see you grab a MIDI keyboard and put in those notes, make those beats on an MPC, or even just a cheap MIDI keyboard. We're a record label. We're not in the business of training people or recruiting people with potential. I wish we were, but that would make our clients very unhappy. You need to understand it's my job to find the best of the best out there. Think of it like a sports team. Let's say you're recruiting for the top baseball team in the state. If I pick a guy that hasn't played in a while or isn't a pro level yet, he's going to be rusty and he's not going to be ready. We are not an education group, a school, or a charity. We are a record label that pays people up front for quality beats. We want top quality musicians who make their own stuff. Not rip it, not loop it, just create. Now, dude, don't take me the wrong way. I'm just trying to get you to understand that if you want to make it as a producer in this world, you're going to have to make your own beats. And maybe you can if it's true like you say, but I don't see that. All you've shown me is some loops and then some songs you've downloaded from other producers. Most labels would not give you the time I have given you to explain all of this. They would simply just shun you aside and tell you not to go. But no, I think you're a good dude. Whatever kind soul wrote this happened to be wrong on 2 counts. First off, he claimed not to be a charity, but this is probably the most charitable action anyone has ever bestowed to Cyrax so far. And secondly, he says Cyrax is a good dude. Well, Cyrax attached a picture of this email to a post he made on Facebook, which read, "This is the kind of that pisses me off. They act all interested, and once I explain my situation, they pull this and kindly tell me to f*** off." Oddly enough, while the sheer effort in communicating the truth to Cyrax in the nicest way possible wasn't enough to pierce the concrete wall between chance and reality, it was sufficient enough to get other people who saw the post to side with the person who sent the email. People pointed out that his answer was well put together, and that he went out of his way to inform Cyrax, but even when all of his friends saw the man's point, Cyrax outright refused to. In a comment, he linked to some rant video he did that explained why what the guy said was unfair, and while the video has since been taken down and we can't watch it anymore, we can presume he did his usual rigmarole of saying that due to being born all kinds of quirked up, copyright laws shouldn't apply to him. One of his friends was particularly poignant when he said, "He's nicely trying to tell you that you are stealing music. If you make any money from that, you can be sued for copyright infringement, plagiarism, etc. Why would a record label pay you to do that? This very nice person is 100% right. No, I'm not watching the rant video." In another post a few days later, it turns out that the guy with whom Cyrax had been exchanging
Here's to the ones obsessed with making something extraordinary.
emails, who happens to be a representative for a record label called Reborn Records, eventually caught wind of Cyrax's little post and video complaining about the reply he got. Being rightfully upset that the kindness he extended was met with mockery, he decided to send him another email addressing it. By the way, bitching about it on Facebook won't get you anywhere. Seriously, man, I was trying to help you, but instead of facing up to a challenge, you just think everyone is against you. Rethink your process. Has this way of working really been working for you, or has it not? I suspect the latter. Stay humble, learn the tools, and maybe you'll get a shot. But going around thinking we owe you something for nothing, dude, we're a record label, not a charity. Your situation is that you don't have anything to show me that is original work. How can I hire you? Would you write in your CV that you worked at a big company, then in the interview say, "Oh, by the way, I didn't actually work at that company, but if you just give me a chance," nah, dude. Cyrax reacted by making another post with the email attached, captioned, "This just proves even more how messed up record labels can be these days. SMH, what happened to the days where labels used to actually care about the artist and not the money?" He speaks as if sharing their communications highlighted anything beyond his inability to be cooperative on even the most basic level, and his profound stupidity. Oh, and he also forgot to close the Xvideos tab he had opened while he took a screenshot of the email and couldn't be bothered to crop it so it wouldn't be visible. In the comments, people began pointing out that Reborn's representative said nothing incorrect once again, and it seemed like it was finally getting to Cyrax. And I say seemed because it only seemed that way, and he made it very clear that he understood nothing of what that guy had said. In a reply to one of the comments, Chance said the following: "Point is, they approached me wanting to sign me. I didn't approach them at all, and to be fair, I explained my situation fully, and yet what do? They slap me in the face like I'm some sort of joke. I don't own a computer, I own a Chromebook, which is like a PC, but can only run mobile-based apps and such." His excuse for not making original work, being that he doesn't own a computer, is not only a lie because he doesn't have a computer, but it also makes no sense. As the representative pointed out, there are plenty of mobile apps that allow you to make custom music on your phone. Cyrax actually uses some of them. He just chooses to use the demo loops instead of making new patterns. When argued into a corner by his Facebook friends, he drops a new video on his page saying that Reborn Records is fake because they checked out his personal page. He also claims that unlike Reborn, his very own record label, Bloodshot, helps artists make money for themselves. A tall order considering he's one of the artists in Bloodshot and has no money whatsoever. This video was particularly difficult to watch because he's noticeably thirsty, but he refuses to drink a glass of water, which results in him gulping saliva amidst his speech.
It don't matter whether you build it from the ground up, like on FL Studios,
It seems that near the end, the dehydration and general lack of mental faculties start getting to him, as he briefly forgets he's already on his own label, and thus has no need to be signed to any, despite his incessant begging to be signed by one, and he seemingly on accident drops the hard R. Seeing that this strategy of trying to say things related to the actual topic is failing terribly, he returns to his usual tactic of claiming he's being discriminated against due to people finding him hideous beyond comprehension. Then he threatens Reborn with diss tracks and claims he sleeps 5 hours a week, which, though an obvious lie, would explain a lot of his behavior since it's that degree of sleep deprivation that makes people hallucinate. Also, for the first time in a very long time, he acknowledges that he went back to jail in 2012 only to use it as an excuse for why he's unemployed, while neglecting to mention he choked out his elderly adoptive mother. His heyday with Reborn Records is cut short by the resurgence of Candle, who is threatening to show the label company the video she saved of Cyrax attempting to blackmail her. We have no proof that Candle's words are backed up by anything, but it seems Cyrax was pretty terrified of potentially being arrested, so maybe there's something to her claims. However, he ended up not being arrested because, according to him, he hid until the police left and proceeded to call for Sally. Without missing a beat, he converts this situation into another excuse as to why he isn't signed to a record label or doing songs with big artists. A day later, though, he's back to his grind, this time as a professional YouTube channel intro maker. Again, he's using freeware that an 8-year-old can operate that automatically makes these intros and tries to sell them off. As you can see, the name of the channel in the intro he made here is Nuclear Reactor. That also happens to be the name of the reaction channel he'd made at the time. Soon after, people began taking issue with his use of the N-word, which prompted Cyrax to claim he was being victimized. He makes a post trying to defend himself, but none of his friends side with him. Noticing that the tides had shifted radically against him, his reaction was to simply begin blocking anyone who expressed they disagreed with him, under the guise that it was to clear his account from any of Candle's minions. Cyrax has a rough start to the month of February, with Sally calling the police over threats to Cyrax from a female online, whom we can only presume is Candle. On the 6th, he makes a post calling out those who aren't willing to pay for his beats, saying, "You know what confuses me? All these artists say they want beats from me, and they're all willing to pay $10 for 10 solid beats to own flat out. Then when the time comes, they turn tail back out and run off. Like WTF. And y'all wonder why I can't make it as a producer? That's the reason. Cause too many mofos want to play games and try and take advantage of me. They don't respect music anymore, and how simple but dope loop style beats like I do evolved into what they are now. Sorry to say, but half you mainstream guys need to learn and do your music history and take a look at where music started with guys like Bach, Beethoven. Do your history, take the time to hone your craft the right way, and stop half-assing shit. Or don't do it at all. Plain and simple. It seems that after the pressure created by Reborn Records' response, Cyrax started admitting that everything he does relies on pre-made loops. However, in the comments, he can be seen still claiming that they're original and made from the ground up. Later on in the month, he claims to be retiring from music due to a few people who have been consistently trolling him on his YouTube videos comment sections. In a Donnie Darko-esque turn of events, on the night of the 25th of February, a tree in the neighboring area decides to troll Cyrax's house by falling very close to it. Without hesitation, he uses this to start talking about how the tree could have easily killed him. After this close call, there's a period of irrelevant developments and 2 mostly redacted police reports coming from Cyrax's house until mid to late March, when Candle comes back with new, even more scathing accusations.
Alright, this is a live video on Facebook. I got something to address to all those mothers out there. All you mothers out there that have young children, be warned of this guy named Chance Wilkins. He'll off on your children. Not only that, he'll sit there and off on video chat with them. He'll sit there and threaten to your children if they don't sleep with him. They will do whatever they can. He will literally hurt you. This man is psychotic, dangerous. Women, be warned. His name is Chance Wilkins. If you want his link, it's right there on the description, whatever you want to call it.
Again, while we have no concrete confirmation as to what Candle's allegations pertain to, it seems that they, along with whatever she was sharing directly through Facebook messages, were sufficient enough to persuade 2 women who were particularly close to Cyrax, being Becky, who once called in a welfare check on him, and Abby, who, as we learned from a video Cyrax posted in June 2019, reunited with him in April, only to break up with him again over whatever the information was that Candle shared with her. While many have disputed Candle due to her strange mannerisms, it seems that she was one of the first people to be aware of Cyrax's darker side and truly invested in keeping it at bay. So much so that she called 2 welfare checks on Cyrax's house, presumably to intimidate him with police presence. We even have audio of at least one of her welfare check calls she made.
Hi, I'm calling about a welfare check that needs to be done.
Okay, and who are we checking on?
Chance Wilkins. He was just on YouTube a few moments ago threatening to me and a few other of my friends, and I think he's going off his rocker, and I think he might be a danger to himself and others.
Within a month of the last welfare check she called in, based on what we can see on Chance's profile, it seems that word spread that Candle had taken her own life, and according to Cyrax, unnamed people began blaming him for her passing. Later on, we discovered that she hadn't died at all, but regardless, the rumor was enough to stress Cyrax out. The information about Candle having supposedly passed hit the Juggalo-adjacent communities that Cyrax had spent a better
There you go,
part of a
Rosa
decade
Parks.
sharing his music to, and that flipped a major switch. What kicked it off was when Cyrax was invited to appear on a show called the Juggalo Drama Alert, where he was asked by the host, Fred the Boy Blue, to explain his situation with Candle. Noticing how much of an absolute character Cyrax was, Fred had him appear in multiple episodes right after, and this grew Chance's popularity exponentially. Whereas he had one or two trolls who intermittently impersonated him before, he was now attracting a group of troll followers who were dedicated. While still in their developmental stages, they would eventually become the co-stars of the reality show Cyrax's life is about to be. Around the same time, though we don't have the exact date, he began dating Heather, but not the same Heather as before. With new Heather, at some point during 2019, he made a video about how cyberbullying and other kinds of abuse may lead to doing something drastic. While we don't know the date this video went up, if it came out before Candle began role-playing as if she had passed away, there's a very good chance her faking her death was to make it seem like Cyrax had done exactly the thing he denounced and cyberbullied someone to the grave. For a while, the trolls did little besides sending outlandish threats of all sorts to Cyrax, even going as far as calling his home phone to inform him that they had planted a bomb in Sally's car, which Cyrax reported to the police, and once the car was checked out and no device was found in it, he made a video on his Facebook page mocking his trolls. Eventually, they evolved and realized that if they were going to get any quality lolcow content out of him, they would have to be working on the inside. One of the first to do it was by the name of Boogeyman, who began interacting directly with Cyrax and even received a voice message from him explaining the Candle situation. Around the same time, a Juggalo act called the Bender Boys also got involved in trolling Cyrax in some unknown fashion, earning the ire of the Madman of Akron. While it gets increasingly difficult to find the exact dates and details for things from around this time, the closest I found was that a channel very tightly associated with the Bender Boys, called Brooklyn Menace, posted a video edit of Cyrax playing around with a samurai sword under the title Cyrax Shaolin. After a month or so of gratuitously terrorizing him, the more sophisticated trolls took a page out of the Daniel Larson textbook, deciding to pose as a record label interested in signing Cyrax. In late October, he posted a video about how we finally made it.
See, a lot of people don't realize it, but thanks to the haters over on YouTube on my new channel, I got some exposure, got hooked up with a major underground artist.
This is a poor
Just
guy,
happens to be
man.
working with some big
I feel
names
bad
in
for
the
this dude.
industry.
After years of struggling as an independent musician, he finally succeeds. And to follow this poetic note, it appears that the new Heather is spending some time at the Cyrax household, as we have footage of her from around this time, kissing Cyrax and fighting trolls alongside him. It is shocking to see that Heather physically chokes and coughs upon
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage. Thanks, you're all set. That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
kissing what has been dubbed by the trolls the trench mouth. However, good times don't always last. I believe that October of 2019 is the most accurate time frame for the rise of Cyrax's arch nemesis and primary troll, the King of Akron, Music Biz Marty. From what is available online, we can deduce that Music Biz Marty approached Cyrax as someone interested in managing his merch shop, only to proceed to claim control over the merch store and play the role of a cartoonishly greedy corporate record label executive who tricked Cyrax into signing away the rights of all of his merchandise to the evil Ram Ranch Records. In a video from this period, Cyrax can be seen begging for Marty to stop what he's doing and pretending to cry while asking to be left alone.
You are degrading me. You're ruining my image as an artist, as a person. You are sick.
In order to play Cyrax for a fool more effectively, he creates a false dichotomy between Ram Ranch Records and Bender Boys Records, which he was also indirectly in control of. It becomes very difficult to verify whether this manifestation of the Bender Boys has any direct relation to the previous one, and how exactly Cyrax's relationship with the Juggernaut ended, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much. This period was rife with Cyrax's participations on the Juggalo show, including one where he appears to be freestyling a diss track on Marty, who is also in the call, while a Juggalo Gillette and member of IP2 named Gucci's twerks to his bars. You could not make this up if you tried to. In early November, the setup concocted by Marty and the Bender Boys comes into play, as Cyrax is convinced he has successfully escaped the talons of Ram Ranch Records by joining the Bender Boys label. Despite this taking place only a couple of weeks after his supposed signing to Juggernaut, after believing he joined the Bender Boys, he delivered one of, if not the funniest moment during the entirety of the Cyrax story. To celebrate it, he posts a video wearing what looks to be an oversized pleather jacket and sunglasses, all of which is juxtaposed against the regular scenario of his insane asylum white-walled containment zone he calls a bedroom. He begins the video by drinking some kind of clearly non-alcoholic beige fluid, as if it were champagne, before proceeding to give shout-outs to any and every person he's ever interacted with like he was receiving a Grammy. Another noticeable thing is the change in his affectation. He puts on a slightly New York accent with Ebonics to go with it.
I figured I'd come in, celebrate, kick it, chill. Got a brand new dope track dropping with some of the homies.
Cyrax can also be seen visibly calculating the best moments for him to take off his sunglasses dramatically, and he does it when he decides to talk about how the deal with BBR will help him take care of his kids. He obviously does not have, and I'm not even sure he's physiologically capable of having, kids, and what he's referring to here are new Heather's kids, but we'll explain that part in a little bit. Eventually, he's joined on a stream by someone with whom he's planning to drop a song, and we later learn that dropping a song and music video was a part of his contract with BBR. The song comes out, and it sounds like you'd expect it to. And now, the other shoe drops. Alleging that his single underperformed terribly, Bender Boys Records called Cyrax up to deliver some bad news.
Yo, Cyrax, I got an announcement to make. The video's not doing as well as we thought it was going to. Speaking with the team here at Bender Boys Records, they deemed you unmanageable.
How?
We had to sell your contract, man.
Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious right now?
We sold
You're
it this
not.
morning.
Are you fucking serious? I put in all that hard work for nothing? Are you serious right now? Bro, you're fucking stupid. I put in all that hard work for you and the crew for what?
Do you want to know who we sold it to?
I already know. Music, Marty, the fucking comeback.
As of that day onward, Cyrax and his music were the intellectual property of none other than Music Biz Marty, and things can only get worse from there. Due to Heather's very close involvement with Cyrax's online presence, she was often seen alongside him during his live streams, which was Cyrax's main vehicle of communication at this point. While it didn't look like she was very interested in Chance as a romantic partner, perhaps the attention he got online, even if negative, was her motive. And if it was attention she was after, she definitely got it. On November 22nd, one of Cyrax's anonymous trolls makes a phone call reporting that Chance was being mean and violent to Heather, taking her phone by force and refusing to give it back. The results of this call have been archived since the police showed up at the house during another one of the Juggalo congregations, prompting Cyrax to immediately tell Heather to follow him upstairs, also known as the Goblin Hideout, for whenever someone visits his house. The police were told that they were sleeping and that the call was a prank. However, 3 days later, that call prophetically came true, as on the 25th another police report was filed, this time by someone named Mike. In it, Chance is described as hitting his girlfriend during a live stream on YouTube, but I haven't managed to find any video to match that specific date. When the police arrived at the location, the two were spoken with and claimed there was no occurrence. Given the lack of hard evidence, we can presume that Chance did no such thing. I mean, just months before posting, he was posting videos to his Facebook about how a man that lays his hands on a woman is a coward. There's no way he was projecting, right? Well, a day after, during a live stream Heather was a part of where she was talking to one of the people following the Cyrax story, Cyrax himself eventually intervenes and is seen attempting to yank the phone out of Heather's hand violently, which some saw as an overly aggressive action. The same day, a troll once again made a call to Akron PD to report what had happened, and they conducted a welfare check. Not only do we have what was on the police report, which claimed Heather was acknowledging Chance's abuse to the person she was live streaming with, we also have the phone call made by the troll.
Chance Wilkins, Chance J. Wilkins, he's a 28 or 29-year-old man. He had struck his girlfriend, Heather Porter, who is currently pregnant.
Just 2 days later, the same person Heather was talking to on the live stream was investigating further into her lore and ended up interviewing Jessica, Heather's former wife. Man, things just get more and more complicated, don't they? It turns out that Heather left her wife with their 2 kids in order to link up with DJ Shadowblade. As 2020 approached, it became clear that any semblance of humanity the tale of Cyrax ever possessed was doomed to be extinguished by the relentless activity of malicious trolls and Cyrax himself, of course. All of his hobbies took the backseat as he began doing nothing but participating in live streams and endlessly interacting with people either pretending to be fans or explicitly insulting and mocking him to his face. In late December 2019, he can be seen boxing through Google Hangouts with someone named Suplex City Vlog, and it's exactly what it sounds like. January 2020 begins with Cyrax claiming he's becoming a gamer once and for all, and considering his extensive use of the N-word, I think he's always been one. On the 4th, he loses a bet he made with fellow troll Schmecklecat that he could keep his cool against the trolls and not flip out for a week. Supposedly, losing this bet cost him $100, but I'm pretty sure Cyrax has never even seen a $100 bill. In a video of his where he derides Jamie Nicole for her inquiries towards Cyrax's abusive nature and Heather's past life, he can be heard calling Juggernauty Records Jugganazis, meaning he probably had a bad falling out with them, which is unsurprising since that name is closely associated with the Bender Boys. On the 12th, pictures of Cyrax's leaked via Discord. Initially, many thought they were fake, including CGC, who's responsible for some of the best archiving and documenting of Cyrax's story. However, upon their reporting on Jamie Nicole's channel, a commenter, presumably Heather, started saying he'd been hacked and was asleep when it happened. What was noteworthy about this is that it was neither a defense nor a denial, and given how often Cyrax and his cohorts have used being hacked as an excuse for their behavior, it's most likely a lie as well. Not only was the picture his, it was probably acquired by a catfish who persuaded Cyrax into cheating on Heather. After all, Heather and Cyrax were living together at this time. I'm not sure what use a picture of his willy would have been to her, especially since it was clear that they were already not on very good terms.
Hit me and I'll knock your lights out.
In the wake of the leak, Cyrax says that he'll be taking a step back from being online, but in a video from just a couple of days later, he qualifies it by saying he'll only take a step back from the streams, but will continue to be as online as ever on other fronts because according to him, he comes from a family of artists and has art deep in his blood. This is cause for concern since there's only one thing he has a family history of, and it's not art. Later on in the month, Heather and Cyrax are back to streaming and Heather has completely hijacked the transmission, standing in the foreground while Cyrax hovers around in the back taking her commands. The two begin attacking Jamie Nicole for her coverage of the couple's mishaps, including but not limited to Cyrax's pictures. And once Cyrax calls her retarded, Heather starts telling him not to use that word and tells him to go take some stuff out so she can deal with it on her own. Then, while Heather starts accusing Jamie of not being a real juggalo, which is as scathing of an insult as they could come up with, Cyrax comes in unsolicited and starts insulting Jamie for being a lesbian. This visibly irritates Heather since she was at one point in a relationship with a woman, as Jamie had revealed. Being unfazed by their milquetoast attacks, Jamie proceeds to report on and lambast the GoFundMe Cyrax and Heather had set up with the intent of raising money to take back Heather's kids from Jessica. Now, I'm not sure in what situation Jessica was in or if she was capable of taking care of two kids, but there's no way they would be better off in Cyrax's house. Full stop. Either way, they would have just pocketed the GoFundMe money since legally I'm pretty sure they couldn't get the kids and a fundraiser page could do nothing about that. When Heather wasn't around to monopolize the camera, Cyrax made his own diss video against Jamie where he threatened to physically beat her. What an absolute class act, guys. After complaining about his private parts being posted online, having ruined his chances of ever getting a job or being signed to a label, two things that, keep in mind, had never happened up until this point, he's challenged to a fist fight by one of his trolls, Juggalo John. The story goes that John did indeed go to Cyrax's house, but Cyrax, as he always does, hid in the attic until John went away, and when it was nighttime, he came out and had Heather record him acting tough in front of some swing sets.
What's up, John? I'm down here by the community center where LeBron James first got started, right there, boy. We're talking about some stuff. Here I am ready for your ass. You don't come back and show us, coward.
His next move is to try to take down Music Biz Marty and his merch store by claiming that he owns copyright on his work, which is very ironic considering that all the artwork is stolen, of course. A day after publicly defending her honor and saying that Heather is the greatest mother in the world, Heather calls the cops to report people threatening Cyrax online. The modern Romeo and Juliet. A few days later, Cyrax made a fake account on YouTube called Shadow King, and using a voice changer, he starts pretending to be an impartial third party who happens to defend Cyrax and Heather against the trolls. On another video from February, he reveals that Jessica has apparently charged Cyrax with civil assault, though it's unsure what for. He uses this, along with the trolls, as an excuse as to why he's unemployed, blaming the trolls for your personal failures, another great lolcow classic. In order to exact justice for what had been done to him, he challenges Marty and his other trolls to step up to the mic and rap battle him. However, upon failing time and time again to defeat the trolls, he decides to step away from social media to focus on his artwork, and he claims it's somehow related to a book his great-grandmother released, making him him realize he needs to focus more on being an artist. But given what he had just said, following this video, he actually managed to spend exactly 1 month away from his social media. But it's more likely that Sally grounded him for a month with no access. On the 15th of March, he comes back guns blazing, accusing Jessica of being a kidnapper for not letting Heather and Cyrax raise her 2 kids. After this, there's another long break from archive videos, probably due to another punitive measure from Sally, who is beginning to realize Cyrax could get in some serious trouble for constantly making allegations like that online. After this, he only resurges in May to give his final farewell to YouTube due to the cyberbullying he's undergoing. He's now under the name of Scarface with an X in the middle, and is visibly inhabiting the basement. He also announces a new label, and the first thing he makes sure to establish is how he'll be taking 30% of his artist income, despite not being interested in establishing anything contractually with them. However, soon after, he basically admits that his entire family is telling him to stop being online, and he reiterates this 2 days later. But just 3 days later, he comes back, declaring he's now officially an e-racer because a retired professional motorcycle racer said he's really good at Forza Horizon. Another 3 days later, he comes back to tell everyone that his relationship with Heather was officially over. While he explains it in a way that's favorable to him, it's clear even through his retelling that he was threatening to hurt himself in a manipulative way. And when she didn't budge because she knew he was incapable of such a thing, he posted a video online crying about the incident, claiming that she's heartless. I should make a note here that he's just making a crying voice and turn the lights off so it would be less noticeable that he's not crying. Just a day later, he's back doing his usual gimmick.
Heather, Heather, Heather. When are you gonna learn, little girl, that calling you out on your bullshit like I did last night, that's not a threat. I did not threaten you in any way, shape, or form.
Again, Cyrax is the master of inadvertently telling on himself, and from the video, we can gather that Heather is alleging he's been threatening her. Maybe he noticed that trying to intimidate Heather with his WWE persona made him look bad, so the very same day he goes back to pretending to cry in the dark about the incident. Right after, he makes another video wherein he admits to having gotten physical with her at least once, meaning he is officially back to his domestic violence arc. In the immediate follow-up, we discover that Cyrax has an MO. He tries to choke people out, and then when he gets in trouble for it, he claims he blacked out and did it while unconscious, which is apparently what he did to his grandmother in 2012.
I blacked out and hurt you one time. One time, and I didn't even fucking hurt you. I had my hand like this around you. And it wasn't tight enough to choke you out either.
A day later, he posts this.
It appears to me that some of you think I lost my edge. Some of you think that I became weak, and you guys were right.
Brody.
I did lose my edge, but guess what? I'm getting my edge back. That volatile, dark, evil music that I used to record is coming back. And guess who my first victim's gonna be? Yam Ranch Records.
On the same day, an assault was reported, and Cyrax goes quiet for a little over a month. The details of the report show that Cyrax assaulted Heather's brother, Michael, by punching him 3 times as he helped her move out of his house. During the latter half of June, he's back to live streaming, and in a moment in which his mom is briefly seen on camera, Cyrax covers the cam and attempts to complain about it, to which she responds with a magnanimous,
Well, that's just too flippin' bad.
On the 1st of July, he comes back again in a video titled New Look, New Attitude, New Knee, which I think was supposed to be me, probably, in which he says he's excited for the new year, despite being halfway into 2020. He's also wearing his grandmother's glasses to look more sophisticated. Then he drops a video to prove he doesn't actually steal beats, and in it, he plays the world's most horrid beat.
Take a listen to this shit. You hear that? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like hard work to me.
He then claims he's sitting on a potential multi-million-dollar contract with very serious record labels. On July 24th, he confirms what everyone already suspected. The GoFundMe they did, asking for $3,000 for court fees to get Heather's kids back, was being embezzled. While he neglects to mention what he might have used the money for, he shows that Heather bought $500 worth of wigs. 2 days later, he plays with a stick. Apparently, this is one of a long series of videos Cyrax makes to prove that he can fight in order to intimidate Marty, with whom he's planning to have a fight.
So bring your ass on up here. Anybody that wants to fight me, y'all got my address. Bring your ass up here. I may be small, but believe me, I'm the last motherfucker that you want to box with.
A few weeks later, he goes back to fake crying about people saying he steals music and acts as if him throwing a fit is fine because in his eyes, he's been very successful at keeping his emotions in. What is completely beyond my comprehension is that, judging from a video from this period, not only does he seemingly have a decent microphone, he also has yet another girlfriend, somehow. To add to the insanity, he starts complaining that the trolls are the reason he gave up all the gifts he would have gotten on his birthday, so that his family could pay for the hospital bills that Sally had to pay due to a surgery she'd recently underwent. To bring back a Leaf
beefy classic. A 30-year-old man complaining that the trolls are the reason why and not the fact he's unemployed and won't look for a job. A 30-year-old man! On the 18th of September, he attempts to call a truce with the trolls. On the exact same day, he makes a video declaring war on all trolls for supposedly saying bad things about his military family. Mind you, at this point, he's already denounced his previous stepfather, who was in the military, for not being good enough to Sally. This is one of the clearest examples of Cyrax going out of his way to keep his feud with the trolls going, because ultimately, he simply likes the attention he gets from it. Without them, he wouldn't be talking to anyone. It'd be the void like it was back in the day. A day later, he makes another upload titled, "We're All where he attacks Joe Biden. After being put on his heels once again by the relentless troll campaigns against him, he goes back to pretending to cry and claiming that the trolls are responsible for Sally's blood pressure being high in a video titled, "Seriously Considering Leaving YouTube." Throughout all of this, he could simply heed his mom's request and stop being online, but that's too much to ask of him. After this, there's a period of relative inactivity until late October, when he reveals his stepfather, Ed, has overdosed. Besides also pretending to cry here, many have speculated that he just made this up, either to garner pity or to get out of a rap battle he had scheduled around the same time. Later on in November, he makes a phone call to Marty where he pretends to be possessed by a demon and threatens him.
Hey Marty, why don't you go take that fucking gun, put it to your head and hold it.
He tries to sound like he's a demon and succeeds in sounding like he's drunk. A couple of weeks before another catfish attempt on Cyrax is successful, and he sends videos of himself cranking it to a fake girl named Jasmine, to the disappointment of his real-life then-girlfriend, Caitlin. Marty took this information to her, and apparently Cyrax had agreed to take his account down and stop being online, so it was a surprise to her that he'd simply made another account and was uploading on there. After their 2-week-long relationship dissolved due to his cheating, and Cyrax attempting and failing to hire a hitman on Music Biz Marty, Caitlin gave an interview to Marty, and Cyrax dedicated a love song to Heather, trying to woo her into coming back to his arms. Having failed to take his life, Cyrax takes aim at Marty once again, giving him a final warning that if he doesn't delete his channel and stop this harassment, Cyrax will not hesitate to give the police evidence that would put Marty in jail for copyright infringement. After Caitlin and her family talk to Marty and form a consensus that Cyrax is insane, Cyrax makes a video claiming that it was Caitlin's idea to try and hire a hitman to kill him. On the same day, he makes a video declaring that he's finally lost his will to fight and is officially turned into a soulless demon while he whispers menacingly from the darkness. Still not over Heather a whole half a year after her departure, he does a video fake crying while saying she has his baby and is planning to put the child under custody of the state so that Cyrax won't have access to him. In a follow-up, his way of addressing this very serious mental and emotional situation is to call Heather a dumb bitch for an hour and 15 minutes while he plays a racing game, which, by the way, is the only thing that can even be seen. He says that he called Heather about their supposed child and she denied it, but according to him, that's because she's a pathological liar and not because he got tricked into believing this by trolls. Also, just as a side note to this situation, but it's very doubtful if they ever even came close to conceiving a child, considering Heather's reaction to the trench mouth. He mentions that Heather supposedly had Sally and Ed banned from her workplace, meaning Cyrax had his parents go and confront her instead of going himself. In a particularly creepy development, on the same day he records a video where he dedicates a freestyle to his unborn kid. After Marty says he knows where Heather is, Cyrax threatens to beat his ass and says he could do it whenever he wants to. On the very last day of 2020, he flips out after getting a bundle of rope in the mail. 2021 begins with Cyrax doing what sounds to be an Irish accent for no comprehensible reason.
It's your boy, Albert, to do a little bit of practice on some F1 2020.
Despite a hyperactive start to 2021, the rest of January is relatively uneventful, with February bearing some concerning news. Not only are rats sighted in Cyrax's humble abode, but apparently his basement bed is suffering from a bed bug infestation, and it's severely affecting his health. This may be karma for the fact that, in his never-ending struggle against Music Biz Marty, Cyrax turned to the dark side and decided to invoke the power of a very malignant political party in order to defeat him.
You gonna do some Rammstein?
Oh my god! No!
After being catfished by a troll and confessing to his fantasy of eating a Snickers out of somebody's defecation station, he enters into a relationship with someone by the handle of Tangerine Cat, a long-term covert troll of
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams' out-of-market Sunday afternoon games.
Marty's. In the middle of February, he threatens to shoot Marty and another infamous troll of his, Schmeckel Cat, with his stepfather Ed's rifle, who definitely did not give permission for Cyrax to use his gun to carry out a hit. Seeing that Cyrax was approaching the 1,000 subs mark on his YouTube channel, he started a campaign for people to subscribe en masse with their troll alts. Then, when Cyrax started celebrating, the next move was to unsubscribe en masse to see how he'd react. This was the result.
I did have 100, I did have 1K, but that little Marty it up.
Notwithstanding, also in February, Cyrax gets Sally to call the cops to tell them he's being cyberbullied online, as if the cops could do anything. They can't. It's at this point that even the police, being familiar with the situation from the plethora of times they've already gone to their house for no good reason, start to show signs of being sick of dealing with Cyrax. The report reads as follows: cyberbullying on internet by Marty. Today they received a package with rope in it, and he has been telling caller's 30-year-old son to take his own life. There were no threats and nothing to report. He was advised that if he does not want comments on his internet live stream, to block or ignore them. Nothing I was told today was a crime, and he had no information about the other guy involved. On the 5th of March, during a live streamed call with Marty, Tangerine Cat, and a fellow troll, Lava, Cyrax is pushed to his breaking point and decides to destroy one of the gifts he received from Lava to upset her.
You're trying to interfere in my life, you f***ing... Hey, Lava, I swear to God, if you don't stop, I swear to God, I will hunt you down and beat your f***ing ass within an inch of your life. And that's not a joke. Hey, Lava.
We all know
Hey,
that.
Lava, you better be lucky I don't know where you live. Otherwise, you're apt to be 6 feet under. And same with you, Marty. I know where you live. I know where you live, Marty. So don't test me. You need to go. And now, I've had it. No, I've had it with you two interfering in my life. I'm trying to live a good life with my... No, shut up. I am trying to live a good life with my f***ing girlfriend, away from the drama, but you don't want to let that happen, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. Matter of fact, matter of fact, hey Lava, see this?
No.
How do you like that? How do you like that?
Apparently, during his tirade with the ocarina, he made holes in his walls that indefinitely continued to be visible whenever he recorded videos. But the bad news simply refused to stop coming. Marty breaks the story that Cyrax has been taken to the hospital, and the doctors discovered he developed a fungal infection on his private parts. The cause of this might be the fact that he not only neglects to wash himself after he does the deed, but also does it multiple times a day, which results in chafing due to excess friction. I'm glad I can explain this to however many people are watching this right now. Later on the same day, Cyrax gets on Marty's stream to berate everyone for spreading the news about his sickly genitalia.
Hey guys, what the f*** is your deal?
Whoa!
No, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Hey, Marty, let me tell you right now, you ass little jack nick. You had no right doing what you did. None!
During the conversation about his medical issue, it's revealed that Cyrax is unable to put the cream on and requires Sally to do it for him. This period is marked by some interesting police reports. After a welfare check, which informed the police that Cyrax was threatening people online, he was advised to stay out of chat rooms. Then, the police were told about Cyrax confessing to what he did to Billy, but no one answered when they showed up to his door. After a mostly redacted welfare check, Sally herself calls the police as Cyrax and Ed are fighting due to Cyrax being uncooperative. After this call is made, Cyrax randomly shows up during another Marty stream, this time with his mouth visibly bleeding as he screams at everybody.
Let me tell all three of you motherfuckers right now, because of you three, I almost took my f***ing life a few minutes ago because of your bullying!
As it turns out, he'd recently gotten into a fight with his stepfather Ed, and unlike when he's online, being aggressive and acting tough had very dire consequences. Soon after, Ed leaves due to Cyrax's antics, which he blames on the trolls. After Tangerine Cat breaks up with him over him sending pictures of his wiener to multiple different fake girls, a new faux girlfriend comes forth by the name of Strawberry Sunshine, and Strawberry is taking no prisoners. Within a month of her work, she convinces Cyrax to insert a stylus into himself. You'll have to take my word for this, since I obviously can't show it on screen, or you can look for it yourself and be eternally cursed. The decision to leak the stylus incident was made based on the fact that, concomitantly with his relationship with Strawberry, Cyrax had recently sent nudes to a catfish who pretended to be a mentally challenged transgender person by the name of Cindy Lou. In classic Cyrax form, his strategy to get back at his trolls is to start threatening to do something crazy. Hopefully that was clear enough to understand, but evidently Cyrax was too scared to manipulate them with a real knife, so he just held a pen to his neck. And not just any pen, the accursed stylus. Props to whoever the girl is that played Strawberry for not laughing upon discovering it was just a pen. Just a day later, Cyrax tries to do the pen routine yet again. On April 14th, he tries it yet again, culminating in Strawberry breaking up with him. 6 days later, a video comes out of our boy proudly sucking on that same stylus. As the shtick grows increasingly tiresome, the trolls decide to up the ante. One of the troll outlets reports mentioned a while ago, Masshole Report, decides to play the part of a 14-year-old catfish to see if Cyrax would bite. They presented themselves as Crystal and claimed to be suffering from bullying, and Cyrax responded. As they chatted back and forth, Crystal sent a picture of herself, an adult decoy by the way, to which Cyrax responded with compliments. Soon after, he declares his love for her, followed by him claiming that despite being 30, he looks like he's also 14. Immediately after, sends a picture of his disco stick. It seems like the catfish didn't plan to get the picture so soon. I won't get into too much detail beyond this, but despite believing the person he's talking to is 14 years old, he asks for indecent pictures repeatedly over the course of their conversation. After some time, probably after he told Sally what he was up to and she told him how it could get him into trouble, he expresses regret and ghosts Crystal. It's likely that Cyrax sussed out that this was going to make its way into Marty's hands, so his tactics became much more frantic and desperate. This was no fluke either, as during her investigation, Kate, the person running this operation, discovered that Cyrax had done the same thing in 2014 when he would have been 24. In another instance, which was eventually revealed, he was briefly together with a 15-year-old named Chloe. In a cameo he made in one of Marty's streams soon after the Crystal incident, knowing that YouTube forbade any kind of nudity, he proceeded to flash the camera in an attempt to get Marty's account shut down. This is a tactic he came to employ multiple times after. After a few police reports about Cyrax's online dealings with fake 14-year-olds, Sally called the cops over a fake picture of someone holding a firearm outside their house. To make everything even more cursed, Cyrax's dad, now free from prison, discovers that his son is a horror cow and appears on one of Marty's streams. It seems going to jail didn't fix him, since by searching his new name, Oangus Ravenwood, a Pinterest shows up with categories like feminized soccer boys are easy to convince and boys in dresses, containing multiple images of young boys in drag. When asked about it by Marty and Schmeckel, he claimed it was for trans kid awareness. Meanwhile, after years of being on the dark side, Cyrax turns to Christianity to fix his situation, while posting a few spoken word poems playing the victim. I suppose, due to loyalty to people of his same proclivities, he goes back to being friends with Chuck Stiegel and defends him from the accusations. Around this time, we can see that Cyrax has begun to frequently scratch his head, which we eventually learn is due to the bed bugs biting him. In exchange for the return of his PayPal account, Marty strikes a deal with Cyrax that the two would meet up in real life in order to square their differences, and upon showing up to Cyrax's house, Cyrax once again hides in the attic. After revealing during a spat with the troll that over the course of his entire career, he's made a total of just under $6 from his music, we get this.
Chance Wilkins. What does that name sound so suspiciously familiar? Maybe because your screen name is Cyrax? What do you mean by Cyrax? Chance. Chris Hansen here of Hansen vs. Predators. To catch a predator and have a seat with Chris Hansen, I'm going to need you to have a seat right over there. Been going through some transcripts and I see some disturbing things online. You don't want to be the target of one of my investigations, Chance.
He then gets together, and engaged apparently, to a trans woman named Trisha, and begins defending her honor against trolls who are misgendering her. Cyrax begins posting videos of himself training to fight Marty again, only to flake out a second time when Marty showed up, sending Ed and Sally down on his behalf instead. During the same stream, Cyrax brings up a shooting that took place near his house, in which a 13-year-old was injured, and acts as if that event was actually the doing of Marty's goons, who got the kid by mistake.
Oh, hey, because of you and your little goons, a 13-year-old little boy died today, bro. I know those bullets were meant for me.
In January 2022, he audibly fights with Sally over his obsession with the internet in the background of one of his streams. It sounds like she's telling him to get a job while he claims that protecting his family is more important, before bringing up some acquaintances of his who are in the hospital as if it was relevant to the situation. In February, he joins the Dark Side Phil Club, forgetting his stream is on while he does the deed. Despite nothing being visible, I'll do you the favor of not playing the footage of it because you get to hear some audio, besides the stream of Heather he's watching to relive the good times while he cranks it. The aftermath is quite ominous.
Are we? Oh no.
Due to another attempt from Cyrax to stay away from the internet, Marty successfully draws him back out by pretending that Cyrax has passed away and has been replaced by an AI, namely AI-Rax. Around the same time, another fake girlfriend by the name of Gothy becomes active, telling Cyrax that he's losing money because of Marty and saying PBS would do a documentary on him. During mid to late April, Cyrax's house is raided by police and he greatly embellished it to make it seem like he was in way more danger than he actually was.
But little to our surprise did we know that there would be 10 cops outside with guns pointed at me.
Hey, just go ahead and stand up, keep your hands up where we can see them.
In actuality, they just pointed a flashlight at him and asked him some questions. It wasn't a real raid. A month later, he audibly poops himself.
A couple years ago, I ended up in a motorcycle accident. I didn't have health insurance at the time, and now I have a plan that keeps me covered.
On stream.
Oh, guys, it's storming out. Gotta go.
Now, a lot of people are going to pass judgment, but can you blame him? It was storming out. In June, he posts a video of fake crying and playing victim, and in the same breath, he threatens to hurt people and potentially police officers as well.
So help me
Good
God.
Lord.
If you cops don't do something about this, I will. And trust me when I say, the end result isn't going to be pretty. People will get hurt.
He neglects to mention that the people going to his house are people he has time and time again invited over so that he could beat their ass. In October, Cyrax's infamy grew to a point where Danny Brown, a pretty popular rapper, expresses not only his awareness of Cyrax's story, but active interest in it as a follower.
We just find like certain people on the internet to quit, and now we got this new guy. His name is Cyrax. He's like he's a little touched, little f***ed up guy, and he's from Ohio.
To
and
say
we
the
just
least.
with him all the time. Like he was like live streaming. We just all in his chat. He wants to be a rapper. He wants to be a. He always come up with something new. But I would say the funniest thing we did was that it got to the point like we put him so much he'd delete his accounts and be like, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. And you know,
He'll be back.
and he always come back in like a week or something and really geek. But one time he like I'm not doing this no more. Y'all ruining my life. I'm not coming back to YouTube. I'm not coming back. So then he left and he was gone for like a month. Then we all bored. We all in a Discord like, how can we get him back? Like, how can we get him back? So we came up with this plan to say he died. So we were just all making like tribute videos to him, like Cyrax, gone but not forgotten. We miss you so much. We love you so much.
Approaching
The king
Lolcow
is
Critical Mass,
gone,
the
but
one and only
not
Chris
forgotten.
Chan, Liquid Chris, decides to chime into Cyrax's story.
The main purpose of this video is to call out a certain troll who's trying to impersonate me. His name is Cyrax. And I have gotten good word from my special gal pals that this imposter has been doing this for quite some time now. I even have a screenshot of a video someone made on him.
He's correct in defending his image and reputation because, indeed, Cyrax is copying Chris Chan. Eventually, Chance's Facebook gets hacked for real this time, and a video is uncovered in which he's seen licking his, I think we know. In December, Cyrax seems to have gotten physical with Ed once again, and a little while later, claims he's developed stress-related eczema that caused his feet to swell up and eventually become a full-on leg infection. In early 2023, Cyrax gets tricked into breaking his Xbox by inserting a contaminated USB stick into it, and then Marty convinces him to do a little dance in order to get his Xbox working again. Things start to look grim for Cyrax, who is now under threat of lawsuit from Danny Brown after accusing Danny multiple times of being a pedo. Perhaps sensing he has very little to lose at this point, he goads Marty into coming to Akron to fight him, and lo and behold, the fight does take place. Despite this, immediately after getting beat up, he starts streaming, bragging about having at least showed up, demonstrating he was still as adamant as ever. Eventually, the two stream again, and Cyrax tries to claim Marty almost murdered him while simultaneously trying to act unfazed. Afterwards, he tries to compete against Marty in a more familiar territory, racing. Him and Marty go for 2 matches, with each winning one. However, it's discovered that Cyrax was using auto race during his victory, but as a third match was being set up to finally settle the score, Cyrax goes missing in action. As 2023 progresses, Cyrax begins dating and breaks up with another girl, Jasmine. Upon their separation, she talks to Marty and reveals that Cyrax likes to pop bedbugs and sniff them, allows mice to live in his room, and lets roaches crawl on his plate as he eats. Months later, Cyrax reveals the Wilkinses are potentially faced with eviction and need money in order to keep their house. Then a troll visits Cyrax and proceeds to get assaulted by him with a bat. He gets arrested for it, but is soon bonded out. And that pretty much brings us to the present. How the tale of Cyrax will unfold next is truly unknowable, but it's hard to believe it'll get better anytime soon. Unless he gets seriously institutionalized, we can expect more of the same for the rest of his days on this earth. As much as Cyrax never wins any exchange against his trolls, there's also no winning against him, and the struggle is in his favor because ultimately he doesn't even care about winning. I don't know if he can comprehend what winning is. Chance himself loves the attention, and he's in it for the long haul, even if it means growling at his computer monitor at people he's never going to see in real life forever until the end of time. He'll do it. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Leave him alone, he says.
August of 2023, a series of screenshots began circulating on Twitter and Reddit. Their origin was an alt-chan known as Soyjack Party, and claimed to be proof of a ring of people trading illegal material online, with one person involved even being tied to Chris from Mr. Beast and Finster. While the involvement of these two celebrities is non-existent, what Soyjack Party did manage to find are some of the darkest, most horrific leaks we've ever seen circulated online. These are the Giggly Goon Clown files. And keep in mind, this video will feature stories about a lot of horrible people. I don't endorse any of their actions. This video is for educational and documentary purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. The Giggly Goon Clown joined Twitter in March of 2022. To address complaints ahead of time, he goes by any pronouns. Giggly described himself as a 21-year-old goddess on HRT. Needless to say, the title is well earned. His name is a play on gooning, a meditative state achieved through hours of prolonged masturbation. And there was no shortage of tweets referencing this addiction. For example, break your brain for hentai and waste your life. But that's only the beginning of the sheer degeneracy. Furries, diapers, farts, and scat. If the fetish existed, he had it. So there was the usual stuff like anthropomorphic rats farting in vivid detail, and other even more bizarre plays on social taboos. He was a proud member of the Black New World Order, calling for the extinction of his own race. These fantasies declared white people as subhumans as he obsessed over BBC beatdowns. One retweet includes a disturbing story in which home intruders assault and murder a family. Looking at the news today is basically just watching. This perversion of identity didn't end at race, though. He was fond of degrading himself using ableist language. I've always been infected with the hump virus. I just know it is autism. Humpy humpy. I'd be hard-pressed to explain this further without showing off his original work. You see, Giggly was first and foremost an artist who loved to put his feelings to canvas. Here's a naked minion spreading his butt cheeks. Most of that art was of his mascot jerking others off, or flaunting its brap machine. A few put the clown in more intricate scenarios, like being tied up in a deli meat and barbecue factory. But drawing was just one of the many ways Giggly made content. He also sold captions for as low as $10. This tweet here has several examples of what that entailed. Telling people with autism to ejaculate in trash cans, a woman surrounded by bright green gas threatening to sit on you, or how about Poop Nights, a proposed game mode for the, quote, most cringe of take laxatives, boot up Fortnite, and every time you die, squat down and push as hard as you can. It recommends players to use poppers and shout poop over and over. Once you've pooped yourself, make sure to tell everyone and squish in it until you're kicked for being AFK. Of course, being an exhibitionist, Giggly frequently shared nudes. He once posted a picture of his bare rectum, inviting viewers to take a whiff. A month later, he filmed himself masturbating to that very photo. What kind of autistic freak huffs poppers and jerks off to pictures of their own asshole while listening to insane clown music? This clown does. It was one of many videos adorned with Autism Speaks as circus music blasts in the background. The line between fiction and reality was blurry as they attempted to live out their wildest desires. It was concerning given how depraved those fantasies often were. Giggly was an open lolicon and retweeted posts about incest. If loving cute little girls is wrong, then I don't want to be right. Meanwhile, he took time to stand against anti-pedo vigilantes. The Internet Anti-Pedo Defense Force is the most awful group of 12-year-old idiots on the planet. You do not need to apologize to these morons, nor feel threatened by them. They raise more than a few eyebrows, and it's only downhill from here. Giggly wasn't just into furries, but also actual animals. That February, he tweeted, "Oh no, my mom bought a dog," visibly throbs in pants. With tweets like these, it's anyone's guess as to how Giggly even remained on the platform. Instead, he got a surprising amount of traction, amassing almost 7,000 followers. These people were just as, if not more, willing to humiliate themselves publicly, with weirdos kissing toilets and putting minifigures next to their penis. That was usually at the clown's request, as he slowly built up a cult of personality. He was quite proud of his ability to get others into his fetishes. I hope I've influenced at least a few of you gooners into becoming total stink-obsessed farts. Bio has 18 to 20 trans girl in it, retweets Black New World Order, transitioning from peer pressure, has fetishes so disgusting she hates herself for them. The latter received over 700 likes. But perhaps what attracted people most was how easy it was to get into contact. Giggly had open DMs and shared his Discord tag. That meant anyone could strike up a conversation, confide in their degeneracy, and then have e-sex. Every so often he would show some of these DMs publicly. The following are a series of messages he shared on March 11th, 2023. Hey, Hey, I'm done f***ing to lolly, mommy. It's kind of f***ed up my mental state and I had a panic attack yesterday, so I'm sticking with normal kinks from here on. I hope you can understand and still accept me, mommy. Mommy, can you retweet my login information, please? Hey, mommy, what's a good lolly site with captions? Everything we've covered so far has been quite nauseating. I actually applaud you if you've made it even this far. But all of it begs a question, perhaps better left unanswered. If this is what they're willing to share publicly, what was kept in private? Soyjack.party is an image board for the creation, posting, and sharing of Wojaks. As the site has grown, its focus has expanded to encompass many other topics. That naturally has included a lot of trolling, with these stunts making the site infamous. They typically go after fetish accounts, especially those with sinister undertones. In early 2023, the site went after CC Femme, a goon addiction BNWO estrogen cult many suspect is targeting children. That's a whole different story for another day, but between the forced feminization and racial fetishization, it's not hard to see parallels. Those similarities are why Giggly became a target in the first place. When users stumbled onto the account, it was hard to decipher if it was satire. I mean, just look at this shit. But many of his posts became memes, with his art and masturbation videos spread across the boards. But they quickly realized he was not only genuine, but a potentially dangerous individual. The initial thread targeting Giggly was created on July 26. It called for him to be doxxed, noting his connections to the aforementioned Twitter circle. They wrote that he lived in Arizona and was studying ecology. One of the earliest replies revealed he previously went by the username Almond Milk. This profile places him in his 30s, though it was later determined to be a lie. Most of the posts came from people exploring his timeline in pure disgust. However, the catalyst of becoming a meme on the site was when he got his own Soyjack. It was after this gem that a second thread was made on /raid calling for a personal army. The clown was inundated with trolls across Twitter and Discord. In response, he posted his own version of the Soyjack called Truth. You realize not letting me intoxicate you with my rancid farts is transphobic, right? Giggly then claimed to have always wanted to be a lol cow due to his humiliation fetish. In spite of this, he deactivated his account later that day. Once he returned, he began mass blocking all of them before changing his handle to Silly Gay Clown. The back and forth only escalated from there. Before long, he was sending Nikocado Avocado's poll to the trolls and claiming to never post on their dumbass site. For someone who embraced being the epitome of cringe culture, he seemed to not understand the pitfalls of this antagonization. With more and more users becoming aware of his existence, it was only a matter of time before he got doxxed. On August 1st, a thread was created simply titled Goon Clown Lost. The post is exhaustive, identifying him as Orion Grant Passmore. It contains not only his personal info, but usernames and passwords. These details were used to compromise his Discord account, which was then scraped and released publicly. Immediately, Orion deleted himself off the internet as trolls piled in. They posted his address on Craigslist, ordered pizza, and sent several religious scriptures. It was everything the original call to action had asked for, but amid this raid was a growing sense that more serious action needed to be taken. Those paying close attention may have noticed an image attached to the original post. In addition to many of the tweets we've read before, it contains evidence of criminal activity. For as nauseating and bizarre as his fantasies are on their face, Orion's reality was even worse, because it was through these leaks that they finally saw a clearer image of who he actually was, an unabashed predator. The Discord archive not only contains proof he was actively grooming minors, but exposed a ring of pedophiles distributing CP. So much proof, in fact, that he was reported to both local and federal authorities, as people were warned against downloading the file. The following is an in-depth exploration of the logs, spanning over 21 servers and 170,000 private messages. Viewer discretion is advised. With how enigmatic the clown was, it led many to wonder about the circumstances that created him. Fortunately, he explained his background several times over the years, giving insight into his childhood. Orion grew up in a single-parent household with a mother who paid little attention. This gave him unrestricted access to the internet, which he found comforting. It became a place of escapism, one that proved necessary after a babysitter apparently took advantage of him. The trauma did irreparable harm, sparking an obsession with
I forgot I shouldn't hire a male babysitter.
By age 11, he was browsing Rule 34, learning about it through memes. A year later, the boy joined Tumblr to participate in fetish communities. This exposed him to sissy hypnosis and racial fetishization. The latter made him insecure as he identified with the alt-right, but he eventually created his own BBC Sissy Tumblr at 14. The blog primarily consisted of original captions, though he claimed to have also posted his own genitals. It attracted over 3,000 followers as the boy got addicted addicted to the attention. For someone who had few real-life friends and went otherwise unnoticed, it was validating. Orion slowly fell deeper into degeneracy, scrawling links to furry sites across his middle school. Yet, there was still a sense of shame as he attempted to quit masturbating several times. Before I was 17, I would delete all my like once every few months in a no-fap fit, trying to get my life back together, and I would just come back over and over. That all changed one fateful night when he finally gave in. I remember going outside completely naked except for my shoes at around 3 a.m. Eventually, when I came, I shouted quite loudly, "Hail Satan!" This wasn't something I planned beforehand, it just happened in the heat of the moment. Everything about Orion's personality changed, devoting his entire identity to Up until this point, he sat firmly in the alt-right with a Twitter that got no more than 400 followers. The account was banned a year after. Shortly thereafter, he created the Giggly Goon Clown, which quickly surpassed 2,500 followers. It was no coincidence this was around the same time gooning became a viral meme. Perhaps he'd been inspired to embrace the degeneracy. Regardless, by 2020, he was posting videos of himself in diapers and selling captions. Sometimes, I feel like made me an unlikable alt-right loser just to swipe that from me and make me into a perfection piggy. It became impossible for him to do anything else, evident by a journal in which he logged his daily routine. August 21st, 2020, 4 hours of gooning. August 23rd, 2020, 5 hours of gooning. August 22nd, 8 hours of gooning. That regression also included urinating all over his floor, hoping for gingerbread stains and a comfy piss smell. By November of 2022, Orion had over 500 gigabytes of NSFW across 300,000 individual files. He was now desperate enough to beat off while at work. I'm wanking at work because f this job. The smell of boys' bathroom as drunk fat bikers grunt and burp and piss loud as while I stroked a cartoon horses 4 feet away from them. He even contemplated shitting in people's food. What's your job? Cook. Cut the food. I've thought about it. If I brought a little container, I could slip it in the pizza sauce really easily. No way anyone would notice. These compulsions ultimately led him to identify as sexual, going so far as to give up on dating real people. That came after a particularly messy breakup, which he recounted as follows. I would send her and tell her my fantasies, and she thought I was flirting and wanted to suck my weenie. Then she started asking me to bring her over to my house like every day. It was annoying, so I told her I want to be left alone most of the time, and she just started crying and being like, "So you don't love me?" I realized, OMG, I don't, because you're not even a cartoon horse or something comfy and awesome. You're just a human woman with a who doesn't even like me either. You're just desperate and stupid. I didn't say that, but I told her I was a pornosexual and I don't want to have sex or date real girls anymore. He fell deeper and deeper into the depths of his own depravity and was met with support every step of the way from his community. I'd like to read this message he wrote explaining the difference between his actual self and Giggly. You begin to become more invested with the internet than real life. You feel insecure about your real self and how people don't really like them. Meanwhile, there's all these people online who will give you attention from being depraved and perverse. The second me sort of split away, became someone else, and now I'm someone totally different than the person in here. Giggly, you might say. Giggly does what she wants. She doesn't need my permission. Sometimes she does things and I don't even know about it. I feel like this dilemma is very, very common, but it feels so real to me. Orion wouldn't do these things. He can't. He's so sweet. At least I think he is. He buys presents for his nieces and nephews on their birthdays, visits his parents often, is always wanting to help, and gets all sad when he thinks about the state of the world and just wants to fix it all up, even though he's basically like a tiny helpless puppy. He even put on different voices to emphasize the difference. This is his voice for the Giggly Goon Clown.
I'm just a little silly bimbo.
I would put this in the same vein as his worship of Satan. It's self-aggrandizing and performative, but most likely rooted in some truth. By creating this disconnect, he's able to absolve himself of guilt mentally. You see, there's one aspect to his online activities that's so far been ignored. In a message from June 19th, 2023, Orion admits to having looked at CP for 6 years, starting when he was 15. At the time, he would do so before crying immediately after. However, upon embracing this new outlook at life, one that favored hedonism over any and all morality, he began to feel proud. Bro, I'm serious. I'm such a hardcore pedo. My friends and family have no idea. I couldn't muster the strength to tell my therapist. I'm constantly taking risks and clicking on things and talking to perverts. I have no idea how I haven't been arrested yet. I've given up on stopping. Yeah, if you're planning on clicking off, now is a good time, because it's not going to get better. It may seem like a drastic jump from one thing to the next. To understand how this happened so quickly requires an explanation of his new social environment. If you'll recall, Orion amassed nearly 7,000 followers. Many of these would end up joining his Discord server, Giggly's Cringe Circus. I just want to read the list of channels real quick because it is truly ridiculous. Lewd Gaming, 2D Humans, 2D Furries, Captions, Animated, Audio, Cringe, IRL, Gay AI, Autism Speaks, BNWO, BRAP, Plussy, Corpo Worship, Diaper Sexual, Drug Addicts, Emoji Sexual, Feet, Feral Fuckers, Fursuits, Hog Sexual, Hypnosis, Latex, Macro, Objectophilia, Photomorph, Pink Pill, Plushophiles, Satanism, Scat, Vor, Bugs Bunny, FNAF Sexual, as in Five Nights at Freddy's, Fap Night, as in Fortnite, Homestuck, Pony Sexual, Sonic Sexual, Stitch, Memes, DM Me, and finally Hook Up. This server became quite popular among gooners who gravitated towards his dominant persona. They referred to him as their mommy, with the most loyal simps getting a special role. I'm not quite sure why, but they were really susceptible to his bizarre demands. It was something not even limited to direct interactions. Orion was a frequent user of 4chan and often spammed boards with his is. He went on to receive messages from 40 different people, claiming his insistence got them into farts. I had over 40 people message me saying that they started masturbating to fart because of me. That's literally 1/3 of the people in the 4chan thread. I love having that power. I can just change someone's entire sexuality and make them something else. I'm doing it right now. That power extended far beyond mere fetishes or roleplay. He was able to get several people to submit full control of their social media. They came to him for things as innocuous as what to order from McDonald's. 20 nuggets, 2 large fries, a large Coke, and a Big Mac. Then there were times it seemed to cross the line. It was also that power that got users to cut for BBC and imagine their own mothers getting assaulted by black studs. He begged a user to post creep shots of his girlfriend for him, but perhaps most controversial was his influence on their gender. By his own words, he convinced 6 or 7 gooners to take HRT. He always had a map of clinics that provided it without psychological evaluation. This is extremely concerning given his views on trans issues in private. Now, Orion himself began transitioning in September of 2022, but it had been done with ulterior motives and tensions he only spelled out in private. The first excerpt comes from DMs between Orion and a user named Manadrain. Every single trans girl is a horrible pervert to some extent. I haven't ever heard of one who isn't. I should become a T-slur too, just to pile on. And women don't feel safe around you, dude. They just know they'll be canceled if they don't act that way. God, I wish it would be something worse. Lamau, every T-slur finds out one way or the other. All it took was for you to realize sexual predator equals T-slur. The second was with Goon Goddess 69. Can I tell you a secret? I'm not even trans. I'm just a cis guy pretending to be trans to get with more people. It's so much fun, like, OMG, I love pretending to be a girl. I don't care if it's predatory or whatever. Don't blow up our spot, bro. All T-slurs are like that. If you can trust me around your kid, it'd be transphobic not to. Me with daycare tots. To Orion and many of his associates, their identity was little more than a political shield. It clearly worked, given he publicly fantasized about assaulting women in bathrooms. Those fantasies, of course, were even more deranged in private. It should be clarified this doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in his server. He was careful to state his true opinions, often contradicting them to those he didn't trust. But among his inner circle was a number of losers, creeps, and pedos who bonded over the increasingly sadistic desires. For example, Orion had confidants to discuss bestiality. He privately sent material to other zoophiles and even instructed them on how to find more. That was while expressing their desire to assault dogs to death. It's only real dog sex if it makes them cry. Like they loved it though. He was also convincing other users to engage with the material in an attempt to get them addicted for life. He even tried to get someone to abuse their dog on camera for him. That's the level of severity we're talking about, which is already horrifying in this context. Now, you can imagine how dark the story is going to become as we start to approach the matter looming over the entire story. Take a look at the DMs between Orion and Dizzy Ditzy Izzy. In early 2021, Izzy approached Orion for help with transitioning. It was framed with language likening the experience to bimbofication. 2 years later, Izzy was trying to get his dog to lick his genitals and calling his girlfriend's corgi slutty. This was at Orion's encouragement, alongside a newfound interest in lolly. In August of 2020, Orion's original Discord was banned for violating one of the app's zero-tolerance policies. He'd admit in private this was for being a lolly baiter, and banned the material from his server. Of course, he made sure to clarify this wasn't over any moral qualms. Just to be clear, hopefully nobody on the server gives an actual single about lolly as a moral question. It is okay to get off to it. It's better than okay. Get off to ToddlerCon. It's fucking sexy. I just don't allow lollies because Discord, despite being the #1 platform for peas, is against it for some reason. Orion's thoughts on the material in private were much darker than mere enjoyment, and in exchange with Goon Goddess, they discussed using it to normalize pedophilia. These pics feel so weirdly wholesome. This artist really makes pedophilia feel natural and okay. It is. Some conversations indicate he was trying to get people to goon to art of babies. Even more disturbing, however, was the fact that lolly was often used as a code word. These messages are between Orion and Cranberry. He angrily messaged the user for posting actual CP. If you post lolly again, you're gone. Manadrain, a close associate, would admit to thinking of real children when looking at lolly. The owner estimated at least 90% of the people in his server are pedos. And I mean, it wasn't really a secret. Proof exists of members straight up asking for CP and attempting to sell it on the server. Yo Giggly, somewhat serious issue here. What? That I have issues person in your server, they're advertising selling nudes of themselves when they were younger. Pretty sure that's not something good to be associated with the server. OMFG. F*** it ass. I can show you the DMs if you need proof, but in the DM channel, they're advertising wanting to talk about P stuff, which I now obviously know meant pedo shit. I assumed they were just talking about lollies or whatever, but nah, IRL stuff. No, I don't care. Mind you, Orion was a self-admitted minor-attracted person. He frequently used emojis of the map flag, and even bought a map pride-themed bikini. That makes it a massive issue given minors were knowingly let into his server. Publicly, Orion expressed otherwise, making sure to ban any kids reported to him. But he viewed those people as snitches and went out of his way to look past it. I only block minors so I don't get in trouble, but I wrote it in a way that makes me seem right. Even stating twice that if you just lie about your age, I won't block you, just in a way people won't be upset with. In a conversation from July 25th, Orion discusses underage sex with Sunflower Femboy. This excerpt is when he discovers Sunflower is underage. Because when I was younger, I tasted sugar. How young? 13, 2 years ago. Oh my, you're not mad? Just don't tell anyone in my server unless you're 100% sure they're a full-blown pedo, or else they might snitch and I'll have to ban you. Yes, Giggly, but more on that sugar. It was sweet. I crave it. Even once went on Redacted for it. For the record, Redacted is a Mastodon instance notorious for openly hosting illegal materials. Let's pull back and look at the full context of their conversation. It began with Sunflower admitting to Orion that he enjoyed lolly. Orion uses this to label him a pedo, encouraging him to fantasize about children. Eventually, Sunflower starts to talk about his 9-year-old sister. I shouldn't. My little sis is 9. And, unless you're thinking about your little sis while you look at these pics, it's no big deal. It's completely normal. And like you said, even if it's not real, it's awfully sweet. Especially when there's so much good. Especially when you have depraved pedo perverts whispering encouragement in your ear. This is the crux of their methods. A recurring phrase you're going to see a lot in these messages is EPI. EPI is a shorthand for early introduction, in which minors are exposed to adult content. They fantasize about perverting their innocence, often by utilizing Rule 34 to flood sites with a younger demographic. It's a form of fetish mining explicitly used to groom children. The next conversation between Orion and Memnicine occurred on June 18th, 2023. It starts with the two admitting a shared interest in EPI. I imagine you know about EPI then? Of course, I've done it personally. What exactly? Have you made some captions yourself? Orion proceeds to post examples of captions he made. The first instructs readers on how to make new gooners by offering NSFW in public Discord servers. The second instructs people how to using a Nintendo character. The third praises DeviantArt's lax policies on what qualifies as safe for work. The fourth is a screenshot from a YouTube video of Fortnite characters twerking. They express being turned on by the fact that the comments are from children. Then there's expose kids to blacked tunes. It's so easy. Groom them to like your sick fishes, make their god, teach them to talk dirty, push them deeper into addiction, turn someone's child into an N-word lover, turn the new generation into gooners, ruin them, destroy their minds. None of this was a fantasy. Orion admits to talking to kids every day, astounded by his own influence. That was before professing his pride in being a pedophile. I shouldn't be telling someone I just met all this stuff, but I can't help it. I think it's because it's Pride Month and I'm a proud pedo. I feel like I had a revelation recently. My view of myself is really positive lately. I hope this isn't a phase and that I've actually learned how to love myself, despite the fact that I sexualize children almost every day and want their brains to be ruined like mine was. There's hard evidence within the leak of these interactions with minors. On March 23rd, Orion was messaged by an underage boy. Full disclosure though, since I feel bad not telling people this, I'm a Shota boy myself. You can block me and I'll 1000% understand, in which case I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. Elsewise, I'm happy to talk about anything and everything and answer any questions. I love the idea of cute to play their favorite games. That's how I got a addiction. I'd look at Rule 34 of everything I liked and download it like crazy. I remember when I was younger, I would constantly get off to Overwatch stuff. 4 days later, he met a 15-year-old trans girl who loved Taylor Swift. He used this adoration of pop stars to groom her. How do I become a gooner? What does that mean? Oh my god, I'm surprised you don't know. You're gonna ruin me. This is so hot, but like, you're trying to make me addicted. Shh. It's okay, just trust me. In DMs with Charlie Death, they acknowledged flirting with Charlotte when they were only 16. I actually feel bad because I'm 75% sure I'm the reason your old Twitter got banned. It was when I felt it was a bad thing for me because I was 15 or 16 at the time, and you told me you liked me and that you were ashamed. I was so happy to be there. The aforementioned goon goddess may have been underage, although it's arguable if it was just age play. Arf, arf, put it in my hole. The alleged teenager went on to send nudes to Orion. They also discussed looking for CP on Twitter. Trying to find to get off to on Twitter is so hard. I remember when Map Twitter was a thing, and you could find it all over the place. SMH. Orion also sought to meet with children through video games. Roblox, as you all know, is a widely popular online platform whose fan base largely consists of children. This has led it to attract many predators looking to befriend them. Several members of his server created profiles with highly sexualized models. Their accounts make heavy references to content. Lexicality created a profile called Lexi for the BNWO. His skin is a skimpy woman with a censor bar over her eyes. The description reads, last bio nearly got me banned. Chocolate and snow bunnies only. Fuda preferred, cute bulls allowed. Mr. Postcard posts an even more lurid character, Cow for Black Loads. Orion made several accounts for this purpose. The first was Blox Gooner with the description, just a dumb Roblox Gooner. Look up Gooner captions if you don't know what a Gooner is. That was shortly after discussing the possibility with Mana Drain. I love Roblox players. Show them the funnest stuff there is to do. You're basically handing out drugs on a playground. I was always in a medieval roleplay server when I was a kid. You should show up to it and show them real roleplaying. Roblox is full of role-playing games. I was thinking about pretending to be a girl and becoming friends with girls just to tell them about gooning. There are screenshots of Orion in-game telling kids to look up NSFW terms and harassing young girls. Me when transphobic little girls ask me what I'm doing in the women's restroom when I'm obviously a woman. But perhaps the worst of Orion's potential victims are those within his own family. Orion frequently sexualized his nieces and nephews who were as young as 5 years old. On June 6, 2023, Orion sent a photo of his youngest niece to Pink. He then imagines having intercourse with her. I need her to get a phone and take irresponsible pics for attention. He bragged about getting to spend hours watching them at the pool. He wrote about one such visit to Pink 2 weeks later, which is so disgusting I don't even want to read it. But it is him fantasizing about his nieces. Pink was not the only person he sexualized them to. On July 14th, Orion told Mana Drain several explicit scenarios based on his real life. They're framed as if letters addressed to the 7-year-old that we'll call Jane. The first was inspired by his nieces walking into his bedroom alone, and once again is really too disgusting to read out loud. The second was about helping her swim at the pool, which, once again, I just can't bring myself to read out loud. Orion contemplated grooming them into being interracial addicts. He played porn without headphones in hopes they'd hear it. He even joked about feeding them his semen, but it's unclear if any actual physical abuse occurred. In late 2021, he admitted to lying about abusing his niece. This apparently killed the buzz for Mana Drain's edging, but that was 2 years ago, before he made plans to EPI his nephew. I'm giving my nephew a tablet for his birthday coming up so he can look at NSFW. His parents are weird and won't give him a phone. He's 13 now and he needs it. The more cooped up they are as kids, the more likely they are to be super degenerate later on. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really too trusting of this guy's opinion on what's degenerate or not. With how disgusting these conversations were, it's clear the parties involved were at similar levels of sadism. It should be apparent by now that Orion was far from alone and often had co-conspirators who enabled and assisted in his grooming. The evidence seems to imply a degree of organization that requires scrutiny. So far, we've not even mentioned the existence of their secret Telegram. Telegram is a messaging app popular among those who try to stay anonymous. That can range from drug dealers to furries to even Kiwi Farms users. This is because of their privacy policies, where they offer end-to-end encrypted secret chats. Because of his original ban from Discord, Orion didn't allow Lolly or Shota on a server. This led him to create a Telegram group for that material. Now, this is already questionable given what we've previously outlined. Many of the users invited were the same ones using it as a surrogate for real children. You're a fucking pedophile, you freak. Affectionate. However, there's also evidence it wasn't just cartoon depictions. In December of 2022, Orion received CP from a user named Patowu. He first sends him Lolly and Shota before asking if he wanted the real stuff. Okay. Can you delete these now? Do you have a Telegram? You can message me this stuff on there. They both work together to create EPI content. On May 1st, Orion and Stoner Piggy refer to kids as and talk about underage girls. Stoner Piggy encourages him to free his urges. I'm a fucking pedo. I'm a pedo too. I love child. Do you have a Telegram? No. You should make one. I'm twink_T. Instead of using Telegram, they decided to use an app called Elements that doesn't require phone numbers. Can you see my messages? I saw your hello. CP. That was so fun yesterday. Orion went on to record himself getting off while professing himself to be a pedophile.
I am a gross pedophile that can only get off to children.
This next section is going to broaden the scope, again, from just Orion to his associates. From this point on, we're going to be separating each of the conversations by user. This structure will allow us to emphasize the severity of other individuals who have so far gone under the radar, mostly because many of them aren't micro-e-celebrities like Orion. Drooling is one of the individuals Orion sexualizes family members with. This allowed him to become one of Orion's close friends. Oh, sweetheart, you're truly a friend to me. I've known you for over a year and talked to you nearly every day. I've missed you. I've seen you in dreams. I felt guilty for taking you too far and not taking you far enough. You're one of the few people who truly know me, of my greatest sins, and that, in all honesty, I don't even care. That honestly makes you very special to me. Besides your already wonderfully teasable and adorable personality, they were both members of EPI Discords and often got off together. That included once, as Drooling wore his own mother's underwear. The DMs have Drooling getting off to children. I'm sorry I'm like this, but I've seen stars pose the exact same way. Underage people shouldn't dress like that. He fantasizes about forcing kids into adult roleplay using VR. Just hook them up to VR headsets for hours. Unknown Forces 21 came to Orion with a fixation on young boys. They talked about these fantasies at length, while at an airport, Unknown saw a kid in the public bathroom. He contemplates taking a photo before fondling the memory. I wish I did, not gonna lie. Wish I could get a picture. Pink deleted many of their messages, leaving mostly a one-sided conversation. However, Orion's messages say enough. Mommies that force themselves on their little girls. God, anything trans pedo related makes me triggering my pedo urges. This is so dangerous to be sending on Discord. Thank you, though. They discuss temptations at seeing little girls at the pool and refer to them as whores. Their conversations are also the source of this quote. I shouted trans rights while talking to a kid the other day. I remember the first time I nutted and didn't get upset after it. It felt so good. Earlier, Orion referenced having a Telegram under the name Twink T. This is actually not an alternate alias, but an account belonging to someone else. Twink T, also known as Jack Marshall, is an autistic man from Britain. He doesn't seem very independent given his father has access to all of his accounts. The two first met in March of 2022, with Jack sharing original artwork. They connected over a shared interest in Cub, Lolly, and Shota. Within months, Jack broke up with his girlfriend, was on estrogen, and had an OnlyFans. Orion was the manager of said OnlyFans, coercing him every step of the way. This is apparent by how he talked about him to others. Has he started hormones yet? Yes, but not effectively. I guess that's what you'd expect, just telling a retard to buy hormones. They bought estrogen, but no anti-androgen. It would have been more fun if he started hormone blockers at like 12. Haha, isn't that true for everyone? Don't worry, I'll make him into a good girl. That coercion would include attempting to get him into CP. The two had a strange relationship, with Jack often filming nude videos for him. It was part of a fascistic roleplay, which Orion tried to steer towards pedophilia. He used specific language to connect the artwork to real children. Once you post that video from your Google Drive on your OnlyFans, you can post this on your Twitter. If you do, I'll reward you with that evolved to claiming it was natural to be attracted to tweens. By December, Jack was asking for no-limit profiles and calling Orion his mommy. It was around that same time that Jack created an account on Telegram. He sent the login info as well as credentials for his email. This would end up causing some conflict over how it was being used. Jack started using it to look at CP, but drew the line at teenagers. They argued over the difference as he denied being a nonce. Eventually, Orion began instructing one of his providers to help erode the boundary. Hey, just so you know, every time you send stuff to twink_T on Telegram, I see it too. He said he was scared to message people like you, but I told him to anyway. I mean, I have way more fucked up stuff I can send him. Always feel free, but you can lead him into it. He's still a little bit of a scaredy cat about it. This is reflected in their DMs as he exposes Jack for stroking to kids. Aw, reading you struggle is so cute. What do you mean, mommy? On Telegram, saying you don't want to get off to kids and being forced to anyway. Please don't get me in trouble, mommy. Where do you find these people, mama? He would end up scaring away one of Orion's suppliers, making him upset. Did they delete their chat? From now on, don't tell people I'm sharing the account. Yes, mommy, it's your account. Card, pull it back up. I don't remember their name, to be honest. Neither do I, Mommy. I'm sorry. I think they stopped messaging me and blocked me on everything. Orion also used Jack's Discord to help a minor bypass the minimum age requirement. Thank you for letting me use your Discord account. It's allowed someone who is very interested in my server to rub their brains out to all the lewd, cringy. Why didn't they just join the server? My server is marked NSFW, so they couldn't see anything. I'm confused. Sorry, I don't get it. Well, on Discord, you can't view NSFW servers if you're under 18. In the end, the sense of control proved enough to overlook his incompetence, because on January 8th, 2023, Orion asked Jack to be his girlfriend. They continued talking in the following months, with only one significant road bump. Jack was studying forensics and attempted to join law enforcement. This caused Orion to threaten cutting him off. Thankfully, he didn't get the job. One of the final logs in their history is Jack sending the N-word before apologizing and saying he was horny. Happens to the best of us, guys. Mr. Postcard is a furry artist whose online presence is hard to trace. He had a profile on Barag, a Mastodon instance that allows for Lolly and Shota. His artwork focused on Cub, including this perversion of a PSA against online grooming. Once again, he deleted many of his messages, leaving one-sided conversations. But what does remain is more than incriminating. I don't know, I'm not super into Lolly, but I like encouraging POs on YouTube. I'm a PO in an EPI way, definitely. He attempted to move the conversation to Telegram, but Postcard refuses. Then they share bestiality videos and links to Redacted several times. In this exchange, he admits to posting illegal material on Redacted. On December 5th, 2022, Postcard made an edit using audio from Real CP. Orion recognized the source immediately. With a common understanding they were both sadistic POs, there is a sickening level of transparency. For example, the two fantasized about assaulting J.K. Rowling's grandchildren. Not letting T-slurs get with your kids is transphobic. Someone should Harry Potter woman's grandkids. Orion then goes on to call them turf meats. If you missed the obvious foreshadowing, here they are praising an infographic on texting as a predator. It's genuinely really good grooming advice. On April 4th, 2023, Postcard reveals he's in contact with 4 minors, aged 9 to 13. I've so far sent it to 4 minors between the ages of 9 and 13. I hope it encourages them to transition. He gloated about actively grooming them weeks later through EPI. Can you send me furry HMVs? Any you send me will be forwarded directly to a minor. She found a lewd video in a Roblox playlist on YouTube and commented, "Why do I like this?" And I offered to send her more. I'm gonna pipeline her into being a zoophile. Got any more? She's loving them. One of the curious discoveries in these messages was Postcard's connection to other furry artists. In January, he claimed to have gotten a mutual into AI-generated CP. Their only holdout for the real stuff was apparently legality. This was elaborated on in June, with Postcard naming the artist in question. I don't know if this is something I should be saying, but I got a really popular artist addicted to CP recently. That's so hot. What artist? I won't tell. ACSTLU, or Aslu. No way, dude. You're capping hard. To prove this, he showed artwork that Aslu drew his character. Aslu is an adult furry artist with over 69,000 followers. He also has a YouTube channel with the latest upload surpassing 1.2 million views. Postcard describes the process of putting him on the artist-to-groomer pipeline. Before he met me, he'd never even thought about kids sexually. I've been slowly grooming him for months now, making all the big artists into full-blown POs, as it should be, just helping them along the artist-to-groomer pipeline. Now, to be clear, there's no evidence that what he's saying here is true. He provides no screenshots of this conversation. That's important because Ashley would end up confronting him after the leak. It was then posted to 4chan on his behalf. I'm just unbelievably sorry about all this. I never should have gotten you involved. You really shouldn't have. But genuinely, please calm down. Even if this is the last time we ever talk to each other, I just want to make sure you stay safe here. If I knew you were into this stuff, I never would have talked to you. Why would you fucking say anything about me though? I really regret it. It didn't happen for months. My self-control issues here bit me in the ass again. Why the fuck would you even mention me in your CP out of nowhere? I'm not a fucking pedo. Yeah, I know you aren't. I was embellishing a story to try and make that friend come, because that's probably the only reason they like me. If Ashley was implicated as a part of a fantasy he wasn't aware of, it'd be unfair to assume guilt. He wasn't in the server or Ryan's DMs. Because of this, I'd wager he's telling the truth. However, it is worth pointing out he wasn't the only artist identified by name. Postcard also involved Doc Friendo, who has over 14,000 followers. Look at their app. They confess to me that it turns them on knowing that kids follow them. He actually sent me a video of him to some CP I sent him. Given we obviously can't view the video, its legitimacy is unclear. Postcard would end up making a public statement which has since been deleted. He admits the messages are real, but tries to handwave all references to CP as fantasy. I want to make it clear that despite the monetization of it, no CSEM was traded between myself or anyone mentioned here, and I haven't ever been sexually in contact with any minors in real life or on the internet. I often referred to Lolly/Cub artwork as CP in my DMs with gooners and other NSFW community members who I trusted, and claims I made about contact with minors were purely a work of fantasy. No one bought this laughably bad excuse, so he deleted all of his accounts, likely to return under a different name. Pump Pig Parker, also known as Pump Hog, is an old friend of Orion. Their first messages indicate they'd known each other even before 2020. He'd tell Orion to check Telegram often. Though it's unknown what was shared, the DMs inspire very little confidence. Pump Hog had a specific adoration of Lilo from Lilo and Stitch. He referred to her as Bates and a He also touched himself to Baby Mario characters. That was alongside an obsession with, of course, racial fetishization. His idea of roleplay was ape noises and referring to black people as monkeys. It affected him at work, with the mere sight causing him to ejaculate. I bunga baited at work today. Orion played along with both, as they fantasized about abuse. They read stories about people being taken advantage of by black men. Orion referred to white children as gorilla lights, and even worse terms, you can believe that. Pump Hog seemed to be one of the few he trusted enough to discuss his attraction to infants. This would include, yes, watching videos. Here's an exchange in which Orion gets aroused by a gif of the Boss Baby from the animated movie The Boss Baby. He claims to then spend the entire day getting off to toddlers. He then asks Pump Hog where to buy a light that mirrors the appearance of a small child. It wasn't a shot in the dark. Pump Hog deliberately purchased small toys. Perverted AF appears to be one of the most dangerous individuals from the chat logs. He first reached out to Orion in May of 22, asking to join a server, but he soon revealed himself by talking about little girls and minority babies. This white supremacist had elaborate violent fantasies, deriving pleasure from murder. He also admits to grooming underage boys. He posts a video of one victim calling himself a slur. I make F-slurs hate themselves for being gay, and he admits to initially catfishing them by pretending to be a child. Orion was on the same page, suggesting they do so to manipulate girls into sex work. Make them addicted to social media. Be a total creep. Make an Instagram pretending to be a modeling service. Post pics of girls her age and say their models working for you. Buy bot followers. Then message girls saying you want to make them into professional models. Get them to send you pics in whatever poses, whatever outfits, doing anything you want. That took them both to Telegram. Hey cutie, can you not say so explicitly that you want pics of CP sent to you on Telegram? On August 30th, 2022, Perverted AF invited Orion to an encrypted chat. He called it a Telegram kid chat, as it served to connect pedos to each other. I'll send it on Telegram, except the secret chat. Been finding the worst fucking pedos. Me included, obviously, although I might be the worst. Hehe. Too much or no? Not much else is known about the group, other than this exchange that gives insight into what it was like. Asbestos is a 20-year-old college student. They met in 2020 and have over 7,000 messages together. Asbestos even credits Orion with warping his mind. Their friendship was partly motivated by his inability to move on from an ex-girlfriend. Before long, he was creating EPI and getting aroused by nature documentaries. I was watching some nature documentary with my parents, and there was a bit about rhinos. I felt something come over me, so I excused myself, went upstairs, and busted a nut to the rhino tag on E621. Orion held some amount of power over Asbestos. He was able to convince him to piss himself on camera. The gooning became an addiction as he started getting off at work, in class, and at porta potties. I've hit a new low. It's depraved. I'm on a car trip and we stopped at a rest stop, but the men's room was closed and they had porta potties. It was like a PA truck stop, so obviously they were disgusting. But the smell, the stink, the raw stench, I came in like 10 seconds. The latter was apparently so pungent it stuck with him afterward. His fetishes started to impact his relationships. He became obsessed with the idea of being even skipping class to watch BBC videos. It got to the point of dysfunction as his lust became directed towards his family. He developed a taste for granny goddesses, which led him to salivate over his own grandmother. In the fall of 2022, Asbestos was assigned a roommate we'll call Rachel. He became obsessed with her, taking several compromising photos without permission. He then sent those creep shots to Orion. This only escalated as he began stealing her clothes to smell. I sniffed my roommate's used shorts last night. Those green ones, she wore them 2 days in a row. I swear I could that smell fart. It happened again 2 months later. Look how fucking nasty they are. They smelled fucking bad. The breach of consent was a common theme in their conversations. He'd meet girls and turn them into unwilling participants of his roleplay with Orion. In November of 2020, Asbestos was rejected by a goth girl at school. This led him to secretly buy her OnlyFans and cover it in farts and horse cocks. In April of 2021, he claimed to hook up with an older woman. He sent her nudes so Orion could make blacked edits. That summer, Asbestos began sending nudes of his exes for captions. He gave 3 different women. If that wasn't enough, this interest soon reached a new level of criminality. Asbestos reminisced on partners he had while underage, sending pictures he had saved of a 14-year-old. He then sent nudes of another girl he kept for years. Orion then made this into an edit as pump bait. The obsession would motivate him to victimize more minors. On November 23, 2022, Asbestos admitted to soliciting nudes from a minor. 2 days later, he sent screenshots of himself grooming a 16-year-old named Comey. The last known interactions between Orion and Asbestos center around Character.ai. The site allows users to create their own chatbots and talk to them. Many have used the service to immerse themselves in erotic roleplay. Asbestos first used the site to make a bot of his roommate. Then he made one of Marjorie Taylor Greene. By July, the two were attempting to make a pedo bot. Thankfully, it was unsuccessful, though that didn't stop their other AI efforts. They began sharing AI-generated CP and using 11 labs to generate the voice of teenage girls. The final user left to cover in his inner circle is Mana Drain. His messages have been littered throughout previous sections, from the fantasizing of nieces to grooming in Roblox. Not much is known of his identity as of now, other than that he's older than Orion. This account appears to be an alt, meaning it goes straight into degeneracy. When my mom had cancer, took way more precedence, far and beyond. Mana Drain beat off constantly, with a fetish for eating his own skin. In one instance, he froze it as an ice cube and put it in his mouth. And they used to know 2 users named Keeper and Neo. Orion alleges one of them to be a zoo sadist. I'm just not super into real taboo stuff anymore. He would just tell me to buy pets and put them on camera for him. Like, I'm not gonna do that. This must have been imprinted on Mana Drain as he admitted to kissing his dog. He was easy to influence. A person named Vriska demanded that Mana Drain only get off to them or his own mother's underwear. He wrote about doing this several times, lying about using her shower to get access. That Vriska was apparently also responsible for him becoming a nonce. Me and the Vriska, who isn't Keeper, kind of broke up. I said I'd get better. I kind of wanted to mean it, but I don't think I can leave. We're okay and all. It wasn't angry or annoying, and it was an acknowledgement of how unhealthy it all was. Leave what? All the people who want me to get off to super effed up things. Ha ha ha. You told them about that? They encouraged it. Showed me nude pics. They get off to them. TikTok girls. Yeah, well that stuff would be too much for me now too. It's a strange conversation given what they previously discussed. Though they feigned remorse, it wasn't long before both of them relapsed. On August 16th, 2021, Mana Drain relapsed and went on tour to look for CP. He struggled to find any, a plight that made Orion upset. Can I be honest? If I knew how to get it, I would go back to the CP site. I seriously would. I need it more than anything in the world. I'm so f***ed up, but I'm afraid to go searching because I might go to f***ing prison and have to kill myself. I'm really serious. This is a horribly shameful confession. I throbbed typing every word. They desperately clung on to any illegal material they could find, including of Orion himself. On September 13th, he sent pictures he had taken while being groomed. The man blackmailed him into making out with pictures of his toilet. A month later, Orion sent Mana Drain an account filled with CP, but somehow the desperation took them to even darker avenues. On September 23rd, Mana Drain received an Amber Alert on his phone, and that apparently was fuel for him. Just got an Amber Alert. Do not want to talk about how I feel. I wish Amber Alerts had pics of the kid with sensor bars over their eyes. In response, Orion sends Mana Drain pictures of children who died in terrorist attacks. The file name implies it's an edit of victims from the Manchester Arena bombing. By spring of 2022, their conversations devolved to spamming I love CP over and over as Orion browsed missing children's sites. They had fully relapsed by this point, accepting the risk of being caught. The two then began using Telegram and supplying each other with CP. Orion started browsing the previous redacted Mastodon instance, which he admitted was full of the material. He even filmed himself getting off to it, sending it over a secret chat. Now, it shouldn't be surprising that both of them were into EPI. They spelled their intentions out pretty explicitly and posted on various sites made for children. When the Onkazone animation became a meme, they got excited over its virality among kids. Mana Drain and Orion also fantasized about getting kids on hormones, because of course they did. That's only the tip of the iceberg in regard to grooming. In August of 2021, Mana admitted to soliciting news from an underage British boy named Paige. This only stopped after Paige began planning a child abduction. Yeah, I don't really know how it keeps getting worse, but it does. The men also talked about minors that were knowingly allowed in the server. They laugh about flooding their DMs with porn. One of them was invited specifically for Manadrain to prey on. The last messages indicate the relationship was becoming even more bizarre. Orion began cutting for him, slicing BBC Loser and a pentagram into his leg. That, thankfully, concludes our exploration into the Goon Clown files. For as comprehensive as this video is, there's still a lot that's gone unexplored. This has largely neglected his servers, focusing primarily on his DMs. However, it's more than enough evidence to confirm that Orion Passmore, as well as his associates, should be in prison. That was apparent even within the first 24 hours when only a fraction of this had surfaced. After the docs, Orion joined his own server on an alt account to imply he would soon take his own life. Alright guys, I've been fully doxxed and lots of incriminating things are to be sent to my family. It was fun being alive, I guess. Then a supposed Goon Clown AMA was held on Soyjack. It wasn't real, as the video was made to capitulate to the hacker.
Hey yo, shout out Soyjack party.
Several people reported them to the authorities, with the two individuals streaming their call to Kick.
Me and my friends have stumbled upon his chat logs in a chat log leak, which contains numerous direct links to child abuse material and attempts to solicit nudes from minors. And he may be in contact with these minors too, like direct contact.
What's the person's name and their
His name is Orion Grant Passmore. He's a 24-year-old white man who lives with his grandmother.
I'm going to put this in, and like I said, a deputy will call you. A deputy will have the better questions and know what information they need, okay?
Okay, we'll do.
The news spread to Kiwi Farms, but otherwise remained relatively niche. It was spread across several gossip sites. It was difficult to understand. With Orion's whereabouts unknown, it seemed like the story would fade into obscurity. However, those that continued digging would end up with a lead that catapulted the leak into the broader internet. On August 4th, a reply was left to the original thread with a tip. It claimed that a person named Jean Hollywood was a part of Giggly's clique. There was no evidence beyond hearsay, but they felt it was still necessary to disclose. This rumor shockingly had substance, with the individual being found within the logs. Not only that, but many of these messages felt damning, enough so that the people began to investigate who he was. Jean wasn't some nobody, but a famous adult video star with over 300,000 followers. He has connections to both the adult industry and Hollywood, supposedly helping Chloe Cherry get her role on Euphoria. He's also friends with many influencers, including Finster, and has taken pictures with Chris from Mr. Beast. That association with creators who had younger audiences had worrying implications. It seemed dangerous in conjunction with the resurfaced chat logs. They began sending the information to a variety of different accounts. It would end up on the Twitter account Valid Els, who posted a thread on August 6th. Their response was explosive, with the tweet receiving over 16,000 likes. The controversy received the name Goongate, as creators and viewers alike were exposed to the horrors of Giggly's cringe circus for the first time. In fact, for those of you who know about the situation, I'm willing to bet Valid Els is the first time you heard of it. So, let's finally look through the case against Jean Hollywood and the evidence implicating him in the Goon Clown leaks. To be upfront, Jean Hollywood has gone by a lot of different names online. He used to perform under the name Ella before detransitioning. That came with a rebrand of his social media to SodaCat XXX and SodaCat TTV for streams. However, what many fans didn't know is that there was a third secret account. On November 4th, 2021, Jean made a tweet referencing Gooners. He later admitted it was to follow people on a secret gooning alt account. That account was apparently called Toon Soda, which he explicitly described as having no limits. From this snapshot, dated that same week, we can see he followed nearly 300 people, including Orion. They would have a private conversation 2 days later. These screenshots were originally sent to Manadrain. The first image shows Orion sending an EPI video, to which Jean responds that he loves Bad Bell. This leads Orion to send another, which contains uncensored lolly. Jean then sends an EPI he made for Bad Bell. The preview shows the text CP, though it was apparently a reference to artwork. The third screenshot contains the following exchange. I was robbed of my innocence by degenerate creators like you. I did it to you, and I bet that you're doing it to other gooners who are 18. You really think that there aren't 11-year-olds looking at your stuff? Lol, you should edge to that. I know there are. They're gonna be so fucked. Now you're probably wondering, who is Bad Bell? Bad Bell's notoriety can be traced back to 2021, with a thread describing them as the main file captioner. Her content was focused entirely on the subject, as even a glance of her profile reveals. It wasn't some secret. If you're aware of her by name, you know what she's into. Manadrain and Orion affirmed this themselves, praising Belle on several occasions. They explicitly talked about showing Bad Belle's EPI videos to kids. Jean joined Giggly's Cringe Circus on November 10th, 2021. He wouldn't leave until March of 2022. In that same time frame, he sent over 700 messages to the server. There are several messages indicating an interest in EPI. He first references it on November 23rd. EPI ruined us all, lol. Not even a week later, he praised My Little Pony for its ability to be used for that purpose. Because what autist didn't get off to pony? Clop your brain away. My Little Pony was made for autists. I'm convinced. It's the perfect blend of colors and cute designs. It's an absolute EPI engine too. I have no freaking clue what EPI is. Hush. Ask someone else in DMs. He also cheekingly joked about Bad Belle with Manadrain. Jean later referred to himself as a cute little Shota boy and described a jailbait outfit that, if leaked, would be career suicide. I bought a cute outfit for the party anyway. Short shorts, baseball tee, and a little Lego backpack. His association with these shady communities didn't go unnoticed. Ella Hollywood was called out publicly as early as January of 2022 for interacting with underage teen grooming content. He vented about it on the server. Block this retard. If you're incapable of nuance too, let me know so I can block you. The tweet in question was archived, allowing us to see the images. Jean can be seen on his alts praising a pedophilic EPI. It has art of an anime child underneath blurbs about young boys. Robbed you of your youth and innocence. When you were most vulnerable, you never stood a chance. The last message from Jean on the server was sent on March 2nd, 2022. He gave no farewell before leaving, though there is an explanation. As you can imagine, the Toon Soda account was deactivated after his connection to the Goon Clown files went viral. However, by pure chance, it was preserved by an Anon with access to the profile. The Anon recorded an 8-minute video scrolling through every tweet before uploading it to Soyjack Party. This revealed more evidence of them posting Shota and discussing EPI. He also gave further thoughts on the original callout. I went to go retweet this here and saw a screenshot of my tweets, so which one of you fuckers is sharing when you shouldn't be? You're gonna ruin it for the whole class. But more to the point is this tweet from 2 days after his last message. On March 4th, a Twitter user made fun of him using a screenshot from Orion's server. Talking in public channels like this convinces me you are maladjusted to society and require being manually reformatted like a hard drive. Jean did not take this well, calling the person a stalker. Cool that people join the Gooner discords I'm in to take screenshots of what I say and send it to someone who stalks me. The timing of this post and expressed concern seemed to indicate this was the impetus behind leaving. That's all the evidence against Jean in relation to the Goon Clown files. There are no Discord DMs between Orion and Jean. It's unclear if they remained in contact afterward or drifted apart. It is worth pointing out that what I've described here differs heavily from the Valid Els thread. Valid Els claimed that Jean groomed Orion, which, as far as I can see, is baseless. There was also debate at the time over if the Discord account actually belonged to him. Because of this, I actually reached out to Jean to ask for his comment on the allegations. Surprisingly, he agreed, explaining his perspective in private. I talked to Giggly all at once. I was briefly in their server, but left quickly after I discovered it was a vile place. What I thought was a server for sharing weird fun was actually a huge den of psychosexual abuse and evil. I did not groom Giggly, and I did not know them personally at all. I don't condone their actions, I abhor them. I then asked if he recalled how long he was on the server. It seems Jean didn't remember the extent of his activity, claiming to have only stayed for 1 week. No clue. A week maybe? If it was longer, it's because I just lurked. I don't know anyone else who dipped. I wasn't super active or engaging with anyone on a personal level. Now, to give some benefit of the doubt, there is evidence that Jean wasn't on the same page as them. He informed me that No Limits was used for code as pedo. It'd be easy to gotcha this, given it's in his own bio, but I'd like to bring up this tweet from March of 2022. I say no limits, as in, I will not trash you for your kinks no matter how depraved. I can understand that some stuff just isn't for me. More power to you to enjoy it. Many of Jean's posts from his private show he is adamant regarding consent. That doesn't change what he was into, but it is an important distinction for potential grooming. It seems to me that Jean sincerely didn't understand that the people around him blurred fantasy and reality. He is into weird, disgusting, horrible shit that frankly makes me think he should probably be in a padded cell somewhere, but there's no evidence of criminality from him specifically. Following the Jean Hollywood scandal, the discussion slowly petered out. It was unfortunately not enough to incite a deeper investigation into the leaks. For weeks, the Goon Clown's whereabouts remained unknown. I mean, most people assumed he was dead. However, it was around this time Orion was given access to his account again by Discord. He broke his silence on August 10th to proclaim his innocence. To those of you that haven't left, if you aren't aware of what's been going on, a group of right-wing teenage boys hacked my account and doxed me for being gay and weird. They took screenshots of age play combos I had and are posting them out of context to make me look like a pedophile. I'd never hurt a real-life child, nor support anyone who would. Those conversations were strictly about Lolly or Shota and were complete fantasies. I also block all minors that talk to me and personally wish they would f*** off. I don't even need to say anything at this point. You've already sat through the video. This person is lying. The message ends with Orion discussing his future, or lack thereof, online. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter because I'm just gonna give admin to someone else and let them run this place. I'll also be quitting the giggly persona sadly out of necessity. If you want, you can DM me, and if I think you're cool, I might just keep talking to you. Also, don't get scared by these dudes. Keep being you. He deleted his account a few days later, resigning to only his closest confidants. It's uncertain if Orion or his associates will face any serious repercussions for their actions. The most unsettling part is that if action isn't taken, they'll be able to return to obscurity. It was only under those circumstances they were able to get away with it for so long. But unfortunately, other than exposing this information to the public, there isn't much that can be done. Ever since the Goon Clown leak, Soyjack Party has fallen victim to a deplatforming campaign. First, the site lost its domain registrar, followed by its host. This was amid a series of DDoS attacks. Then an identical copy of the site was made, distributing CP. There was a coordinated effort to take it down, which ultimately proved successful. On August 14th, Soyjack Party was hacked, and all of its user IPs were leaked. The agitators banned every poster from the site before it was taken down. They then vandalized the wiki, which had pages on the Goon Clown. Even the bunker forums, which had images disabled, were flooded with ASCII art of CP. It became too much for the board's owner, who announced his resignation. He put it up for sale before apparently shutting it down for good. I don't think the timing is a coincidence. That is how badly they don't want you to know about this information. Hopefully, justice comes for Orion, but there's no guarantee for now. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Well, that was truly fucked.
Making a better vodka soda ain't rocket science. You start with a better vodka. White Claw vodka soda.
Zoos. Don't you just love them? Honestly, one of my favorite things to do in life is enjoy a nice afternoon checking one out, seeing what kinds of animals they have and how they're treated, and maybe interacting with a couple if that's allowed. Perhaps I should look up zoos online. Surely that word hasn't been hijacked by the lowest of the low. Scum of the earth degenerates. Foolish me, I thought these kinds of people were in short supply, but apparently they're far from being under the threat of extinction. Though, in my opinion, they should be. The actual endangered species are whatever animals have the misfortune of attracting the attention of these humans, or, God forbid, having one of them as an owner, and I use the term humans loosely. Today's topic is Quantum Kitty, which makes me think that anyone with Kitty in their online handle needs to be relocated to an insane asylum as soon as possible. Of course, any video about this kind of person requires me to emphasize that viewer discretion is advised. Even though disgusting and degenerate material is the norm on this channel, the topics we're going to cover in this video are truly not safe for life. You have been warned. Today, I have a riddle for you. Where can you find amazing boss fights, epic arena battles, endless amounts of challenges to complete daily, and all that squeezed into your mobile phone? You've probably already guessed it, it's Raid Shadow Legends. Raid is actually a hit mobile game played by more than 80 million people worldwide, and is completely free to play, so there's no harm in downloading and trying it out. You can either take it easy by casually playing, or go competitive and try to be one of the best in the game. And if you're like me and enjoy PvP, then you'll love fighting in the arena. It's all about building your team of champions to make you look as stacked as possible before fighting other people's teams. Here's a few basic tips to get you started before you dive in. Moving fast is definitely key. Whoever makes the first move usually ends up the winner, so be as decisive as possible if you can. Having a good nuker helps too. A champion with a super powerful attack that can wipe out the other team before they can retaliate can be really useful. And don't forget about debuffs. This is really important. They help to reduce your opponent's defense, speed, and attack. They really add up in my experience. Raid actually has a St. Valentine's event going on right now. New players can join in a special themed adventure called Raid Love Quest. All you gotta do is download Raid Shadow Legends from my link below, copy your in-game player ID, and then go to raidlovequest.plarium.com. Enter your player ID to set out on a unique quest, running for 1 month from February 14th to March 14th. You could even play one of the Valentine's Day themed mini-games for a chance to win in-game and IRL prizes, including Valentine's Day themed champions and Amazon gift cards. These are worth up to $1,000. But there's more. New players use my link or scan the QR code right here and get a free starter pack with this cool in-game loot. So what are you waiting for? Download Raid Shadow Legends today. And of course, thanks so much to Raid for sponsoring today's video. Meet Sean Kreese, a U.S. Marine who, despite being in his early 20s, looks to be about 39 and have a problem with alcohol. I guess being into getting it on with your pets really takes its toll on your health and well-being. You might be asking why there's a mugshot of him in the first place, and that's what we'll be finding out in a moment. But let's rewind a little bit to before his eccentricities got him in trouble with the law. Among his many deleted instances of online presence, the earliest picture we have of Sean is the one that he has as his profile on Pinterest. I'll make a little caveat here to mention that his bio on Pinterest is "Science, I like science." So you know the guy must be an intellectual heavyweight. The fact that the vest he's seen wearing isn't a genuine Marine Corps surplus vest, but an airsoft mag carrier, indicates that he wasn't in the Marines yet. This, added to the fact that he was settled into his position as a Marine around 2020, when he would have been 20 years old, suggests that he's either 19 or younger in the photo. That being said, how easy is it to get into the Marine Corps? Are they that hard-pressed to recruit that they're scraping the bottom of the barrel to pull in these kinds of people? I'll make sure to get a couple of Mandarin and Russian classes in, because frankly, with these kinds of people in the Marines, if World War III cracks off, we're definitely not making it. But how do we know that this guy is a zoophile? Well, it's a pretty safe guess when he trips over himself to take every opportunity to tell any living soul that he is one. You would expect that someone with an inclination this criminally disgusting and illegal in any minimally civilized part of the world would make some kind of effort to hide it. But it's quite the opposite. The more taboo something is, the more that some have the compulsion to talk about it and tell everyone within sight. On his Twitter account, he proclaimed his expressed love for bestiality from the rooftops. A few indelible truths. Animals can consent. Zoophilia is valid and beautiful. There is absolutely nothing even remotely wrong with loving an animal as one would a human. Don't like it? Ah ha ha ha. Too bad. Apparently, he couldn't keep his sickness to himself and had to debate others on the topic online. These deeply philosophical, ethical arguments even included him defending the act of violating an animal after death. A dead animal can't consent, just like a living animal can't consent either. Consent is inapplicable to the dead. Live animals can consent. Okay, see it from a point of respect. Imagine someone f***s the corpse of one of your dead relatives. Again, simply not applicable to animals. The animal's family isn't going to be offended or hurt from their family member being f***ed after death. They wouldn't even know about it. Well, I think that's enough Twitter for today. His YouTube playlist of favorite videos, for example, besides the odd source filmmaker meme, is littered with My Little Pony clips, which is probably how he got into this stuff in the first place. And one particularly pernicious video titled Presentation, Sexual Ethics, Zoophilia, Necrophilia, Pedophilia. Though the combination of those elements are enough to raise suspicion, Sean leaves no room for speculation, as he has an account under the same handle on Zooville, a site centered around discussing zoophilia and bestiality. His bio reads, "Hello, I'm Quantum Kitty, Twitter's most infamous zoophile. Male, 20, equinophile, INTP, US Marine, lover of math and science. Meow?" The fact that he has his Myers-Briggs personality test results right next to the word equinophile is really something else. I'll say it right now, do not ever go on this website. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd think could only be hosted in the deep web or some insane Eastern European Telegram chat. However, it's not only up in public, but it's still active as we speak. I'd say this is a job for hackers if it weren't much more deserving of a specialized firing squad. In Minecraft, in Roblox, meta-irony, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of displaying your most deranged peculiarities for all to see, and where it can be easily traced back to your real-life identity, this wasn't the only public forum that Sean participated in. Because of how few and far between English-speaking extremely online zoos happen to be, they tend to unite into little niches where everyone knows and defends each other. Birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. In early 2021, it was announced on Twitter that Quantum Kitty would be joining two others, Toggle the Rat and Love Cat, on the explicitly pro-zoophile podcast Zooier Than Thou. Yes, you heard me right, a zoo podcast. To me, it sounds absurd, but apparently there's a lot of them. Extremely online people love starting podcasts, after all. The ZTT podcast features episodes such as zoophilia and religion, mixed relationships, zoos and non-zoos, and women in the zoo community. You know what? I'm glad they're finally fixing their female representation problem. That was always the most glaringly obvious issue with zoos. They weren't diverse enough with women. I can't really think of anything else that's objectionable about them now that that's taken care of. Current year truly is progressive. I cannot for the life of me stress how absurd it is that a podcast exists where these guys sit down for an hour or so, openly talking about their lifestyle, with royalty-free smooth jazz playing in the background. The aberrant garbage is everywhere the eyes can see just from clicking on the websites. And yes, there is a functioning website for it, available on the ClearNet. I can't even show you guys these people's character designs because they are always not safe for not being traumatized. Their online presence isn't contained in just their own site, though. They also have a Twitter account, so you can stay up to date on when new episodes are coming out, which I'm sure all of you are chomping at the bit for. Surprisingly enough, the podcast is even up on YouTube. People have tried and succeeded at getting it taken down before, but they just made a new channel and re-uploaded everything again. Welcome to YouTube, folks, where these guys can talk about R-wording animals out in the open, but if I talk about them talking about R-wording animals out in the open, I'll get hit with an age restriction. Awesome. To summarize as much as possible, the podcast currently has a handful of interchangeable hosts. There's Lovecat, real name Chad Grisham, who loves to spend time on Quora answering inquiries such as, how do I have sex with a cow? His answer was, passing this on from a friend with considerable years of cow sex experience. And that's where I'm going to stop reading. You also have Zooey, Kinophile, and Canis Gnosis. Kinophile has a couple of old Reddit posts doing zoo AMAs which were about as well received as you'd expect. And Canis Gnosis retweets new AG inspirational quotes. There is no exercise better for the heart than reaching down and lifting someone else up. Growth is uncomfortable because you've never been here before. You've never seen this version of you. So give yourself a little grace and breathe through it. Nothing quite like putting live, laugh, love, and keep calm and carry on type quotes on your timeline right next to your arguments about why bestiality is ethical. The cognitive dissonance these people possess defies all logic and reasoning, and yet here we are. However, the founders of the podcast, Fosty and Toggle, take the cake for just how demented they are. Fosty, or Douglas Spink, wasn't just your run-of-the-mill zoophile. He owned a VPN company and used to be an international drug trafficker. At one point, he was arrested for nothing other than running a farm dedicated entirely to the purpose of bestiality. An article about this incident from 2010 in the Sydney Morning Herald does a good job of explaining Douglas Spink's backstory. Spink, 39, made a fortune in Oregon buying and selling small companies in the 1990s and was known as an adrenaline junkie, listing rock climbing and base jumping off cliffs, radio towers, and bridges among his hobbies. But by 2002, his wealth had evaporated. He filed for bankruptcy as creditors sought millions from him, and he began running cocaine and marijuana across the border for a local drug kingpin. Spink was arrested in 2005 after investigators pulled him over with a load of nearly 170 kilograms of cocaine, valued at $34 million. Authorities searched his farm after prosecutors received a tip from a public defender's office in Tennessee. Dozens of dogs, horses, and pet mice were seized, along with what investigators described as thousands of images of bestiality and apparent CP. There were mice that had their tails cut off, they were smothered in Vaseline, and had string tied around them. When agents searched Spink's home, they found a video of a man sexually abusing dogs, and that same man was still on the property wearing the same clothes as in the video. Apparently, this farm was part of some kind of program or operation Spink was running, which even had its own website, though he wasn't very subtle about what was really going on. Spink has a history of training and breeding dogs and horses. He calls his operation Exit Point Stallions Limited, and expounds at length on his website about his philosophy. Are we unconventional in our approach to stallion care? Absolutely, he writes. He later adds, we don't wall off sexual energy in our stallions as something dangerous or inappropriate, but rather channel that energy towards positive, safe, appropriate paths. There's a proper time and place for it, and we work towards those sort of skills rather than fighting unwinnable fights against deeply rooted instincts. It was at this same farm, by the way, where Kenneth Pinion, or as he's usually called online, Mr. Hands, died from injuries suffered while being mounted by a horse. And yes, I do mean mounted in that way. As for Spink, he ended up dying in 2020 after succumbing to cancer in his, behind region. These people would rather inflict internal bleeding upon themselves or contract cancer than refrain from engaging in these horrific proclivities. Let that sink in, truly. Take it in. Or don't. Feel free to relinquish all this information to some dark recess of your mind and never think about it ever again. I wish I could. Long before the formation of the Zooier Than Thou podcast, Spink was making other attempts at normalizing the twisted behavior of zoos. One was the Twitter account Cross Species Alliance. Created in March 2013, its bio reads, defending the historical role, community, and core legal rights of zoophiles via activism. Along with this was the hashtag LGBTZ, an attempt at putting zoophilia under the LGBT umbrella. The account's last bit of activity before it went silent, presumably due to Spink's death, was retweeting, "Why horse racing is cruel and needs to end." A classic tactic these people use is feigning compassion towards animals, as if they were even more sensitive to their sufferings than the average person. Then they turn around and argue for why it's okay to use their corpses, or end up being exposed for zoo sadism. Speaking of which, that brings me to the zoo sadism leaks. In 2018, a Telegram channel sharing some of the most abhorrent animal abuse content known to man was exposed, along with the furries and zoos who were a part of it. Many of you are probably already aware of this event, and when it took place, the Cross Species Alliance account was very quick to come to the defense of those implicated. Nothing in your screenshots shows zoo sadism. That mega archive, from our search through it thus far, doesn't either. Conflating zoos with zoo sadism may be a neat PR trick, but it's f***ed up this entire effort to pin down real zoo sadist horrors. Clear and convincing evidence exists of intentional conflation of healthy zoophilia with the horrors of actual zoo sadism. Such conflation, again, only serves to distract focus from efforts to identify and respond to tangible, objective abuse of non-humans. That's a disgrace. Such conflation, it seems clear, is done by those deeply prejudiced towards zoophiles and our community in an attempt to score political points and thus to further express their bigotry. That such petty politicking directly hinders work targeting real abuse is, again, a true disgrace. On the other hand, Toggle the Rat is much more of an amateur in comparison. Don't mistake this for me saying he's somehow not that bad. His likes, according to his Fur Affinity account, include age play, age differences, and underage characters, as well as grandfather/grandson, incest, and, obviously, zoophilia. With this in mind, it makes sense that he gets mad when people conflate pedophilia with cubs, which are furries interested in LARPing as young animals, often depicted as toddlers or babies. Like Spink, as well as many other zoos and furries, he tried to include zoophilia under the LGBT+ umbrella. His Twitter bio also says, minors do not interact, but given that he defends maps, it's the minors that need to be worried about the kind of interactions Toggle has in mind for them. Toggle has also been implicated in these zoo sadism leaks, though no conclusive evidence has been found for him being a zoo sadist, besides being associated with many. One of the people the leak was primarily about was Caro the Wolf, someone that has been covered previously by yours truly. Speaking of Caro, Quantum Kitty avidly stood up for him on Twitter, so he and Toggle definitely have a lot of shared interests. Zooier Than Thou also had hypnotist Sappho on the podcast, so their track record is truly astonishing when it comes to bringing together the worst of the worst. It's like every evil furry I've ever made a video about is just grabbing drinks together every night and catching up. The announcement for their episode with Quantum said that they would be discussing animal autonomy and the inherent value of experience.
Animals playing with balls is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love watching animals play with toy balls.
Yeah, all kinds of toys.
In practice, this meant equivocating the meat industry with breaking into barns and violating the animals inside. The twisted history of the Zooier Than Thou podcast is much more extensive than we have time to cover here, but hopefully, all of this is sufficient enough to give a good idea of what Quantum Kitty's moral character is, given the kind of people that he associates with. Thankfully, not every online acquaintance of Quantum's was as friendly to his endeavors as these people are. Typically, when I make these videos, the non-zoophile furries get bunched in with the rest since, let's face it, there are a lot of zoophiles that are also furries. However, on this occasion, despite my personal opinions about furries, I do have to mention that some of the first people to go after Quantum Kitty were people from the furry community, who didn't like how he, along with the other zoos, were slowly infiltrating their spaces. Two people in particular, Coyote Lovely and Relly, would engage directly with Quantum Kitty and actually confront him about certain things he's been doing online, such as sending bestiality porn to minors. Sean's bulletproof defense, which would certainly hold up in a court of law, was that he did it as an argument, as he had been debating these minors on whether dogs could consent or not. The video was supposedly to be proof of their capability to consent, according to him.
Because not only have you just admitted to watching zoophile bestiality, sending it to people, and even with the content you've given, scum of society. Literally, below that, you animals. Animals can't consent.
It's a fact. Prove it.
Oh, prove a negative. Prove a negative. Oh yeah, I'm so smart. I'm gonna tell you to prove a negative.
That's because they're animals. They have the minds of fucking toddlers. They're gonna
Okay, you're
other species, yeah? They're gonna other people.
You're equating fully developed animals who are fully developed to engage in sexual interaction to children who are absolutely not.
I have no idea what you said.
Mr. Zoophile, if you actually go pick up a puppy from the pound and then wait until it's old enough to have sex with it, does that make you an orbiter as well? Like, or were you a pedophile or groomer? Like, what is that? Like, what do we call you in that situation? Aside from sick.
Well, considering I don't have sex with underage animals, no, I'm not a...
Wait, all animals are underage, though.
Underage animals. Oh my god. What is the age of consent for an animal? Please tell me. Is it 2 barks for yes, 1 bark for no?
If we want to establish an age of consent for a dog, we could argue that it's when it's fully developed in every sense, physically, mentally, and sexually, which tends to be...
I think we're done here, really.
No, you're done here because you don't have a valid argument.
I don't need an argument to make fun of you, you fucking dumbass.
Then get the fuck out of here.
This has been really, really fun. Real quick, I guess I'll leave us off as well. Go to your roof and just do a backflip.
But please stop fucking animals.
Not gonna happen.
God damn it.
One comment under the YouTube upload of this video reads as follows. He sent it to several minors, including me. The whole reason I created Quantum Crackhead, now Crackhead the Duck, a parody of Sean's original Twitter account, was to get back at him for sending me that disgusting shit. Of course, once that parody gained traction, he mass reported it, but since the account didn't break TOS, he did not get his way. And recently, he did something that crossed the line too far. He saved and posted a photo of me without my consent. So now, not only has he sent me bestiality, he saved a photo of me and posted it as his argument with someone else. First, sending minors bestiality, now saving and sharing pictures of them. Seems we're going in an appropriate direction. This discussion, wherein Sean admitted to doing these things, was just a clip from a larger video which is still up on YouTube if you want to go check it out for yourself. As it turns out, this spat over his online interactions with a minor would later reveal themselves to be just a drop in the ocean of Sean's misdeeds, if you can believe that. After having publicly vilified Sean, people began reaching out to Coyote Lovely to essentially give him more ammo to use against Quantum Kitty, who became paranoid about it. This led Sean to conduct an entire online crusade of gaslighting against Coyote, as this thread by Twitter account Zoophile Struggle Tweets, or Strugs, shows. The images attached were screenshots of Sean's conversations with people whom apparently considered him a friend, saying things like, "You should give me everything you have on Coyote. I can do my digging and hopefully come up with a full docs. When you give me the go-ahead, I can then release it. Coyote isn't really a good friend to anyone, it seems, only seems to care about using people. If your usefulness has run out, he'll toss you to the wayside. If you decide you don't like what he's doing, you're his new target." This was quite a case of projection, as Sean was evidently doing what he was accusing Coyote of. In his efforts to isolate Coyote from everyone else online, he would go around Strugs' back and talk to his friends, manipulating them into further pressing Strugs to the point where he had to talk to his psychologist. Another mutual acquaintance of theirs, who was unnamed, was suicidal according to Strugs, though the nature of Sean's coercion is unknown and unverified. Though a deleted, but archived tweet from this same thread shows Sean suggesting a death threat to members of the Zoo community that betrayed his trust. To this day, he hasn't killed anyone that we know of, but a guy this demented, and a Marine with access to firearms to boot, certainly wouldn't have reservations about it if push came to shove. That was an exceptional move for him, though. Most of the time, the common Quantum Kitty protocol limited itself to indiscriminately doxing anyone that posed a threat or obstacle to him, even strangers on Twitter who just had the misfortune of expressing they disagreed. Along with this, he mass reported them, either through bots or his network of Zoo friends, until they were banned. After all, Sean was very right to be paranoid about Coyote, as a later video of his included conversations sourced by Winter Green, another Zoo and former friend of Sean's, who also had decided some kind of ethical line was crossed. Imagine being such a degenerate that even other zoos can't put up with it anymore. Regardless, Winter Green said, "Quantum took a fawn's corpse, stuffed it in his fridge, and had sex with it for 3 days. He had Redacted try and look out for him whilst he put a fox corpse in his trunk and f***ed it. He's had consistent bloodstains left in his house from f***ing deer corpses, and his one regret, according to Redacted, was a rotting raccoon corpse he f***ed. Quantum is f***ed. He's even been looked into by the feds for sending pornographic to kids. Sucked a 40-year-old's dick for a job, too. Also, Quantum struck the guy's dog. Redacted told him, "You do that again and I'll f***ing kill you." wanted to beat her like he does his puppy. Redacted told me once his puppy wet the bed or floor or something, and Quantum damn near threw him. Slapped him hard apparently. Quantum apparently has no firearms discipline either. Last time Redacted and Quantum got together, Quantum was acting like Billy Badass with his AR, had a loaded mag in, none chambered, and had the flash suppressor pointed at Redacted's dog's head. He's done it multiple times. The guy is a legit abuser and beyond degenerate, to use some of Yote's past words. The veracity of these claims, though initially dubious since they came from someone else in the zoo community, would be confirmed by another set of screenshots of messages Quantum Kitty had sent another acquaintance of his through Telegram, Zerkalo, apparently addressing these stories, saying, "I was quite sadistic as a young teen, not just towards animals, but people too. I used to beat one of the family's dogs because I hated her for bullying my dog. One time I beat her so severely that she just dropped to the floor and stopped moving. I thought she was dead. Turns out she was just unconscious and woke up shortly after. She was f***ed up for days. When the parents got home and noticed she was acting strange, I just blamed it on illness. I also used to beat my own disabled brother when I got mad, punching him harshly when he was minding his own business just because I was mad at a game, a fucking mentally disabled person. Obviously, this was years ago and I feel horrible about these things. It fills me with shame and regret every time I think of it. Fortunately, I have a wonderful relationship with both of them nowadays, and I have become a better person. I know I will never do such things again, but will still never forgive myself." If you notice that he conspicuously failed to mention the claims about the dead deer and other roadkill, he would immediately follow that passage up with this whopper. "I used to f*** dead deer I found on the side of the road. Started back in 2018 and continued up until early this year. Managed it probably 24 times, dragging them into the woods or into my car, and 2 times into my house to f*** them. It was terrible, blood everywhere and smelled so bad."
Here's to the ones obsessed with making something extraordinary.
I invested in a good respirator to filter out the smell of rotting corpses. I reached my breaking point when I had a dead deer in my fridge for 2 days to fuck multiple times. That's when I broke and knew I had to stop. It was so fucking degenerate, I couldn't even look at myself. A cold, dead deer covered in blood laying on my kitchen floor, and I was done fucking it. That was it. I stopped and I haven't done it since. I'm done with that. It was only ever deer. The fox thing Redacted was talking about was for him. He wanted me to pick it up so we could take it back so we could chop off its head and tail to keep it. I did not fuck anything other than the deer. And yeah, I had sex with Redacted's dog behind his back. As if that Nazi prick's consent is needed for the dog to do her own thing. What an interesting plot twist. From regretful necrozoophile to proudly embracing having banged someone's dog behind their back because the dog did her own thing. As with all cases like this, any minimal sign of acknowledgement or repentance is immediately followed by becoming defensive and doubling down on the horrible things they've done. Apparently, he would only rarely tell these sob stories to people, and were lucky, or cursed, enough that these prints survived. Right now, I will make a caveat to expound on some information that can either cast suspicion over the source of this information, or further legitimize it. The person from whom these screenshots of Sean's confession came from, Zerkalo, wasn't just a zoophile, but a zoo sadist, who was into drawn gore and animal abuse. On top of that, he's also joined the Alt Furries, or Nazfurs, which if you don't know, are a group of furries who support National Socialism, Third Reich stuff. Not only that, but he was the administrator of the main Alt-Fur Telegram, while the brunt of the groomings and other shenanigans were taking place there. Again, this is tied to Karo the Wolf, who was practically omnipresent, though this time only indirectly, as part of what made the Alt-Furs disintegrate was a member of theirs, Foxler, publicly stating their support for Karo. While there is a plethora of other information on Zerkalo, I'll cap it here and let you decide whether this means the info he provided is unreliable, or if it's reliable precisely because he's enough of an insider to be in contact with people like Sean. Back to Quantum Kitty, despite his supposed disgust at what he'd done to those dead deer, 24 times, by the way, he would remain a pro-contact zoo, meaning he supported not only the destigmatization of zoophilia, but also the promotion of contact between zoos and animals. I, on the other hand, promote the contact of the nearest police force if someone ever tries to debate the ethics of banging animals. Almost 2 months before Coyote's vid came out, Sean's aforementioned paranoia about people connecting these dots and figuring out what kind of person he really was had him prepping for the hot water he was about to be doused with. He took it to Twitter to do some preemptive damage control. Attention fellow zoos, I'm leaving the community tonight. As of late, it's come to my attention some zoos who hate me are working to defame me by spreading rumors about me. This is far from the first time it's happened too. In light of this and numerous other things, I've decided it's time for me to head on out. My focus on this community and Twitter especially has caused me to neglect much more important things in my life. It was fun while it lasted, but it's time for me to check out. Later tonight, I shall delete this account, this time for good. I will not be coming back this time. The Quantum Kitty is now dead. I wish all of you good luck and happy times, and remember, stay defiant. Of course, he was lying and returned almost instantly, just as he had done many times before, and would do many times after. I won't mention every time he switches handles because it's pointless, just know that every once in a while, instead of making some variation of the Quantum Kitty name, he names himself some pretentious surface-level literary reference. I've been mentioning his Twitter for a while now, but we haven't yet had the displeasure of going over his tweets. For example, in this one, Sean appreciates one of his favorite Einstein quotes about being a man of value. It seems he's really into powerful quotes, such as this other one that says, "If you believe in yourself, you can be the reason why a horse gets pregnant," which he emphatically retweeted. Yeah, powerful stuff indeed, guys. This is so f***ed. Though he had minors GTFO in his bio, and often did anti-pedophile lip service to try and prevent anyone from accusing him of it, the fact that he spent every hour of every day constantly fighting people on Twitter over the ethics of zoophilia made being consistent in his PR efforts very difficult. In one instance, he would tweet, "Here's a few facts. Animals are conscious, animals are sentient, animals experience pleasure, animals have emotions. That's it, that's the tweet." To which another user would reply with a copy-paste of his post, but with animals replaced with kids. This would be to no avail, as Sean would double down, saying those are also facts. When asked if being a pedophile was okay, he replied, "There's nothing wrong with being a pedo, only with acting on it. Don't see what this has to do with anything. Not that being a pro-contact zoo isn't bad enough, but this obviously adds a new layer of wretchedness on top of it." When the list of the people he was following was examined, it showed that he was following a number of zoos, including many that were minors, ranging anywhere from 17 all the way down to 13 years old. In another tweet, he would also weirdly brag about having sex with a 17-year-old. As a 20-year-old, I had sex with a 17-year-old too. Feel free to cry about it, Lamau. I'm Quantum Kitty, and I had sex with a 17-year-old. If you think a 20-year-old having sex with a 17-year-old is pedophilia, you're f***ing stupid, Lamau. Sean has a history of being in denial, as he also claims that, despite his entire online presence being under the name of Kitty, and him having his profile picture be some kind of furry commission, he is not a furry, which at this point seems like pretty small potatoes in comparison to the rest. In a couple of other tweets, which are now gone from the platform, thanks Elon, he made quite a specific claim, that not only are animals able to consent, but that sex with animals is actually safer than sex with humans. Risk of disease is significantly lower than with humans. Please provide evidence of harm. Animals can consent. Nice bandwagon. Anything else? Care to speak about human STDs? I'll wait. When confronted with resources from this absolute miserable fool who was taking the time out of his day to engage with him, he would pivot to another prepared point. Most STIs don't come from animals. Are far far deadlier and more prevalent. Even more proof that sex with humans isn't good. It's causing a bunch of harm, right? Call me crazy, but I suspect that most STIs don't come from animals due to the fact that banging animals isn't exactly the most popular practice. When the person he was replying to wouldn't concede, he would terminate the discussion with the statement, "It's clear you are utterly clueless and completely ignorant of immunology and microbiology as well as psychology." It's interesting that he's accusing someone of not being savvy about psychology when, in another tweet, he alleged that he was seeing a therapist who agreed with him that zoophilia was not an issue. Not sure how trustworthy that psychological know-how can actually be, if that's actually the case and he wasn't just lying to give himself credence. He eventually turned on his psychologist once he told him that masturbating once a day qualified him as hypersexual. Besides using his Twitter to like furry not safe for work and retweet vile things I don't dare utter, he would occasionally post videos of the stray dog he had adopted. If this wasn't enough of a red flag, there's even one where he looks to be nude. Thankfully, it seems that he lost custody, if that's what you call it, of the dog in question. Hopefully, he didn't do it any harm, but given his history, I wouldn't count on it. Even if this particular dog got away unscathed, it does seem that Sean relapsed into zoophilic contact and was hinting that he'd filmed it and was willing to share it. In one instance, he even posted a picture of his genitalia, to which the first reply was someone suggesting that it looked disease-ridden, which is par for the course considering where that thing has been. With the attention on Quantum Kitty reaching its boiling point during late 2021, it began dwindling almost immediately after. This was demoralizing for the people who wanted justice done against him, and satisfactory for Sean, who noticed the unwanted attention he had on him slowly left to go attach itself onto some other degenerate. After it had died down enough, returned to his usually scheduled programming, bold as ever, knowing he had gotten away with it. By early February 2022, Winter Green, one of the people who gave Coyote lovely information, made a thread on Twitter saying, "Just got a bit of bad news, folks. We have a certain quantum level problem. Apparently, Quantum Kitty is back in action, and doxing. After attempting to ruin Coyote Lovely and a few others, Sean is trying to dox anti-zoos. There are people trying to release information about someone who's a good person for both communities, zoo and anti. I highly advise you stay away from Quantum, do not interact, and report Sean to the proper authorities. If you have anything verifiable on him, report it to his platoon commander, report it to the FBI, yes, by UCMJ standards, he is committing a federal crime, report it to his local authorities if you know his locale. This is a dangerous individual and he's willing to ruin lives. For his own gain, for revenge, he's willing to hurt people and he doesn't care who. Let's get this person the consequence he deserves for actions, including beating his disabled brother and a family dog. Despite being a motivating war cry, especially with the information that Sean's bestiality qualified as a crime and would get him in trouble in the military, Sean's situation continued to languish in obscurity for a while. If the appropriate authorities were notified, they either didn't care or couldn't do anything. At least, that's what everyone was thinking until about 9 months later, when a shocking news article would surface. Local news reported that Sean had been charged with 1 count of aggravated animal cruelty and that he was arrested, though he was released on a bond of $1,500. According to the article, investigations began in June of that year, and the detective suspected Sean was potentially torturing and having sex with animals at his house, a story corroborated by multiple of Sean's neighbors. With a couple weeks of investigations, search and seizure warrants were executed, and a significant amount of evidence was found of Sean engaging in animal cruelty as well as, you guessed it, bestiality. On his phone, a video was uncovered of Sean masturbating his dog, which was shared with someone he was talking to over a messaging app, presumably Telegram. He also offered this person he was talking to the opportunity to have sex with his dog. The article closed with the mention that it was expected that other charges would soon follow. While other people took this to mean Quantum Kitty's days of being a zoo online were done for, he was still extremely online and trying to act like this was business as usual for him. In one particular exchange, just a couple of days after his arrest and bond release, he said, "I'm still here, don't hold your breath, sweetheart," followed by an admission to being a necro-zoo sadist. Additionally, he would make the following statement. "I don't know what antis are celebrating. I'm not going anywhere, Lamau. By the way, I turned myself in and was there for 5 hours and got out without paying a dime." The bravado he was putting up to people on Twitter wouldn't last long, as just a few days later, he created a GoFundMe page for himself. The description read, "Hi, Sean here, though you probably know me as Quantum..."
Oh, no wonder it's so heavy, it's chrome.
Quantum Kitty. Recently, law enforcement launched a bogus crusade against me and charged me with aggravated animal cruelty for supposedly giving my dog a handjob. Now, legal expenses are quite high, as you can imagine. Donate to help me, my dog, and the community as a whole to fight this in court. As you can imagine, this pitch wasn't very attractive, and coupled with his demeanor on Twitter, he wasn't able to muster anyone's support. As a consequence, his tune slowly changed as time went by, and he noticed that the walls were closing in on him. Eventually, his entire online presence would be wiped, probably in an effort to stop law enforcement from finding more things to charge him with. Well, all online presence except for one remnant, which would not only stay up, but stay active. One of his many alternate accounts, Valence the Deer, not only continued to post, but also got him in even more trouble. Other than the drawn zoophilia he posted indiscriminately, he also routinely tweeted out pieces of poetry he wrote, which are as enthralling as you would expect, along with the update on his court situation. He also wrote poetry about the court situation to express how the world unfairly persecutes him for being a kind, lovely human being. Prodigal son of the darkness, how forthwith you have returned. Dejected seeker of love, you once again have been burned. Far too late did you realize all the faults that you had amassed. An unbearable price you now pay, you'll never escape your past. Too soon the mask slipped, and a monster is all I could see. You sorrowful martyr of misery, now you will never be free. And now they will discern what truly lies inside. The passion I so long to share, the love I wish no longer to hide. The scarlet letter that stains me, to hate me is their duty. To them I see a beast, but secretly dreams of beauty. No second chances for I, just a lamentable waste of benevolence. Too late I was to discover the compassion I had in such prevalence. Verily, it was a fantastical thinking, contrived by my tired mind. There is heaven for the cruel, but the devil waits for the kind. It's time I've stopped dreaming and recall the lessons of old. Any hope that I have will forever and always be merely fool's gold. So pretentious, it almost makes you forget that this is about him getting arrested for masturbating his dog. Other than these horrors, one thing that stood out on his Twitter account is that he routinely retweeted and added the account of another furry he was attempting to establish contact with, Rorek, a prominent figure in the furry community. Some have speculated that the reason behind Sean's only remaining account being the one where he roleplays as a deer is due to the fact that he wanted to get with Rorek, whose persona is a reindeer. The details behind it are murky and haven't been disclosed as of yet, but on the 27th of December 2022, Rorek filed a lawsuit against Sean for stalking, which resulted in him being arrested once again on January 7th, from what I understand of this legalese. Concurrently with this, another 5 charges were added to his animal abuse case from mid-2022, and as of February 6, 2023, Sean has been criminally convicted, accompanied by his online radio silence. Hopefully, this pans out with Sean being behind bars and on a registry that prevents him from ever coming near an animal again in his life. However, we should always prepare for the worst, given how unequipped certain jurisdictions are to deal with these kinds of cases. Whenever I decide to make the masochistic decision of investigating a zoophile, I never leave unscathed. Partially because their crimes are so heinous, but also because the research goes from just being a rabbit hole to a spider's web of connections to other equally disturbing individuals, with their own unique villain origin stories. For whatever reason, perverts of all kinds seem to have a compulsive need to expound upon each and every one of their nightmare-inducing thoughts to other people, and zoophiles are no exception. This means that, inevitably, they band together into enclaves of interwoven Twitter accounts and social media presences. They spend their days affirming one another's mental illnesses in an echo chamber of depravity. They often create lists to block en masse anyone who objects to their crimes, so they can tune out any semblance of a consequence for their actions. At the end of the day, the only thing that could possibly nag them is their conscience, if they still have one. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. I believe the saying goes, to err is human, but to persist in error is diabolical. I would add that to persist in error and live stream it to hundreds of people is a modern job option. While a few successfully manage to redeem themselves and make a comeback, some people seem to be incapable of noticing when they've overstayed their welcome, after having completely wasted chance after chance given to them by an audience or platform. This applies to none other than Ali Larson, also known as Woken Wolf, or, as you might have heard of him, Groscore.
From being one of the biggest people on Twitch streaming RuneScape and League, to over 300,000 subs, and well over 10,000 average viewers, to being banned over multiple accusations of sexual misconduct and grooming, and lastly, embracing being cheated on by his girlfriend and even finding a way to enjoy it. This is the story of the downward spiral of GrowScore. Many of the people I've covered had relatively normal lives up until a certain point, usually when they became famous, when they were plunged into some kind of turmoil. For Ali Larson, however, turmoil was his natural state of affairs. He was born in London, 1992, into a family of 4, his parents and 2 sisters. Though it's common for any family to get into disagreements and arguments every once in a while, the Larson household was extraordinary in that regard, as fights between his parents would often become physical. At one point, a fight got so heated that it escalated to his dad setting his mom's car on fire, supposedly because he was jealous of her. With a domestic situation as troubled as theirs, it came as no surprise that, when Ali was just 4 years old in 1996, his parents got a divorce right as he was about to start attending school. Because of their fractured family unit in 1997, Ali and his family, minus his dad, had to move into a hostel. For the 3 following years, they shared their living spaces with multiple other people and families in order to minimize costs. Despite how fraught a situation this was, Ali was not particularly upset, as he spent most of his time playing games with the 30 or so other children that lived at the hostel, going as far as to say that these were the best years of his life. Ali was into video games from quite early on in his life, naming Pokemon as one of the games he recalls playing a lot during this period, specifically because it was banned at his school for being too popular among the kids. A while later, his dad bought him a PlayStation, and though the console was already a few years old at this point, it was still a pretty prestigious thing to own as a kid, especially one living in a hostel. Ali's appreciation of the gift was evident, given he played it for around 6 hours every day, with Crash Bandicoot being one of his go-to games. Meanwhile, Ali's mom was looking for someone else to settle down with. She'd get into a stable relationship with a man named Andrew, and as a consequence, they'd move out of the hostel, and out of London altogether, to go live in Kent with him. Throughout these rocky times, Ali always found odd hijinks to be involved in, from stealing and reselling Pokemon cards, to picking lice out of the hair of a girl he had a crush on at school. And kids are fucking disgusting. As time went on, and as he was separated from the friends he had bonded with at the hostel, Ali began having a challenging time at school. Not only was he getting bad grades and having to constantly get help from teachers, but he became shy and quiet to an unhealthy degree, which attracted the attention of bullies who saw a potential victim in him. When Ali started secondary school, which is British for high school, in case you didn't know, it prompted a radical change in his demeanor. In order to stop being mocked relentlessly, he decided to pretend to be loud and obnoxious, as he put it, in order to appear more extroverted. And surprisingly, it actually worked. With the popularity he got from being the class clown, Ali got his first proper girlfriend, whom he courted by chasing her on his bike and spitting at her. Truly a Sigma male. Soon after the first would come the second, third, and so on and so forth. However, this era of his life would slow to a screeching halt, because in 2006, he discovered a game you might have heard of, called RuneScape. For the watchers that are either too young or too neurotypical to know what RuneScape is, it's basically one of the first MMORPGs to really catch on. He would play the game with a German teacher of his whom he had a crush on, and just like his first girlfriend, his attempts to court her involved intense flirting, this time verbal as opposed to salivary. He also started a YouTube channel centered around the game. This was all the way back in 2006, when YouTube had just been created a year prior. So to say that he got in on the ground floor would be an understatement. With this pivot into a more online existence, Ali quickly went from popular back to being a social reject, a change he partly blames on nothing other than his comically oversized nose. I know it sounds unlikely, but at least according to what he himself says, his nose ballooned in size in a very short span of time. And for 3 years, he was bullied and referred to exclusively as Mint Card Nose, which is a reference to a Fiat Punto ad where the driver had a really big sniffer. In my opinion, it doesn't look like his nose is that big, but what do I know? Maybe beauty standards are different in the UK. As he was pushed further and further away from having a healthy social life, he became increasingly invested in RuneScape and YouTube, to the point where he often referred to it as an addiction. Given that his family lived in a caravan, which is basically a fancy British version of living in a trailer park, they put quite a bit of stock into his academic performance. Ali himself, on the other hand, was more interested in playing RuneScape and making YouTube videos, and it was around this time that he posted, "GrowScore goes to school RuneScape style." which garnered around 300,000 views. After getting catastrophic results from his GCSE tests and continuing to do nothing but play RuneScape all day every day, his stepdad kicked him out of the house. Yet another victim of anti-gamer prejudice. Because YouTube was newer at the time, you'd have to get accepted into an early version of the partnership program in order to make any money. However, even when he did and immediately earned 50 pounds in one day off of YouTube, his family didn't believe him because they were skeptical about making money on the internet. For a whole year, he lived with his grandfather, who tried his best at making Ali more sociable and less of a computer-bound NEET. This endeavor was pretty successful, with Ali going to college that year and, once again, becoming popular for being funny. This grace period didn't last for very long, however, since a year later, his grandfather would lose access to his housing after getting drunk. Though Ali wasn't supposed to be living with him in the first place since the housing was meant to be only for his grandfather, he was fortunate enough to be put in another hostel. He made a friend there by the name of Dexter, whom he would have over for months at a time despite technically not being allowed to, and even got himself into a steady relationship with a girl called Rachel, who would occasionally show up in his videos. With the return of his social confidence, Ali would once again begin constantly replacing his girlfriends, but this time, he repeatedly switched between Rachel and another girl. He says this was okay though, because they were doing the same thing to him and replacing him with other guys, a dynamic which Ali referred to as sharing. It was an odd moment of foreshadowing, but we'll get to that later. Later on, while not dating Rachel, Ali executed his tried and true technique of flirting with a girl by calling her names. This time, the result was the girl getting two guys to go to Ali's college and beat him up. But upon being met with them, Ali began literally crying and running to his teacher, who backed him up and told the guys to go away. Honestly, the times he was bullied for being a teacher's pet have been retroactively justified. Fortunately, though, he learned his lesson and made a resolution to not call women names anymore. Or that's what he says while reminiscing on the story, anyway. It was during this period that Ali discovered the MOBA game League of Legends, and his relationship with gaming once again tightened. A year later, he dropped out of college to get an office job and make a living for himself. But his efforts directed towards that end were met with questionable results, given he and Rachel, with whom he'd gotten back together with at this point in time, were living in an apartment eating cold beans and bread for sustenance. Thus, he began streaming on OwnTV to see if he could make a few extra bucks. Due to his poor internet connection not being able to muster an entire megabyte of upload speed, streaming League of Legends was out of the question. Luckily for him, his alma mater, old school RuneScape, was still an option, and he promptly began streaming it. On the same day he began, someone donated 1,000 pounds, to which his response was to cry while still on stream. As the week went by, Ali managed to accumulate a total of 4,000 pounds, and his first deed with his newly acquired money was to move into a better place with his girlfriend. 2014 would roll around, and once again, things would change, but not necessarily for the better. After swapping girlfriends once more, his new girlfriend, Shannon, was into partying, which might have contributed to Ali getting drunk for the very first time. Whilst he didn't take streaming seriously as a job, despite the fact that it pretty much was, he heeded his friend and fellow streamer Nightblue's advice on favoring League over RuneScape, since it was the more popular game overall and would get more viewers. Additionally, Ali held an open house policy for his fans, meaning anyone could come over at any time, which his girlfriend was conspicuously fine with. If that sounds suspicious, it's because it certainly was, seeing as she eventually left him for one of his fans. Ali says he's fine with this though because they ended up having a happy relationship, which is another omen of his future controversies. Regardless of this, the following year was tough for him, and because of this, he streamed pretty much every day. He was driven to do this by his isolation and the feeling that he had nothing else going for him. But within months, he blew up to the tune of $103,000 worth of donations, and sometimes he was even treated to more unorthodox gifts by his fans, such as the unexpected visit of a woman of the night, as well as a visit from the police.
Yesterday on my stream, I accidentally flashed my address, and then everyone, all my viewers, it's just like, so this is what I'm playing this game, and people are just watching. I've been doing this for years. It's like my job, and I accidentally flashed my address, and then my viewers just thought it'd be funny to like send me food. Some people paid for it. That's why it's some food. Yeah, yesterday someone. Yeah, it's like it's a thing these kids do nowadays, and
As a matter of fact, it was during this period that the majority of his followers came to know him. This is the golden age of Grow Score.
Look at me, guys! Look! Oi! Guys, look!
He carried on streaming after his peak and managed to maintain an average of around 10,000 viewers, which occasionally soared to 20 and 30,000 when he did promo streams. However, this streak of positive development would be abruptly cut short when, in the middle of 2016, his Twitch account was banned. According to him, this marks the beginning of one of the worst periods of his life. Uncoincidentally, this was concurrent with him getting a nose job to correct what he thought was a major physical flaw, though his insecurity about it was probably enhanced by the other bad things happening in his life. Besides the nose job, he also bought the latest Toyota Supra, a modern version of the same car his dad owned, which is honestly quite strange. It's like the guy somehow managed to have a midlife crisis before he was even 30 years old. He must have had the right idea though, because it seems fixing his nose up made him attractive to Rachel once again, and so she returned to his life, this time to conceive a baby with him. Allie chalks this event up to things just happening, and publicly admitted in a vlog that this pregnancy was unplanned, which I cannot imagine will bode well for that child's future. Twitch administration, meanwhile, decided that Allie deserved another chance and lifted his ban, but this was to no avail, as soon after his daughter was born, he began suffering from depression and anxiety and became extremely overweight, doing very little streaming at all during the following year, other than the occasional Twitter video that accidentally blew up, such as this one where he responded to Ninja calling him a douchebag, which has accumulated over 1 million views. Allie wouldn't do much of note. As per his own admission, he financed his year off of the money he'd made in crypto. After a long time of neglecting himself, Allie would make a trip to see his family. During this trip, his mother would post a photo of him online, and the replies were flooded with people calling him overweight. In order to accurately fact-check these claims, Allie went to the toilets and checked to see if he could see his... As it turns out, he could not. His belly was in the way, and he could no longer see it, which signaled to him that it was time for some serious change. Along with his motivation to get in better shape, his streaming also made a return, though not in its usual setting, but in an office space. Part of his comeback to the streaming world was participating in a stream that wasn't his own, Austin Show, which was then known as Raj Patel, which consisted of the basic setup of getting a bunch of different personalities on the same online video call and having them all talk about a variety of topics. Allie was a guest on it frequently, often arguing with another of the participants called Slicker, who would later become notorious for his gambling addiction and scamming his friends to pay off his debts. For the umpteenth time, Allie broke up with Rachel, this time while drunk in a nightclub, which is a hell of a situation for the parents of a barely 2-year-old infant to be in. Even after separating, they remained friends and have an equally shared custody of their daughter, meaning that she switches between their homes every week. He says he's happy with the guy she's with, but who knows, given their track record so far, they may get back together any day now. Just as the influencer boxing trend was reaching a fever pitch, Allie had set up a boxing match up against KSI, for reasons incomprehensible to me, given his rather small frame, but I suppose knowing that a jacked 6-foot-tall KSI is going to be trying to knock you unconscious is as good of a motivator for working out as you can get. Regardless, he eventually backed out of the event because he was afraid, plain and simple. In late 2020, he did an almost 2-hour-long interview with Dr. K from Healthy Gamer on YouTube, which was basically a therapy session for Allie, except recorded and posted on the internet for all to see. In this interview, Dr. K and Allie discussed a plethora of topics relating to Allie's life, going over things such as his tendency towards spending money and materialism to compensate for emotional issues, Allie's anxiety and problems with eating and his weight, and so on and so forth. Overall, this humanized him to a lot of people who either didn't know him or just remembered him as obnoxious and toxic. This wouldn't be Allie's only opportunity at making a full-fledged return to being a successful online personality. Due to Twitch's gradual change in the orientation of the content at platforms, many people had to reform and stop their more toxic tendencies, and Allie was certainly one of them. In order to adapt, he began doing cooking streams, where he wouldn't play any games at all, and within months, he'd gained over 500,000 followers on Twitch, growing to the tune of 2,000 followers per day. But if there's one thing being a professional online documentarian has taught me, I really just said that, didn't I? It's that you never get away with anything, ever. Everything you've ever done, especially if it's on the internet, will eventually come back to haunt you, no matter how far you run away from it. With his resurfacing into the mainstream, people began spreading certain pieces of information about Allie that painted the things he had done in the past in a pretty damning light. And because of these hits to his reputation, he lost his Twitch account. His immediate reaction was to default into spending all of his money and drinking himself into a stupor, and at this point, it was getting pretty clear that this guy should not be anywhere near alcohol. Eventually, this issue culminated in him having a panic attack around the middle of 2021. This dark cloud supposedly had its silver lining, with him meeting his now fiancée in a nightclub, which we'll talk about later. But how bad could these things from the past have been that it nearly wrecked his life? I admit I've been purposely hiding details about the story told so far. Mainly, I've told it to you how Ali told it himself, and consequently, whenever he's in the wrong, it's always in a way that's at least halfway noble. But noble could not be farther from the truth. In one fateful early morning, March 12, 2021, he announced through Twitter that he had made the critical mistake of posting to the r/roastme subreddit. It turns out that people had a lot more in store to roast him for than he could ever expect, leading him to delete the post and the tweets a measly 2 hours after the people began massing onto the replies, bringing up all kinds of deep and dark things from his past that he thought, or at least wished, everyone had forgotten. For starters, we have a video of Ali himself detailing how he, along with a group of 70 or so of his very own fans, mobbed a 15-year-old girl on TinyChat, spamming with the phrase "tits" or GTFO.
And I said, oh, any girls here? And then someone said, yeah, I'm a girl. I said, you're a girl. You go, now go on camera. So she went on camera. So get the fuck off. So get the fuck off. And then the recording of me saying it. Get your tits out. She literally went like that and got her tits out. And I was like, this is awkward. She actually fucking did. Sparkmat got in contact. He was like, yeah, you're a pedophile. Everyone was saying to me, Ali, she was 15. You pedophile. I was like, I didn't know that. No one knew that.
Given he was 16 himself at the time, he can claim that he was also a dumb kid who just went with what the chat was doing. And that's honestly somewhat fair. Young people do stupid shit. Well, if being 16 is a sign that you're immature, I wonder how the next stories can be explained. In November 2020, a girl came forward and exposed the conversation she had with Ali when she was 17 and he was 21, wherein he continually asked her for pictures. When this happened, not only did he not see an issue with this, it became a joke in his Discord server, with PicXX, the phrase that he would repeat at her, becoming a command that summoned a picture of her feet. Now, his defense, once being accused of being a pedo, was that he simply didn't know, and I guess also didn't care enough to ask for her age before he asked to see her tits. In another clip, a visibly drunk Ali is yelling at the top of his lungs about how he slept with a 16-year-old girl, despite him being in his mid-20s, guffawing at anyone who didn't approve of it. Some have pointed out the matter of legality in the UK, but even if it was completely legal, it's quite staggering that he's basically bragging about it on stream, out in the open. Just 1 week after Ali's post on r/roastme, this girl, whom the video is about, made a tweet about her experience with Ali, wherein she stated, "With everything that is going on right now regarding Ali Larson, also known as Groscore, I finally found the courage to speak up about my own experiences regarding my relationship with Ali when I was 16 years old and he was 23. It's been 6 years since these events, but it's haunted and followed me to this day. After my interactions with Ali, he has tried hard to paint me as a psycho and a clout-chasing in which he unfortunately succeeded, seeing as he's a big creator and I was some random 16-year-old. Our first interaction was through Facebook DMs. I remember I reached out to him because I was so curious if his stream persona was all an act. Through our conversations, he made me believe that this was exactly the case, and that I was the only one who really understood him and knew him. Of course, I believed him, because to me, he was someone I looked up to. From there on, we spoke daily. We added each other on Snapchat and Skype, where we'd exchange conversations, pictures, and video calls. Our conversations very quickly went from purely platonic to romantic and sexual. He'd flirt with me, I'd flirt with him, etc. He'd frequently ask me for pictures, and although I was afraid to send anything nude, lewd pictures were exchanged frequently. We also had frequent video calls in which he masturbated to me in my underwear. We had to plan this to make sure my parents weren't around. He made me believe he was really into me, interested into being in an actual relationship with me, and has even said he loved me. He'd say stuff like, "good girl," and talk to me like I was a dog. I called him out for it multiple times, but he has a way of brushing these things off and making you feel like you're in the wrong for speaking up about hurtful things he's done. Every time I had the audacity to tell him something he had done had hurt me, or I didn't like something, he'd always find a way to make me feel worse. Be that by insulting me on stream, blaming me for things that I had nothing to do with, or just plain out manipulating the conversation in private. He would always do something on stream he knew would upset me, only to then beg for forgiveness in a Skype call 10 minutes after the stream. It didn't take long for him to replace me, as he'd done with many girls before and after me. My replacement in this case was Celestia Vega, who I'm sure you know. He made sure to rub it in my face by adding her and me to Skype calls with each other on multiple occasions. She was 17 at the time herself. Once again, I had just turned 16, she had just turned 17, he was 23. He would make her dress up all nice and sexy, and add me to calls and make me jealous. I've been scared to speak up because I know he's vindictive. He's proven this by posting a lewd picture of a 16-year-old me in my underwear in his Twitch chat before, as well as the revenge porn on Celestia. I did not want to upset him more and have him try to ruin my life any more than he had already done. I can't begin to express the effects that this all had on my mental health and myself as a person. Even after we had blocked each other, I could not get rid of his fans harassing me on a daily basis. This was also due to the fact he repeatedly mentioned me in his streams in a negative fashion. I have deleted all socials I was active on since then, and only recently found the courage to create new ones and continue with what I was doing before I met Ali. I should also add that because of the fact that I removed my socials and he's blocked me on Facebook, I'm not able to recover a lot of my messages that were sent. I do, however, have some conversations with friends dating back to July 2015 about Ali and the whole situation. I'm also in the process of recovering my old Skype accounts. Along with this twitlonger came a few excerpts of their conversations. The person mentioned in there, Celestia Vega, is a YouTuber whom Ali began dating when she was 17. To aggravate things, this took place in America, which would borderline qualify this as sex tourism. In his video with her, he puts her hand on her breast, which he later explained he did because he grew up in the 90s and watched a lot of Andy Dick. Honestly, having Andy Dick as one of your role models does explain a lot about his story. She took to Twitter to address the situation, confirming that she had, indeed, recently turned 17 when they began dating, adding that he cheated on her with a total of 8 women in the period during which they were together. She also says, at least partially because of the way Ali behaved towards her online after they broke up, she was doxxed and all of her family members were contacted. The mention of revenge porn in the twitlonger is referencing the fact that, when they broke up, he forwarded her nudes to her mother and posted to Snapchat joking about it. I don't think you can get any classier than Mr. Larson over here. But apparently, his history of being manipulative to girls younger than him goes all the way back to 2008, when he was either 15 or 16 and just a toxic RuneScape player. Though 2008, toxic, and RuneScape are practically all synonyms. Twitter user EveEve24 also saw the upheaval around Ali on March 13th as an opportunity to speak on her experience with him, posting the following twitlonger. In 2008, at the age of 13, I made a YouTube channel with the goal of becoming a big YouTuber. RuneScape was my life, and at the time I idolized some of the greats like Tanoob Show, Defiled, and Skychi. My videos quickly became popular as I was one of the first people to make PK commentaries. I was getting views and so many people wanted to be my friend. Sadly, Groscore was also one of these people. He left me comments calling my voice sexy, and I admittedly loved the attention. We quickly added each other on RS and started Skyping almost every day after school. Ali realized I idolized him during the first few weeks of becoming his friend. At the time, his clan chat was a very popular place to hang out, and I would spend time showing off my rank in it. Ali was always very sexual, always saying how sexy my voice was. He also loved asking me questions about what I looked like, what I wore that day, and what I was into sexually. But I always thought this was just Ali joking, and that he was just trying to be funny. At the same time, Ali knew I wanted to collaborate with him and enjoyed the attention I would get being his friend. This is when Ali started to make deals with me in order to help my YouTube channel. Ali offered me video opportunities, clan chat rankings, and being featured on his personal YT channel. In exchange, all I had to do was moan as he masturbated. I was young, sexually inexperienced, and had no idea what to say or how to moan for that matter. But Ali coached me and wrote things out for me to say. Even at 13, I knew I was doing something wrong, but I didn't understand until many years later how he used his power over me to help him masturbate. This relationship went on for months, but Ali always wanted more from me. He began asking me to send him naked pictures. Fortunately, I did not have a cell phone or webcam at the time and had no way of actually going through with his demands. Nonetheless, it got to a point where I had to lie to him and say I had a boyfriend. This way, even if I got a webcam or he bought me one, I wouldn't be able to take any pictures for him. He was persistent, aggressive, and would not take no for an answer. Ali grew tired of me saying no and deleted me off Skype and RuneScape. He began harassing me in the comment section of my videos. He then went on to tell every big video maker I was a slut and they shouldn't trust me or make videos with me. Ali had tens of thousands of subscribers at the time and had no problem using his big fan base against me. For the next few years, I was constantly harassed by him and his fans. He made other people hate and judge me without even knowing me. I was always too scared and intimidated by his big fan base to ever speak up. With time, people forgot about me and I made peace with the situation. Over the years, I've joined Ali's streams and donated small amounts or subscribed using Twitch Prime under my YouTube name to see if he would remember me and maybe shoot me a message so we could discuss what happened. He has never recognized my name, and I could tell he had no idea who I was. His emotionless reaction made me realize how such a traumatic event for me meant nothing to him. For this reason, I believe I'm not the only person he's done this with, and I believe there are many, many more out there with similar stories. She attached a YouTube message she received from Ali back when YouTube had a messaging function. In it, he said, Don't bother coming into Gert's clan chat, you dirty scumbag. What gives you rights? Fucking bag. Go get a boyfriend in real life, and get your ass off RuneScape, you silly little fucking slag. Ali doesn't even spare his own family. In one stream clip, he's seen admitting to telling his then 16-year-old sister not to lose her virginity, but instead to sell it when she's 18. Where does pushing your little sister to prostitute herself fit in the scale of morally questionable? Exactly. This was not done jokingly either, as he would repeatedly do it in other moments as well, telling her to sell pictures of herself on Patreon. Lo and behold, she eventually actually did it. I wonder how he must feel about possibly having a hand in causing this. Better yet, I wonder how their mom feels. Speaking of the Larson family, one of the largest points of contention against Ali is the time when he raised over 9,000 pounds to do renovations in the caravan his family and he were living in. Though it was, indeed, quite in need of them, especially since Ali's family was quite large, as we could see from his caravan vlogs. But Ali would go quiet after the money was successfully raised, saying nothing about the renovations or lack thereof. Later on, he explained this was because he wasn't on good terms with his family at the time, and they wanted to do other things with the money besides renovations, but that eventually it all got sorted out, and the money was properly applied. Whether any of that is true is unverifiable, but regardless, the stigma of scamming his own family follows Ali to this day. To add insult to injury, while Ali thought these uncomfortable factoids from his past meant nothing when it came to proving he was some kind of pedo, he had a habit of doing that exact thing to other people. The reason he actually got banned all the way back in 2016, which he neglects to mention, was that he accused a fellow streamer, Crepo, of being a pedophile. Eventually, he'd regret having done this, after being banned, obviously, and posted to YouTube apologizing and saying he lied. The thing is, later on, it turns out Crepo had indeed been doing the same thing Ali was known for doing, getting involved with a 15 to 16-year-old, because technically where he lived, it was legal. It's interesting to see the pot calling the kettle black when the pot is this black. Also, in his YouTube videos, he promises that he'd be essentially leaving the internet, which, as you can guess, he failed to follow through on.
Hey YouTube, what's up guys? It's GrowScore here, and this is my last video I'll be uploading to YouTube okay? Because there's nothing else I want to say or do, there's nothing else that can be done. Guys, I'm not smart. I've never been smart. Look at me. I'm permanently banned on Twitch TV. I'm not a smart person. I'm very fucking dumb. I'm not educated, and I'm a fucking idiot. And guess what? 3 to 4 days ago, me like a fucking idiot, I accused a poor innocent guy, his name is Crepo, a shoutcaster for Riot Games, League of Legends. I accused the guy of sleeping with a 15-year-old. Everything that I said about Crepo wasn't true, and I faced the ultimate consequence of my life. My life is over. I'm not joking. And it is over. And don't tell me it isn't, because it is. My life is over. I ain't streaming on no other platform. There's nothing that can be done. I single-handedly destroyed my life and I deserved it. I didn't know the consequences. I was a fucking idiot. And I'm sorry to everybody. I'm sorry to Crepo. And I'm sorry to Riot Games. And I'm sorry to Twitch. I already became a changed man the second I saw I had a permanent ban. Because every time you guys see somebody trying to make fun of Crepo, I want you guys to fucking think about me and how my life was taken away from me because what I said, it's not funny. It cost him his reputation and my life and all the people that I imported around me. It cost us all, okay? So do me a favor and fucking stop saying Crepo's a pedophile because it's false, okay? I lied. It's over. I fucked up, okay? I didn't think twice. I was angry and upset. It was in the heat of the moment and I fucked up. I was under the influence of others and I fucked up because I listened to other people and I'm a fucking idiot.
But questionable age gaps aren't where Ali stops either, as he also possesses a history of being a bit of a groper and an indecent exposer, if that's even a thing. He truly does take after Andy Dick. According to the claims of Twitch streamer Jenna Twitch, Ali had done seriously bad things at TwitchCon that were worthy of being deemed sexual harassment. These claims would be indirectly corroborated by none other than Ali himself, who unwittingly added to her claims by saying that another streamer, Ice Poseidon, got him to pull his penis out during TwitchCon. Honestly, I have no idea how he made it this far before being exposed for all of this stuff. Ali's explanation for this is that they did it in a bathroom as some kind of initiation ritual because they thought it was funny for them to all show each other their dicks. No wonder he makes sure he never mentions the specifics of these stories, such as the time he was banned from RuneFest, a RuneScape convention, because of not one, but multiple women coming forward and saying he acted inappropriately towards them. His methods of harassment supposedly include, but are not limited to, talking about a woman's breast to other people in front of her, crawling towards a woman's behind on camera, forcefully kissing them, publicly posting videos declaring how much he wants to have sex with them, and a top-tier display of class and gentlemanliness, purposely filming a lady breastfeeding her baby. Does it get any better? Ali approaches supreme gentleman territory with clips such as this one, where he rants about women and how he's better than they'll ever be.
Forgive me, Lord. I was born with big nose. I'm was born with a big nose. Who cares? I'm the better person. I'm bigger than you'll ever fucking be. I'm the better than you'll ever fucking be. You're nothing but a scat. And I don't give a who says what. Men will always overcome women. We can't describe it. We just fucking do. We overcome you. I can't describe why. You know why. That's why there's such things as feminism is involved. Men will always take control. Men will always be the better race. Men will always be better than you. That's why you're trolling. That's why you're mad. Because men is always the superior. Men is always the better. Men is nothing but better than you. That's why you're mad. That's why you think you can slag around. That's why you think you can be better than me. But tell you what, love, you're never better than me. I am the fucking ultimate now. That's why I'm the best of the best.
As all of this came to a head, once again, he was banned from Twitch, having his partnership terminated along with it, which indicates that the ban is likely permanent. The apologetic, though not quite meeting the criteria for an apology, video he posted as the r/roastme thread didn't do much to slow the unraveling of his new and improved identity, as mostly he just did the routine of claiming he was no longer the person who did those things. At this stage in his career, the majority of his content while streaming was just taking text-to-speech abuse from donors, so when he lost TTS privileges, he stopped streaming for a while. During this hiatus, he made a statement to Esports News UK on his ban, saying, "My haters emailed Streamlabs and Stream Elements saying I'm a pedophile and woman abuser, but they won't let me see the emails they received. Within 2 days, both these platforms banned me because they got scared by fake emails, but they can't hold me down. I'm bulletproof. Cancel culture is getting out of hand. The day I get a criminal record, then they can hold me guilty. TTS privileges." He stopped streaming for a while. During this hiatus, he made a statement to Esports News UK on his ban, saying, "My haters emailed Streamlabs and Stream Elements saying I'm a pedophile and woman abuser, but they won't let me see the emails they received. Within 2 days, both these platforms banned me because they got scared by fake emails, but they can't hold me down.
That man,
I'm
shut
bulletproof.
up.
Cancel culture is getting out of hand. The day I get
I
a
gotta
criminal
feed my
record, then
cats,
they
I'll
can
be
hold me
back.
guilty, but I don't have one. None of these girls will say anything because none of it's real. It's all crap. It's all for drama. And like Twitch, these companies, Streamlabs and Stream Elements, took the bait. Companies are too scared about what other people think, and they believe rumors. Years ago, it was innocent until proven guilty. On the internet, it's guilty until proven innocent. And by that point, you lost all your sponsors and nobody wants to work with you. Any allegation people make, they don't want to work with you. It's pathetic. I can't wait until 10 years' time when it will get better, but my god, it's insane. Without Twitch and Streamlabs, his bread and butter, his circumstances looked quite dire. Perhaps you're wondering what this eccentric young fellow was up to now. I mean, having had his character so thoroughly assassinated by the embarrassing and bad things he'd done in the past, and realizing just how exposed he truly was to everyone online, surely he didn't involve himself in another absolutely humiliating and depraved scandal, right? When Ali's bill came for his past actions, that's when his self-destructive tendencies began manifesting at their most extreme. He began streaming on YouTube following the permaban on March 18th, but wouldn't post any proper content for a while. During some of these streams, he totally contradicted his apologetic video, essentially accusing his accusers right back. Respectively, he accused them of being sexual harassers, domestic abusers, crazy porn stars, and last but not least, dumb attention seekers who were just jealous of his success. Eventually, he returned with a nonchalant video of himself driving his Supra. What no one expected was that it was immediately followed by a banger titled, "My First Gay Experience," which does live up to its name. In it, he describes pretending to be gay to get drinks, getting ardently kissed by a black man at TwitchCon, almost participating in a threesome with a newly married gay couple, and admits to snogging men all the time when he's drunk, which is British for making out with them, I think.
It's all guys. And this is where the story gets really interesting, because all these men are men. They're not like, they're not like 20-year-olds. These are like men in their 40s and 50s. Big beer bellies, big scruffy beards, blokes, Chris Moyles, basically, blokey blokes, right? And they're like, and you look at them and, oh, they look really intimidating. No, they're very friendly guys. And I walked straight up to them, and they were like, "Oh my God, come have a drink." And I was like, "Okay." And I'm thinking, free drinks. And he was like, "This is a gay bar. You want to come in?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I want to come in. Free drinks." Because I know, in experience, people think I'm gay. So I thought, yeah, I could just go in here and pretend to be gay and get free drinks. Because
This was the first of many examples of his new content format, down-to-earth vlogs in which he communicated with the viewer, in a way a lot less abrasive, and without the usual trying his hardest to be funny. The topics did vary, but typically centered around his life, dealing with depression, his workouts, and even one particularly earnest entry wherein he admits that his streaming career is over, essentially embracing the punishment that he got. He also mentions that he'd been drinking recently, and that's why he wasn't present online, later on even posting a video titled, "Drinking has ruined my life." This is quite the timing to start dealing with the issue, because it was in the same period that a video would come from Ryan, Allie's best friend and editor, where he's covered in blood and lying on the pavement, claiming Allie pushed him out of a moving car for trying to stop him from drinking and driving.
And me, the fucking responsible adult, told him not to fucking drive in his fucking Jaguar, and you know what I get? I get fucking, I'm half out the fucking door, and I fucking get drove off on, and some fucking cunts named Ali fucking Larson fucking drives the fuck off, and I get fucking drove off on, and I get fucking rolled out the fucking Jag. You know what? I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done.
Ali himself made no video addressing this event in specific or even acknowledging it happened, but Ryan tweeted that they had cut ties completely due to what happened, saying, "Sorry for an emotional video last night. Yes, I got rolled out of a moving car because I was trying to stop gore drink driving. My knee, hand, and arm are all cut up. I'm officially done. Thank you for your kind messages." About a week later, Ali would continue his YouTube grind with quite the eye-catching title of "How many STD/STIs have I had?" Which I'll spoil for you. He had 4. Crabs with his girlfriend, thrush from a mentally ill girl, genital warts from an obese woman who begged him for money, and chlamydia which came directly from a Kurdish man who couldn't speak English. Bro has seen the whole spectrum. His content becoming more and more directed towards sexual topics is not coincidental, as he also announced his interest in starting an OnlyFans account for his 100 or so gay followers, so that he could make some money to pay his bills. Thankfully, he never went through with this, unless he did it privately and directly to those gay followers, and the eyes of the public will never be cursed with the blinding sight of Ali Larson's dick. Instead, he began vlogging every day, just documenting his life as raw as he could, promising he would do 100 daily vlogs in a row. Often, his daughter and his new girlfriend would appear, though the latter with her face censored for a while. Despite his reputation still being destroyed, you could still say there was a following to his videos that the majority of people who attempt to be content creators will never see, with over 10,000 views on the majority of uploads, and some supportive comments. This was not enough for Ali, though, as the egomaniac within him was clamoring for more. He felt he just wasn't getting enough of a positive response, and cut off the streak a little over halfway through to 100. Eventually, he'd blame this on the name of his account, claiming he was being limited by YouTube because gross gore was vulgar. And so he announced a return to streaming, along with a move and rebrands to another account called Woken Wolf, which many people theorize was actually due to him trying to escape the people following him just to continue to lambaste him for his past actions. Regardless, this move to Woken Wolf, as most of his life-altering and definitive decisions, was reversed a short time after, once Ali realized that the views on the new channel were just as bad, if not worse, than the views on GrowScore. He also frequently complained about how bad streaming was on YouTube, but apparently, he never filed an appeal to his ban on Twitch out of pride because he didn't want to return, even if given the opportunity. Often, his entitled attitude towards having a large audience would shine through, as he compared himself to other YouTubers who were having a peak in popularity and just wouldn't understand why he didn't have what they had. Mind you, he openly acts like he's hitting some insane low, when in actuality, he's making $100 a day just streaming himself playing video games or talking to chat, as opposed to the majority of people who have to actually do work to earn a lot less. His frustration with streaming grew exponentially, and he would not only take it out on his girlfriend during live streams, but try and push her into doing OnlyFans for an extra source of income. This is yet another pattern of behavior of Ali's, as he himself mentions that his 2 ex-girlfriends and his sister all do OnlyFans because of his influence. Eventually, his current girlfriend would also cave in and begin doing OnlyFans, only for Ali to record the world's most depressing video where he announces it and asks people to support her. He legitimately looks depressed while recording it, which is unusual, as even in his sadder videos, he retains at least some of his usual motivation. Her OnlyFans account immediately became part of the top 2% of the websites, and though Ali's financial woes were slightly softened, he began being worried that she would leave him now that she was successful, as this had apparently happened to him before. But slowly as the financial situation improved, he developed a more and more positive and hands-on stance towards it. This is, once again, ironic, since just a little while before, he was ranting and raving about how terrible Twitch was for allowing women to sexualize themselves on it. I guess it's okay as long as he's getting a little bit of that bag. But if all of that wasn't bad enough, Ali and his girlfriend decided to take it a step further. Right at the beginning of the year of our Lord, 2023, he posted a video to his YouTube channel called I Had the Best Cuckold Experience, and you can probably guess what it's about. Most likely to prevent her from leaving him for someone else, Ali entered into an open relationship arrangement with his girlfriend. He even qualifies that he's only a cuck insofar as other men also get with his girl, but he's not the kind that he likes to watch or be involved in it, though he has done so before, which I won't get into for the extreme explicit nature of the topic. It's also worth mentioning that he considers anyone who disapproves of what he's doing or finds it disgusting as cringe and a low testosterone. He also gives the infamous and previously heard excuse that men who aren't okay with this aren't okay with it because they're insecure, and he's so masculine that he lets other dudes bang his chick. In the interview with him and his girlfriend about the arrangement, they both clarified that it was all his idea from the start. Of course, all of this was gut-wrenching for the people who were sticking by up until this point, who most likely just wanted to see more wholesome cooking streams and lifestyle vlogs of Ali just being, normal. But that's precisely the issue. Ali does not want normal. He wants to be the center of attention by any means available to him. Whether that's being a toxic pro gamer, getting into drama for clout, or pimping his girl out. At the end of the day, it's all okay, because, you know what? He's now finally credit card debt free, and being made fun of online, which means a few extra clicks. When researching to write these videos, I'm always hoping there's some kind of Hail Mary redeeming ace in the hole, just waiting for me to stumble on it and make me feel just a tad bit better about the usually depressing or catastrophic stories covered in these videos. Unfortunately, a lot of these are just black holes that the more you dig into, the darker you get. Regardless of your personal opinion on doing OnlyFans, it's pretty clear that this situation has serious downsides and drawbacks for both of them that they previously expressed, but are woefully neglecting and pretending aren't there because of how financially rewarding it is. As for how long this situation or even their relationship will last, only time will tell. And with Ali's track record of constantly going through cycles and phases, he won't have to wait very long. In any case, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Hey yo, that's my bad.
And pretending aren't there because of how financially rewarding it is. As for how long this situation or even their relationship will last, only time will tell. And with Ali's track record of constantly going through cycles and phases, he won't have to wait very long. In any case, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
We'll help remove your personal info from old accounts with Online Account Cleanup. Protect your everything with McAfee Plus.
Mobile games are going big. Play the
Girls just want to have fun. However, some girls' idea of fun isn't very fun for anyone else. It's not uncommon for content creators or influencers to get exposed for thinking that the popularity of their online presence will let them get away with murder. What is uncommon is that some people take the murder part a bit more literally than the average Instagrammer with an inflated ego. For a select few, being arrested for petty crimes, scamming people, or being mean to a fast food clerk just doesn't cut it. They have to move far above and beyond those mild misdemeanors. Today, we'll be looking at some examples of how looks can be deceiving, and how even the most seemingly innocent individuals can be hiding a dark secret. If you just dig a little beneath the Snapchat filter, these are the e-girl killers. One of the more popular genres on TikTok is cosplaying. Many young fans of anime, video games, and other media have garnered significant recognition and followings from just dressing up as their favorite fictional characters. Such is the case of Marianne Oliver Snow, better known by the online monikers Snow the Salt Queen and Yandere Freak. As the second name suggests, Mary would often dress up as characters who were yandere, which, if you're not familiar with weeb vocabulary, means being overly attached, stalkerish, or otherwise obsessed with a potential significant other, to the point of engaging in psychopathic behavior in order to gain someone's love. This was the main premise of the game Yandere Simulator, in psychopath stalked who were yandere, with Yandere Freak. As the second name suggests, Mary would often dress up as characters who were yandere, which, if you're not familiar with weeb vocabulary, means being overly attached, stalkerish, or otherwise obsessed with a potential significant other, to the point of engaging in psychopathic behavior in order to gain someone's love. This was the main premise of the game Yandere Simulator, for example, which was popular on gaming YouTube a while back. Mary's videos would go on to attract widespread attention, ultimately resulting in the garnering of over 1 million followers on the platform. One of the most popular personas Mary adopted was that of an anime villain named Junko Enoshima. Junko, in the universe of anime and the video game series she's from, is presented as unhinged, violent, and often unpredictable, at times portraying herself as a ruthless antagonist, and at others, acting as an innocent yet charismatic schoolgirl. What was a little concerning is that Mary often played into many of the characters they cosplayed as, to the point that they were being referred to as alters. For those of you who are fortunate enough to be unaware of what this means, it has become somewhat of a trend for many TikTokers to have alternate personas that they supposedly slip in and out of at any given time, usually under the guise of having the extremely rare mental illness known as DID, or dissociative identity disorder. While
Yeah,
the
this is
actual condition
horseshit.
seriously
None of you
life-threatening,
have
it's
fucking
unfortunately been
DID.
co-opted by attention-seeking
DID doesn't
teenagers,
exist.
whose idea of being quirky is pretending to be mentally ill, which, if you didn't know, is a mental illness in and of itself. The same way communities like that of Tumblr normalized and romanticized being depressed so much that they ended up self-inducing it, TikTokers are doing the same to DID, which is a major red flag and a sign of recklessness. Mary would become friends with Helen Rose Hastings, a girl who shared her love for cosplay and anime. The two would become good friends, often collaborating on TikToks and taking photos with each other, something they'd continue to do for years. Mary first encountered controversy in 2019 for cosplaying in a graveyard, which was seen as very disrespectful and tone-deaf, causing Mary to be widely criticized for it. But that was only the first of Mary's many scandals, who, over the years, would receive many other accusations from various figures in the community of being toxic behind the scenes. Regardless of this, Mary's relative popularity and success in the cosplay community would continue to grow. Though it was never a secret that Mary carelessly played around with dark and disturbing things on social media posts, this would soon begin leaking into her real life, manifesting far outside of cosplaying. One night, when Mary and a group of friends, including Helen, were watching the TV show Gotham while smoking weed and drinking copious amounts of alcohol, Mary stated somewhat fortuitously that they had the same handgun as the Penguin, and proceeded to show it to the group, who began passing it around recklessly. The weapon had been left there by Mary's ex-boyfriend, and according to him, the gun had never been fired and was completely safe, as he had removed all of the bullets from the gun, leaving it unloaded. The group allegedly started waving the gun around as a joke, pointing it at each other and laughing as they did. Unbeknownst to any of them, the gun was actually loaded, a mishap that would soon change the course of the lives of everyone present. At one point, Helen jokes that Mary should point the gun at her, as if to kill her, saying, "Oh, shoot me." Mary complied, but when the trigger was pulled, the gun went off. Though it didn't have a magazine in it, the firearm had a bullet already loaded in its barrel, and with its safety off, the gun shot straight through Helen's head, much to the group's shock and dismay. After frantic calls to the police for medical care, Helen was taken to the hospital and was kept on life support for 2 days before tragically dying there. As a result of this, Mary was taken into police custody and charged with manslaughter, but was released on bail 5 days later. This extremely tragic accident could have easily been prevented in a myriad of different ways, had the safety been left on, or had the group exercised even a modicum of caution, and most importantly, if Mary's ex-boyfriend hadn't left his loaded gun in the care of someone who was not licensed to own or use it, this could have been avoided. Given all of this undeniable negligence, one would expect Mary to feel a good deal of guilt over it. This is where the story becomes a bit confusing, however. After a brief 3-week-long hiatus from the usual social media posting, Mary would return as if nothing had happened, despite facing charges for having murdered someone. This blasé attitude was so thorough that Mary would go on to attend cosplay conventions, and as baffling as it was, most people simply did not know the story of how Helen died whatsoever. Most users just assumed Mary's hiatus was nothing more than a break due to mental health or otherwise personal reasons, and thought nothing of it as they continued to watch the content. Of course, nobody can hide from a crime as serious as this forever, and after Mary's court documents became public roughly a year later, many began to criticize the cosplayer. The fact that Mary had carried on with the typical posts on TikTok seriously did not bode well, as it seemed like the ultimate display of a lack of empathy and regret over what had happened to Helen. It is also a possibility that those things were outlets for Mary to temporarily forget about the accident and deal with the trauma of having taken someone's life. But whatever the case may be, the backlash was severe enough to result in Mary privating and then soon deleting all social media. As of late 2021, Mary was standing trial for her friend's death, and the outcome of the case remains unknown. However, the story still serves as a grim reminder of how important it is to practice firearm safety. Melissa Turner was a Florida native who, in her teenage years, struggled a lot with body image issues. Her weight was often a source of insecurity, and she lacked confidence in her day-to-day life, something that many people can relate to. As she entered her early 20s, Melissa would go through college, accumulating a great deal of debt from student loans, but failing to gain anything that would land her a job, leading her to become frustrated and depressed. However, rather than give up, Melissa decided to seek out an alternative source of income. She would begin working out and eating healthier, and soon after, developed an interest in online cosplaying, which would manifest in her posting photos online, encountering relatively mild success. In 2013, she met someone by the name of Sin, a man who would soon become her boyfriend, and the two seemed to have a healthy relationship. As this was happening, Melissa's career as a cosplayer began to take shape. She often dressed up as various pop culture characters, something she would become known for in the online cosplaying community. Over time, Melissa would come to learn of the success many other women online had experienced in the pornographic world. While completely different in nature, her experience and audience developed from creating content as a cosplayer would help her quickly find footing in the genre, officially making her a cam girl. Under the name Two-Thorned Rose, she would release lewd photographs and videos of herself, and also participate in the production of numerous adult videos, which would successfully hit its target audience as her social media presence would grow exponentially, earning her a fan base of people who would continuously praise her for her looks. With all of these people paying for and promoting her content, she finally gained financial stability, and far above it. Over time, she decided to become independent as far as content creators are concerned. Instead of relying on getting jobs from pre-established companies, she started to monetize the pictures and videos she published of herself cosplaying on her own website, which is now defunct, twothrowedrose.com. This was a time before sites like OnlyFans were popular platforms for sharing this sort of content, so Melissa was, in a sense, trailblazing this wave of similar camgirl operations by trying to make it on her own. She also decided to make a YouTube channel around this time where she posted videos such as, "Watch me swallow a 10.5-inch sausage, no gag reflex." Unsurprisingly, her channel didn't last long and was soon deleted off the platform for posting mature and sexual content. Though even then, for the brief time her channel was up, she did get some amount of success on the platform.
As time went on, her boyfriend Sin became more and more involved in the process of content creation. This move, though having worked out at first, eventually would come to backfire on Melissa, as the involvement of business and money in their relationship rendered it somewhat toxic, ultimately causing the two to break up, which dealt a serious blow to Melissa's business model. Despite this loss, Melissa would soon meet another romantic partner in 2017 named Matthew Trustler. Their relationship initially seemed quite positive, as Matthew was known by his family and friends as a caring individual, and he provided Melissa with love and support during one of the most tumultuous periods in her life. The relationship was going so well, in fact, that in December of 2018, she moved into a 2-story home with her boyfriend Matt in Florida. From an outside perspective, it seems like Melissa was living in the happy life she'd always dreamed of. However, as time went on, tensions between her and her boyfriend began to grow. Despite the happy portrayal on social media, their involvement would soon meet the same fate as Melissa's previous, deteriorating into pure toxicity as Matthew grew so focused on his relationship with her that he had essentially become isolated from his family and close friends. Their arguments would become more frequent and aggressive, and many who lived nearby would allege to often hear shouting matches between the two. These tensions would eventually culminate in October of 2019, when Melissa had called the police, claiming that she had come home and found Matthew dead on their patio. Despite the best efforts of paramedics, Matthew was too far gone, and was declared dead soon after. As stated before, Melissa said that she had found Matthew like that, and had no idea what happened to him. At first, her story seemed plausible. When Matthew was found, analysts determined that he'd already been dead for a long stretch of time, and in addition to this, it wouldn't make sense for Melissa to kill him. While the couple had arguments in the past, nobody would ever assume that it could have escalated to that level, and Melissa seemed genuinely distraught about the ordeal. However, after being brought in for questioning by police, Melissa changed her story. Her new story was that Matthew had come home extremely drunk, a fact that upset Melissa. She alleged that, after an argument between them got intense, Matthew attacked her, lunging at her with a kitchen knife with the intention to kill her. She claimed that she had grabbed the knife and killed Matthew in self-defense. Despite this new story seeming plausible on the surface, police grew suspicious as to why she didn't just tell them the truth from the beginning, and decided to investigate further. After searching, they discovered a camera that was being used by a neighbor, who was close by at the moment of Matt's death. While the police footage obtained from it did not show any visual evidence of the encounter, it did pick up most of the audio. The exchange that was recorded presented a much different story than what Melissa was saying. Based on the recordings, Melissa was actually the first one to scream at Matthew, and not the other way around. To make matters worse, she was repeatedly threatening him and saying she wanted him to die, accompanied by various loud noises. In addition to this, many of the injuries Matthew sustained were indicative of someone who was acting in self-defense. Melissa's wounds, on the other hand, were not nearly as severe in comparison. All of this, on top of the fact that she had waited for over 4 hours to call the police and report what had happened, and then pretending that she had no idea what had caused Matthew's death, was, beyond the shadow of a doubt, an indication of her guilt, and she was soon taken into custody to await trial. Soon after the events took place, numerous outgoing phone calls Melissa had made from jail were recorded by authorities without her knowing. In some of these calls, she bragged about the thousands of dollars she had made off of her online career, and overall showed very little remorse for the killing of her boyfriend, which did not go a long way to give the jury a positive impression as far as her innocence went. Over the next few years, Melissa would go through a lengthy trial, in which she would claim that Matthew was abusive, depressed, and was struggling with alcoholism, and that she was actually the victim, going on to say, "I loved him and I didn't want to do that to him. The last thing that he wanted, he always tried to hide his drinking, his mental health, and how depressed he was. He tried to hide it from everyone. The last thing that he would want was for the world to know any of it." Though her story was corroborated by her mother, who claimed Melissa took the abuse in silence, there simply was no evidence to support Melissa's claims. And in 2022, she was officially sentenced by the court to 20 years in prison. It goes without saying that her career has been long over, with her website and most forms of social media being deactivated or suspended, with this tragic incident putting a full stop on all of it, leaving Melissa with much more than student loans to worry about. Some people blame the legacy media as being responsible for the glorification of criminals and their path of destruction. If you buy into that train of thought, then social media magnified it to the umpteenth degree. With the rise of true crime communities, it's become easier than ever to find information on serial killers, and unfortunately, their respective sycophantic fandoms. One Google search of a name will yield thousands of results, including their motivations, history, and every other detail you can think of. While all of this easily accessible information has certainly led to more attention being directed to notice potential red flag behaviors and prevent similar crime sprees, it's also led to the unintended side effect of making the job of copycat killers easier. Anyone who sympathizes with a killer
of my monthly premium is covered with financial help. And knowing I'm covered to go to therapy and fill my
is now capable of knowing exactly how to reproduce their idol's MO step by step. Case in point, German 19-year-old Sarah M. Sarah's full name and identity have been hidden for the most part due to restrictive German privacy laws, but this hasn't at all hindered her actions from garnering attention from onlookers on the internet. Originally born in Switzerland, Sarah was your stereotypical young girl. She took pride in her appearance, was well kept, and had a minor social media presence. During the year 2017, Sarah would repeatedly get in trouble with the law for excessive drug abuse. It's documented that she was often completely uncooperative and antagonistic towards authorities, often hurling insults and antagonizing them. Additionally, she was found to have swastikas drawn on her hands, which is strictly illegal in Germany. Eventually, this penchant of hers for breaking the law began developing into an obsession with two American serial killers, namely Ted Bundy and Richard Ramirez. For those unfamiliar with their crimes, Ted Bundy was a serial killer and rapist with a victim count so extensive that he himself wasn't even sure of how many people he actually murdered, though police estimate it was upwards of 60. He usually targeted young women, luring them by feigning some kind of physical injury, and when they offered help, he'd kidnap them. As for Richard Ramirez, he would break into people's houses in order to kill them, racking up 15 victims in total. Sarah's obsession became so great that she would plaster posters of their faces in her room, as she would begin thinking of her own plot to become an infamous serial killer herself. One thing Sarah was obviously very aware of was that she was physically attractive, and when she started fantasizing about becoming a killer, she realized that this could be useful. Her plan would be then to, under the promise of sex, get her potential victim in a vulnerable position, and then kill them before consummating the act, and to repeat this formula as much as possible before being caught. The then 19-year-old girl set up an online dating profile under the pseudonym Domina Cherry, and soon selected her victim, a 38-year-old man by the name of Zayed. After matching with her and striking up a conversation, Sarah began to flirt with him and suggested that they finally meet. Zayed agreed, and he soon picked her up from her apartment, not knowing he was heading towards his untimely doom. While he was driving, Sarah pulled out a knife she had purchased 5 days earlier and plunged it into his neck. As this was happening, Zayed managed to grab the knife from her and stop his car, but he soon succumbed to his injuries and fell into a coma. He died while in intensive care 3 weeks later. Sarah attempted to flee to a nearby town, but was soon caught by police, who found her covered in blood. The news completely shocked those in the community, and the case soon began making international headlines. It was later discovered that on the day she planned to murder Zayed, she had excitedly messaged her friends about how she was about to claim her first victim. When brought to trial, many were shocked at her appearance. She was dressed in newly purchased clothes and had taken the time to do her makeup, something no one would not expect from someone who was on trial for murder and could potentially lose her freedom for the rest of her life. In addition, she had drawn a pentagram on her hand, which was inspired by Richard Ramirez's court appearance in which he did the same, and shown it to the press as they took photos of her. Though whether she was doing this because of genuine satanic beliefs or just to get a rise out of people is unclear. The teenage murderer showed virtually no remorse for her actions, and was later sentenced to 12 years for her crimes, which is honestly quite a short sentence for premeditated murder, especially considering that her 12 years will not be served in an actual prison, but a socio-therapeutic facility. This is due to the fact that just 2 months prior to the murder, she had been diagnosed with having borderline personality disorder as well as strong suicidal thoughts, which prevented her from being condemned into an actual penitentiary. As a matter of fact, her defense attorney was asking for 8 years, so we're actually lucky that we even got 12. While the death of her victim is tragic, she thankfully was not given the opportunity to claim any more lives, and will hopefully serve out the entirety of her prison sentence without harming anyone ever again. However, given her behavior and lack of remorse prior and during the trial, I have a strong feeling we could be hearing from her again after her release. Yuka Takeoke, who has given her actual name as Yuno Kaede, is a 21-year-old half-Chinese Japanese woman who worked at Tokimeki Bim Bim, a Tokyo-based girls' bar as they're commonly known in Japan. This meant that, besides working as a hostess, she'd be available for going on dates with the patrons. That is, if they were willing to continually pay for it as they went on with it. As of the writing of this video, it seems that the bar is still open for business. Because the business model hinges almost entirely on how popular any particular hostess is, they're paid commission fees, meaning if they want to get more customers and make more money, they have to go out of their way to be attractive or unique in some way. Yuka would frequently post videos and photos of herself to Instagram and TikTok, cosplaying as anime characters. But not any anime characters, specifically yanderes, once again. Her videos showed her dancing at her workplace, visibly drawing the attention of many of the clients in the establishment. Her popular social media posts received a lot of encouragement from her employers, not only because they worked insofar as growing her online presence, but it also promoted their business, which was always visible.
Her success was enough that, by age 21, she was already managing the place. This brings us to the next member of our story, a man by the name of Luna, as he was known in his line of work, whose real name might be Ryugetsu, or Ryuzuki, as he's been referred to in a few Japanese news articles. Luna was in the same profession as Yuka, but in another bar called Fusion by Youth, in the red light district of Kabukicho, where he provided the services of host and boyfriend for rental. To put it mildly, Luna caught Yuka's attention and she grew increasingly infatuated with him, to the point where she poured thousands of dollars into him, hiring him as her boyfriend for an entire month, which, as much as it pains me to say, is not as uncommon of an occurrence as you may think. Because of her continued devotion to him, and partly because of the massive amounts of money she had spent to keep him around, Yuka and Luna soon began a relationship outside of their careers. As the story goes, Yuka took the relationship much more seriously than Luna did.
This is the same plot as that fucking
began only because of Yuka's obsessive spending habits. For him, she was little
Baby
more than
Driver Ansel Elgort
In addition, as one of the most successful
show.
hosts of the bar he worked at, Luna was often flirting and interacting with other women who paid him to do so, a fact that greatly bothered Yuka.
Greatly bothered Yuka.
She began to grow more and more jealous of Luna and his habits,
Yuka
as she felt she
Boruka.
was entitled to his undivided attention,
Chuka
and felt he was
Chuka.
growing cold and distant. On May 20th, 2019, Yuka began renting an apartment, and 3 days later, Luna offered to help her clean and organize it, but arrived 3 hours later than the promised time, without giving an explanation as to why. Luna's mysterious absence made Yuka very suspicious and paranoid. After he went to take a bath, she would give in to her curiosity and start looking through his phone. Much to her chagrin, her fears would come true as she would find images of him being intimate with another woman, something that was far beyond the typical purview of someone in his profession. This pushed her
He
well
looks
over the brink
creepy.
into a jealous frenzy, as the man
Oh,
whose
she
attention
turns
spent
into
exceeding amounts of money to
yandere.
obtain was cheating on
Like
her.
legit
He would go out the window
yandere.
and fell asleep in her apartment, and so he did, not knowing what Yuka had in mind. Suddenly, he would wake up to an intense pain in his abdomen. When examining it, he saw that a knife had been plunged into his stomach, and that it was Yuka who put it there,
Stabby,
prompting
stabby,
him to
stabby.
sprint out of the apartment as fast as he could, and nothing but his boxers. Though Yuka did give chase, he successfully fought her off and made it to the lobby of the apartment building before collapsing in a pool of his own blood, pleading for her not to kill him. Yuka didn't call the police, but it didn't take long for other people in the premises to call and notify them that a man had just been stabbed at an apartment complex. Strangely enough, the town they were in, Shinjuku, already had a pretty grim history of suicides and murders, as it wasn't exactly the best area. Police officers would arrive only to find Yuka calmly using her phone and smoking a cigarette while covered in blood, failing to even deal a final blow to a bleeding out Luna. The photos taken were widely circulated online, with Yuka's calm demeanor and attractiveness contrasting with the incredibly violent and gory act. She made no effort to pretend she wasn't responsible for what had happened and was immediately taken into police custody, saying in her defense only the following words: "Since I loved him so much, I just couldn't help it. I thought I would kill him because I thought that was how I could be with him. I thought that expressions such as, 'I like you' and 'I would like to be with you' would become a reality if we both died. I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I did not call emergency services because I intended to kill myself after watching him die from the stabbing. It was the one thing I put in order in preparing for a new life with him. After I stabbed him, he said he liked me. An unintended consequence of this newfound infamy is that many have now flocked to Yuka's social media pages out of a morbid fascination with her. She was soon referred to by many as a real-life yandere, with many romanticizing her crime and creating fan art of her. There was even a GoFundMe page that managed to raise $3,800 to pay for her bail. Additionally, it seems that people online were thinking the person who reported the crime was the criminal, to which she replied, "You're not the Umi criminal. Don't stab me. Don't be silly. I reported it. If my friends get stabbed, you'll be the second person covered in blood." On the other hand, Luna was taken into medical care soon after the stabbing and, luckily, managed to survive the ordeal without any medical complications, which is quite the feat considering the doctors gave him a mere 20% chance of survival due to the injuries to his quite the big criminal race, and he would fascinate this new life. So I would tell him and she wasn't attracting out phone and wasn't exactly the best area, covered in blood, failing to even deal a final blow to a bleeding out Luna. The photos taken were widely circulated online, with Yuka's calm demeanor and attractiveness contrasting with the incredibly violent and gory act. She
Super
made no
weird.
effort to pretend she wasn't
Give me
responsible
in.
for what had happened and was immediately taken into police custody, saying in her defense only the following words: "Since I loved him so much, I just couldn't help it. I thought I would kill him because I thought that was how I could be with him. I thought that expressions such as, 'I like you' and 'I would like to be with you' would become a reality if we both died.
I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I did not call emergency services because I intended to kill myself after watching him die from the stabbing. It was the one thing I put in order in preparing for a new life with him. After I stabbed him, he said he liked me. An unintended consequence of this newfound infamy is that many have now flocked to Yuka's social media pages out of a morbid fascination with her. She was soon referred to by many as a real-life yandere, with many romanticizing her crime and creating fan art of her. There was even a GoFundMe page that managed to raise $3,800 to pay for her bail.
Super
Additionally,
weird.
it seems that people online were thinking the person who reported the crime was the criminal, to which she replied, "You're not the Umi criminal. Don't stab me. Don't be silly. I reported it. If my friends get stabbed, you'll be the second person covered in blood." On the other hand, Luna was taken into medical care soon after the stabbing and, luckily, managed to survive the ordeal without any medical complications, which is quite the feat considering the doctors gave him a mere 20% chance of survival due to the injuries to his internal organs. Soon after recovering from his surgery, Luna would go to his Twitter accounts and make a few posts about what had happened to him, though they are no longer up. In them, he announced his survival and that he'd be returning to work, attaching an image of himself with friends. He would also post a picture of himself with the caption, "Phoenix Luna," his new moniker in celebration of his surviving his near-death experience. Regarding the incident itself, he would say, "Strangely, I felt no pain, but I was shocked and frightened. I thought I was dead. I lost consciousness when I got to the lobby. I don't remember the rest. I thought that I would die if I
Oh
got
my
stabbed
god,
in
they
the
have
dark, and I wanted to call an
fucking Santa
ambulance.
hats on.
I knew she liked me, so I thought it would stop if I said that I liked her." In surprisingly good humor, he complains that because most of the damage done by the stabbing was to his liver, he could no longer drink, to which his colleagues who were visiting him in the hospital would reply, "If you can't drink, we will on your behalf." Luna would add that he didn't hold a grudge against Yuka, saying, "I think there was a reason for her to stab me. It was also thanks to her that I was able to achieve the sales that I did in less than a year since I became a host." In the ensuing trial, Luna accepted the compensation of 5 million yen from Yuka, the equivalent of about $50,000 in the US. He admitted that it was wrong for him to have cheated on her, and that the incident was partially his fault, asking for a more lenient sentence for the real-life yandere. Yuka was given a later sentence of about 3 years for attempted murder and is currently serving it out in prison. It's unknown whether Luna is still working in his current profession or what he's done since the stabbing, but hopefully, Yuka does not go back to her yandere days when she gets out. Isabella Guzman was a girl who, unfortunately, grew up with a broken family. Her parents were divorced, and because of this, she had a very tumultuous childhood. Her mother, meanwhile, Yunmi Hoi, sent her to live with her biological father, Robert Guzman, when she was 7 years of age due to behavioral issues. As the years passed, Isabella eventually moved back in with her mother and stepfather, but the bad blood between the two continued. Isabella's behavior often got her in trouble, eventually leading her to drop out of high school. Her relationship with her mother was anything but healthy, with the two arguing frequently. During a very bad exchange between the two in August 2013, Isabella spit in her mother's face and threatened her, and in fear for her safety, her mother called the police. When the cops arrived, they would try to get Isabella to understand the severity of her actions, but to no avail. In an effort to get her daughter to stop antagonizing her, Isabella's mother called on her father to visit, as their relationship was much more stable. Robert recalled that the conversation seemed productive at the time, and that he had made progress as far as teaching her to be respectful of her mom. However, this effort would soon turn out to be in vain, as Isabella would take the tensions between her and her mother to a new extreme. On the night of August 28, 2013, Yunmi Hoi returned home and told her husband Ryan Hoi that she was going to take a shower in the upstairs bathroom. Soon after, Ryan heard a scream from his wife and rushed to see what had happened. When he arrived, he saw Isabella slam the bathroom door shut. He tried to open the door but was unsuccessful, and after seeing a pool of blood seeping out from underneath the door, he decided to rush to the phone and call for help instead. While this was taking place, Isabella walked out of the house without saying a single word to Ryan or even acknowledging his presence. When medical assistants arrived and the door was breached, a bloodied baseball bat was found next to a deceased Yunmi Hoi. It was later found that her throat was not only slit open, but that she had been stabbed a total of 151 times. An excessive display of violence that nobody could have expected. Isabella was caught the next day by the police and was immediately brought into custody. When the day of her court hearing arrived, she had to be forced from her cell to the courtroom and continuously made odd faces toward the cameras, almost mocking those watching. Relatives of Isabella were shocked. Her aunt, when asked for comment, stated that while tensions between her and her mother were bad, she couldn't believe Isabella could be capable of such a crime, going as far as to claim that Yunmi Hoi had spoiled her daughter. During the trial, it was discovered that Isabella allegedly suffered from schizophrenia and had attacked her mother in a bout of delusion. She had suffered from intense hallucinations, and her defense claimed she was not even aware of the fact that she was killing her own mom. While one might be skeptical of this, her reaction to her stepfather confronting her as well as the excessive amount of violence used did add credibility to this claim. The plea worked, and Isabella was transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institution in an effort to rehabilitate her. At this point in this segment, you might be wondering how she's an e-girl, or what her online significance even is. Well, in a strange turn of events, the trial would become viral on TikTok in 2020, with clips of her court hearing exploding on the platform. Initially, most of these TikToks were short summaries of her story from true crime and TikTok accounts. Later on, more comedic videos would be posted to the website, pointing out the juxtaposition of such an innocent-looking teenage girl being capable of committing such a heinous act. These strange faces she had made were the source of confusion for many, and her status as a viral meme resulted in renewed interest in her story. In 2020, Isabella publicly requested to be released. The stipulation of her sentence was that she had to stay in the hospital under supervision until she was no longer considered a threat to herself or others, and she argued that she had achieved that goal. In June of 2021, her request was finally granted, and she was permitted to leave the mental health institution while continuing regular therapy sessions. When asked for comment, she simply stated that if she could take all of it back, she would. Hopefully, she never reoffends. Courtney Taylor Clenny was born in the late 90s in Midland, Texas. At the young age of 13, she decided she wanted to be a performer, taking classes to learn how to sing, dance, and act. Her parents initially wanted her to be involved with sports in some way, enrolling her in activities like horseback riding and gymnastics, but they supported her preference. In her teenage years, she managed to get roles in theaters such as Snow White and Glinda the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz. Besides the odd part in a commercial, most of her acting during this period never made it to TV, but after graduating, she moved to Los Angeles where jobs for aspiring actors are relatively accessible, eventually getting cast as an extra in a couple of movies, namely Boyhood and Everybody Wants Some. Around this time, she also appeared in the music video for the G-Eazy single, Me, Myself, and I. Unfortunately for her, all of these roles were small, often going uncredited and unnoticed altogether. It was during this period of multiple years languishing in obscurity that caused her to start looking somewhere else for what she could do with her talents. The fact that she was blonde, blue-eyed, and relatively fit due to her athletic background led her to explore what she could do with her looks, which first landed her in a bikini competition, namely the 2016 MPC West Coast Classic. She had an impressive first go at competing, winning 6th and 9th place in 2 different categories. More importantly, the reward for this endeavor was much more immediate than anything she'd gotten from acting. A while later, she entered another contest called MPC Brew City, in which she got first place. This meant she could enter national competitions, but at this point, Courtney had a different idea in mind, given she already had an online presence through YouTube and other social media platforms, where she would post vlogs and updates to her preparation for the competitions. There was a growing demand for more pictures of her body. Her Instagram alone had well over 1 million followers by the end of 2016. This culminated in Playboy magazine inviting her to a photo shoot, and Courtney took them up on the offer. Despite how that may sound, it wasn't anything explicit in nature, and according to a video she posted in 2018, she never intended to do anything nude. But as we'll come to know, she definitely changed her mind on this. When she made that claim, OnlyFans had only been around for 2 years, and wasn't even close to the peak in popularity it would hit around 2020. When the potential for profit was too obvious to ignore, Courtney too would lose her reservations about it. Within a year of posting to the platform, she'd amassed almost $1 million, which also came with an alarming personality change. Though people were already noticing a difference in Courtney's demeanor all the way back in her videos from 2018, from polite and ambitious to crass and arrogant, it wasn't until OnlyFans that she became completely detached from reality. All of the money and attention she was getting online had gone to her head. A year later, in 2021, Courtney took another step further in the realm of explicit content, producing straight-up adult videos. This skyrocketed her career, with her social media growing by the millions, along with her bank account. Now, she also had a boyfriend, Christian Toby Obumseli, a fellow Texan who got rich off of getting into Bitcoin early. Courtney always made sure to portray her relationship in a good light, but it would soon become clear that this couldn't be farther
it's
from
this
the truth.
hoe. I
Something
remember
that her
this
friends,
hoe.
acquaintances, and even neighbors at the time noticed was that, when Courtney got drunk, she became a very different person. As it turns out, this was a long-standing issue, with Courtney being arrested for public intoxication all the way back in 2015. The problem would resurface in 2020 when she got arrested for a DUI. She was released after paying an $8,000 bond and installing a breathalyzer in her car, but that didn't stop the alcohol from affecting other areas of her life. More and more, people would witness Courtney's episodes of drunkenness, and often, these would come paired with public spats with her boyfriend, Christian, who wasn't the aggressor, but the victim. They began with offhand remarks and demeaning statements, but eventually, these altercations became physical. with Courtney slapping Christian as a means of reprimanding him. Neighbors would complain about several explosive fights where they'd hear screaming, door slamming, and glasses breaking. In one instance, Courtney threw Christian's things off the balcony. In another, a neighbor of theirs caught Courtney swinging at Christian and scratching his face. A while after these incidents, they moved, but the abuse continued. Just a month after settling into their new place, Courtney was caught on camera being extremely violent towards Christian, who did nothing but defend himself. According to their new neighbors, Courtney was yelling at Christian so much they could hear it from 2 floors above. As tensions escalated between the couple, Christian began secretly recording their fights, and in an audio posted to TikTok by TMZ, Courtney is heard screaming at him, slapping him, and calling him the N-word multiple times.
Adam, drop your high pitch. I'm not doing it on purpose. You touched Sahara. You know damn well the right thing to do is to tell me. Yes, and I am so sorry. So shut up and let me f***ing slap you, dumbass.
On a few occasions, the police were called, one of which there's even body cam footage from one of the officers bore. In it, Courtney's heard accusing Christian of stalking her, but the cops refrained from doing anything about these accusations since, when the apartment was examined, it was obvious that he lived with her. A day after, law enforcement once again showed up, but this time it was different. The call didn't come from a rattled neighbor, but from Courtney herself, who told them that Christian was stabbed, while he could be heard in the background fearing for his life and saying he couldn't feel his arm, while Courtney repeatedly apologized. When the cops showed up, she was covered in blood and holding his body. Despite being rushed to the hospital, he passed away due to the knife wound in his chest. Courtney was arrested and brought in for questioning, which we also have a video of. In it, she's visibly desperate about the situation as she realizes the gravity of what she's done. In her despair, she gave multiple, inconsistent retellings of the incidents, and perhaps most importantly, without the presence of a lawyer in the room. While she initially claimed she'd stabbed Christian in self-defense, there were no signs of bruising in her body to back the claim up. And according to forensics, the knife was thrusted in a downward motion, which went directly against claims that she'd thrown the knife at him from 10 feet away. However, the interrogation ended abruptly as Courtney began threatening her own life. Because of local laws, people with that kind of risk can be institutionalized even in a situation such as hers, and as such, she was put in a psychiatric hold. The thing is, when this holding period ended, she wasn't arrested again, so she was free while awaiting a homicide trial, which is quite the extraordinary circumstance. A woman who was familiar with the case saw Courtney at a bar with her dad and confronted her.
Right now, you could go. Yeah, you could go. Because you just know my boyfriend. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
As negative attention kept piling onto Courtney's case, she went to Hawaii and bought a house worth $1.3 million. This was most likely done to transfer the money into an asset and hinder it from being seized. Her lawyer spoke to TMZ, reiterating Courtney's claim that she stabbed Christian in self-defense, adding that he had been abusing her for a long time. Meanwhile, a GoFundMe page was opened by his family to fund the arrangements for his funeral, raising over $80,000. As the couple's online history was unearthed, a few particular comments from them became the topic of discussion. For one, when she was a guest on a podcast just weeks before the murder, she mentioned her preference for black men in a way that suggested she was still single, which at the time she definitely wasn't. On the same token, a series of tweets from Christian surfaced that involved him disparaging black girls, along with others in which he glorified white women. Though he had made most of these in high school and in passing, the Tariq Nasheed types were merciless, essentially saying he deserved what happened to him because of the things he'd said. On August 10th, 2022, a whole year after the murder took place, law enforcement finally managed to break down the wall of litigation that Courtney's defense had put up to keep her out of jail, as she was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Forensics showed that, based on the amount of blood on the crime scene, it took a while after stabbing him for her to realize what she'd done and call the police. Additionally, she was on call with her mother for the entire duration of the fight, and she confirmed that Courtney was accusing Christian of lying and telling him to leave the apartment. A few months later, Courtney went to trial and pled not guilty. Just 3 days after that, a multitude of new evidence would surface, which made her look even worse if that was possible. The couple's text messages would be shared with the public, and they showed that this wasn't the first time Christian was the victim of a stabbing. Messages of his from October 2021 said, "This crazy thing about all of this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg and you saw how bad it was hurting me and I couldn't walk and I couldn't do what you were telling me, I wish I could take your pain away. I wish it was me and not you. The next morning, I still woke up happy I still gave you a good day, and even though my leg was hurting because my girlfriend stabbed me, I woke up happy I took you to Vegas. Drove right back, helped you shoot, drank with you, and did blow with you, just so you're having a great day, and I'm doing all of this while my leg hurts so bad. Did I make you feel like for stabbing me? No, I just sucked it up and hoped tomorrow will be better. A later message read, "What if the knife sliced my lip, my beard, my cheek, my eye? What might happen next time? I pray there is no next time like that." February was the worst month I had so far. I got cheated on, I got called that word again, I got slapped in my stitches that has reopened multiple times, and it's not healing fast enough. I've gotten kicked out. In another audio that was made public, Courtney is heard saying she literally wants to kill Christian.
I'm actually not having a good day, where I actually literally want to kill you, but you don't take me seriously.
Seemingly everything was foreshadowing that this would be the final destination of the relationship. While her defense team tried to get a pretrial release, it would be denied, as due to her OnlyFans wealth and previous trips to Hawaii, she was seen as a flight risk. The trial didn't just affect her, but her family, since it was discovered that right after the murder, she'd wired $1 million to her dad, which reinforced that they were trying to protect her wealth. Her father claimed she didn't have as much money as people said she did, alleging her net worth was just $11,000 in liquidity and a little under $400K equity in her house. Just 1 month later, Courtney was denied bail and left the court in tears, as she's currently looking at the possibility of a life sentence for her crime. So what's the moral of the story here? Well, don't kill people. That's probably about it. As stated in the beginning of this video, we typically expect criminals to wear it on their sleeve with face tattoos and whatnot, but looks can be deceiving. Heinous acts can be committed by anyone, and their appearance and sex can have nothing to do with it. Anyone could be a creep, anyone could be a murderer. This doesn't mean you should accuse everyone you know of potentially being some kind of dangerous actor or get paranoid about it, but it's more to say that these people are human too. They're girlfriends, TikTok stars, and daughters. Does that mean we can forgive their crimes? Of course not. But it does bring us one step closer to understanding them and how to prevent these crimes in the future. In any event, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. What would you do if you became famous? Would you be able to handle it? We stave off many of our vices by the simple fact that we don't have the time and money to fuel them to their fullest extent. But what if you did? The wealth to finally satiate all of your deepest, darkest desires. Whether your penchant be material possessions, food, sex, or drugs, or combinations of them. The status to get whoever you want, to do whatever you want, and on top of it all, to get away with basically everything. Would you be able to resist the temptation to give in, once the only thing stopping you is your own willpower? That might be the truest test of someone's moral character. And from what little we know about the true workings of the celebrity industry, many fail that test. Not to be pessimistic, but most people can barely handle a follower count to the tune of triple digits. So imagine how bad it can get once there's actual celebrity status involved. Well, you don't have to imagine, because what you're about to watch is one of the most poetic and downright extensive demonstrations of that fact. A man who once collaborated with names like Chris Farley, Joe Rogan, Ben Stiller, and Marilyn Manson. He was even on long-standing adult comedy show Family Guy.
Now you can see him in the Andy Dick Show on MTV. Please welcome Andy Dick!
2 decades later, he is sitting on live streams being watched by a few dozen people who get entertainment out of watching him grow up random citizens and then get arrested for it. Again and again and again.
Police told our newsroom that Dick was arrested in Santa Barbara back on October 13th.
This is the story of Andy Dick. For most of us in the internet age, Andy Dick was simply before our time. But he was a near A-list celebrity back in the 90s and early 2000s. He got his start in comedy straight out of high school, joining the highly influential comedy troupe The Second City, which has pumped out celebrity after celebrity over the course of decades, as if they were being grown in test tubes. One must wonder, however, why he's nowhere to be seen on The Second City's prestigious list of alumni. His first big break was in 1992 on the sketch comedy series The Ben Stiller Show, which met its swift end, being canceled after a mere 13 episodes. He would continue making appearances in shows and movies until 1995, when he secured a spot on News Radio, an NBC sitcom, and also one of Joe Rogan's first breaks in television. He appeared in other sitcoms as well around that time, such as Less Than Perfect, Get Smart, and The Nanny. And he would also land plenty of film cameos and voiceover work into the early 2000s, making himself a familiar face for comedy fans at the time. As goofy as he was on the small screen, doing slapstick in sitcoms and lowbrow antics in sketch comedy shows, he was developing a greater penchant for substance abuse as his presence in the spotlight grew.
There's drunk Andy, and when drunk Andy's around, you just gotta get the fuck out of there. You know, you can tell the difference.
It's two different guys.
He's very aggressive.
Yeah.
Gets like bangs in the car window, and you're like, oh no, it's drunk Andy.
Yeah.
Alcoholism seemed to be his main vice, and though surely there were people who tried to put him on the right path, he only fell deeper into the clutches of addiction. Fellow comedian and Second City member Chris Farley was his AA sponsor, or was supposed to be anyways. At some point, Chris himself relapsed into his old habits of alcohol and illicit drug abuse to the point where it was clear for all to see in 1997, when in December, he was found dead in his apartment at just 33 years old from an overdose on cocaine and morphine. We don't know for sure what impact Farley's death had on Andy, but I think it's safe to say it wasn't a positive one. This was not his only experience along these lines. In fact, around the same time, he attended a Christmas party hosted by Phil Hartman, a co-star on News Radio. Andy supplied the cocaine that caused Hartman's wife, Bryn, to relapse into her addiction after 10 years of sobriety. This relapse would culminate in tragedy. 5 months later, while high on cocaine, she murdered Phil before taking her own life.
At 6:20 this morning, residents of this upscale Encino neighborhood called police to report gunshots coming from the Hartman's gated estate. Officers arrived to find a 9-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl by the front door. As they were taking the children out of the house, officers heard a gunshot in the master bedroom. There they discovered comedian Phil Hartman dead. Authorities say it appears his wife Bryn shot him, then turned the gun on herself.
Jon Lovitz replaced Phil Hartman on News Radio, but the show wouldn't last long following his loss. NBC ended the sitcom after the finale of the following season. Allegedly, during a taping of one of the final episodes of the show, Andy Dick told Lovitz, "You shouldn't be here," to which Lovitz replied, "Well, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't given Bryn coke in the first place." His streak of destructive behavior did not end there. As a matter of fact, it snowballed to even larger proportions, however that's possible. In 1999, when not even a year had passed since Phil Hartman's death, Andy went on a bender of partying in strip clubs and taking drugs in Las Vegas. He took with him fellow actor David Strickland, flying out together from Los Angeles on March 20th. He would, however, return alone. While intoxicated, Strickland hung himself with a bedsheet that was tied over the ceiling beam of his motel room. He died during the morning hours of March 22nd, 1999, when he was just 29 years old. Dick was questioned into suicide and identified his body. The string of deaths related to his actions of a series of beloved actors and comedians, no less, didn't go unnoticed. He was no longer in the headlines for his talent or whatever new show or movie he was set to take part in, but instead for his controversies and reckless behavior. The negative emotions, negative attention, and possible guilt or remorse made him all the more likely to turn to drugs for an escape. A few months later, on May 15th, 1999, Andy crashed his car into a utility pole in Hollywood. Unsurprisingly, he was under the influence, possessing cocaine and cannabis in his vehicle, for which he was arrested and charged for, along with driving under the influence and committing a hit and run. He ended up pleading guilty, but got the charges against him dropped after completing an 18-month drug diversion program, which allows non-violent
Why does he look like so fucking creepy right there?
Surprisingly enough, he managed to keep his nose clean in the coming years. It looked as though the program was what he truly needed to put him on the right path. On MTV, he created 3 seasons of The Andy Dick Show between the years of 2001 and 2002. He also got his own reality show on MTV called The Assistant, where contestants would compete against each other to become his personal helper. Unlike others who had entirely succumbed to their addictions and never gotten a chance to recover because of their passing, maybe Andy's story could have something of a happy ending, where he at least partially redeemed himself and continued entertaining his fans. Though he couldn't undo the damage he may have caused, perhaps he could cease to bring any more harm to himself and those around him. At the end of 2004, those hopes were squandered. He got himself into trouble again, but But this time, a very different pattern of behavior emerged. A side of Andy that hadn't ever shown its face before, at least not in the public eye. On December 4th, 2004, he was arrested for mooning people in a McDonald's and charged with indecent exposure. At the time, this probably seemed like a relatively harmless stunt in the grand scheme of things. As juvenile and ridiculous an act as a 38-year-old exposing his ass to a group of McDonald's customers is, it was a sign of the much more sinister pattern of behavior to come. Next year, in 2005, while performing at Yuck Yuck's Comedy Club, he pulled down his pants and exposed his dick to the audience. Though this incident didn't result in an arrest or any lawsuits, he was promptly removed from the stage. He was scheduled to perform a second night, but obviously, that too was canceled. There was no slowing down though. He only pressed the accelerator on these creepy and inexplicable sexual acts. Considering that strange behavior from celebrities is basically the norm, the industry must not have thought much of these two incidents, because Andy Dick was invited that same year to the Comedy Central roast of Pamela Anderson. Surely he wouldn't pose a threat in a televised environment, right? Well, the irresponsibility of the show's organizers led to a groping incident live on air. During the roast, Andy pretended that he was Pamela Anderson's plastic surgeon, joking that her breasts were fake. As a part of this gag, he repeatedly groped them over the course of an entire minute.
Don't worry, she can't feel any of this. She can't feel...
People magazine wrote the following about Andy's actions. In resurfaced footage of the incident, Dick groped her breasts as he purported to show the audience how well engineered they were. "This is all standard procedure," he said. Anderson appeared shocked by Dick's behavior, but also seemed to try and laugh it off. "Oh baby, I'm so sorry," fellow roast attendee Courtney Love can be heard saying during the clip while reaching out to hold Anderson's hand. Dick later told the audience, "Don't worry, she can't feel any of this." Correcting him, Anderson replied, "I can so." But he didn't stop there. He remained on stage and would go on to attempt to grope Courtney Love as well, but she had the nerve to slap him across the face. Andy also mimed performing oral sex on Tommy Lee, who at the time was Pamela Anderson's husband.
I'm a doctor! Out of my way!
Assuming this wasn't planned in advance, considering Pamela's evident discomfort, why did nobody stop Andy as he assaulted her? Why wasn't he immediately kicked off the roast after that? It's a dark thought, but seemingly the only answer is that the producers cared more about the show going off without a hitch. Acknowledging the sexual misconduct that had just happened on live TV, with fellow cast members doing nothing to stop it, would be very uncomfortable and awkward. Not to mention the fact that it could potentially make the situation worse. Pretending the whole thing was a part of the roast and moving on, however, could salvage it. Act like nothing happened, and simply avoid another incident by not inviting Andy back. Problem solved. However, they did invite Andy back the very next year for William Shatner's roast in August 2006. Given this time, he added a new weapon of mass discomfort, actually licking people's faces. He slobbered on Farrah Fawcett, Carrie Fisher, and Patton Oswalt, and we even have footage of it. His tradition of publicly groping people also made an appearance at the event, as his next victim of the night was a female photojournalist working for the New York Post, whom he sexually harassed in a myriad of ways. According to Hollywood.com, she claimed that he groped her, tried to kiss her, then proclaimed his love for her and bit her on the hand. Later, he allegedly urinated in front of her and offered her cocaine. Somehow, even after these situations, he still had other methods of getting into hot water hidden up his sleeves. A few months later, in December 2006, while performing at the Improv Comedy Club in LA, Andy said to the audience, "You're all a bunch of N-words."
Remember when we first met? It was at recess. I was just sitting there all alone. Then you came over and shared those cookies your mom made. And that was the moment I knew we'd be friends. And even after all we've been through, the ups, the downs, and everything in between, we're still inseparable.
Apparently, this was a callback to when Michael Richards, best known for playing Kramer in Seinfeld, used the same slur to insult hecklers 2 weeks earlier. But the context didn't make his use of the word any less offensive to the audience. He apologized with the following statement: "I chose to make a joke about a subject that is not funny, in an attempt to make light of a serious subject. I have offended a lot of people, and I am sorry for my insensitivity. I wish to apologize to Ian, to the club and its patrons, and to anyone who was hurt or offended by my remark." Apparently, all of this misbehavior still failed to dissuade shows from inviting Andy Dick on as a guest, specifically in situations when he was in a position mission to embarrass and even traumatize people.
Andy, don't touch Ivanka.
He was forcibly removed from a show for his conduct in February 2007, when on Jimmy Kimmel Live, he started touching Ivanka Trump's legs to her obvious discomforts. Moments later, he said to her, "Baby, give me a big, fat, wet, sloppy kiss," at which point Kimmel and his security guards dragged him off stage, all played off as a joke, of course, to keep up appearances. The level of negligence in the industry was nigh inexplicable when it came to Andy. Although, with cases like that of Harvey Weinstein being revealed much later on, we can see how the environment of showbiz actively and regularly fostered the crimes of these perverted characters, and allowed them to get away with it scot-free over the course of years. Kimmel made a statement on what happened, saying, "Andy did a segment, he was a little out of it. When Ivanka came out, he wanted a big, wet kiss. It was time for Andy to go, so I escorted him out by his feet. He always makes me a little uncomfortable. You have no idea what he's going to do next." Andy was apparently unfazed. As Kimmel added, "He's Andy. He's not upset. He's not apologetic. He's just nutty." Andy had his own comments to make about the situation 10 years later on Instagram. "The time I groped Trump's daughter, Ivanka, on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Her legs were sparkling, and I was trying to see if the glitter would wipe off. I also mistakenly thought she would date me. I was jokingly carried off by security." He claims it wasn't a sexual thing, but he was indeed interested in dating her. On the other hand, he was a guy 16 years her senior, rubbing his hands on her legs on network television. So I'm somewhat dubious of his concern for cleaning the glitter off of her legs. In 2007, he also picked up his
Yo, I'm
feud with
out
John
of it.
Lovitz
I don't know if
over
you're
Phil
still
Hartman's
there.
death. Lovitz
Kylie,
provided details about the confrontations,
I'm
which
good.
ended up getting physical.
Happy Friday.
Lovitz said he was sitting at a table with a friend, and a group at the table next to him treated them to some peach liquors. Apparently, Dick and a friend came over to their table and downed both liquors. He's standing there with liquor dripping down his chin, and he says, "I put the Phil Hartman hex on you. You're the next one to die." Lovitz wanted an apology from Dick for his Hartman's hex comment. "I just wanted him to say, 'Oh, I'm sorry,'" said Lovitz. Then he leans into me. "Well, you know why I said that? Because you said I killed Phil Hartman. That's the first thing you said to me when you got on the show." So I grabbed him by his shirt and pushed him really hard, and I smashed his back and his head into the bar. And I did it again. I would have kept going, but the doorman broke it up. At this point, it had been roughly a decade since the beginning of their altercations, but that didn't seem to mean anything to a drunk, resentful Andy Dick.
So Andy Dick's up there going, yeah, motherfuckers, and and we're like, everyone's like, "Yo, get this motherfucker off." And so I had to wait. "Good night." I'm like, shit. And I run back up. "Hey, Andy Dick, everybody."
Ooh.
And John Lovitz is slamming Andy Dick against the wall in the lobby.
Really?
There's a fight with John Lovitz going like, "You motherfucker!" trying to whoop his ass. John Lovitz and Phil Hartman were best buddies. And that night that she had killed him, that night, it was fucked up because Andy Dick was with her. Andy Dick, I think they were doing the drugs together.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is just one of many problems of his that just continue to rear their heads back up over his life and put him in trouble all over again. Now listen, I know watching YouTube for 14 hours a day isn't exactly conducive for smelling the best. Drenched in your own sweat, Monster, and snack crumbs, it's pretty hard to smell nice when your mom comes in to remind you that high school ended 5 years ago. Thankfully, that smell doesn't have to linger anymore, thanks to today's sponsor, Scentbird. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service with a mission to empower each and every person to express themselves through scent. They have a vibrant community of fragrance aficionados and beginners, stories of fragrance houses, and up-and-coming perfumers, all brought together by their belief in the power of scent. Whether you're a beginner or just building a collection, they'll cater to your needs. And if you're looking to expand your horizons, just take a simple quiz, which, alongside your preferences in past purchases, will be used to recommend new products. This month, I received Veroni Gabai du Jour, Brioni, and Perfumes de Marley Layton. My favorite is the Brioni, which is more of a cedarwood and pink peppercorn smell, and the mix is also green apple, violet, and tonka bean. Veronique Gabai is more of a citrusy smell, with scents like lemon and mandarin. Scentbird lets you try a new designer fragrance to try every month for just $17. They carry Prada, Gucci, Versace, and niche brands like Skylar, Heretic, and Confessions of a Rebel. So if all of that sounds good to you, then use my code TurkeyTom to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird. Once again, use code TurkeyTom to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird. His crimes would only escalate over time, with each year bringing a new controversy along the same lines. On July 16, 2008, Dick was arrested in Murrieta, California, on suspicion of drug possession and sexual battery. He exposed the breasts of a 17-year-old when he allegedly grabbed and pulled down her tank top.
Andy Dick, arrested again. He pulled some girl's shirt down in her bra. Again. And exposed her. Again. He's gay, isn't he? Again.
During a search of his person, police reported finding a small quantity of cannabis and one Xanax tablet for which he did not have a prescription. He was released from jail after posting $5,000 bail. Dick eventually pled guilty to misdemeanor battery and marijuana possession. He was sentenced to 3 years probation, had to pay about $700 in fine, and was ordered to wear an alcohol monitoring bracelet for 1 year. With such a serious crime under his belt, the sexual battery of a 17-year-old girl, it became clear just how nefarious his previous actions were. Before, maybe you could have chalked them up to his eccentricity and him growing up in a different time period, if you were really going out of your way to defend the man. But now it was crystal clear just what kind of person he was. Unfortunately, things only got worse from here. On January 23rd, 2010, Dick was arrested at about 4 a.m. at a bar in Huntington, West Virginia, on charges of sexual abuse after reportedly groping a bartender and a patron. He was released from jail after pleading not guilty and posting $60,000 bail. According to E! News, officers responded to a call at Rum Runners nightclub, where 2 victims, a bartender and club goer, as well as several witnesses, alleged that Dick engaged in unwanted and uninvited groping of 2 victims' genital areas, according to a statement from the Huntington PD. Further details about the allegations were provided by a local news station. According to the criminal complaint, a security guard at the club claims he was trying to put an armband on Dick when he became the victim of sexual abuse. The guard says Dick grabbed his crotch and began laughing. Another man says that Dick sexually abused him. The man says he was talking to Dick when, unexpectedly and without invitation, Dick grabbed his crotch and began kissing him. This was witnessed by the victim's girlfriend. As he was hollering, talking, he kissed my neck, the second accuser said. As I turned around, it was shocking. I was trying to walk away. I felt a hand go in my pants. Apparently, the charges were dismissed after he completed a pretrial diversion program involving no legal trouble or drug use for a period of 6 months. This treatment is usually reserved for people who are unlikely to reoffend, lightening the burden of court cases on the system by discarding relatively insignificant ones. However, Andy had several previous arrests for similar charges, so I'm left wondering how come that the authorities on his case were asleep at the wheel, enough to, yet again, allow him to get away with a mere slap on the wrist after engaging in what should legally be recognized as mass groping. However, the arraignment for those charges didn't take place until July 2011, and the diversion program took place in 2012. While the case was being processed, he managed to go on a spree of misbehavior that somehow didn't manage to impress on the judge the importance of putting proper punishment on Andy.
When Andy Dick fell off the wagon, I said he has to be sober for a year before he can come over to my house. So when he got arrested, I was like, whew.
Yeah.
Just bought myself some time.
Start the clock again. Another year, Andy.
Problem is you can never trust him.
I'm so sober.
I'm so sober.
Throughout all of this, it goes without saying that Andy's work in the industry was trailing off, and he wasn't getting gigs like he used to, though it's more likely this was due to his simple inability to work due to the influence of drugs, rather than any moral reservations on behalf of producers and directors, as we'll see later. 7 months after the bartender incident, on July 4th, 2010, Andy crashed a house party in Venice, California, obviously drunk. A purported eyewitness to the events that unfolded alleged the following: "I was just hanging out with friends at the party, and all of a sudden Andy Dick stumbled in. He just plopped himself down on the couch and was clearly under the influence. At one point, he started grabbing some of the girls at the party inappropriately. Andy actually exposed himself at one point. He even tried to tell the people who owned the house to go buy him more beer. He was finally asked to leave and had to have his handlers come pick him up. The whole thing was actually very sad."
And then, you know, he came on the podcast and he barely said, he was intimating that, you know, I was mean to him when he was young. But I'm like, dude, you used to pull your dick out. You used to show up fucked up.
Yeah, you
couldn't
probably
get
just
through-
always had
Yeah.
a look on your face like, what the fuck are you doing?
It was
And
hard to work with
That
him.
translates into, he's a meanie.
Yeah. Oh, you're
Because he
you were
doesn't
such a
stand around and laugh at all my antics.
Just a couple months later, in October 2010, he made a commotion at a Hollywood cafe by yet again flashing people. Apparently, Dick was sitting with a group of about 4 people and kissed one of the guys on the lips before whipping out his privates and fleeing the scene. Grub Street, New York Magazine's food blog, also reported on the event, adding that one of their own photographers had been purportedly groped by Andy in September 2009, though no further details are still available on the web. Sometime during 2010, which he faced a lawsuit for in 2011, Andy exposed his genitals and rubbed them against a male audience member's face during a comedy set in Dallas. Although, lucky for Andy, the patron dropped the lawsuit in 2013. In January 2011, Dick was kicked out of the Adult Video News Awards, a pornographic movie awards ceremony. This was because, yet again, he was unable to keep his hands to himself. He stalked and groped the porn star Tara Patrick several times, and he similarly victimized drag queen Chi-Chi LaRue. An hour before the ceremony at the Palms Casino Resort in Vegas, Tara Patrick and Chi-Chi LaRue were preparing in a dressing room backstage when an apparently intoxicated Dick suddenly appeared. A witness reports, "You couldn't understand what he was saying, but you could hear Chi-Chi saying, 'Leave me alone.' Tara grabbed Chi-Chi and went into another dressing room. But boom, there he was again. This happened 3 or 4 times. He had a cup of beer, which kept spilling. Finally, this huge security guy came over, snatched the beer out of his hand, and said, 'That's it, we're going.' A show rep, who saw security men restraining Dick against the wall, said, 'I questioned one of the guards, and he said Andy was being disorderly and pushing people.' A rep for Dick had no comment. In April 2011, Dick attended a party associated with the Newport Beach Film Festival. A Orange County Register report detailed his behavior at said party. According to multiple eyewitnesses and a festival co-founder, Dick, 45, appeared intoxicated at a Newport Lexus gathering when, just past midnight, he unzipped his pants, exposed himself, then started rubbing against one of the tables.
Hello,
He entered a
says
festival
the
display
stream.
booth, urinated on the backdrop, then pulled it down, destroying it. The damage was actually significant enough for
What?
the
I
festival
put it
organizers
back
to
on the
consider
desk.
a
It's to the
lawsuit,
right of your
but
computer.
it seems they never followed through. The very next month, in May 2011, he was arrested for being drunk and disorderly in a restaurant. An article about this particular offense provided other details about Andy, however. In Kathy Griffin's book, Official Book Club Selection, a memoir, she talks about how crazy Andy Dick is at shows. He'll get wasted and not show up, or he'll arrive and not perform well. It was always a train wreck she claimed to enjoy watching, but was worried about. She said sometimes it ended up with him and underage males getting into his limo. He said at some universities, he would arrive just minutes before he was to hit the stage, and college student coordinators asked Griffin to stretch out her set longer to give him time to arrive.
Dick has a reputation for crude behavior. Last year, a comedy club owner in Columbus, Ohio, said Dick made inappropriate comments while on stage, groped patrons, took women into the men's room, and urinated on the floor and on at least one person. He was also cited in the city for urinating on the sidewalk.
Again, I'm not sure how it's possible that the people who were around him saw what he was doing. She wrote about it, her team of editors and publishers read it, and somehow no one thought that it might be, you know, a little too eccentric to be leaving shows with underage boys in your limousine. Instead of his usual antics of groping people and exposing himself, Andy got in trouble for quite a different reason in August 2011. Dick made some anti-Semitic jokes about Howard Stern while on a radio show, claiming that Stern was money grubbing, and he kept using the term hook-nosed to describe him. Howard was predictably displeased by Andy's tirade.
I went on, 6 fucking months ago. Fucking little hook-nosed Jew. I don't even know if he's Jewish.
I think he is.
Really? He's
Yeah.
a hook-nosed fucking
I believe,
Jew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking Jew. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, right?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, hate somebody for who they are.
No.
Not where, what religion they were born.
He's pretty much alienated everyone in Hollywood, and now he really has, because everyone sees
I mean,
his
you're
true
not even
colors.
in Hollywood. He's now reaching outside
Let's get
of
back.
Hollywood.
Let's get back to the scary talents of Andy Dick.
Use these sound bites, because I ain't giving you any
I'm giving you the soundbite.
sweet ones anymore. You hook-nosed Jew. He's used to it. He can handle it.
He gets called that quite a bit.
Yeah, I know. I didn't.
Yeah, I get called that quite a bit, especially behind my back. You're not the first one, Andy. But I'll tell you what, I never forget.
Write it.
No.
I got it from
I
one
don't
of
think
his
you'd say
fans.
hook-nosed
No,
Irishman.
I don't care.
Yeah.
he and Beth is such a sweet girl. How does she fucking put up with that fucking hook-nosed Jew? So
How does she put up with that hook-nosed Jew? If I get a hold of this motherfucker. Scumbag, fuck rat.
After that, the public record about him goes silent for a few years. But sure enough, not a thing had changed. In October 2017, he was kicked off the cast of the indie movie Raising Buchanan for misconduct. According to The Hollywood Reporter, this consisted of groping people's genitals, unwanted kissing and touching, and sexual propositions of at least 4 members of the production. At first, he made light of the allegations, stating, "My middle name is misconduct. They know what they signed up for." If that troubling statement wasn't bad enough, he went on to deny the groping allegations, but made a caveat. "I might have kissed somebody on the cheek to say goodbye, and then licked them. That's my thing. I licked Carrie Fisher at a roast. It's me being funny."
But that's Andy Dick, isn't it? I mean, of all the people who have been accused of something in Hollywood, when Andy Dick gets on the list, it's like, okay.
Yeah, but you still can't.
Has he ever been accused of being inappropriate?
Truly, nothing is funnier than licking people's faces unrequested. This is probably the only time I've ever heard of such a thing as group sexual assault. In fact, he might have invented an entirely new kind of offense. The article goes on. "I don't grope people anymore. I don't expose myself anymore," Dick said by telephone. "I do understand that the temperature in the world right now is delicate." He claims that the temperature on set in Arizona was delicate too, and that he contributed to that by bringing up Weinstein. "Can I tell you my side of it?" Dick then asked before asserting that the filmmakers could have been upset that he was talking about, or perhaps defending Weinstein, with whom he made 2 films. "They were so incensed by what I was saying. People are so sensitive," Dick added, without elaborating on exactly what he said. "I didn't grab anybody's genitals," he continued, but he did not deny that he propositioned others. "Of course I'm going to proposition people. I'm single, depressed, lonely, and trying to get a date. They can just say no, and they probably did, and then I was done." Dick contends that part of his problem is he's 51 and unaware of what the rules are for proper behavior. "I don't know the difference between sexual harassment and trying to get a date. In the 70s, all the girlfriends I got were by kissing and licking their cheek. I don't know anymore," he said. "There were beautiful women and beautiful guys on the set. I flirt with them. I might kiss someone on the cheek and ask them to go to dinner. They are the ones that took it south." Dick ended this most recent chapter by saying that he's learned his lesson. "I won't do it anymore," he said. "I won't lick anyone's face anymore. We have an agreement." So, he made some comments about Harvey Weinstein that sounded like he was defending his actions. Then he blamed the crew members, also known as his victims, for blowing the situation out of proportion, when all he did was try to get a date. Though more and more as time passes, it seems that Andy Dick's idea of a date is actually a court appointment. But I guess it's fine because, according to him, it worked in the 70s. You know, the 70s, the good old times, when you could stick your hand in a stranger's crotch in the subway, lick his face, and a week later you'd be walking down the aisle and driving off to your honeymoon with beer cans clanking out the back of your car. I think instead of the 70s, he meant his fever dream fantasies. After all these similar controversies he had gotten into, and outright criminal charges that were brought against him, this is the event that made him realize that what he was doing was wrong. Theoretically anyway, since that same month, it came out he had been escorted off the set of another film, Vampire Dad, for multiple flagrant acts of improper conduct and inappropriate conduct with several crew members. In an interview with the producer, we received the following bit of information. Dick has a history of arrests and a roller coaster record when it comes to acting inappropriately in personal and professional situations. So why hire him in the first place? We were under the assumption that he was sober. He was a good fit for the character, Oliver. I believe in second chances, and through our entire pre-vetting process and interviews, he was cogent and polite. He seemed okay, and there were no indications that he was not sober. I wonder how the actors felt about the casting crew deliberately putting them at risk by hiring, technically, a serial sex offender. As a matter of fact, I wonder if they were even informed of the nature of Dick's past issues with the law. It's the least that you would expect as far as decency when it comes to hiring an insane guy like him. Right? It's not like you wake up one day groping people out of the blue.
My God, there's nothing that can stop us.
Hey, party people, I'm ready to get 86th!
He hasn't been an A-lister for how long now anyway? Is it even worth risking a lawsuit just to have this low-tier celebrity name associated with your project? How does he even still get roles? Who is this guy's manager that can somehow talk people into hiring him despite all of the baggage that he brings along?
Andy Dick!
Oh no!
Come on, let's get out of here!
Got a cold? Get powerful relief of nasal and sinus congestion due to colds or allergies.
Mind you, this was at the same time as the allegations against Harvey Weinstein were made, and the hashtag #MeToo movement first started taking off. As such, TMZ managed to get an interview with Andy to ask him about his misconduct in relation to these movies, but he was clearly heavily intoxicated.
There is a lot of people coming out. Brett Ratner, Dustin Hoffman, Kevin Spacey, Harvey Weinstein.
Yet again, he defended sexual predators in the industry. If actions like rape and abusing minors qualify as just trying to get a date, it makes you wonder if there's anything that wouldn't fall under that umbrella. I guess guys like Weinstein and Cosby were just hopeless romantics, with unorthodox pickup artist methodology, at least in the eyes of Andy Dick. It seems Andy wasn't able to keep his destructive actions out of his family life either. In March 2018, his own ex-wife, with whom he had 2 children, obtained a restraining order against him, requiring him to stay at least 100 yards away from Lena and the children until March 13th, 2023. On February 20th, Lena filed documents in Los Angeles requesting court-ordered protection for the actor. She claimed that drunken arguments with their son led her to take action. In one instance, she claimed that their son locked Andy out of the home once during a fight. She said Andy was drunk at the time and broke windows to gain access to the home.
Do it.
She detailed another instance in which she claimed he was drunk.
Thank you, Turkey Tom.
That time, she says,
we will resume this video upon return.
In April 2018,
I can't believe there's another half hour of fucking Andy Dick slander. My favorite dude in the world, Andy Dick. Fucking Chad G. Boss. Peace out.